In the harsh grip of winter, the city of Jianglin lay desolate. Yet, the grand square buzzed with life as the entrance tests for Wuhan Martial Academy unfolded with fervor. Towering at the center stood a black stone monument, nearly 20 feet tall, inscribed with the words martial arts that exuded an awe-inspiring aura. Today, youths under the age of 18 could participate in the test, and those who passed would earn the privilege of studying at the academy for 3 years, embarking on a path revered by all as martial artists. Next, Lu Fan. At the examiner's call, a 17-year-old boy dressed in a white martial arts uniform stepped out from the crowd. Though slender in build, his features were delicate and refined, and the emblem of the Lu family of Jianglin City adorned his chest. With steady steps, Lu Fan approached the black stone, assuming a stance with determination shining in his eyes. A nearby teacher from the academy nodded silently, impressed by the resolve in the boy's gaze. However, when Lu Fan delivered his punch one, he had poured all his strength into the result illuminated on the black stone was shocking. Body refining stage 3, low level. A wave of ridicule erupted instantly. The teacher, who had initially held hope for him, furrowed his brows in disappointment. Only at body refining stage 3? What a joke. Isn't he that good-for-nothing Lu Fan from the Lu family? Years have passed, and he's still stuck at stage 3. He's nearly 18, isn't he? At this rate, he'll never achieve chi condensation in his lifetime. Get off the stage and stop embarrassing the Lu family. Amid the jeers, Lu Fan clenched his teeth tightly, his nails digging into his palms. He turned to glance at his father, a man once known as the Iron Tiger of the Lu family, now wearing an expression of bitter disappointment. As Lu Fan descended from the testing platform with his head bowed, the sound of a sigh seemed to linger in the air. Next, Lu Ming. The examiner's call brought forth another boy of similar age, brimming with confidence as he stepped forward. As he passed by, he deliberately bumped Lu Fan's shoulder and sneered, "Watch closely, you failure. I'll show you what a real martial artist looks like." Lu Fan staggered but said nothing, quietly moving aside. Lu Ming approached the black stone, delivering a powerful punch. The stone erupted with dazzling light. Body refining stage 8, high level. The crowd burst into exclamations of awe, and even the examiner couldn't help but applaud. Lu Fan stared intently at the glowing inscription of body refining stage 8, his pupils contracting sharply. Around him, the voices of admiration grew louder. Stage 8. Lu Ming truly is remarkable. There's no doubt he'll be the next head of the Lu family. Of course, compared to that useless cousin of his, Lu Ming is a true prodigy. It won't be long before he reaches chi condensation. When that happens, our Jianglin city will gain another true martial artist. Basking in the crowd's adulation, Lu Ming spread his arms triumphantly. Even the academy's teacher clapped lightly, evidently pleased to have found such a promising talent. As Lu Ming stepped down, the examiner called out again. Next, Zhang Yuan. A young girl in an elegant gown gracefully emerged. Her delicate lips and almond-shaped eyes radiated charm. Her slender waist accentuated her poise, and her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, swaying gently in the breeze. Zhang Yuan approached the black stone and lightly placed her palm against it. A crisp, cracking sound echoed as the stone emitted a brilliant light. Body refining stage 9, high level. The square fell silent for a moment before erupting into an even greater uproar. The academy's teacher immediately stood, his eyes alight with excitement at the sight of such a prodigious talent. The head of the Zhang family beamed with pride as other family heads came forward to offer their congratulations. With such a daughter, the Zhang family's future is boundless. The cheers of the crowd were deafening. Stage 9. Zhang Yuan is incredible. It turns out the strongest in our city is Zhang Yuan. The Zhang family is destined to rise. Zhang Yuan, you're the idol of all women. Zhang Yuan smiled gracefully, bowing slightly in acknowledgement of the praise. As her gaze swept across the crowd, her eyes briefly met Lu Fan's. A flicker of emotion crossed her face before she quickly looked away. Unease stirred within Lu Fan as he watched her turn to leave. Gathering his resolve, he followed her. After winding through several alleys, Zhang Yuan finally stopped in a secluded corner. Lu Fan, what's wrong? She asked, noticing his lowered gaze, unable to meet her eyes. Lu Fan's voice was soft as he responded. Zhang Yuan, is something bothering you? Biting her lip, Zhang Yuan seemed to steel herself before raising her head. Lu Fan, we can't be together anymore. Her words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving Lu Fan reeling. 3 years of a clandestine relationship crumbled in an instant. Why? His voice was hoarse now. Because I've been accepted into the martial academy. From today onward, our statuses will be worlds apart. I will become a martial artist and you? Zhang Yuan's tone was resolute, indifferent to the pain her words inflicted. Lu Fan's body trembled slightly. And I'm just a failure, right? Zhang Yuan remained silent, but her eyes said it all. You got into the academy because of me, Lu Fan continued. I know, Zhang Yuehan admitted, her voice tight. The herbs you gave me, I'll repay you for them. Once I'm in the academy, I'll send back better ones, and we'll be even. Taking a step back, Lu Fan looked at her as if she were a stranger. Zhang Yuehan retrieved a jade pendant from her sleeve, the keepsake Lu Fan had once given her as a token of their love. He remembered the night she had accepted it with a radiant smile, nestled in his arms. But now, she pressed it back into his hand. Lu Fan, I hope you'll keep our relationship a secret. Consider it the last thing you do for me. Okay? Clutching the pendant tightly, Lu Fan replied coldly, don't worry. We never had a relationship. With that, he hurled the pendant to the ground. Zhang Yuehan's gaze flickered, but she made no move to pick it up. Stepping back, she said, Lu Fan, face reality. You know as well as I do that we're impossible now. Goodbye. She turned and left quickly, unwilling to say more. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Fan struggled to reconcile the warm, gentle girl he had once known with the cold stranger before him. Impossible? She had never uttered those words when they first fell in love, nor when he secretly gave her his treasured herbs. Lu Fan stood motionless for a long, while as snow began to fall softly from the sky. Everything had changed. Everything. When he returned to the square, he saw Zhang Yuehan chatting and laughing with Lu Ming from afar. What cut him even deeper was seeing Lu Ming gift her his sword, which she accepted with a faint blush. So this was the real reason. This was her callous justification. A bitter smile crossed Lu Fan's face as he turned and walked away. One day, you'll regret this. One day. After wandering through winding streets, Lu Fan found himself standing in front of a shop. The storefront was in a state of disrepair, so worn out that it didn't even have a sign. He pushed open the creaking wooden door, and a musty smell mixed with the stench of alcohol wafted out to greet him. Dust floated in the streaks of mottled sunlight, and a few rats scurried about in the corners without a care. The tables and chairs inside were haphazardly arranged, their wooden surfaces already showing signs of decay. Behind the counter, old Wu, the shopkeeper, leaned against it, cradling a wine jar as he dozed. His face was flushed red, a clear sign of his intoxication. Despite the place's dilapidated state, Lu Fan felt at ease here. There was no one to look down on him, no mocking laughter or sneering remarks to endure. Old Wu, get me some wine, Lu Fan said, knocking on the scarred countertop. Old Wu groggily opened his eyes. Recognizing Lu Fan, he stretched out a hand. Lu Fan placed a few copper coins on the counter, and Old Wu swiftly pocketed them before sliding over the half-empty wine jar he was holding. Consider yourself lucky, Old Wu said in his raspy voice. If you don't finish it, make sure to return the rest. As he spoke, he grabbed a chipped ceramic bowl and set it on the counter. Carrying the wine jar and bowl, Lu Fan picked a relatively intact table and sat down. The strong liquor burned as it slid down his throat, sending a rush of warmth through his body, as if igniting a fire within. Good wine, Lu Fan praised sincerely. The wine here was unlike any other, potent and intense, one of the reasons he kept coming back. Of course, Old Wu said with a smug grin. You think just anyone can make wine like this? So, Lu Fan, down on your luck again? Lu Fan offered a bitter smile and nodded. When am I not? Don't be so hard on yourself, Old Wu said as he wobbled over to sit across from Lu Fan. The fact that you're still alive is a miracle in itself. I remember the first time you came here. You were so scrawny, like a monkey. Look at you, know you're doing just fine. It was true. Physicians once declared he wouldn't live past the age of 12, yet here he was at 17, a miracle indeed. Maybe it's because your wine is so strong, Lu Fan joked half-heartedly. A flicker of something unreadable passed through Old Wu's eyes. That's for sure. My woman left me because I'm a failure, Lu Fan sighed. Shall regret it one day, Old Wu said, squinting as if he could see the future. Thanks for the encouragement, Lu Fan said, pouring himself another bowl of wine. Too bad I probably won't be able to come back here for your wine anymore. Why's that? Old Wu asked, his smile fading. I'm leaving. I failed the martial academy test again this year. I'm 17 now, and next year will be my last chance. But my family won't let me keep embarrassing them. After the annual festival, they're sending me away. I won't be coming back. That bad? Huh? Yeah, that bad. Old Wu, before I leave, I'll make sure to buy a few extra jars of your wine to take with me for the journey. No problem at all, Old Wu replied. I'll make sure to prepare a few more jars for you, Old Wu said, then shifted the conversation. Why not try again next year? Maybe you'll pass. Lu Fan's face showed a faint, bitter smile, his eyes carrying a hint of sorrow. Pass? I've long stopped hoping for that. Then are you planning to give up martial arts as well? Old Wu asked. At this, Lu Fan's expression turned sharp, and his voice firm. I will never stop practicing martial arts. The martial path is everything to me. Even if I never achieve the pinnacle of internal strength in this life, I will still take pride in being a martial artist. Hearing this, Old Wu's expression shifted slightly, clearly surprised by the young man's resolute words. Slowly, he began to recite a poem. Last night, cold winds and a fading moon. This morning, sorrowful rain and bitter snow. When will the waves of the sea of hardship cease? A single drink to dispel 1,000 woes. Looking back on 10 years of martial pursuit, tears flow into the cup I hold. With a vast sky in my heart, yet others move ahead. Who knows, who stays? As Lu Fan listened to the poem, a somber look appeared in his eyes. He raised the wine jar and took a deep drink. Old Wu softly finished the last lines, stood up, and walked toward the counter. Carefully, he took out a small wine jar from underneath. Here, Lu Fan. I've kept this jar for 20 years. Today, let's drink to our heart's content. As the jar was opened, a rich aroma filled the room instantly. The slightly tipsy Lu Fan watched as Old Wu poured him a bowl of wine, then chuckled. Why is this wine green? Old Wu's expression remained calm. His drunken demeanor vanished. You've had too much to drink. You're right, I've had too much. Let me see how this bowl of wine is different. Lu Fan tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. Immediately, he felt a fiery sensation searing from his throat to his chest and abdomen, and his face turned bright red. Old Wu poured him another bowl. Keep drinking. This wine packs a punch, doesn't it? Lu Fan struggled to get out 2 words. It does. Then he drank another bowl. This time, the intensity was even greater, could almost hear his bones crackling, his blood surging, and his vision beginning to blur. Old Wu, I'm really feeling drunk now. I should head back. Lu Fan wobbled as he stood and began walking toward the door. Remember to come back in a few days for more. I'll save this jar for you. Old Wu called after him, watching his retreating figure. Don't worry, I'll be back. Lu Fan waved without turning his head. Old Wu chuckled softly. Oh, you'll definitely be back. With that, he gently waved his hand. The wine jar rose into the air as if controlled by an invisible force and landed back on the counter. He tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table and began reciting again. 8,000 miles of mountains and rivers, sword and wine. 90,000 miles of skies, dreams, and awakening. 3 cups to glimpse the great path. A jug to understand the harmony of heaven and earth. In the cup, the dance of yin and yang. In the wine, the emotions of life. Who knows where tomorrow leads? Who laughs at me, and whom do I laugh at? On his way home, the northern wind howled, and the snowflakes lashed at Lu Fan's face like sharp blades, but he no longer felt the pain. As he approached the gates of the Lu family estate from afar, he suddenly lost balance and fell heavily to the ground. His strength completely drained, Lu Fan felt a surge of heat flowing through his body as his consciousness began to fade. The falling snow slowly covered him. At that moment, a faint light flickered from his body and vanished just as quickly. His body emitted a low groan, every pore opening wide, as a strange energy began to swirl around him. If a martial arts master had been present, they would have cried out in astonishment. This was undoubtedly the legendary phenomenon of rebirth and transformation. The strange phenomenon lasted for a full hour before Lu Fan slowly regained consciousness. He tried to move his body, and the stiffness in his limbs produced a series of crisp, cracking sounds. As he stood up, he casually brushed off the snow and wind that had settled on him, faintly sensing that something indescribable had changed within him. As he approached the gates of the Lu family estate, the sight that greeted him was Lu Ming strolling in the front courtyard with Zhang Yuehan. A group of Lu family juniors surrounded them, some of whom Lu Fan recognized, while others he had only met briefly. Yet, none of them left him with a favorable impression. Hearing footsteps, Lu Ming turned around and, upon seeing Lu Fan, a habitual sneer immediately appeared on his lips. Pulling the silent Zhang Yuehan closer, he approached Lu Fan and deliberately spoke in a condescending tone. Ah, my useless cousin. Let me introduce you, this is Miss Zhang Yuehan. Say hello, won't you? Zhang Yuehan kept her head down the whole time, appearing shy but in truth avoiding eye contact with Lu Fan. Without saying a word, Lu Fan turned to leave. This action instantly provoked Lu Ming, who stared coldly at him. Meanwhile, Lu Tiangang, a slightly overweight young man, stepped forward swiftly, blocking Lu Fan's path. Cousin Lu Fan, leaving without saying a word? Isn't that a bit rude? Don't disgrace the Lu family, Lu Tiangang mocked. Or have you gone from being useless to being mute? His words elicited a chorus of laughter from those around them. Lu Fan raised his eyes to meet those of his distant cousin, who had always been his nemesis. Calmly he replied, mind your own business. Move aside. Lu Tianggang's face darkened in anger, and he raised his hand to shove Lu Fan forcefully. With his 5th-stage body refinement strength, he should have easily knocked Lu Fan off balance. But this time, Lu Fan merely swayed slightly before standing firmly in place. Do you want to fight? Lu Fan asked, locking eyes with Lu Tiangang. The question made Lu Tianggang's raised fist freeze midair. Although furious, he didn't dare to strike one of the Lu family's strictest rules prohibited bullying younger members. Lu Fan, being a year younger and still under 18, was protected by this rule. Any violation would result in 100 days of confinement. Just you wait, Lu Fan. Lu Tiangang growled through gritted teeth. I won't touch you now, but during the annual festival, there'll be no escape. They'll make sure you're beaten so badly you won't know where to crawl. Lu Fan stared at him coldly, not bothering to respond. Without another word, he turned and walked away. Lu Ming quickly held back Lu Tiangang, who had wanted to pursue him, and deliberately raised his voice, saying, "Let it go. Why bother with a useless person? Just wait for the festival and teach him a lesson then." "Don't worry," Lu Tiangang sneered. "They'll make sure to beat him so badly, he won't even be able to get out of bed." This statement drew another round of boisterous laughter from the crowd, and even the previously silent Zhang Yuehan couldn't help but chuckle along. Lu Fan walked back to his courtyard. Although he was a direct descendant of the Lu family, his residence was a small, overgrown courtyard. Compared to the luxurious accommodations of people like Lu Ming, it was quite humble, but Lu Fan didn't mind. In the center of the courtyard stood a human-sized stone, which served as his training tool. Standing before the stone, Lu Fan took a deep breath and threw a heavy punch. With a muffled bang, a clear fist imprint appeared on the stone's surface, surrounded by intricate cracks. Lu Fan froze in place, stunned. With his current strength at the 3rd level of body refining, achieving such a result should have been impossible. This level of power was characteristic of the 4th level of body refining. Did I just break through? Lu Fan looked at his fist in disbelief. He had been stuck at the 3rd level for years, and now, without any warning, he had advanced? It was important to note that the body refining realm was divided into 3 tiers. Levels 1 to 3 were considered low tier, levels 4 to 6 were mid tier, and levels 7 to 9 were high tier. A mid-tier practitioner could easily defeat 3 low-tier opponents. To confirm, Lu Fan punched the stone again. Seeing another fist imprint appear, he was finally certain had indeed reached the 4th level of body refining. This realization filled him with both excitement and confusion. In the past, every breakthrough had been accompanied by excruciating pain, as if his muscles were being torn apart. Yet this time, he felt nothing at all. As he recalled the whine from Old Wu and pondered a possible connection, footsteps interrupted his thoughts. A broad-shouldered, middle-aged man entered the courtyard. Though he appeared to be in his 40s, his hair was streaked with gray, and his face bore signs of weariness. This was Lu Fan's father, Lu Hao. "Father." Lu Fan immediately composed himself and greeted him respectfully. "Lu Fan, I need to talk to you," Lu Hao said, trying to keep his tone calm. Lu Fan's expression shifted slightly, already guessing what his father intended to discuss. "Please, go ahead, father." "The family held a meeting," Lu Hao said, a trace of sorrow in his eyes. "After this year's ancestral festival, anyone whose cultivation isn't up to standard will be sent away to manage the family's businesses in small towns." "Father, you don't need to blame yourself. It's my own shortcomings that have disappointed you," Lu Fan replied. "No, Lu Fan, this isn't your fault," Lu Hao said, shaking his head. "The blame lies with me. You've had a frail body since childhood, plagued by weak blood and chronic illness. I shouldn't have forced you onto the path of martial cultivation. It was my stubbornness that made you the object of ridicule within the family. But I've seen how hard you've worked, and none of it is your fault." Hearing these words, Lu Fan felt his eyes well up, and he clenched his fists tightly. Lu Hao continued, "I want to hear your decision. If you choose to leave the family, it'll ensure you're sent to the best town and placed in charge of critical family businesses. You'll live a life of wealth and stability." "No, father. I want to stay," Lu Fan replied firmly, his gaze unwavering. "Are you certain?" Lu Hao asked. "I'll give it my all," Lu Fan said with a resolute nod. "Good. That's the spirit of my son. Never give up, no matter the odds," Lu Hao said with pride. He then took out a small porcelain bottle adorned with blue patterns. "Take this, it's a strength concentrating pill. Consume it tonight, and it should boost your power." Lu Fan was momentarily stunned. Pills were incredibly rare and precious on the Gongwu continent, crafted only by the elusive refiners. Refiners not only possessed strength comparable to martial practitioners, but also wielded extraordinary abilities, particularly in alchemy. If not for their scarcity and the high barriers to entry, this land might not even be known as the Gongwu continent. Even the most basic pill was worth more than several gold shops combined, and they were rarely available for purchase. In a city like Jianglin, only 1 or 2 such pills might appear at auction each year. Taking the bottle carefully, Lu Fan looked at his father's graying hair and felt a surge of indescribable emotion. "Father, I won't let you down," Lu Fan solemnly promised. Lu Hao nodded and walked away slowly. Watching his father's retreating figure, Lu Fan held the bottle tightly in his hand. The night was cool and tranquil, the moon bright and the stars sparse. Lu Fan sat cross-legged in the small courtyard, taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling. He was making his final preparations to consume the Julie Dan, a rare and precious pill that he needed to ensure would deliver its maximum effect. Once he adjusted to his optimal state, Lu Fan took out the pill and swallowed it. As soon as it entered his mouth, it dissolved into a clear stream, spreading instantly throughout his body. A sudden, searing pain erupted, like countless ants gnawing at him from within, radiating outward. Though unsure if this was a normal reaction, Lu Fan dismissed the pain. It was nothing compared to what he had endured in the past. A surge of heat rose from his dantian, a warm energy coursing through his meridians. The sensation reminded him of old Wu's fiery liquor, bringing a faint smile to his lips. However, he quickly refocused his mind, concentrating on the changes occurring within him. The heat wave gradually diminished, giving way to noticeable transformations in his body. Entering a state of inner vision, Lu Fan clearly observed his muscles becoming more solid, his meridians strengthening, and his internal organs undergoing a profound transformation. The difference from just a few days ago was staggering. It was as if he had become an entirely different person. He was utterly astounded by the results. The fact that a single pill could bring about such dramatic changes was beyond belief. When the heat finally dissipated and the pill's energy was fully absorbed, Lu Fan exhaled a long breath of turbid air. His once frail body now appeared significantly more robust, and he felt completely renewed. He could sense that his physical strength and resilience had more than doubled. Rising to his feet, Lu Fan steadied himself in a horse stance and delivered a punch at the training stone. A sharp sound of wind accompanied the blow as his fist struck the stone with force. A crisp crack rang out, sending shards of stone flying. A deep imprint appeared on the stone's surface, with cracks spreading outward. Compared to the marks he had made earlier in the day, the power of this punch was more than double. Still, he wasn't entirely sure if he had reached the 4th or 5th tier of body refinement. Unable to contain his excitement, Lu Fan laughed heartily, his voice echoing through the night sky. After a long while, he calmed himself, his mind resolutely needed to test his true strength. At the same time, as someone on the verge of stepping into the 4th tier of body refinement, he realized he would require a suitable martial technique. Fortunately, as a member of the Lu Familia, renowned martial arts clan had access to the family's library, which housed an extensive collection of martial techniques that all Lu family descendants were free to explore. Although most of the martial techniques available were of low level, even basic human tier techniques were rare, and spirit tier techniques above the human tier were only ever heard of, such as the Lu family's legendary blazing fire golden body. However, for Lu Fan, with his current level of cultivation, not yet having mastered internal energy, even the most basic human tier techniques were sufficient. Under the hazy moonlight, Lu Fan walked through the Lu family's backyard, following the winding garden path toward the library pavilion. The courtyard was silent in the late hours of the night, with only a few drowsy guards patrolling the area. In front of the library pavilion stood a tall black stone, towering at human height. Lu Fan paused before the stone. One of the purposes of his visit was to test his strength. This black stone, specially modified by a martial arts master, was the most accurate tool for measuring cultivation levels. Holding his breath and focusing his energy, Lu Fan suddenly threw a punch. As his fist struck the surface of the black stone, a beam of light lit up, and the words "Body Refinement Stage 5, Medium Level" appeared clearly. Yes, Lu Fan clenched his fists in excitement. If he weren't worried about waking others, he might have let out a triumphant shout. Advancing 2 levels in a single day, this kind of progress was almost unbelievable. Calming his excitement, Lu Fan pushed open the door to the library pavilion. Immediately, he noticed the elderly caretaker, Sun Lao, reading a book near the entrance. This frail, elderly man was the guardian of the pavilion, though Lu Fan had always wondered why someone so aged was entrusted with the role. Sun Lao, Lu Fan greeted respectfully with a bow. Looking for martial techniques? Lu Fan, have you reached body refinement stage 4? Sun Lao glanced up at him. Lu Fan was slightly surprised that Sun Lao remembered his name, considering it had been years since his last visit, which ended in disappointment after a brief search. Yes, I've reached body refinement stage 4, he replied. Sun Lao nodded. Starting from the left, you'll find techniques for blades, swords, fists, and movement skills in order. The far right section contains miscellaneous books that haven't been categorized yet. Pick what you want and bring it here for registration. Acknowledging with a nod, Lu Fan began browsing through the martial techniques. He skipped past the sections on blade and sword techniques and headed straight for the movement and fist technique areas. These 2 categories were focused on close combat and physical conditioning, which would serve as a good foundation for eventually mastering the Lu family's legendary blazing fire golden body. Although he still doubted whether he could ever succeed in cultivating the blazing fire golden body, it was wise to prepare in advance. After all, who would have thought he'd reach body refinement stage 5 before turning 18, already matching the average level of the younger generation in the Lu family? He searched through the movement skill section for a long time but found only basic footwork and body strengthening techniques, many of which seemed to be mere ornamental forms he had seen others practice. Feeling a bit disappointed, he turned to the fist technique section. However, The titles that greeted him, Rolling Boulder Fist, Heavy Force Punch, and Bull Strength, immediately suggested these were all basic, beginner-level techniques. Lu Fan flipped through dozens of martial arts manuals, but still couldn't find what he was looking for. With only a month left until the annual festival, he desperately needed a technique that was both powerful and quick to master. Although he had already reached the 5th level of body refinement, without an exceptional martial skill, he feared he wouldn't escape a beating during the festival competition. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, yet Lu Fan remained empty-handed. Frustrated, he walked over to Elder Sun and asked, "Elder Sun, is there any martial skill here that can be learned quickly?" Elder Sun set down the book he was holding and looked at Lu Fan with a serious expression. "Young man, aiming too high is not the proper path of martial cultivation." "I understand," Lu Fan replied, meeting Elder Sun's gaze directly. "But with the festival so close, I really don't have much time." Elder Sun stared into Lu Fan's determined eyes and saw the unwavering resolve within them. What an interesting boy, he thought to himself. After a moment of contemplation, he finally said, "There is one skill that can be learned quickly, but no one has ever dared to practice it. Do you want to give it a try?" Lu Fan's eyes lit up. "Yes, I do. Absolutely." Elder Sun chuckled and hobbled over to a pile of miscellaneous books in the corner. From the very bottom, he pulled out an old, yellowed manual. Handing it to Lu Fan, 3 bold characters on the cover caught his eye: mountain-crushing fist. Eagerly, Lu Fan flipped through the pages, but as he read, his pupils contracted sharply. No wonder no one dared to train in it. It was essentially a technique designed to break one's own arms. The training method was extraordinarily brutal, striking stones with one's arms for 8 hours a day, using various stances and full force, and persisting for an entire month to achieve even basic mastery. "Well, do you dare to try?" Elder Sun asked with a smile. "This is a high-tier human-level martial skill. If mastered, its power is quite formidable." Lu Fan gritted his teeth. He was already years behind others, and if he wanted to catch up, he couldn't afford to shy away from hardship. "This is the one," he said resolutely. "Please register it for me." Elder Sun's expression shifted slightly. "Are you sure? Did you read the training method carefully?" "I did. There are no shortcuts in martial arts. I can endure this much." Elder Sun smiled with satisfaction. For the first time in years, he saw such tenacity in a younger member of the Lu family. Though Lu Fan's talent was mediocre, his determination was truly rare. "Take it. This book is yours, no need to register it." At that moment, Zhang Yuehan stepped through the door. Upon seeing Lu Fan, she immediately seemed uneasy. Lu Fan glanced at her briefly before turning back to Elder Sun. "Thank you, Elder Sun. I'll take my leave now." With that, he walked away with steady steps. Zhang Yuehan watched his retreating figure in confusion, wondering to herself, what was he doing here? Isn't martial arts training only possible from the 4th level of body refinement? Before she could voice her thoughts, Elder Sun interrupted her. "Young lady, what are you doing here? You're not a member of the Lu family. Outsiders aren't allowed to browse the library." Zhang Yuehan retrieved the sword at her waist, about to explain that she had come to assist Lu Ming, but Elder Sun cut her off again. "It doesn't matter who you're helping. You're not allowed in here. It's Latigo, get some rest." Left with no choice, Zhang Yuehan walked out of the library, stomping her foot in frustration. She glanced once more in the direction Lu Fan had gone, her curiosity deepening. What was he up to? Isn't martial skill training only for those at the 4th level of body refinement or higher? The next morning, the sky was a clear expanse of blue without a single cloud, and the sunlight scattered golden rays across the land. The snow on the streets sparkled with a crystalline glow as pedestrians pulled their clothes tighter and hurried along their way. Lu Fan walked with determined strides toward the herbal medicine shop, his pockets heavy with the gold coins that represented years of savings. After obtaining the martial technique mountain-shattering fist the previous night, he had spent hours studying it. He quickly realized that the key to mastering the technique wasn't brute arm strength, but a specific herb, blazing grass. Without this herb as a supplement, smashing rocks barehanded would be nothing short of self-destruction. Coming from a family renowned for martial arts, Lu Fan was no stranger to blazing grass. Though his family's own pharmacy sold it, the price was exorbitant, and even family disciples were not granted discounts. This forced him to seek other options. The main street of the city was already bustling with activity. Despite the cold, the enthusiasm for shopping was undeterred, and the storefronts and vendor stalls along the road were crowded with customers. Lu Fan carefully searched for traces of blazing grassa herb distinguished by its fiery red color, with the ideal variety having white roots, the second best blue, and the lowest quality entirely red. At last, near a weapons shop, he spotted his target at a small vendor's stall. Pretending to browse casually, he asked, "How much is this?" 5 silver coins per stalk, the vendor replied. Lu Fan frowned slightly. That price was enough to sustain an average family of 3 for a month. With only a dozen or so gold coins on him, It was clear he couldn't afford to buy all the blazing grass available. Too expensive. I'll look elsewhere, Lu Fan said, turning as if to leave. For silver coins per stalk, the vendor called after him urgently. If you buy more, I can give you a better deal. Sir, this blazing grass is hard to harvest. You won't find it cheaper anywhere else. Lu Fan turned back and began counting the blazing grass on the stall, calculating whether it would be sufficient to support a month of training. As his fingers brushed the roots of a few stalks, his heart suddenly raced. They were the rare white-rooted variety. This type of blazing grass was worth at least 10 times the value of ordinary ones and, according to the martial technique manual, could double the speed of training. Suppressing the excitement surging within him, Lu Fan maintained a calm expression and held up 3 fingers. 3 silver coins per stalk. I'll take all of these. The vendor gritted his teeth and, after a moment's thought, said, Deal. Lu Fan immediately took out his silver coins and scooped the pile of blazing grass into his arms. Just as he was secretly feeling pleased with himself, he suddenly felt a hard shove from someone. Turning around, he saw a young man in a martial artist's robe towering over him. The man appeared to be around Lu Fan's age, with a square face, a strong build, and a striking emblem of the martial academy embroidered on his blue robe. He was none other than Imo Yunfei, the young master of the Imo family, the top martial family in Jianglin City. Well, if it isn't Lu Fan, the useless member of the Lu family, Imo Yunfei sneered, a mocking smile playing on his lips. What's this? Running errands for your family to buy herbs so early in the morning? Shouldn't you be off gathering herbs on West Mountain? Behind him, the Imo family attendants burst into laughter, echoing their young master's derision. Imo Yunfei reached out and plucked 2 stalks of blazing grass from Lu Fan's arms. Lu Fan snatched them back immediately, his voice steady but firm. Young Master Imo, you go about your business and I'll go about mine. Goodbye. Before he could take another step, a few of Mo's attendants blocked his path. Haven't seen you in a while, and now you've grown a backbone, huh? Imo Yunfei eyed Lu Fan from head to toe. Even Lu Ming wouldn't dare act bold in front of me. And you? What are you, exactly? Young Master Imo, perhaps you should save those words for Lu Ming, Lu Fan replied coldly. Well said. Imo Yunfei clapped his hands and laughed, though his tone dripped with menace. We'll be sure to teach him a lesson someday. Look at your Lu family still keeping a worthless person like you around. And you think you can compare to the Imo family? Not even close. As he spoke, he slapped the herbs out of Lu Fan's hands, scattering them across the ground. Rage flared in Lu Fan's eyes, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. Reason told him there was no point in confronting a martial artist who was likely at the 8th or 9th level of body refinement. Swallowing his anger, he bent down and began picking up the scattered blazing grass one by one. Onlookers in the street stopped to watch, but not a single person stepped forward to help. Instead, whispers and jeers filled the air. Look at Lu Fan's no better than a dog. Useless people like him deserve to be bullied. Why doesn't the Lu family just lock him up? He's nothing but a disgrace. After collecting all the herbs, Lu Fan straightened up and looked Imo Yunfei in the eye. Can I leave now? Imo Yunfei, having had his fun, decided he'd had enough. While he enjoyed humiliating Lu Fan, he didn't want to stir up unnecessary trouble with the Lu family. I'm not interested in wasting my time bullying someone like you. Get lost. He waved dismissively, and his attendants stepped aside. Under the mocking laughter of Imo Yunfei and his entourage, Lu Fan silently walked away, his eyes glinting with a cold, determined light. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, he had been at the bottom for over a decade. But now, for the first time, he glimpsed a chance to grow stronger. He swore to himself that he would do whatever it took to climb to the top. Imo Yunfei could never have imagined that his actions today had ignited a fire within Lu Fan, and that fire, one day, would burn into an unstoppable blaze, consuming everything in its path and shaking the entire world. Outside Jianglin City, at West Mountain, heavy snow blanketed the mountain, weighing down the branches. The dull sound of pounding echoed through the mountains, relentless and steady. Lu Fan stood shirtless in front of a massive iron stone, his fists hammering down on its surface like a storm, rapid and forceful. With every punch, the unyielding stone bore a new dent. His arms were stained crimson with blood, the stark red against the snow glaringly vivid. The initial sharp pain had long faded, replaced by complete numbness. Lu Fan could no longer feel his arms, yet he continued punching mechanically, following the technique of the collapsing mountain fist. At his feet lay neatly arranged supplies: vivid flame grass, clean clothes, various tools, and hardened rations frozen solid by the cold. After hours of grueling training, Lu Fan was surprised to find that mastering the basics of the collapsing mountain fist wasn't as daunting as he'd imagined. Beyond the excruciating pain of striking the stone repeatedly, he was gradually gaining a deeper understanding of the techniques and force control. When his strength was finally depleted, Lu Fan had no choice but to stop. He vaguely remembered hearing the crisp sound of bones cracking earlier, and now his arms were completely numb. Biting down on a stalk of flame grass, he chewed it into pulp and swallowed. The medicinal power took effect quickly, sending waves of searing heat through his body, as if he were about to ignite from within. But internal treatment alone was far from enough. Once his arms regained slight mobility, Lu Fan immediately retrieved his tools and ground the root of a pale flame grass into fine powder, carefully applying it to his wounds. The moment the powder touched his injuries, an excruciating pain shot through him, twisting his face as though his arms were plunged into boiling oil. He clenched his teeth tightly, repeating in his mind that he had to endure. The white-rooted flame grass had remarkable healing properties, and his wounds began to mend visibly. However, when Lu Fan resumed pounding the iron stone, the combined agony of old and new injuries nearly drove him to faint. Unable to contain himself, he let out a string of curses, shattering years of self-restraint. Even so, he refused to stop. This was the optimal time to train in the collapsing mountain fist, as the medicinal power could better penetrate his body. The essence of the technique lay in first destroying his arms, then rebuilding them with the flamegrass's restorative properties, ultimately forging fists capable of shattering mountains and splitting stones. Determined to make the most of his time, Lu Fan had brought enough essentials to stay on West Mountain for 20 days, intent on mastering the collapsing mountain fist. His angry shouts continued to echo through the forest, but his fists never ceased their relentless assault. As the sun set in the west and dusk enveloped the land, delicate snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. Lu Fan, drenched in sweat, practiced his martial arts relentlessly, only stopping when his arms could no longer lift. The chilling air of the mountain forest deepened as night fell. Using his foot, he gathered a few dry branches and clumsily struck a firestone to ignite a campfire. This mountain cave was a spot he had chosen specifically as his training ground, shielded from the wind and rain while providing a place to rest. Seated by the fire, Lu Fan slowly ate his warmed-up rations. By midnight, some feeling returned to his arms. He carefully applied medicinal powder, enduring the searing pain, and leaned against the icy rock wall. Gazing at the swirling snowflakes outside the cave, he found it hard to fall asleep. For the next 20 days or so, Lu Fan immersed himself entirely in his training. It became routine for his arms to be bloodied and raw after each session, yet he endured the pain of applying medicine and continued his practice. At first, the agony kept him tossing and turning at night, but now he could fall asleep the moment his head hit the makeshift pillow. These small changes marked significant progress in his journey. The intense training steadily increased his strength. His punches had grown swift and powerful, striking the iron-hard rock before him from varying angles. The once smooth surface of the stone was now riddled with cracks. Suddenly, Lu Fan paused, planted his feet firmly, and with a sharp twist of his waist, unleashed a devastating double-fisted strike that tore through the air. Boom! The iron-hard stone, over a meter tall, shattered and flew into the air, splitting into two halves. Watching this unfold, Lu Fan broke into a smile. Through days of trial and error, he had finally grasped the essence of the so-called mountain-crushing fist. It was a technique designed to concentrate and release maximum power in a single explosive blow. All the intricate movements were merely tools to ensure the practitioner could execute this deadly strike flawlessly in any situation. Despite this breakthrough, Lu Fan knew from the manual's description that reaching the minor mastery stage of the technique required shattering the stone entirely into fragments with one punch. For now, he could only break the stone into pieces, showing he still had some way to go. What he didn't realize, however, was that this high-level martial skill was intended for those who had cultivated internal energy, and for someone like him, only at the 5th level of body refinement. Achieving this much was already beyond the minor mastery stage. Frowning in thought, Lu Fan turned to find a new training stone. Over the past days, he had shattered numerous rocks, most of which had become too fractured from repeated strikes to be of further use. It surprised him that the one he had just broken had lasted less than a day. Making his way to a nearby cliffside, a spot where he often found suitable stones, Lu Fan searched the area. However, most of the rocks left were either too large to move or too small to provide proper resistance. Finally, near the base of the cliff, he discovered a stone that seemed just right for his needs. As Lu Fan reached out to move the stone, he realized it was much larger than he had anticipated. Summoning all his strength, he finally managed to drag the stone aside. In that instant, a dark, gaping hole appeared before him. With his heart racing, Lu Fan carefully set the stone down and stepped into the cave. To his surprise, the interior was spacious, becoming even more open as he ventured deeper. A faint, flickering light, like the unsteady glow of a candle in the wind, illuminated the space from an unknown source. Suddenly, a dazzling silver gleam caught his eye. Fixing his gaze on the source, he saw a plant with a silvery sheen. Its leaves splayed gracefully like willow branches, and at its center, a delicate silver-white flower in full bloom. Earth Spirit Flower. Lu Fan exclaimed with excitement as he recognized the rare herb. He hurried closer, his certainty growing with every step. In the hierarchy of medicinal herbs, those ranked fourth and above were considered spiritual herbs, known for their extraordinary sensitivity to the environment. Sure enough, as he approached, the entire Earth Spirit Flower reacted instantly. Its leaves curled tightly, wrapping protectively around the flower. This was a treasure of immense value. According to ancient texts, the Earth Spirit Flower could significantly enhance a warrior's physical recovery abilities, ranking it as a 6th-grade spiritual herb of high caliber. On the auction market, its worth rivaled that of a precious elixir. With great care, Lu Fan peeled back the leaves and plucked the flower. The leaves unfurled again as if untouched. He refrained from uprooting the plant entirely, adhering to the fundamental principle of harvesting rare treasures. Take what is needed without destroying the source, a practice that earns respect both from nature and humanity. In another 20 years, the Earth Spirit Flower might bloom again. Without hesitation, Lu Fan sat cross-legged and swallowed the flower whole. Such a priceless spiritual herb was far too valuable to sell. However, he soon regretted his rash decision. A sudden surge of icy energy erupted in his abdomen, flooding his entire body like an unstoppable torrent. His body trembled violently, and blood began to seep from his skin. Only then did he realize his recklessness. He had assumed it would be as simple as consuming an elixir, but he had forgotten that if it were so easy, there would be no need for alchemists to refine pills. Now he found himself in a perilous situation. If he couldn't control the raging medicinal power, his body might very well explode from within. At this critical moment, a wave of warm air suddenly brushed against his face, as though something was exhaling directly at him. Lu Fan wanted to stand, but the overwhelming energy coursing through his body immobilized him. Sweat dripped from his face, and in the flickering light, he saw a massive figure approaching. Damn it, a wild beast. Lu Fan finally understood the purpose of the stonite was the door to the beast's lair. He cursed himself inwardly. How could the major families of Jianglin City, who sent warriors to scour this area annually, have overlooked such a beast's den? As the wild beast drew closer, the medicinal energy within Lu Fan surged even more violently. Was this the end for him? No, he refused to accept such a fate. Lu Fan held his breath, desperately hoping that the wild beast was blind. Just then, a figure slowly emerged from the depths of the cave, and the sight that greeted him left him stunned. It was a disabled puppy, with noticeably short front legs, walking upright. Its large, intelligent eyes made it hard to associate the creature with the ferocious wild beasts of legend. Feeling a bit relieved, Lu Fan refocused on absorbing the medicinal power of the Earth Spirit Flower within him. The puppy approached gracefully, and, strangely, the Earth Spirit Flower's leaves seemed to recognize an old friend, wrapping themselves around its small body. Streams of light flowed into the puppy, eliciting a contented whimper from it. However, the light soon faded, and when the puppy realized the flower's blossom had disappeared, it flew into a rage, baring its teeth and lunging at Lu Fan. It sprinted upright like a little human and sank its teeth into Lu Fan's wrist. Blood trickled from the wound, but Lu Fan dared not react recklessly. If I die at the hands of a powerful wild beast, so be it, but to fall to a puppy? I'd have no face even in the afterlife, he thought bitterly. At that moment, the previously turbulent energy within him suddenly calmed and began flowing toward the wound. The puppy's body glowed faintly, as though it was absorbing the medicinal power. After a few moments, it released his wrist, bared its teeth in a final warning, and darted back into the depths of the cave. This unexpected encounter resolved Lu Fan's dilemma. The excess energy had been drained by the puppy, leaving just the right amount of medicinal power for him to safely absorb. He sat down cross-legged, allowing his body to slowly take in the remaining energy, and soon entered a meditative state of martial cultivation. The Earth Spirit Flower's radiance enveloped him, and he remained motionless for an entire day and night. When he finally opened his eyes, they sparkled with newfound clarity. A slight movement of his body triggered cracking sounds, like popping beans, throughout his frame. Raising his arm, he let out a powerful shout, "Mountain Shatter Fist!" A muffled boom echoed through the cave as the walls cracked, scattering debris and leaving a deep pit in the ground. The sheer force of the punch confirmed that his Mountain Shatter Fist had reached a proficient level, and his strength had advanced significantly. Was likely just a step away from reaching the 6th stage of body refinement. Advancing 3 stages in a single month. Such cultivation speed was something even the family's top genius, Lu Ming, could only dream of. Suddenly, a foul stench reached his nose, and Lu Fan realized it was coming from himself. Hadn't bathed in days. Exiting the cave, he grabbed handfuls of snow to wipe himself clean. With his training complete, it was time to return home. Lu Fan clenched his fists, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. A useless nobody, huh? At this year's annual ceremony, I'll give you all a massive surprise. Let's see who dares to drive me out then." His long roar echoed through the mountains and forests as his figure disappeared into the dense woods like a gust of wind. After he left, a small dog timidly poked its head out of a cave, glanced around warily, and quickly retreated. A few days later, the Lu family residence in Jianglin City was filled with a festive atmosphere. Red lanterns were hung high, the sound of drums and music was constant, and the joy of the approaching new year was everywhere. For the people of Wuanghua, the new year was the most important festival. As an esteemed family, the Lu clan began hosting feasts 2 days in advance, welcoming all visitors regardless of status. Anyone who came could enjoy a lavish meal, a tradition passed down through generations of the Lu family. Tonight marked the final day of the New Year celebrations and the most significant event, the annual ceremony. The evening would feature a ritual to pray for favorable weather in the coming year, as well as the annual evaluation of all Lu family descendants. The head of the family, Lu Haoran, Lu Fan's grandfather, would personally oversee the ceremony and reward those who performed exceptionally. In past years, this was the time when Lu Fan would be ridiculed by everyone and retreat to his room in humiliation. But this year, he sat calmly at the banquet, sipping fine wine and enjoying the performances, clearly in high spirits. "Useless cousin, how are you planning to embarrass yourself this year?" Lu Ming's sharp voice came from behind, accompanied by mocking laughter from Lu Tiangang and others. Lu Fan couldn't even be bothered to turn his head, instead focusing on the performance in front of him. Lu Tiangang patted Lu Fan on the shoulder and leaned in to whisper threateningly, "Tonight, are you ready to be beaten senseless by me?" Lu Fan glanced at him indifferently. "Anytime. Well, aren't you confident? All right, let's see how you beg for mercy later tonight." Lu Tiangang sneered, striding away. The surrounding people cast disdainful looks at Lu Fan. Unfazed, Lu Fan gently set down his wine cup, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Beg for mercy? He hadn't done so before, and he certainly wouldn't now. As night fell, the Lu family residence, illuminated by countless lights, was poised to welcome the new year. Lu Haoran, dressed in long robes, sat at the head of the table. On either side of him were Lu Ming's father, Lu Feng, Lu Fan's father, Lu Hao, and several other uncles. When the performances concluded, Lu Haoran raised his cup and stood. "Members of the Lu family, offer sacrifices to heaven and earth." The entire Lu family rose in unison, raising their cups in response. "At the dawn of the new year, may the martial path endure," Lu Haoran declared solemnly, pouring his wine onto the ground. The others followed suit. After the sacrificial ritual, Lu Haoran signaled for the prepared black stone to be brought out. A senior member of the Lu family announced loudly, "Lu family descendants, begin the test." The younger generation of the Lu family responded in unison, and Lu Feng began calling names one by one. The selected members of the Lu family stepped forward one after another. Some appeared anxious, while others seemed at ease. On the high platform, Lu Haoran quietly observed everything, and whenever he saw the younger generation thriving, a comforting glow would surface in his eyes. Sitting nearby, Lu Hao's gaze remained fixed on Lu Fan. Although Lu Fan appeared calm on the surface, Lu Hao's fatherly intuition filled him with unease. "Lu Hao, you seem a bit tense," Lu Haoran said, turning to look at him. "Indeed, I am a little uneasy," Lu Hao admitted. "It's because of Lu Fan, isn't it? You gave him that hard-earned elixir?" Lu Hao gave a bitter smile. "As a father, I want to help him as much as I can while I still can. I'm just afraid I won't be able to help him in the future." Lu Feng, sitting nearby, interjected, "Big brother, you're just too soft-hearted. Lu Fan is either lazy in his cultivation or simply lacks talent. One elixir won't change anything." Lu Hao was about to retort when Lu Haoran raised a hand to stop them. "Children and grandchildren will have their own paths to follow. If he truly isn't suited for this, living an ordinary life away from the family wouldn't be the worst outcome." Lu Hao nodded silently. He hadn't told anyone else that the elixir was actually a reward from Lu Haoran himself. It was meant to recognize his efforts in expanding the family's market, but Lu Hao knew full well it was the elders secretly helping Lu Fan. Despite Lu Fan's shortcomings, the ties of blood and family were hard to sever. The testing below was nearing its conclusion. Lu Tiangang, step forward for testing. With the call, Lu Tiangang clenched his fists and stepped up, his muscles tensing as he struck the black stone with all his might. Body tempering stage 5, average, the result announced. Though not particularly impressive, defeating 2 or 3 opponents in the upcoming competition would likely be enough to pass. Lu Ming, step forward for testing. All eyes instantly focused on Lu Ming. He strode forward confidently and struck the black stone with a powerful punch. A flash of light followed, revealing the result. Still at body tempering stage 8, but the cracks on the stone were deeper and wider than before. Lu Feng raised his cup in celebration, and Lu Haoran smiled with satisfaction. Lu Ming has made great progress. Lu Feng, when he returns from the academy next year, He should be able to cultivate the internal force. Bring him to me then, and I'll personally teach him the golden flame body technique. Lu Feng quickly bowed in acknowledgement. Privately, Lu Haoran thought to himself that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Lu Ming was undoubtedly the best candidate to lead the third generation of the Lu family. However, the boy's flamboyant personality might lead him to face some hard lessons along the way. Lu Fan, step forward for testing. With this call, Lu Fan slowly rose to his feet. Around him, gazes filled with mockery or pity settled on him. Some even sighed, convinced this would be Lu Fan's final test before being relegated to the family's outskirts. Standing before the black stone, Lu Fan channeled years of pent-up frustration into a single punch. The stone erupted in a dazzling light, revealing astonishing characters. Body tempering stage 6, average. The crowd fell into an instant, stunned silence. In that moment, it was as if everyone's heartbeat had stopped. A deathly silence enveloped the entire venue. All eyes were fixed on the golden characters glowing on the black stone, and everyone's expressions shifted constantly. Suddenly, the stillness was shattered by the sound of collective sharp intakes of breath, as if no one could believe what they were witnessing. In the stands, Lu Hao shot to his feet, his eyes gleaming with excitement, his whole body trembling with emotion. Beside him, Lu Feng stared wide-eyed, his face filled with shock. Lu Fan, the one he had always dismissed as worthless, had truly risen. Even the clan leader, Lu Haoran, stood up. While achieving the 6th level of body refinement wasn't extraordinary in itself, what was astonishing was that Lu Fan had climbed 3 levels in just 1 month, starting from the 3rd level. Lu Haoran knew well that even the strength-condensing pill he had given Lu Hao could only boost 1 level at most. A leap of 3 levels was beyond comprehension. Lu Ming, who had been waiting to mock Lu Fan, was now left speechless, his mouth agape. Meanwhile, the other Lu family disciples were nearly hysterical, shouting, "Impossible!" repeatedly. Yet the golden words, 6th level of body refinement, shone brilliantly on the stone, leaving no room for doubt. Lu Fan withdrew his fist and turned around, his face expressionless. The years of hardship had taught him supreme self-control. Step by step, he walked back, each step seemingly trampling on the faces of those who had once ridiculed him, as their expressions shifted dramatically. In the entire testing ground, how many could even reach the 6th level of body refinement? In the stands, Lu Feng gritted his teeth and turned to Lu Hao. "What pill did you give him?" Lu Hao, in high spirits, chuckled. "Just the strength-condensing pill. You didn't know?" "Impossible. The strength-condensing pill could never have such an effect." "You're right. The pill alone wouldn't do this. It's all thanks to Lu Fan's own hard work. Clearly, he's not only diligent but also very clever." Lu Hao's words were a slap in the face, leaving Lu Feng, who had just been disparaging Lu Fan, utterly speechless. Suddenly, Lu Tiangang erupted in a fit of rage, shouting hysterically, "No! He must use some trick to deceive the black stone. I refuse to believe he's reached the 6th level of body refinement. Lu Fan, you fraud. Don't think you can fool us with your underhanded methods. Trash will always be trash." His outburst was so disgraceful that even Lu Haoran frowned. Lu Hao, however, was furious. With a roaring shout that seemed to shake the very air, he bellowed, "Lu Tiangang, what do you think you're doing?" This was the very roar that earned him the moniker Steel Tiger. Lu Tiangang clamped his mouth shut reluctantly, veins bulging on his forehead. Lu Haoran silently surveyed the crowd, taking in every reaction. Lu Tianggang's fiery anger, Lu Ming's ashen face, and the jealousy or astonishment etched on the faces of the other clan members. All of it left him deeply disappointed. Is this the younger generation of the Lu family? Lu Haoran gazed at the scene before him, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. The young family members present were all visibly agitated, except for Lu Fan, who remained calm and composed, showing neither joy nor anger, a rare display of poise and dignity. This prompted Lu Haoran to reassess his grandson. If Lu Fan's strength and talent could advance further, he might truly become a suitable candidate for the 3rd-generation successor. "No one can deceive the Blackstone, not even those from the Martial Arts Academy," Lu Haoran said in a deep voice. "Do you think Lu Fan could? Watch your words. You are all members of the Lu family, and so is Lu Fan." These words were final, leaving no room for argument. Even the typically domineering Lu Tiangang had no choice but to bow respectfully to the family head in acknowledgement. "Lu Tiangang, since you don't believe it," Lu Haoran's sharp gaze locked onto him, "very well. You can use your annual challenge opportunity to face Lu Fan. If you win, there will be no reward. If you lose, you will guard the forestlands in Pingshan County for a year. How about that?" Such an obviously disadvantageous wager would never have been accepted by Lu Tiangang under normal circumstances. But in his fury, he agreed without hesitation. "Family head, I accept. I want to challenge Lu Fan right now." From the stands, Lu Tiangong's father looked visibly anxious, but under Lu Haoran's icy glare, he quickly fell silent. Good, Lu Haoran said, taking his seat. Consider this the opening match for the family competition. Lu Tiangang stormed onto the field, angrily tearing off his outer robe. Lu Fan followed calmly, his gaze steady as he faced his opponent. Lu Fan, Lu Tiangang growled through clenched teeth. I told you I'd make you kneel and beg for mercy. Today, I'll expose you for the worthless fraud you are. Are you done talking? Lu Fan replied coolly. The remark completely enraged Lu Tiangang. With a furious roar, he charged at Lu Fan, launching a powerful fist aimed at his face. Lu Fan effortlessly sidestepped the attack. Lu Tiangong's left fist followed immediately, but Lu Fan caught it firmly, sending a surge of force that pushed him several steps back. From the stands, Lu Hao watched with delight. It was an undeniable display of overwhelming strength. Yet Lu Tiangang refused to admit defeat. He stared at Lu Fan in disbelief, stomped the ground heavily, and launched himself forward like an arrow, initiating another fierce assault. Chongzhen fist. Lu Tiangang roared, channeling all his strength into his right fist. This was a secret technique passed down by his father, a military skill far more powerful than ordinary martial arts. But at that moment, an unprecedented fear gripped Lu Tiangang. Instead of retreating in the face of his ferocious attack, Lu Fan countered with his own technique, mountain-shattering fist. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was unmistakable. Lu Fan's fist, as if forged from solid steel, shattered Lu Tiangong's arm in an instant. The latter was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily onto the ground. The overwhelming power, far beyond what someone at the 6th level of body refinement should possess, left everyone present gasping in shock. Even Lu Ming, who had reached the 8th level of body refinement, involuntarily stood up. Though his cultivation was far superior to Lu Fan's, he couldn't suppress a sense of threat from that thunderous punch. If that strike had landed on him, he might not have fared much better. Impressive, Lu Haoran suddenly exclaimed, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Such a formidable and unyielding punch could only be achieved through relentless, unimaginable effort. This was no mere fluke. Lu Tiangang struggled to his feet, but his world had already crumbled. The Lu Fan he once regarded as insignificant now towered over him like a deity. Jealousy, regret, and fear swirled within him, while the pitying gazes of those around him only deepened his humiliation. He wanted to keep fighting, but his legs could no longer support him. Lu Fan approached calmly and asked, "Do you still want to fight?" Lu Tiangang stared blankly at Lu Fan, ultimately losing all will to continue. He collapsed to the ground in defeat. His loss struck like a hammer blow to the hearts of those who had once mocked Lu Fan. Lu Fan scanned the crowd, his voice calm yet commanding. "Does anyone else want to challenge me?" His words carried an invisible pressure, and none of the Lu family disciples dared meet his gaze. One by one, they lowered their heads. Finally, Lu Ming could no longer hold back and was about to step forward, but Lu Feng stopped him with a stern shout. "Lu Ming, stand down." Lu Feng had seen that Lu Fan hadn't even used his full strength earlier. Recklessly challenging him would be both improper and risk leaving a poor impression on the family elder. Lu Haoran spoke at the right moment. "Lu Ming, step back. This isn't your fight today. Lu Fan, you may leave now." "You've done very well." Both men bowed in acknowledgement. Lu Ming retreated to his seat, fuming, while Lu Fan calmly took some food and wine before leaving the gathering. Though he departed alone as he had in previous years, this time, his departing figure left an indelible mark on everyone present. Turning to Lu Hao, Lu Haoran smiled and remarked, "Lu Hao, you've raised a fine son." Lu Hao burst into hearty laughter, shedding the gloom of over a decade in an instant. The sound of firecrackers bid farewell to the old year, while laughter and joy welcomed the new one. Lu Fan carried a fragrant assortment of food and wine, weaving through the bustling alleys before stepping out of the Lu family's gate and heading toward Old Wu's shop. The streets were adorned with festive decorations, brimming with the spirit of celebration. This was the first time he had felt such happiness during the new year. Passing by a group of children playing, he casually handed out some treats, earning a chorus of cheerful giggles. From a distance, he spotted Old Wu leaning against the shop's doorframe, his face slightly flushed, evidently from having had a fair share of drinks already. When Old Wu saw Lu Fan approaching, his weathered face broke into a warm smile. "Old Wu, today I brought you a taste of the Lu family's finest food and wine," Lu Fan said, lifting the food box in his hand. "It's rare to see you in such high spirits," Old Wu replied, taking the food and wine as they both sat down inside the shop. "By the way, how about that jar of wine from last time? Bring it out too," Lu Fan suggested. A flicker of something unreadable flashed in Old Wu's eyes, but instead of responding directly, he asked, "Lu Fan, you shouldn't need to leave anymore, right? How's your strength now? Are you at the 5th or 6th level of body refinement?" The unexpected question made Lu Fan's heart skip a beat. Although he had long suspected Old Wu was no ordinary man, Hearing these words still caught him off guard. Old Wu, have you been helping me all along? Lu Fan asked. Old Wu pointed to Lu Fan's chest. No, it's you who have been helping yourself. I only gave you an opportunity. As he spoke, he waved his hand casually, and a wine jar from beneath the counter floated into the air and landed steadily on the table. This ability to manipulate objects from a distance left Lu Fan wide-eyed in astonishment. He had never imagined that Old Wu, whom he had known for years, had such hidden abilities. Don't look so shocked. I'm not a martial artist, Old Wu said with a chuckle. I'm just a down-and-out chi refiner. Those 3 words struck Lu Fan harder than the identity of a martial artist. Even the most unremarkable chi refiner held a status far above martial artists who had mastered inner strength. Why did you give me this chance? Lu Fan finally managed to steady himself and asked. Old Wu took a swig of wine, his gaze turning distant. Because you deserved it. Do you remember the first time you came to my shop? Back then, you were so frail you looked like a blade of grass, grieving the loss of your mother. You desperately bought a jar of wine. Even though just one sip made you choke and cough, you stubbornly finished the whole jar. The next day, you staggered your way to practice martial arts, enduring ridicule without giving up. Do you remember what I asked you back then? Old Wu continued. Lu Fan frowned. What did you ask? Seems you've forgotten, Old Wu said with a smile. I asked, given your condition, you probably wouldn't live more than 2 years. Why would you still practice martial arts? And you said, even if I die tomorrow, I'll keep practicing. Because only through martial arts can I grow stronger, and only then does life have meaning. Lu Fan fell silent. Those words remained the conviction that had driven him to this very day. Old Wu pointed at Lu Fan's nose, a look of approval spreading across his face. It's hard to imagine such determination in a child of 11 or 12. Just because of what you said, I believe you deserve a chance. From now on, every time you visit, I'll let you drink some of my specially brewed wine. It will gradually strengthen your body until this jar of wine completely transforms you. Hearing this, Lu Fan was struck as if by lightning. It turned out that his once frail health had steadily improved over the years because of the special wine Old Wu had been giving him. No wonder his martial arts training had progressed so smoothly after drinking from this jarret, was because he had already undergone a profound transformation. Old Wu pushed the wine jar toward Lu Fan. The dark green liquid emitted a rich, enticing aroma. Lu Fan raised the jar and took a deep gulp. Instantly, he felt a fiery heat surging through his body. The surge in strength was even more pronounced than what he had experienced from taking the chi condensing pill. Just one mouthful of this potent wine had brought a significant boost to his power. Realizing the wine's value far surpassed the chi condensing pills his father had given him, Lu Fan immediately stood up, stepped out from behind the table, and knelt on one knee before Old Wu. I will never forget your life-changing kindness, not even in death. Get up, Old Wu said with a smile, waving his hand. A gentle force lifted Lu Fan effortlessly to his feet. I've lived most of my life, and I can't stand all this formality. This casual display of power revealed the extraordinary abilities of a chi refiner, leaving Lu Fan completely unable to resist. Old Wu fixed his gaze on Lu Fan, his expression turning serious. Lu Fan, are you willing to become my disciple? Yes, of course I am. Lu Fan replied without hesitation and immediately knelt on both knees. Master, I pay my respects to you as my teacher. He bowed 9 times, his forehead hitting the ground with a resounding thud each time. Good, 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 Old Wu exclaimed in delight, standing up straight. At that moment, the slightly hunched old man straightened his back, his eyes flashing with brilliance, exuding an aura of unrivaled dominance. He placed his hand solemnly on Lu Fan's head and declared, the path of all living beings leads to the boundless heavens. Today, I, Wu Chun, take Lu Fan as my disciple, vowing to impart all my knowledge to him and make this life worthwhile. Wu Chun then helped Lu Fan to his feet and took a ring engraved with the words 9 heavens from his pocket. This is the 9 heavens sect's master's ring. I'm passing it on to you now. Lu Fan was stunned. Master, you're giving me the master's ring? Yes, Wu Chun replied, continuing to enjoy his food and drink. Is there a problem? The 9 heavens sect currently consists of just the 2 of us. If you're not the master, then I am. Oh, and by the way, this ring is also a spiritual artifact. It can store items. Hearing this, Lu Fan was speechless. He hadn't expected this to be the so-called 9 heavens sect. Though the decision to become a disciple felt a bit hasty, the storage ring made it worthwhile. Master, does this mean you'll start teaching me chi refinement from today? Do you want to abandon martial arts and switch to chi refinement? Wu Chun asked. Is there a difference? They're both about becoming stronger, Lu Fan replied. Wu Chun shook his head. The difference is significant. For now, continue with your martial arts training. Seeing Lu Fan's confusion, he added, I'm going to teach you something special. Lu Fan, Do you want to become the first person in history to master both martial arts and chi refinement? Lu Fan was taken aback, staring at Wu Chun, whose eyes glimmered with an unsettling intensity. Combining internal chi with external martial strength, mastering both disciplines you'll be invincible. Master, are you serious? Lu Fan asked. Of course. This has been my life's work. Though I haven't succeeded, I believe I can achieve it through you. The wine I've given you all these years wasn't just for healing, it was infused with alchemical pills I crafted as a chi refiner. Lu Fan swallowed hard. He felt as though he had boarded a pirate ship, but then again, all his achievements so far were thanks to Wu Chun. Why not take a leap of faith and go along with his master's plan? At worst, if he failed, he could always start over. All right, master. Whatever you say, I'll do. What's the first step? The first step? Wu Chun chuckled. Join me for a good drink and celebrate the new year properly. The master and disciple raised their wine jars, drinking heartily. Their laughter echoed through the heavens, carried away by the wind. The next morning, the Lu family's small courtyard was bustling with activity. Craftsmen were coming and going, moving various building materials and furniture. Lu Fan stood in the yard, his brows slightly furrowed as he observed the scene. Lu Fan, do you prefer rosewood furniture or Wang Wali? Lu Hao asked with a cheerful smile as he stood nearby. My old place was fine as it was, Lu Fan replied calmly. Lu Hao shook his head repeatedly. No, that won't do. Your living conditions were too modest. In the past, father couldn't provide for you, but now that grandfather has ordered an elevation of your status, your courtyard must reflect the dignity of a young master from a prestigious family. He paused before continuing. Originally, grandfather suggested you move to the bamboo grove at the back, but I thought this place where you grew up would suit you better. It's better to stay somewhere familiar. Well, just expand the courtyard, replace the furniture, and renovate the house. For the next few days, stay with grandfather, keep him company in the evenings, and learn as much as you can. Once the renovations are done, you can move back. The meaning behind Lu Hao's words was clear. Grandfather Lu Haoran had recognized Lu Fan's potential and intended to personally mentor him for a while. Last night's test had clearly left a strong impression on the old man. All right, father. I'll head over tonight, Lu Fan replied. Before leaving, Lu Hao handed Lu Fan a small pouch. Upon opening it, Lu Fan found over a dozen gold coins inside. He chuckled softly as he accepted it. The sum in the pouch exceeded all his savings from the past 10 years. Since he couldn't train at home for the time being, Lu Fan decided to visit his master, Wu Chun. Although the two had been thoroughly drunk the previous night, Wu Chun had confidently assured him that with hard work, Lu Fan could master both internal strength and vitality within a year, laying the foundation for dual cultivation. As Lu Fan passed by the training grounds, he spotted Lu Ming and Zhang Yuehan. The young woman, who had just returned after the new year, looked at him with a peculiar expression, clearly having heard about his astonishing performance last night. Lu Ming, on the other hand, glared at him with hostility. Ignoring them both, Lu Fan continued walking toward the main gate. Lu Fan, stop right there, Lu Ming suddenly shouted. As he walked through the inner courtyard of the Lu family, Lu Fan noticed that his old title of Waste had been entirely replaced by the new nickname Prodigy. A 3-level advancement in a month was truly extraordinary. Lu Fan welcomed the new moniker and even hoped to be seen as more of a prodigy, so he could achieve his childhood dream of getting into the martial arts academy as soon as possible. Lu Fan stopped in his tracks and turned to face Lu Ming. Under the sunlight, Lu Ming's face was clearly etched with anger. You injured my brother. Lu Tiangang still can't move his arm, Lu Ming said coldly, his tone brimming with hostility. Lu Fan frowned. Lu Ming's tone made it seem as though they weren't brothers from the same family. Little did he realize that by blood, Lu Fan was closer to him than Lu Tiangang. So, what do you want? Nothing for now, Lu Ming scoffed. I'm about to head to the academy and don't have time to deal with you. But in 3 months, during the West Mountain Hunt of the Jianglan City families, they'll be back. Then we'll have a proper fight, and he'll see if you've really stopped being a useless nobody. Lu Fan felt no interest in such a crude provocation. However, during the West Mountain Hunt, family rules wouldn't apply. If Lu Ming chose to make a move then, he wouldn't be able to avoid it. Do as you please. Whatever you want, he replied indifferently. He turned and walked away. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and muttered, if it weren't for father holding me back, I would have taught him a lesson last night. Does he really think reaching the 6th level makes him invincible? Beside him, Zhang Yuehan remained silent. From beginning to end, her gaze was fixed on Lu Fan's eyes, only to find that he truly didn't wish to look at her even once. Yuehan, what's wrong? Lu Ming noticed her distraction. Nothing. Zhang Yuehan shook her head. Can you tell me exactly what happened last night? How did he suddenly become so strong? Who knows how he got so strong all of a sudden? Lu Ming growled through clenched teeth. Meanwhile, Lu Fan had arrived at Wu Chen's shop. As soon as Wu Chen saw him enter, he promptly closed the door. Come inside. Passing through the storefront, A spacious courtyard came into view. Along the walls were neatly arranged wine jars, and at the far end stood a small room built against the wall, likely Wu Qin's living quarters. In the center of the courtyard stood an enormous three-legged cauldron, jet black and imposing, with 8 dragon-shaped spouts exuding a majestic aura. From today onward, you'll train here, Wu Qin said, pointing at the cauldron. Master, do I train in the courtyard or inside the cauldron? Lu Fan asked hesitantly. Inside the cauldron. The first step for a qi refiner is to temper the body. If you can't pass this stage, you can forget about cultivating qi for the rest of your life. Lu Fan's eyelid twitched. Just hearing the phrase temper the body was intimidating enough. Was he really going to be refined like an elixir? Standing next to the cauldron, Wu Qin instructed, take off your clothes and get in. Let's see how long you can endure on your first day. With your talent, becoming a qi refiner won't be easy. Even though I've already helped you cleanse your meridians and reshape your body, there's still a gap. This first stage of body refinement is critical, so you must persevere as much as possible. Wu Qin's words reminded Lu Fan of something legend had it that qi refiners required extraordinary talent, making it almost impossible for ordinary people to even begin. Master, what kind of talent is needed to become a qi refiner? He asked. One must naturally resonate with the elements of heaven and earth and possess abundant primal yang or yin energy. For instance, people born with the ability to control water and fire, those unafraid of lightning, or those who can manipulate the wind. Lu Fan was dumbfounded. Compared to such individuals, he seemed utterly ordinary and unremarkable. Master, is there still a chance for me to become a qi practitioner? Lu Fan looked at Wu Qin, his eyes filled with a hint of confusion. I'm so ordinary, so unremarkable. Wu Qin chuckled softly, his expression brimming with confidence. Other qi practitioners might not accept a disciple like you, but I can, he said with a serious tone. In the beginning, I too had poor talent. It was only through relentless effort that I climbed to the peak. Remember, on the path of cultivation, there is no substitute for hard work. If you lack other talents, then let effort be your talent. His gaze burned with intensity as he looked at Lu Fan. In this world, there are many with natural gifts, but those who are truly dedicated and never give up are as rare as phoenix feathers. Be the one who forges ahead with courage, not the one who grows complacent with small achievements. Yes, master, Lu Fan replied solemnly. All right, get in quickly, Wu Qin said, motioning with his hand. Lu Fan removed his shirt and stepped into the massive cauldron, large enough to hold over a dozen people. In an instant, the inner walls of the cauldron lit up, and blazing flame-like characters surged toward Lu Fan. The violet flames engulfed him in a flash. Standing outside the cauldron, Wu Qin clenched his left fist against his right palm, controlling the flames. The air in the courtyard swirled violently, the wind fueling the fire, and the violet flames soared high. This violet heart heavenly fire was his signature technique capable of burning an enemy's essence or tempering a disciple's body. The key lay in precise control of the fire. Inside the cauldron, Lu Fan was in unbearable pain. The agony far surpassed his earlier experience training the mountain-crushing fist on West Mountain. The searing sensation, burning down to his very bones, made him want to escape, but his master's words echoed in his ears. Gritting his teeth, he endured. Through inner vision, he could see his meridians and bones being continually strengthened. Time passed. 1 incense stick, 2 incense sticks, then half an hour yet Lu Fan still did not emerge. Even Wu Qin was surprised. If not for the heavy breathing he could hear from within the cauldron, he might have thought his disciple had fainted. 2 hours later, the violet heart heavenly fire finally burned out. Lu Fan leaped out of the cauldron, his entire body flushed red, letting out a thunderous roar. He punched the ground with a fist that carried violet flames. With a deafening crash, a deep pit was left in the ground, and the violet flames burned briefly before vanishing without a trace. Wu Qin's pupils contracted sharply. He had never expected that a single body refinement session would bring him such a surprise. As the fiery glow enveloping Lu Fan's body gradually faded, Lu Fan collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Master, that flame really hurt. How long did I last? He asked. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Wu Qin replied with a calm facade, 2 hours. Not bad, better than I had anticipated. Lu Fan responded softly, but he couldn't quite grasp the standard behind his master's phrase, better than I had anticipated. Wu Qin stepped forward, placing a hand on Lu Fan's shoulder. A soft white light emanated from his palm and poured into Lu Fan's body in an instant. Lu Fan felt the exhaustion that had overtaken him vanish in a flash, marveling inwardly at the mystical methods of a qi refiner. Throw another punch for me, Wu Qin instructed. Use your full strength aim for the cauldron. Lu Fan stood up and approached the cauldron, hesitating for a moment before asking, Master, if I accidentally break your cauldron, you won't blame me, will you? Wu Qin chuckled. If you can break it, I'll call you master and become your disciple. Now, punch it with all your strength. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan clenched his fists and struck the bronze cauldron with all his might. Mountain-crushing fist. At that moment, he felt a surge of energy from his dantian, which materialized into flames around his fists. With a loud clang, the cauldron remained completely unmoved, but a tremendous recoil sent Lu Fan flying backward. Wu Chun observed everything intently, his sharp eyes capturing every detail. Two occurrences of flame manifestation. This was no coincidence. Lu Fan, I must admit, your talent surpasses my expectations, he said. Really? Master, what was that flame on my fists just now? Lu Fan asked, rubbing his sore body. That, Wu Chun replied with a smile, is what I mean by talent. From this moment on, you qualify to become a chi refiner. However, the wisp of energy within you is far from true vital energy. He handed Lu Fan a list of medicinal ingredients. Starting tomorrow, you'll train your body in the cauldron daily and learn the basics of alchemy from me. First, gather all these ingredients. Looking at the densely packed names on the list, Lu Fan couldn't help but feel overwhelmed, especially when he noticed that several pounds of lantern grass were required. He sighed, troubled by his lack of funds. Should I buy them now? But I don't have enough money. Don't look at me. I don't have money either, Wu Chun said with a laugh. Figure it out yourself. If you want to learn alchemy, you'll need to gather everything on that list. Be here at this time tomorrow. As Wu Chun watched Lu Fan leave, he stood in the courtyard, lost in thought. The training plan he had originally devised for Lu Fan would clearly need some adjustments. This disciple's potential far exceeded his expectations. Limping slightly, he returned to his room and pulled an old, dust-covered book from the corner of a table. Gently brushing off the dust, he revealed the title inscribed on the cover, Limitless Spirit Refinement. On the bustling street, Lu Fan hurriedly bit into the bun in his hand while rushing between various stalls and pharmacies. He meticulously compared prices and bargained repeatedly, but after an entire day of effort, he had only managed to purchase half of the medicinal ingredients he needed, leaving his wallet completely empty. Looking at the remaining half of his unfulfilled shopping list, Lu Fan had no choice but to head home for now. He considered whether to ask his father for money, but quickly hesitated. If his father were to question the purpose, Lu Fan wouldn't be able to explain. For now, he didn't want to reveal that he had already taken a master and was on the path to becoming a chi refiner. This wasn't just due to his naturally low-key personality, but also because he couldn't predict how his father would react to the news. Rather than risking a lengthy explanation only to be met with distrust, he chose to remain silent for the time being. By the time Lu Fan arrived at his doorstep, night had fallen. A guard hurriedly approached him, saying, "Young Master Lu Fan, the old master has been waiting for you in the back courtyard for quite some time." The guard's face was plastered with a flattering smile. "Young master, your performance last night was truly impressive. I always knew you were destined for greatness." Lu Fan chuckled lightly. "Oh, really? Then why, a month ago, when I collapsed at the doorstep, did no one bother to help me up? Don't tell me you weren't on duty that day." The guard's smile froze awkwardly. Lu Fan didn't press the matter further. He had no intention of abusing his newfound strength to bully others, unlike Lu Ming. Calmly, he said, "Got it," and made his way to the back courtyard. Behind him, the guard wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling a mix of relief at Lu Fan's magnanimity and regret for having once underestimated him like everyone else. In the lakeside pavilion of the Lu family's back courtyard, Lu Haoran was practicing his martial arts. Though his every movement appeared slow, they carried an aura of restrained power. As a master at the 9th level of inner strength, his abilities far surpassed those of Lu Fan, who was still in the body refinement stage. "Your grandson, Lu Fan, greets you, grandfather," Lu Fan said respectfully from a distance. "Come closer," Lu Haoran replied in a calm voice. Lu Fan quickly stepped into the pavilion and stood respectfully to the side. Even with his current cultivation level, he could sense the immense power contained within his grandfather's seemingly slow movements. "Lu Fan, come, spar with me for a few moves," Lu Haoran said, finishing his routine. "Yes, grandfather. Strike at me with all your strength." Adjusting his stance, Lu Fan assumed an attacking posture, and his entire demeanor shifted dramatically. Lu Haoran nodded to himself, clearly satisfied with his grandson's performance. With a loud shout, Lu Fan charged forward, his fist aiming directly at Lu Haoran's chest. He held nothing back, knowing full well that with his current strength, he couldn't possibly harm his grandfather. Before his fist even touched Lu Haoran's robe, it was stopped an inch away by an invisible flow of energy. The air rippled visibly, and a flicker of surprise flashed in Lu Haoran's eyes. This young man's punch was strong enough to disturb his protective chi, creating visible waves. "Again," Lu Haoran commanded firmly. Lu Fan immediately unleashed his mountain-crushing fist, his punches now far more powerful than when he had faced Lu Tiangang earlier. The force of his strikes surged forward, causing the air in front of Lu Haoran to ripple violently, almost like water. This blow was already comparable to a casual strike from a martial artist who had mastered qi, a feat even Lu Ming might struggle to replicate with such raw force. Just as Lu Haoran thought he had seen the extent of Lu Fan's abilities, a small flame suddenly ignited on Lu Fan's fist. Though faint, the flame was enough to shock Lu Haoran. At the same time, Lu Fan felt his dantian completely drained, the thin thread of energy within him entirely depleted. With a gentle wave of his arm, Lu Haoran sent a powerful force that pushed Lu Fan back 3 steps. A look of delight lit up the elder's face, as though he had just discovered a rare treasure. That punch just now, what was that? How did you produce fire? I'm not sure. Lu Fan scratched his head, replying honestly. It just happens when I exert too much force. I only noticed it recently. Good, good, excellent. Lu Haoran exclaimed with excitement. The heavens have truly blessed our Lu family by sending us such a genius. Seeing the confusion on Lu Fan's face, Lu Haoran explained. Do you know what it means to generate fire with your punches? It means you have the potential to perfectly cultivate our Lu family's flaming golden body technique. For generations, no one has ever fully mastered it. But with you, the Lu family will surely rise to greatness once more. After calming his emotions, Lu Haoran turned and said, Follow me to the library pavilion. Lu Fan, it's my fault for not realizing sooner that you are the true genius of our Lu family. From now on, I will dedicate myself to nurturing you. Whatever you need, I will provide. For now, let me teach you the flaming golden body technique. Lu Fan froze for a moment, then excitement bubbled up within him. The flaming golden body technique had been his dream since childhood, and judging by his grandfather's attitude now, asking for some money in the future probably wouldn't be an issue either. The Lu family's library attic was still brightly lit. Lu Haoran, like a gust of wind, rushed into the attic with Lu Fan in tow, and the door swung open with a loud creak. Uncle Sun, quickly, bring out the fiery golden body technique. Lu Haoran's voice echoed through the attic. By the door, Elder Sun slowly closed the book in his hands, his brows furrowing slightly. So noisy. At your age, you still lack composure. Who among the younger generation is even qualified to train in the fiery golden body technique? Lifting his gaze, Elder Sun caught sight of Lu Fan, and his expression shifted to one of surprise. Lu Fan? Didn't you just start practicing martial arts techniques not long ago? It's only been a year. How could you already be ready to train in the fiery golden body technique? He turned to Lu Haoran, his eyes filled with doubt. Lu Haoran remained composed, a faint smile playing on his lips. Uncle Sun, it's true that a month ago Lu Fan was only at the 3rd stage of body refinement. But in this past month, his progress has been extraordinary. He's now reached the 6th stage. Is that so? Elder Sun's brows knitted tighter. Even with such rapid progress, the 6th stage of body refinement is still far from qualified to train in the fiery golden body technique. Lu Fan, show Elder Sun what you're capable of. Let him witness the genius of our Lu family, Lu Haoran said with a confident smile. Lu Fan felt a wave of anxiety. The crucial energy within him had already been depleted, and it seemed that the flames were born from that very energy. However, since Lu Haoran had spoken, he had no choice but to step forward. Walking to the black stone outside the door, Lu Fan closed his eyes and focused his mind. Elder Sun and Lu Haoran stood at the doorway, watching closely. Time ticked by, yet Lu Fan made no move. Is he planning to stand there all night? Standing still might be impressive, but it doesn't mean he's ready to train in the fiery golden body technique, Elder Sun quipped. Lu Haoran shot him a glance. Just watch, Uncle Sun. You won't be disappointed. Finally, after a long moment, Lu Fan felt a faint surge of energy rising within him. He suddenly threw a punch. The wind from his fist roared, and all his strength concentrated at a single point. As a bright light burst forth, Elder Sun's gaze locked onto Lu Fan's fist. In an instant, Lu Fan felt the energy within him surge outward, and his fist was engulfed in flames. Elder Sun's eyes widened in shock, and he rushed forward, grabbing Lu Fan's fiery fist. The flames burned his hand, but he seemed utterly unfazed. Primal fire. It's truly primal fire. The heavens have blessed our Lu family with a peerless talent, Elder Sun exclaimed, overcome with excitement, refusing to let go of Lu Fan's hand. Lu Haoran stepped forward. Uncle Sun, it's time to bring out the fiery golden body technique. I can't wait to see Lu Fan master it. Without hesitation, Elder Sun retrieved an ancient, well-preserved book from his robes. The title Fiery Golden Body stood prominently on the cover. As Lu Fan took the book, his heart raced. Lu Fan, this is the spiritual martial technique of our Lu family, the fiery golden body, Elder Sun said, his eyes shining with pride, a broad smile on his face. The book cannot leave the library, but you have one night to memorize its contents. If you have questions in the future, you're always welcome to come and ask. Elder Sun spoke up before Lu Haoran could say anything. Lu Haoran chose to remain silent, as Elder Sun's cultivation was far superior, and having Lu Fan study under him was undoubtedly a great fortune. Lu Fan respectfully bowed and immediately sat cross-legged on the ground to begin reciting. The book wasn't particularly thick, and one night was more than enough time to memorize it. He immersed himself completely in the task, while Lu Haoran and Elder Sun turned and entered the library tower. Elder Sun, acting unusually, retrieved a small jar of wine and 2 bowls from a corner of the tower. Lu Haoran couldn't help but laugh when he saw this and watched as Elder Sun filled the bowls with wine. The 2 elders sat inside, raising their cups to toast and celebrate this extraordinary night, while outside, Lu Fan focused intently on his recitation. The next morning, feeling refreshed and energized, Lu Fan arrived at Wu Chen's shop. His efforts the previous night had not left him tired. Instead, they filled him with determination. "Master, I'm here," he announced. "Did you gather everything?" Wu Chen asked with a smile. Lu Fan shook the ring on his finger confidently and replied, "I've got it all, no problem at all. I was short at first, but after performing well last night, not only did I gain our family's secret techniques, but I also earned quite a bit of money." "Earned a lot, have you?" Wu Chen raised an eyebrow. "Enough to buy these herbs several times over? You'll need to buy plenty more herbs in the future." "More?" Lu Fan was taken aback. "Of course. Without herbs, how can you refine medicine? And without refining medicine, how can you become an alchemist?" "This batch is just the first of many," Wu Chen explained. Lu Fan touched the small pile of gold coins in his pocket and felt a headache coming on. He had thought this amount was substantial, but it seemed it would only be enough for one more batch of herbs. Judging by his master's words, learning alchemy would require far more than just 2 batches. As they walked to the shop's backyard, Wu Chen reassured him, "Don't worry too much. As long as you learn to refine one type of medicine before this batch runs out, you can solve the money problem by selling what you make." A realization dawned on Lu Fan. How could he have forgotten that alchemists were never short of money? Even a single refined pill could be worth a fortune, enough to purchase several apothecaries. "Master, what will we be learning to refine today?" he asked. "Body tempering powder," Wu Chun replied. "Doesn't sound like a pill," Lu Fan remarked, frowning slightly. "That's because it isn't. To refine pills, you need to be an alchemist with spiritual energy. Now, lay out all the herbs you've brought," Wu Chen instructed. Following the instruction, Lu Fan carefully arranged the dozen or so herbs from his ring. Wu Chun inspected the quality of the herbs and nodded in approval. "The herbs you bought are quite decent." Picking up a portion, he continued, "I'll demonstrate how to make part of the body tempering powder. Watch closely, because it'll be your turn next." Wu Chun began by rubbing a handful of lantern grass in his hands. A white smoke rose as the herb turned to powder, but instead of dispersing, the powder hovered in front of him. He repeated the process with the other herbs, rapidly reducing them to fine powders of varying colors. With a wave of his hand, he combined the powders into a single pile, maintaining distinct layers. "Remember the order and quantity of the powders," Wu Chun said as he demonstrated. "Even the slightest mistake can have the effectiveness of the body tempering powder." As he spoke, he flicked his fingers, summoning a stream of clear water from an unknown source and pouring it into the powder. The powder in the clear water swirled and mixed like a vortex. Wu Chen flicked his fingers, and a violet flame rose up. The fire burned for a moment, and the potion gradually turned into a thick, red-black liquid, exuding a tempting fragrance. With a casual wave, he summoned a wine jar and poured the liquid into it. "This is body tempering elixir," Wu Chen explained. "For someone like you, a body refinement cultivator, it's perfect. It'll help you cultivate inner strength at the fastest pace. 1 sip a day, and this batch will last you 1 or 2 months. As for the remaining ingredients, you can prepare more on your own." Hearing that it could speed up his cultivation, Lu Fan didn't hesitate to lift the jar and take a big gulp. The liquid was tasteless, but the moment it entered his stomach, a surge of violent energy swept through his entire body. Immediately after, an unbearable itching sensation spread from every inch of his being, more tormenting than any pain he had experienced. Seeing Lu Fan's discomfort, Wu Chun smiled and reminded him, "I forgot to mention, the body tempering elixir is designed to transform your body rapidly, and itching is the most obvious reaction. Whatever you do, don't scratch, or you'll tear your skin apart." Lu Fan, who was about to scratch himself, froze on the spot after hearing this. "Master, am I supposed to endure this itching while preparing the ingredients?" "Exactly," Wu Chen nodded. "Without a bit of suffering, how will you develop a deep impression of refining medicine? More importantly, I'm training you to master both martial arts and chi cultivation. As the first person in history to cultivate 2 distinct powers simultaneously, you must learn to multitask. Stop complaining and start refining. Once you successfully create your first batch of top-grade body tempering elixir in this state, I'll teach you the art of chi cultivation." Lu Fan gritted his teeth and held on. At this moment, he would rather endure excruciating pain than this maddening itch. He picked up the ingredients and began kneading them. However, after just a few moments, the itching sensation intensified, as if countless ants were gnawing at his bones. Unable to bear it, he let out a loud cry and began throwing punches in frustration. Wu Chen watched calmly and even encouraged him. If it's too much, you can practice your martial techniques. Didn't you say you inherited a family martial art last night? Now's the perfect time to hone it. Hearing this, Lu Fan immediately recalled the training method for the blazing gold body technique. He steadied his stance, adjusted his breathing, and forced himself to calm down. This was the first step in cultivating the blazing gold body, harmonizing with the heavens and using the world as a furnace to forge oneself. As a spiritual martial technique, it required insight, talent, and effort in equal measure, setting it apart from ordinary martial arts. Wu Chen observed Lu Fan's progress with a faint smile. He strolled back to his room, retrieved a rocking chair, and sat down. What he hadn't told Lu Fan was that the body-tempering elixir was typically consumed in drops. A few drops caused mild itching, which was manageable and even pleasant. Drinking as much as Lu Fan had in one go would be considered suicidal by most. Of course, if he could endure it, the benefits would be extraordinary. This was precisely Wu Chen's intention. He had deliberately made a large batch and stored it in a wine jar to tempt Lu Fan into drinking more. Wu Chen couldn't help but chuckle to himself, imagining how furious Lu Fan would be when he eventually learned the truth. Over the next month, Lu Fan focused entirely on cultivation, rarely stepping out of his home. On this particular day, he was practicing in the small courtyard behind the shop. As he followed the rhythm of his breathing, his body emitted a faint red glow, a clear sign of progress in mastering the fiery gold body technique. Achieving this level of success in just a month would surely astonish both Lu Haoren and Elder Sun if they were present. Lu Fan's hands moved swiftly, skillfully combining ingredients to produce a drop of red-black liquid. With a flick of his left hand, he summoned a small flame, carefully heating the liquid. After a month of intense training, the thread of energy within him had grown strong enough to sustain brief uses of fire manipulation. Once the liquid was refined, he cautiously poured it into a small vial and handed it to Wu Chen, who stood nearby. Master, please take a look at this bottle. How does it fare? Wu Chen accepted the vial, glanced at its contents, and nodded approvingly. Not bad. This bottle has reached an exceptional standard. After a month, you've finally mastered the art of crafting body-tempering powder. A smile of satisfaction spread across Lu Fan's face as he exhaled deeply in relief. How is your martial technique progressing? Wu Chen inquired. There's been noticeable improvement, Lu Fan replied. This body-tempering powder is truly remarkable. It has significantly accelerated my cultivation. I've now grasped the basics of the fiery gold body technique. Good. Wu Chen nodded. Though I'm not a martial artist, the principles of cultivation are universal. Pain always precedes growth. That is an unchanging truth. Lu Fan acknowledged his master's words and glanced around the courtyard. The entire area was speckled with traces of medicinal powder, and rows of small vials were neatly arranged, evidence of his month-long experiments. He gathered a few vials from the front row, storing them in his ring, and said, Master, these can be sold now. However, I've run out of medicinal ingredients and need to restock, but I'm out of money. Go ahead, Wu Chen replied, but remember to conceal your identity. In a small place like Jianglin City, even a low-level qi refiner's appearance could cause a commotion. If you want to avoid unnecessary attention, act with caution. Just as Lu Fan was about to leave, Wu Chen called out to him, Wait a moment, I have something for you. With a wave of his hand, Wu Chen summoned a flame that enveloped a small vial. The vial shattered, revealing the red-black liquid inside. The flame intensified, and the liquid quickly solidified. Wu Chen then grasped a dazzling strand of light from thin air and infused it into the flames. In an instant, the liquid began to shimmer with golden radiance, condensing into a pill that arced gracefully into Lu Fan's palm. This is the Aurora Body Tempering Pill, a top-grade first-tier elixir. Take it. Lu Fan watched in awe, captivated by the dazzling display of alchemy. Such mastery was undeniably the mark of a true expert. Without hesitation, he swallowed the pill. A refreshing wave of energy coursed through his body. The pill, as expected, proved to be the perfect medium for medicinal power. The itchiness that had plagued him for the past month vanished instantly, replaced by a soothing and invigorating coolness that left him marveling at its effects. Lu Fan could see the red glow on his body intensifying, spreading from his chest to his limbs. When the red glow covered his entire body, it marked the completion of the first stage of the blazing fire golden body technique. The medicinal power of the pill was swiftly absorbed by his body, significantly accelerating his already impressive cultivation speed. He gently moved his body, and the crisp sound of his joints echoed. This was a clear sign of advancement, indicating that he had stepped into the 7th level of the body refining realm, officially entering the advanced tier of this stage. Filled with excitement, Lu Fan threw a punch, and a scorching gust of wind roared forth. Ever since he began practicing the blazing fire golden body technique, his fists carried a burning force. Once he reached a minor mastery, a single punch could scorch a hole in his opponent. A satisfied smile appeared on Lu Fan's face. Advancing one level in a month was already astonishing. With 2 months left until the Shishan hunting event hosted by the influential families of Jianglin City, reaching another level by then would be nothing short of perfection. He respectfully bowed to Wu Chen. Wu Chen smiled and said, "Go sell those semi-finished products you made and earn some money. The next step involves learning the techniques of a qi refiner, which will require a lot of medicinal herbs." "Yes, master. I'll head out now," Lu Fan replied earnestly before turning to leave. Exiting the small shop, Lu Fan headed straight to the marketplace. Although the second batch of herbs had drained his savings, the few remaining silver coins were enough to buy a full body robe and a cold, iron mask. Once properly dressed, he made his way to the auction house. In Jianglin City, the Prosperity Auction House was undoubtedly the best place to sell body tempering powder at a good price. At the entrance, a guard stopped him. "Sir, the auction hasn't started yet. Please come back in the evening." Lowering his voice deliberately, Lu Fan replied, "I'm here to sell something." The guard's demeanor immediately changed, and he led Lu Fan to a side door of the auction house. Knocking lightly on the iron door, he called out, "Brother Shun, there's a guest here." The iron door opened, revealing a man with a warm smile. "Please come in, sir," the man, referred to as Brother Shun, said, gesturing invitingly. Inside was a well-furnished private room, with a food counter bearing the inscription Prosperity at its base. After the guard closed the door and left, Brother Shun and Lu Fan took their seats at a table. Shin Qiming, the appraiser of Prosperity Auction House, Shun introduced himself with a smile. "What would the guest like to sell? Please, let me take a look." As an appraiser, this role was typically held by experienced elders. Shun, who appeared to be in his early 20s, must have exceptional talent to hold such a position at his age. Lu Fan took out 2 bottles of body tempering powder he had recently refined. Although they weren't as high quality as the batch he made today, they were still quite close. Body tempering powder, Shun's eyes lit up, clearly familiar with this valuable aid for martial artists. "Let me see. This is good stuff." Shin Qiming carefully took the bottle, bringing it closer to examine the color of the liquid inside, while gently sniffing it. A rich medicinal aroma wafted to his nose, and the liquid shimmered with an enticing luster. "May I taste just a drop, dear guest?" he asked cautiously. "If it's acceptable, they'll gladly reimburse you for that single drop." Lu Fan gave a slight nod. Shun Qiming promptly retrieved a delicate cup and carefully poured a single drop of the liquid into it before tasting it. He closed his eyes, fully concentrating on the effects of the medicine. Moments later, Shin Qiming opened his eyes, his expression brimming with excitement. "Excellent. This is indeed authentic body refinement elixir. The potency is remarkable. This is unquestionably a top-tier product." Behind his iron mask, Lu Fan allowed a faint smile to emerge. What his master had only considered a mediocre body refinement elixir was, in this place, deemed a superior grade item. "Can it sell?" Lu Fan asked in a deliberately raspy voice, as though his throat were being constricted. "Of course, no problem at all. It can be auctioned off tonight, with a starting price of 500 gold coins. There's no doubt it'll spark a bidding frenzy," Shin Qiming confidently assured him. Lu Fan's heart stirred. 500 gold coins for just one bottle? That could easily amount to years of his pocket money. As expected, alchemists never seem to worry about money. "It's not just one bottle." Lu Fan paused briefly. "I have many more to sell." With that, he retrieved over 20 bottles of body refinement elixir from his storage ring and neatly arranged them across the table. The sight left Shin Qiming utterly stunned. "Sir, you're..." Shin Qiming began but quickly realized how foolish his question was. At that moment, a middle-aged woman with an elegant demeanor emerged from the inner room, breaking the awkward silence. "Please forgive my younger brother's lack of discretion, sir," she said warmly. "I hope you won't take offense." "Sister, why are you here?" Shin Qiming quickly stood up. "If I hadn't come, you might have offended this esteemed guest." The woman scolded him with a stern look before gracefully taking his seat. "Sir, we'll take all these elixirs. They'll be auctioned tonight with a starting price of 500 gold coins each. For this first collaboration, we'll only take a 5 commission. How does that sound?" 5% is indeed reasonable, Lu Fan nodded. "But some of these elixirs might not meet the 500 coin standard due to slight imperfections." "No matter," the woman replied with a soft smile. "It's settled then. My name is Shun Yun, and he'll prepare the paperwork for you." She promptly took out a document, detailing the items, starting price, and quantity. After stamping it with the seal of the Prosperity Auction House, she handed it to Lu Fan. "Come back tonight," Lu Fan said, tucking the document away before turning to leave. After seeing Lu Fan off, Shun Yun exhaled deeply. Shin Qiming leaned in and asked, "Sister, who in the entire Jianglin city could have such resources?" Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Xin Yun scolded in a low voice. Didn't you notice he's a distinguished alchemist? If we offend someone like him, our prosperity auction house could be in serious trouble. Go and post the announcements, tell everyone there's a major auction tonight. As Shin Qiming hurried off to carry out her orders, Shan Yun gazed at the table full of body refinement elixirs and murmured softly, "Tonight is going to be lively." Nightfall arrived quietly. In front of the grand auction house, the air buzzed with excitement. Carriages came and went in an endless stream. The auction announcement released earlier in the afternoon had caused a sensation, prompting nearly every prominent family in Jianglin City to send representatives. The crowd gathered at the entrance, eagerly discussing tonight's highlight, the quenching body elixir. This quenching body elixir was crafted by a chi refiner. It's almost as good as a true pill. Don't buy into the auction house's hype. I heard it's still a step down from actual pills. Then why is the turnout so massive tonight? Simple. While it might not match a real pill, its effects are undeniable, especially for body refinement stage martial artists. Most importantly, there are 20 bottles available this time. 20 bottles? That's enough to elevate an average martial artist to new heights, isn't it? Absolutely. Rumor has it that just a few drops can enhance a body refinement stage martial artist. Used strategically, it could nurture a whole generation of young warriors for a family. I must get my hands on a few bottles. Money is no object. Haha, I was thinking the same. Lu Fan stood at the entrance of the auction house, listening to the chatter, the corners of his lips curling into a faint smile. If these people knew he had been using premium-grade quenching body elixirs for his cultivation over the past month, they would probably be green with envy. In just a short while, he had already spotted members of the Imo family, the Zhang family, and even his own family entering the venue. Among them, he caught sight of his father, Lu Hao. Thankfully, with his face masked and his robe concealing his figure, no one recognized him. At that moment, a guard approached briskly. "Are you Mr. Iron Mask? Madam Shan Yun has instructed us that you are an esteemed guest. There's no need for you to wait in line. Please, follow me." Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Lu Fan followed the guard through the grand doors, up the stairs, and into an elegantly furnished private box. The guard retrieved a purple crystal card from his pocket. "This is your VIP card." Lu Fan accepted the card, delight flickering in his heart. He had seen such a card in his father's possession before. It was said to be issued only to key figures of prominent families. It seemed the auction house held him, the chi refiner, in high regard. If the day came when he could truly refine pills and become a certified chi refiner, these people might not even dare make eye contact with him. The disparity between people, he mused, could sometimes be even greater than that between humans and beasts. The private box was tastefully decorated, with mountain and water paintings adorning the walls. On a small table sat an assortment of fruits and fine wine. The spacious purple wisteria chair exuded a subtle warmth, providing comfort and calm while offering a perfect view of the auction floor below. As Lu Fan surveyed his surroundings, he noted that the Lu family and the Imo family naturally had their own boxes. To his surprise, the Zhang family, traditionally known as wealthy merchants, also secured a box, likely thanks to Zhang Yuehan's influence. As expected, the Martial Arts Academy's influence remains formidable. Just because Zhang Yuehan, a student of the academy, emerged from the Zhang family, their status in Jianglin City instantly soared to that of a first-tier family. This is a clear example of how rising tides lift all boats. While Lu Fan was observing others, the attention in the auction hall simultaneously turned toward the mysterious figure in the second-floor private box, wearing an iron mask. Being assigned to a private box was obviously no ordinary matter. The prominent families quickly began speculating, with most concluding that this person was likely the provider of the body refining powder. In no time, secret orders were issued among the families. This individual must be befriended, not offended. The auction hall was packed to capacity. Shun Yun, clad in a flowing purple robe, gracefully stepped onto the stage. She was the beautiful woman Lu Fan had encountered before. Her purple robe accentuated her perfect figure, and the slit at her thigh revealed just enough to tease. Every movement exuded allure. The wealthy merchants in the audience instantly had fiery gazes, and with just a slight smile from Shan Yun, they seemed utterly mesmerized. With such a host, even an ordinary stone could likely fetch a fortune at auction. Lu Fan leaned back on a wisteria chair, closing his eyes to cultivate his fiery gold body technique, making the most of his time. Once Shin Yun finished her opening remarks, the auction officially began. The first items were several weapons forged by Master Feng Xian, which fetched an impressive price of over 600 gold coins. However, they failed to pique Lu Fan's interest. Next came the auction of several desolate beast carcasses. This did catch Lu Fan's attention, as various parts of desolate beasts could be used as medicinal ingredients. Unfortunately, the beasts were of low grade, and the final bid only reached 400 gold coins. Someone in the audience let out a long sigh, likely one of the martial artists who had hunted these beasts. The auction then moved on to rare medicinal herbs. Although Lu Fan had never seen some of these herbs before, thanks to the teachings of his master, Wu Chun, he was already well-versed in their properties and uses. This knowledge came from the pharmacological lessons his master had imparted to distract him during alchemy practice. The herbs fetched impressive prices, and Shan Yun smiled with satisfaction. And now, the second-to-last item, void fire fruit. Hearing this name, Lu Fan's entire body tensed, his eyes locking onto the dark red fruit in Shan Yun's hand. Shan Yun's lips curled into a smile as her fingers lightly tapped the auction table, where a fruit with a faint, bluish-black sheen lay. This is a miraculous fruit from the deep mountains, guarded by a ferocious, armored beast. To obtain it, 2 high-level body refinement warriors have already paid with their lives. She paused briefly before continuing. This is a 4th-grade fruit. Consuming it not only enhances a warrior's physical toughness and strength, but also makes the skin as resilient as that of the armored beast. The starting price is 700 gold coins. Let the bidding begin. As soon as her words fell, Lu Hao was the first to raise his hand. 1,000 gold coins. The Mo family followed closely behind. 1,200 gold coins. The opening bids, already breaking into the thousands, silenced the other families present. They could only watch quietly as the 2 prominent families clashed. 1,500 gold coins, Lu Hao said calmly, increasing his bid. As one of the few who knew that Lu Fan had begun cultivating the fiery gold body technique, he understood the fruit's immense value in enhancing martial techniques. Determined to secure it, he was set on aiding Lu Fan's progress. 1,800 gold coins, Mo Lin countered with a cold laugh. He was well aware of the fruit's importance to the Lu family. Not only could he strike a blow to his rivals, but it was also a worthwhile investment. Why not take advantage? Just as Lu Hao was about to raise his bid again, a raspy voice suddenly rang out, 2,000 gold coins. All eyes immediately turned to Lu Fan, who was seated quietly, wearing an iron mask. Both Lu Hao and Mo Lin frowned, falling silent for a moment. Shin Yun's smile widened. Iron masked gentleman bids 2,000. Any higher offers? She cast Lu Fan a meaningful, flirtatious glance, a gesture that didn't escape the sharp eyes of those present. Lu Hao gritted his teeth. 2,100 gold coins. Lu Fan remained unperturbed. 2,101 gold coins. The small increment carried a clear message. He was determined to win. Lu Hao sighed deeply and refrained from bidding further. The 2 families' silence deterred anyone else from daring to make a move. As Shun Yun declared the deal closed, Lu Fan clenched his fist discreetly. He recalled what his master had once said. The void fire fruit could significantly accelerate the cultivation of the fiery gold body technique. Now, the fruit that would help him reach the minor achievement stage faster was finally in his possession. Having obtained the Suhua fruit, Lu Fan leaned back in his chair with a satisfied expression, an involuntary smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. However, the heavy mask concealed his true emotions, making him appear to others as nothing more than a quiet and mysterious figure seated there. Shun Yun signaled his men to bring out the final auction item. When a small cart holding over 20 bottles of body tempering powder was pushed into view, the atmosphere in the auction hall immediately ignited with excitement. This was precisely the target of 90% of the families present. I'm sure this requires no further introduction, Shin Yun said, pointing to the powders on the cart. We've divided them into 8 groups for auction, with each group containing 3 bottles of varying effects. Let's begin with the first group, starting at a base price of 1,500 gold coins. Lu Fan was momentarily stunned before nearly laughing out loud. This batch of body tempering powder was indeed a mix of qualities, with a few bottles being his early trial creations barely passable in effectiveness. Yet, the auction house's clever grouping of superior and inferior products together was an ingenious strategy that earned his silent admiration. 2,000 gold coins. Mo Lin was the first to bid, raising the price by 500. 2,500. Zhang Yin, the head of the Zhang family, followed immediately, as if bidding less than 500 at a time in such a setting would be beneath his status. 3,000 gold coins, Mo Lin said calmly, not even sparing a glance at Zhang Yin. 3,500. Zhang Yin countered without hesitation. Mo Lin hesitated slightly. The price was already on the high side for the body tempering powder, but his pause gave Lu Hao an opening. 4,500 gold coins, Lu Hao declared, raising the bid by 1,000 in one go. His boldness caused Zhang Yin to frown slightly. After a moment of thought, Zhang Yin recalled the connection between his daughter and Lu Ming of the Lu family. Smiling at Lu Hao, he chose to withdraw from the bidding. Mo Lin, though inclined to continue, ultimately decided to forfeit upon seeing Lu Hao's determined expression. 4,500 gold coins going once. Any higher bids? Shin Yun called out several times, but the room remained silent. The first group was ultimately secured by Lu Hao at this price. Watching the look of satisfaction on his father's face, Lu Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If his father ever discovered that he had spent a fortune on his son's early trial works, he might lose his appetite for days. The subsequent groups all maintained prices around 4,500 gold coins. By the third-to-last group, the price had climbed to 4,800. The final two groups even surpassed the 5,000 mark, pushing the auction to its climax. Watching batch after batch of body refining powder sell at astonishing prices, Lu Fan couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. The fact that the final two batches were snatched up by lesser-known small families further confirmed that Jianglin City was never short of wealthy individuals. The ultimate distribution of the 8 batches of body refining powder was as follows. 3 batches went to the Mo family, 2 to the Lu family, 1 to the Zhang family, and the remaining 2 were acquired by 2 small families. Lu Fan quickly did the math. This auction had brought in at least 50 to 60,000 gold coins. The feeling of getting rich overnight was truly exhilarating. From now on, money would no longer be a concern for him. The auction concluded successfully, and Shan Yun personally delivered the void fire fruit and gold card that Lu Fan had won. "Sir, here is your gold card. The auction house's fees have already been deducted," he said respectfully, handing over the high-end, purple gold card engraved with the words Gongwu Bafong. Lu Fan accepted the card and completed the ownership recognition by dripping a drop of his blood onto it. Instantly, blood-red numbers visible only to the card's owner appeared on its surface. With this card, he could withdraw money from any bank at any time. Just as Lu Fan was about to leave, feeling satisfied, Mo Lin approached quickly, clasping his fists respectfully. "Sir, thank you for providing the body refining powder. I am Mo Lin of the Mo family in Jianglin City. Would it be possible to invite you to my humble abode for a chat?" Lu Fan didn't even bother to glance at him. Knowing Mo Lin's true identity as his longtime adversary, Poison Hand Mo Lin, he had no interest in visiting. Lowering his voice to a raspy tone, he replied, "That won't be necessary." Although a bit embarrassed, Mo Lin maintained his polite demeanor. "It seems I've imposed upon you. Nevertheless, should you ever have the time, the doors of the Mo family are always open to you." At this moment, Lu Hao also approached and said, "Sir, if I have offended you in any way, I humbly ask for your forgiveness." As he spoke, he began to bow. Lu Fan quickly stopped him. The idea of his own father bowing to him was unthinkable. Still using his raspy voice, he said, "There's no need for that, Mr. Lu. You know my surname is Lu?" Lu Hao frowned slightly. Lu Fan's heart skipped a beat, realizing he had almost given himself away. Thinking quickly, he explained, "I've had some dealings with your son. So naturally, I know." "You know Lu Fan?" Lu Hao asked, even more surprised. Lu Fan could only nod in response. Lu Hao immediately extended a warm invitation. "In that case, please visit the Lu family as our guest. If my son has done anything to offend you, he can apologize to you in person." "You're overthinking it, Mr. Lu. Your son is excellent," Lu Fan replied hastily, eager to make his escape. "I have other matters to attend to, but he'll visit another time." With that, he quickly walked away. Saying any more would risk exposing himself. Speaking in that raspy voice was exhausting, and if his father discovered that he had been toying with him, the consequences would be dire. Lu Hao watched the mysterious figure leave, softly repeating the phrase, "very excellent," to himself. A faint smile appeared on his lips. "This little rascal. He actually knows a chi refiner and didn't tell me." A flicker of excitement flashed in Lu Hao's eyes as he strode back with long, confident steps, an irrepressible smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Could it be that my son, Lu Fan, has the talent to become a chi refiner as well?" Not far away, Mo Lin watched coldly as Lu Hao and the masked man chatted amiably, his anger gradually rising. That masked man had shown him no respect whatsoever, yet seemed to get along so well with Lu Hao. Mo Lin secretly considered sending someone to investigate the masked man's identity, but in the end, reason prevailed. Forget it. He's just a passing chi refiner. Could the Lu family truly manage to recruit someone like him? With a flick of his sleeve, he stormed off in frustration. Meanwhile, Lu Fan cautiously returned to the shop's exterior. After carefully ensuring no one was following him, he finally stowed away the black robe and iron mask with care. He entered the shop with a grin, just in time to see Wu Chun sipping wine alone. "Back already? How did it go?" Wu Chen immediately noticed the trace of joy on his disciple's face. "Master, from now on, just let me know what herbs you need, and I'll get them all for you," Lu Fan replied with a smile. "Getting this excited over earning a bit of money, aren't you supposed to come from a wealthy family?" Wu Chen shook his head with a sigh. Lu Fan sat down across from Wu Chun, his demeanor suddenly turning secretive. "Master, I got my hands on something good," he said, producing a void fire fruit. Wu Chen's eyes lit up. "You actually managed to find this. Excellent, excellent. With this, your cultivation progress will speed up even more. Close the door." Lu Fan immediately got up to shut the door. Wu Chun held the void fire fruit in his palm, and a stream of energy suddenly rose from his hand, causing the fruit to twist and distort in the flow. With a flick of his wrist, 5 beams of light intertwined in the air before converging in his palm. With a low shout, the entire shop began to tremble faintly. The sound of rushing wind, flowing water, roaring thunder, crackling flames, and the deep rumble of the earth intertwined, filling the air. The 5 beams of light finally merged into the purified void fire fruit, rapidly condensing into a perfectly round pill. A dazzling radiance filled the shop, only to abruptly subside moments later. The void fire pill, a second-grade elixir, Wu Chuan announced proudly, holding up the fiery red pill. Master, your pill refining technique just now was amazing. Lu Fan exclaimed in genuine admiration. This is called the art of elemental pill refining. I'll teach it to you once you become a spirit chi master, Wu Chen explained. Lu Fan took the pill, thought for a moment, then put it away. I'll take it in a few days. I just consumed a first-grade pill recently, so I should absorb the remaining medicinal power first. Wu Chuan nodded in satisfaction, appreciating his disciple's calm judgment in the face of temptation. The two exchanged a knowing smile, their bond as master and disciple evident without the need for words. The morning breeze brushed against his face, invigorating and refreshing. Lu Fan pushed open the door, and the expanded courtyard greeted his eyes with its lush greenery and fragrant blossoms. He exhaled softly, feeling increasingly satisfied with the view. He had previously worried that he might not adapt to the renovated courtyard, but now it seemed his concerns were unwarranted. The refined furnishings not only elevated the quality of living, but had also significantly improved his sleep. However, Lu Fan was well aware that while indulgence was pleasant, it must never dampen one's determination. At this moment, he was about to head to the library loft, but suddenly remembered to first confirm whether he had truly broken through to the 7th level of body refinement. After all, below the inner chi realm, the Mo stone remained the most authoritative tool for assessment. On his way, the younger members of the Lu family greeted him one after another. Such treatment would have been unimaginable in the past, but now it had become a daily occurrence. Arriving outside the seldom visited library loft, it was the perfect opportunity for a test. Planting his feet firmly, Lu Fan took a deep breath, focused his energy, and delivered a powerful mountain-cracking punch onto the Mo stone. In an instant, cracks spread across the surface of the stone, and a line of golden characters emerged. Body refinement level 7, high grade. Seeing the result, a faint smile appeared on Lu Fan's lips. At this pace of cultivation, he felt confident that next year's martial arts academy test would be a sure success. Lu Fan, here so early to seek guidance from Elderson? You're truly diligent, came a familiar voice from behind. Turning around, Lu Fan saw his father, Lu Hao, and grandfather, Lu Haoren, approaching with smiles on their faces. Grandfather, father, Lu Fan greeted respectfully. No need for formalities between us, Lu Haoren said warmly. Just as he was about to inquire about Lu Fan's progress, his gaze was drawn to the characters on the Mo stone. You've reached the 7th level of body refinement? Lu Hao exclaimed in surprise. Lu Haoren laughed heartily. It seems my question is unnecessary. Your cultivation speed is indeed remarkable. Just a lucky breakthrough, Lu Fan replied modestly. There's no such thing as luck in cultivation, Lu Hao remarked with admiration. Advancing 1 level in a month such speed is extraordinary. When I was your age, never mind. As they spoke, the door to the library loft opened. An elder soon appeared at the entrance, smiling kindly. Lu Hao, hand it over to him, Lu Haoren instructed. Lu Hao took out 3 small bottles from his pocket and handed them to Lu Fan. These are body refinement powders to accelerate your cultivation. I wanted to get you a void fire fruit, but unfortunately, I couldn't. Maybe next time. Use these well and aim to develop your inner strength soon. Looking at the body refinement powders in his hands, Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Weren't these the very items he had sold earlier? Now, after going full circle, they had ended up back in his possession. The absurdity of the situation left him momentarily speechless. He could only bow and say, "Thank you, father." Noticing the strange expression on his son's face, Lu Hao exchanged a meaningful glance with Lu Haoren, as if they had just pieced something together. Lu Hao suddenly spoke with a serious tone. Lu Fan, yesterday I saw a man wearing an iron mask. Do you know him? Lu Fan's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly shook his head to deny it. Hearing this, Lu Hao chuckled lightly. Don't know him? Well, never mind. It would have been nice if you did. After all, if the iron masked man is indeed a chi refiner, befriending him would be an honor for our Lu family. He paused before continuing. All right, go back to your training. Stay home more and wander less. When you have time, show off your skills at the martial arts arena. Let those slacking youngsters see what real training looks like. Lu Fan acknowledged and left. Once his figure disappeared, Lu Haoren spoke up. It's pointless. He definitely knows him. That boy. Lu Hao shook his head. He knows a chi refiner and hasn't let a single word slip. He's keeping it really tight-lipped. Perhaps his talent in training was discovered by that iron-masked man, Lu Howren mused. If that's the case, that person is truly a benefactor to our Lu family. Lu Hao laughed. Do you think he might have already taken him as his master? Hard to say, Lu Howren replied, shaking his head. Suddenly, Sun Lao, who had been listening silently, spoke up. You two, go mind your own business. Lu Fan has his own opportunities. Let him be. As for the martial arts arena, there's no need to bring it up. With that, he closed the door to the library. Lu Hao let out an awkward laugh and left with Lu Howren at a slow pace. Lu Fan walked out of the Lu family estate, holding 3 bottles of body refinement powder as he headed toward Wu Qin's small shop. Looking at the medicine bottles in his hand, he let out a bitter smile and decided to down all 3 bottles in one go. His body reacted with only a faint itching sensation, far less effective than the medicine refined by his master. After taking it frequently over the past month, his body had developed some resistance to the powder. When he arrived at the shop, Lu Fan froze. There was a guest, a strikingly elegant noblewoman. She wore a dark green robe, her phoenix-like eyes and sharp brows resembling a painting, her red lips vivid and alluring. On her left rested a bamboo flute, while her right hand bore a purple gold bracelet. Wu Chun was sipping wine, and after glancing at Lu Fan, he turned to the woman and said, Su Man, you should leave. I've secluded myself from the world. Why stir up the dust again? Su Man frowned slightly. Retreating from the world isn't that just to prepare for a return? Your illness, I can heal it. The body is merely a shell, Wu Chun replied calmly. The shell can be healed, but the sickness of the heart is incurable. Su Man sighed and stood up but paused as she passed by Lu Fan. She studied him briefly and then turned to Wu Chun. Is this your disciple? When Wu Chun nodded, she smiled faintly. I thought you'd take your skills to the grave. It's fine if you won't re-emerge, but your disciple will have to step forward someday. With that, she placed a jade token engraved with the word Dao into Lu Fan's hand. Take it, disciple of an old acquaintance. After speaking, she left gracefully and soon disappeared around the corner. Wu Chun gazed at the jade token, his expression momentarily dazed, before saying to Lu Fan, keep it. You'll need it someday. He set down his wine jar and looked around the shabby shop. Unfortunately, this place has been discovered too. We can't stay here much longer. Lu Fan, help me pack up. We're heading to West Mountain. It's time to start the second phase of your training. The second phase? Is it about refining other herbs? Lu Fan asked. Not just that, Wu Chun replied. It's time to teach you some life-saving skills as a chi refiner. This time, we'll likely be on the mountain for a few months. Once you finish packing, go home to inform them and buy some herbs and food to bring with you. Seeing Lu Fan nod, Wu Chin's tone turned serious. I need to make this clear. This training might cost you your life. Are you sure you're ready? If I survive, what level can I reach? Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with determination. In the shortest time possible, you'll develop chi strength and vital energy. Lu Fan grinned widely. I've been preparing for this for over 10 years. 3 days later, deep within the old forest of the Western Mountains, a mighty waterfall cascaded down from a sheer cliff, its thundering roar deafening as it plunged thousands of feet. Standing shirtless on a smooth rock directly beneath the waterfall, Lu Fan's muscles were taut as he struggled to maintain his balance. The water beneath his feet was no longer icy cold, but scalding hot. Deep within the flow, a thumb-sized purple flame burned quietly. Though it appeared weak, this small flame was enough to heat the surrounding water to an unbearable temperature. The raging torrent of the waterfall pounded mercilessly against Lu Fan's body. Gritting his teeth, he tried to channel the energy within him. With focused concentration, a faint trace of energy began to gather near his feet, as if attempting to form a gentle breeze to lift him. This was the fundamental technique of a chi cultivator, harnessing a wisp of primordial energy to manipulate the elements of nature and achieve extraordinary feats. Yet at this moment, even the simplest act of condensing wind seemed beyond Lu Fan's reach. The energy beneath his feet suddenly dissipated, throwing him off balance and plunging him into the scalding water. A wave of searing pain engulfed him as he let out a cry of agony, his skin instantly turning crimson. This was no ordinary boiling water. The stream, infused with the purple heart flame, seemed to penetrate his very bones, scorching his internal organs. Fighting through the pain, Lu Fan climbed back onto the rock. This was only the beginning of his training. Not far away, Wu Chun was intently reinforcing the structure of a shelter, transforming trees into tables, chairs, and benches with remarkable speed. He paid no attention to Lu Fan's ordeal, as if the latter's life or death had nothing to do with him. To Wu Chun, such training was little more than a warm-up exercise. For an entire day, Lu Fan battled against the waterfall. Even after nightfall, there was no reprieve. Under the faint moonlight, he began preparing Qing Yuan powder, a remedy for burns. Wu Chun had taught him the formula upon his arrival, though Lu Fan had initially assumed it was merely a basic alchemy exercise. He hadn't expected it to be used for treating his own injuries. Qing Yuan powder had no fixed recipe. It required a deep understanding of the properties of medicinal herbs. Each herb contained the essence of one of the 5 elements, and the challenge lay in breaking down their properties, extracting the desired essence, and recombining them. For a novice like Lu Fan, simply identifying the herbs was a daunting task, let alone comprehending their attributes and refining them. He could only muddle through the process, with Wu Qin occasionally pausing to offer brief guidance. After toiling through most of the night, Lu Fan finally managed to produce a small amount of dimly colored Qingyuan powder. Consuming it alleviated the pain slightly, but by dawn, he was back to confronting the waterfall. Meanwhile, Wu Chan spent these days focused on crafting some mysterious concoction, selecting only one herb each day. The relentless routine left him visibly exhausted. 5 days later, Lu Fan's body was almost entirely covered in wounds, with barely a spot left unscathed. Despite the protective effects of his fiery gold body technique, his skin was scarred all over. If it had been an ordinary martial artist, they would likely have been bedridden by now. As night fell, Lu Fan staggered down from the rock he had been sitting on, his steps heavy with exhaustion as he made his way back to his room. His hands trembled, but he steadfastly began the process of making Qingyuan powder. Days of repeated experimentation had helped him gradually master the process, grinding the herbs, purifying the ingredients, merging them, and shaping the final product. Every step required precision and care. Though his movements were slow, he managed to complete a small bottle of Qingyuan powder within an hour. During the process, Lu Fan nearly fainted several times, but gritted his teeth and pushed through. After consuming the freshly prepared Qingyuan powder, a cooling sensation spread through his entire body. He could distinctly feel his body accelerating its recovery, with the pain gradually subsiding. This batch of Qingyuan powder proved to be extraordinarily effective, and he made sure to commit the formula to memory. Once his body had recovered sufficiently, Lu Fan retrieved a long-coveted Shuhua pill from his storage ring. After the intense training over the past few days, the residual medicinal energy in his body had been completely depleted, leaving him in the optimal state to consume the pill. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan swallowed the Shuhua pill. In an instant, smoke began to emanate from his body, as though he had been set ablaze. The pill's energy surged through his meridians like a torrential flood. He immediately adjusted his breathing, guiding the medicinal energy to permeate every corner of his body. Gradually, Lu Fan fell into a deep state of focus, his wounds starting to heal as he underwent a profound transformation. Outside his door, Wu Qin quietly arrived and observed Lu Fan's condition. Satisfied, he nodded and gently closed the door before leaving. The next morning, sunlight roused Lu Fan from his meditation. As he moved slightly, the sound of peeling skin reached his ears. Looking down, he discovered that he had shed a layer of old skin, much like a snake molting. After removing the unpleasant dead skin, he stretched his body and immediately felt a surge of power coursing through him. Testing his newfound strength, he threw a tentative punch. A wave of scorching heat burst forth, splintering the wooden door on impact. Charred marks spread across the wood, and the scattered splinters were blackened from the heat. Staring at his fist, Lu Fan realized with delight that this was the hallmark of achieving a minor success in his fiery gold body technique. Eager to test his enhanced abilities, he rushed to the waterfall with newfound speed and vigor. Standing atop the rock, he no longer slipped or faltered under the relentless flow of water. Instead, he stood firm and unyielding. Laughing heartily, his body radiated a fiery glow. The heat from his fiery gold body caused the water striking him to boil instantly. His laughter startled a flock of birds, their wings flapping as echoes of his joy reverberated through the valley. The following days became noticeably easier. Although the waterfall occasionally knocked him down, the scalding water no longer posed a threat, and the minor pain was insignificant. However, this reprieve did not last long. When Wu Qin realized that this training method was no longer providing Lu Fan with sufficient challenge, he immediately began preparing a new regimen for him. At the top of the waterfall, Wu Qin placed a wisp of purple fire into the water. In an instant, the cascading flow turned to boiling heat, transforming into a torrent of scalding steam. He turned around and retrieved an irregularly shaped stone from his storage pouch, personally fastening it onto Lu Fan. As soon as the stone touched Lu Fan's skin, an indescribable weight pressed down on him, making even the simple act of lifting an arm incredibly difficult. "This is the sealing stone, an ancient artifact," Wu Qin explained with a smile. "The process to craft it is extremely complex, beyond the abilities of most practitioners. Its sole purpose is to suppress its wearer. In ancient times, cultivators used it to imprison criminals. Of course, the fully fledged sealing stones were far more terrifying. They could immobilize even seasoned warriors, leaving them to die helplessly. The one you're wearing is just a miniature version. Lu Fan's eye twitched at the explanation. Such terrifying suppression. And this was just the miniature version? He struggled to take even one step, already gasping for air. The next task is simple, Wu Chen said, pointing to the waterfall. While wearing the sealing stone, climb to the top of the waterfall. No restrictions on methods if you can reach the top. This phase of your training is complete. Seeing Lu Fan's shocked expression, he added, I'll leave behind a book on alchemy. It contains the method to remove the sealing stone. If you can find it and successfully remove the stone, that will count as passing as well. With that, Wu Chen clasped his hands behind his back and left, leaving Lu Fan alone to face what seemed like an impossible challenge. For the first 5 days, Lu Fan could barely move. By the 10th day, he could just manage to feed himself, chewing with difficulty while keeping a determined gaze fixed on the thick alchemy book. His first attempt on the 15th day ended with him nearly drowning. By the 20th day, he had painstakingly climbed 3 meters, only to fall heavily back down. But on the 25th day, a breakthrough finally came. Lu Fan learned to convert his inner energy into wind energy, which not only adhered to his feet but also enveloped his entire body. This made his movements less burdensome, his muscles exceptionally firm, and his fingers capable of digging deep into the rock. On a morning 1 month later, Lu Fan sat cross-legged at the base of the waterfall. A faint red glow radiated from his body, and the water an inch above his head parted automatically, a sign that his inner energy now permeated his entire being. Each breath carried a searing heat as subtle changes took place within his body. Veins pulsed, muscles contracted, and his strength continued to rise. Suddenly, Lu Fan opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as lightning. With a fierce punch into the cascading water, his entire energy surged into flames, instantly evaporating a section of the waterfall. Lu Fan, you've reached the 8th level of body refinement, Wu Chen remarked from the riverbank, a satisfied smile on his face. This time, let's see how far I can climb. Lu Fan leapt to his feet and began his steady ascent up the waterfall, resolute and unwavering, just like his path in martial arts, always striving upward. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and 2 months had passed. The winter snow had melted, giving way to the burgeoning vitality of spring. The old forest in the western mountains was now teeming with life. A young man dressed in the attire of a Lu family guard was making his way through the woods, his voice hoarse from shouting, "Young Master Lu Fan! Young Master Lu Fan!" This was the method entrusted to him by the family to find Lu Fan. Yet, despite his continuous calls, the only response he received was the echo of his own voice reverberating through the forest. Just as he massaged his aching throat, preparing to shout again, a rustling sound came from a nearby thicket. His face lit up with a trace of hope, but before he could speak, a wolf as tall as a man leapt out from the bushes. Its fur was jet black, and its eyes gleamed with a chilling blue light. The guard's expression changed drastically as he fumbled to draw his long sword from his waist. As a martial artist at the 4th level of body refinement, he knew all too well that an adult blue-eyed wolf was as powerful as a 6th-level practitioner, making this encounter extremely perilous. The wolf locked its icy gaze on him, prowling in a slow circle as if toying with its prey. Beads of cold sweat formed on the guard's forehead as he lamented inwardly. His shouting hadn't led him to young Master Lu Fan, but had instead attracted this fearsome beast. Without warning, the wolf lunged forward, its gaping jaws aiming straight for his face. The guard hastily swung his sword, but before the strike could fully form, the wolf's jaws clamped down on the blade. With a sharp crack, the sword was flung out of his hands. Weaponless, the guard staggered back several steps, dread welling up in his heart. The blue-eyed wolf growled lowly and pounced again. Just as the guard thought his death was certain, a sudden gust of wind tore through the forest. A tree branch shot out from the shadows, piercing the wolf's skull with precision and pinning it to the ground. Stunned, the guard turned to see a figure emerge from the woods. It was a young man with a clean, handsome face, a well-built physique, and scars covering his body. Around his neck hung a small stone. It was none other than Lu Fan. "Young Master Lu Fan!" the guard exclaimed in relief and excitement. "It's me," Lu Fan replied with a smile and a nod. "You're from the Lu family. What brings you here?" "Young Master, today is the day of the annual hunting event in the Western Mountains. The family head and the others are waiting for you at the foot of the mountain." Only then did Lu Fan remember the event. He had been so engrossed in his training lately that he had completely forgotten about it. "All right, let's head down now." As Lu Fan strode energetically down the mountain, the guard followed closely behind, his gaze darting between Lu Fan's back and the lifeless blue-eyed wolf on the ground. He couldn't help but think, this time, young Master Lu Fan is bound to give everyone a massive surprise, or rather, a shock. At the foot of the mountain, a grand platform had already been constructed. This was a tradition among the prominent families of Jianglin City, an annual gathering for hunting and martial competition. The tradition dated back to a time when the western mountains were overrun by wild beasts, posing a threat to the city's safety. Back then, martial families were obliged to send people into the mountains to hunt and eliminate the danger. Although the ferocious beasts had long dwindled in number, with the most dangerous now being creatures like blue-eyed wolves, the tradition continued to this day. As time passed, the tradition of hunting was gradually handed over to the younger generation by the prominent families. The Jianglin City Martial Arts Tournament not only became a key method for resolving family disputes, but also a grand stage to showcase strength. Over the decades, the former dominance of the 10 great families had evolved into a fierce rivalry between the Liu and Mo families. This year, however, the situation was particularly unique with the addition of Zhang Yuehan. The Zhang family had also earned a place in the competition for supremacy. Below the high platform, amidst the clinking of glasses and lively chatter, the families took their seats in sequence. As the second grandest event in Jianglin City after the annual festival, all wealthy and influential families had gathered. In the most prominent positions, the Liu, Mo, and Zhang families sat side by side, with a distance of 10 meters between them. Old Master Liu Haoran wore a grim expression, in stark contrast to the smug smile on Mo Tian's face, while Zhang Yin, the head of the Zhang family, exuded an air of confidence. Old Liu, it seems your family's younger generation just isn't up to par anymore. Mo Tian seized the opportunity to mock. Lu Ming has been at the Martial Academy for 3 months and hasn't advanced a single rank. What a disappointment. His gloating stemmed from the fact that Mo Yunfei of the Mo family was on the verge of mastering the Qi strength stage, just one step away. In comparison, Lu Ming of the Lu family remained stuck at the 8th level of body refinement, showing no progress since 3 months ago. Liu Haoran responded calmly, your Mo Yunfei has been at the Martial Academy for a year and still hasn't mastered Qi strength. We're in the same boat. Old Liu, are you deluding yourself? Mo Tian sneered. You know full well Yunfei is about to break through. Has your eyesight deteriorated to this extent? Seeing Liu Haoran momentarily at a loss for words, Mo Tian's grin grew even more triumphant. At this moment, Liu Haoran turned and quietly inquired of Liu Hao behind him. Where is Liu Fan? Where has that boy gone? Hasn't he returned yet? Liu Hao quickly replied, I've already sent someone to look for him. He should be here shortly. Before his words had fully settled, a commotion arose among the crowd. Liu Fan appeared, accompanied by a Liu family guard, striding quickly toward them. His disheveled appearance, with torn pants and messy clothes, immediately drew whispers and ridicule from those around. Which family does this kid belong to? So unruly. Judging by his state, could he have been humiliated by someone? Isn't that Liu Fan from the Liu family? What a disgrace. I heard he made quite a show during the annual festival. Must been exaggerated by the Liu family. A loser is still a loser. Ignoring the chatter around him, Liu Fan walked straight to Liu Hao and respectfully addressed him. Father. Liu Hao gestured for him to sit and lowered his voice, asking, What happened to you? Do you not realize all the prominent families are present today? Just training it can get a little messy, Liu Fan replied with an awkward smile. Liu Hao waved his hand dismissively. Forget it, let's not dwell on that. How's your progress? Liu Fan grinned widely. I won't let you down. Hearing this, Liu Hao patted his son on the shoulder. Recalling the last time Liu Fan had made this promise and the surprise that followed, a look of anticipation crossed his face. Mo Tian turned his head to glance at Liu Fan, a contemptuous smile curling at the corner of his lips. Liu old ghost, your family's upbringing is quite amusing. Don't they teach people to dress properly? Liu Haoran's sharp gaze locked onto Mo Tian. Mo old ghost, don't you think you're talking too much nonsense? This is called being free-spirited. Do you think I don't know about your streaking incident when you were young? Mo Tian's face instantly darkened, clearly unprepared for Liu Haoran to bring up his embarrassing past at this moment. He let out a cold snort and turned away, refusing to respond. Nearby, the Zhang family head, Zhang Yin, caught a glimmer of amusement in his eyes as he leaned closer to Mo Tian and asked in a low voice, Master Mo, did you really streak before? Mo Tian shot Zhang Yin a fierce glare, and the latter tactfully chuckled and dropped the subject. At that moment, a thunderous drumbeat suddenly echoed through the mountains. The massive drums on both sides of the high platform resounded simultaneously, startling flocks of birds into flight. This was the signal announcing the return of the hunters from the mountains. Everyone craned their necks, looking toward the forest. Soon, dozens of figures emerged, the young disciples sent out by each family. The number of prey they brought back would determine the outcome of the first round of the hunting competition. Leading the group were Mo Yunfei and Zhang Yuehan, both carrying an impressive haul in their hands. Guards quickly stepped forward to take and count their prey. In stark contrast, the others had far fewer gains, most managing only 1 or 2 animals. The Liu family members anxiously searched for Liu Ming among the crowd. Since Liu Ming was certain to lose in the second round's martial contest, their only hope was to secure a lucky win in the first round to save some face. But reality cruelly shattered their hopes. At the very end of the group, Lu Ming returned, looking utterly defeated, without a single piece of prey to show. Even Lu Fan frowned at the sight. Lu Ming's father, Lu Feng, rushed forward and grabbed his son's shoulders. Lu Ming, what happened? Where's your prey? Lu Ming lifted his head, his eyes filled with venom as he glared at Mo Yunfei. He and that wretch stole it. Everyone present heard his words loud and clear. Mo Yunfei sneered. If you're not skilled enough, you still dare to talk? Zhang Yuehan didn't even spare Lu Ming a glance, walking straight back to her father, Zhang Yin. Lu Ming's face flushed red with anger, and suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did Lu Feng notice the deep fist mark on his son's chest, a clear sign of internal injury. Lu Haoran, seeing this, fixed a cold stare on Mo Tian. Hurting others and taking their spoils, what a brilliant tactic. Truly worthy of the Mo family. Mo Tian replied indifferently, you're too kind, too kind. The announcer then stepped onto the high platform and declared loudly, the first round of the hunting competition. Mo Yunfei of the Mo family and Zhang Yuehan of the Zhang family each hunted 10 wild beasts and tied for first place. Mo Tian frowned slightly, clearly not expecting Zhang Yuehan to tie with Mo Yunfei. On the other hand, Zhang Yin clapped cheerfully, his smile broad, while the other families erupted in applause and cheers. The announcer proclaimed the end of the first round and the imminent start of the second round. Lu Ming, supported by his father, slumped into a seat, looking utterly dejected. I'm sorry. I don't think I can compete in the next round, he muttered. Lu Haoran sighed lightly, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Just then, Lu Fan suddenly spoke up. For the martial contest, let me take his place. Lu Fan's voice was steady and powerful, instantly drawing the attention of Lu Hao and the others. Beside him, Lu Ming let out a mocking laugh. You? With your mere sixth-tier body refinement strength, you couldn't even withstand a single move. Lu Feng immediately raised a hand to stop Lu Ming from continuing, giving him a light pat. Lu Ming frowned in confusion, not understanding what he had said wrong. Ignoring Lu Ming's words, Lu Haoran locked his gaze on Lu Fan. Are you confident? Yes, Lu Fan replied firmly, his tone brimming with confidence. Lu Haoran turned to Lu Hao, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. What do you think? After a brief pause, Lu Hao said, since Lu Fan is confident, let him give it a try. At worst, we lose. What do you mean at worst? We lose? Lu Ming interjected, unable to hold back. If he steps up, he'll only embarrass himself and become a laughingstock. Lu Ming, Lu Feng scolded sharply. That's your cousin you're talking about. Watch your words. Lu Ming shot a disdainful glance at Lu Fan. I'm just telling the truth. Lu Fan, don't think that a slight improvement in your cultivation means you can carry the family's honor. Mo Yunfei is about to master Chi Force. If you step into the ring, you might not even make it out alive. I understand, Lu Fan replied calmly. Lu Ming, seeing Lu Fan's composure, grew even angrier. He abruptly stood up and swung a powerful punch straight at Lu Fan's face. Let me test if you're even qualified to step into the ring. The punch carried immense force, with a whistling wind that could easily shatter stone. Yet Lu Fan simply raised his hand lightly and caught the punch effortlessly. Without even standing up, he held Lu Ming's fist firmly and said with a calm voice, you should sit and rest instead. Before Lu Ming could react, Lu Fan gave a slight twist of his wrist. A ripple of force traveled through Lu Ming's arm, and he was slammed back into his seat as if an invisible weight had pressed him down. Lu Ming stared in shock at the clear imprint of 5 fingers on his fist, his expression shifting from astonishment to disbelief. In just 3 short months, Lu Fan had grown so strong? His face began to twitch uncontrollably. Witnessing the scene, Lu Hao burst into laughter, unable to contain his amusement. Regardless of how Lu Fan performed next, this single display was enough to keep him in high spirits for days. At that moment, the martial arts competition on the high platform had already begun. A few young members from smaller clans, with 5th or 6th-tier body refinement strength, were sparring. However, their battles were lackluster and devoid of excitement. Mo Tian turned to Lu Haoran and asked, Old Lu, has your family decided who's going up next? In my opinion, no matter who goes up, it's a loss. Might as well leave early, Mo Tian said with a confident smile. Lu Haoran's eyes flickered as he pondered for a moment before speaking. Old Mo, since you're so confident, how about we raise the stakes? Oh. Mo Tian raised an eyebrow in surprise. Old Lu, are you serious? Could it be that Lu Ming isn't the strongest among the younger generation of your Lu family? Interesting. Go on. Tell me, what do you have in mind for the wager? If your Mo family takes the top spot, I'll give up 2 shops in the city to you, Lu Haoran said in a deep voice. Deal. Mo Tian agreed readily. But I get to choose which 2 shops. Lu Haoran's pupils narrowed slightly, but he still nodded in agreement. Fine. But if my Lu family wins, you'll have to give me something in return. What is it? Not interested in shops? What could my MO family possibly have that catches your eye? Nothing too special, Lu Howren said with a faint smile. I just want to borrow a look at your MO family's lesser annihilation fist technique. MO Tion's smile faded. So, that's what you're after, a martial technique. Fine, it's a deal. Just as Lu Howren revealed a satisfied smile, Zhang Yin, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Gentlemen, may I join this wager as well? You want in, Master Zhang? MO Tion turned to him. That depends on what you're willing to wager. Zhang Yin thought for a moment. My Zhang family can't compare to the wealth of you two, nor do we have any martial techniques to offer. How about 20,000 gold coins? 20,000? MO Tion chuckled. Master Zhang, do we look like people who need money? Make it at least 100,000. Zhang Yin frowned deeply. That amount was no small sum for the Zhang family. But seeing his daughter, Zhang Yuehan, give a slight nod, he gritted his teeth. Fine, 100,000 it is. Without delay, the three parties quickly summoned an official to draft a contract, and each signed and sealed it. After signing, Lu Howren turned to Lu Fan. You saw it yourself, I can't afford to lose those two shops. You must give it your all. Hold nothing back. If you win, that lesser annihilation fist technique will be yours. Lu Fan nodded silently, fully aware that this wager was, in truth, Lu Howren's way of securing the technique for him. At that moment, in the southern part of the city, the young master of the Su family was showing off on the arena stage. This youth, at the 7th level of body refinement, was basking in the cheers as he waved to the crowd, drawing adoration from many young women. At Mo Tion's signal, Mo family disciple Mo Hong stepped onto the stage to challenge him. With his square face and bulging muscles, Mo Hong exuded an imposing presence. In just a few moves, he sent the Su family's young master flying off the stage. Who's next? Mo Hong roared, spreading his arms wide as his voice echoed across the crowd. Mo Tian watched the proud Mo Hong with a satisfied smile. This kid's momentum is getting stronger and stronger, he remarked approvingly. The other families watched Mo Hong's figure and whispered among themselves. Mo Hong from the Mo family is becoming more and more like a bear. On the platform, Mo Hong stood tall and sturdy like a mountain, exuding an overwhelming aura. No one dared to step forward and challenge him lightly, as it was clear to everyone that his strength was nearing the 8th level of body refining. Ordinary disciples from smaller families were no match for him. All eyes naturally turned to the Lu and Zhang families. At this point, only these two families had individuals capable of facing Mo Hong. However, Lu Ming had just collapsed after coughing up blood and was clearly unable to fight again anytime soon. The crowd shook their heads, certain that the Lu family had no one left to compete. Just then, a figure stood up. It was Lu Fan. He stretched his limbs and leaped lightly onto the high platform. When people recognized it was Lu Fan, the crowd immediately erupted in laughter. Lu Fan? Has the Lu family gone mad? Hey, put on some proper clothes first, or you won't even get a chance to wear them again later. Trash is trash. Even his brain doesn't work properly. The mocking voices came one after another, causing the Lu family members to look visibly uncomfortable. Except for a select few like Lu Hao sitting in the front row, the other Lu family disciples wore dark expressions. Although Lu Fan had performed remarkably during the annual ceremony, that was an internal family matter, and outsiders were unaware of it. Listening to the ridicule around him, Lu Hao responded coldly, "A bunch of short-sighted fools, frogs at the bottom of a well." Lu Howren said calmly, "Pay it no mind. After today, they will all take pride in having known Lu Fan." On the platform, Mo Hong clutched his belly and laughed loudly. "You dared to come up here? You're going to make me die laughing." Below the stage, Mo Yunfei and Mo Lin were also laughing heartily. Even Zhang Yin, the head of the Zhang family, turned to Zhang Yuehan and said, "Yuehan, look at that clown, Lu Fan." Zhang Yuehan wore a faint smile, but a trace of pity flashed in her gaze as she looked at Lu Fan. Only Mo Tian, the Mo family head, couldn't bring himself to laugh. His eyes caught the crisscrossing scars on Lu Fan's body, some deep, some shallow, all shocking to behold. As an experienced martial artist, Mo Tian knew exactly what these scars represented. They were the marks of a warrior who had endured countless battles without yielding. Mo Tian's heart was filled with shock. Could it be that this so-called waste, whom everyone in Jianglin City mocked, was actually a peerless genius secretly nurtured by the Lu family? He hoped his guess was wrong, but the aura emanating from Lu Fan as he stood there was undeniable. Lu Fan looked calmly at Mo Hong and said in a composed voice, "Have you laughed enough? Can we begin?" The smile disappeared from Ma Hong's face as his clenched fists emitted a loud cracking sound. He strode forward, his muscles bulging like coiled dragons, and threw a punch straight at Lu Fan's face. The force of the punch roared through the air, lifting small pebbles off the ground. However, what seemed like an unstoppable strike to Ma Hong appeared as slow as a snail to Lu Fan. Before the punch could even approach him, Lu Fan's right leg shot out like lightning, landing squarely on Ma Hong's abdomen. The immense impact forced a muffled grunt from Ma Hong as his entire body tumbled backward like a ball, rolling several meters away. The stands fell into complete silence. Everyone stared with wide eyes, their jaws practically dropping to the ground. How is this possible? This thought echoed simultaneously in everyone's minds. Ma Hong staggered to his feet, his movements unsteady. He looked down at the dark footprint on his chest, both shocked by Lu Fan's overwhelming strength and furious at himself for being knocked down by a single kick. Consumed by rage, Ma Hong held nothing back. With a furious roar, he charged at Lu Fan like a rampaging bear king, his massive frame appearing ready to crush his opponent. But Lu Fan remained calm and composed. He stepped back, turned, and delivered a swift, flying tiger punch. His movement flashed with a streak of red light as his whip-like legs struck Ma Hong's face with precision. A thunderous boom echoed as Ma Hong crashed heavily into the ground, creating a deep crater in the stone platform. This strike seemed to land not just on Ma Hong, but also on the faces of those who had mocked Lu Fan earlier. Fear, jealousy, envy, and a mix of other emotions flickered across their faces in rapid succession. They could hardly believe that the man they had once dismissed as a failure had grown so powerful. The arena was deathly silent, broken only by the sound of sharp intakes of breath. Defeating a martial artist close to the 8th level of body refinement, with just 2 kicks left, no room for doubt about Lu Fan's strength. Those who had been the loudest in their jeers moments ago were now quietly searching for ways to retreat, terrified that Lu Fan might come after them for revenge. Lu Hao couldn't help but laugh aloud. His son had not disappointed him. With just 2 kicks, Lu Fan had proven that his strength had surpassed the 8th level of body refinement. Advancing from the 3rd to such a level in just half a year, this kind of cultivation speed was nothing short of astonishing. Meanwhile, Zhang Yin, Mo Lin, and Mo Yunfei wore grim expressions. Mo Yunfei recalled the incident at the market a few months ago and finally realized that Lu Fan had been toying with him all along. He had the strength but had deliberately held back, clearly looking down on him and refusing to stoop to his level. Sitting beside Zhang Yin, Zhang Yuehan felt a storm raging within her. Her gaze was glued to the stage, unable to look away. Her palms trembled slightly, beyond her control, as she struggled to reconcile the commanding presence of Lu Fan on stage with the image she had of him in her memories. Yuehan, what's wrong? Zhang Yin noticed his daughter's unusual demeanor and asked with concern. I'm fine, Zhang Yuehan replied softly, forcing herself to avert her eyes. On stage, the defeated Mo Hong had already lost consciousness, and the Mo family had no choice but to carry him off. Mo Tian turned to Mo Yunfei, his gaze sharp and commanding. Yunfei, get up there and finish him off. Don't hold back, I'll take responsibility for whatever happens. Mo Yunfei understood the unspoken order. Lu Fan had clearly become a threat to the Mo family and had to be eliminated. As he leapt onto the stage, the crowd erupted into cheers. His piercing gaze locked onto Lu Fan like a blade. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to hide your strength so well. Underestimation isn't the issue, Lu Fan replied calmly. Mo Yunfei, are you ready to face defeat? Defeat me? You'll need more than that, Mo Yunfei sneered coldly. Before he finished speaking, the two of them launched themselves toward each other like arrows released from a bow, meeting in an instant at the center of the stone platform. Minor annihilation fist. Mountain-crushing fist. The two powerful punches collided, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Mo Yunfei's pupils contracted. His strongest attack had failed to gain the upper hand. Both fighters' muscles tensed as they exchanged fierce blows. Mo Yunfei's fist struck Lu Fan's chest, while Lu Fan's punch landed squarely on Mo Yunfei's face. Mo Yunfei staggered back 3 steps before regaining his footing, while Lu Fan merely took half a step back. A red glow emanated from Lu Fan's body, steady and unyielding like a mountain. Well done. Lu Haoran couldn't help but shout, drawing the attention of those around him. This exchange had already demonstrated that Lu Fan's strength surpassed Mo Yunfei's. The fact that he could use a lower-tier martial technique to match a higher-tier one without faltering proved that he had at least reached the 9th level of body refinement. The audience held their breath, captivated. Mo Yunfei's strength had always been evident, but Lu Fan's performance left everyone stunned. The younger generation of the Lu family, initially shocked, now erupted into fervent support. Cheers rang out one after another. Lu Fan, take him down. Lu Fan is the strongest. The Lu family is invincible. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's face turned ashen. Watching Lu Fan's display of power, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. His father, Lu Feng, sighed softly. A dragon hidden in the depths rises to soar across the skies when it emerges. Lu Ming lowered his head and closed his eyes, realizing that the title of the strongest in the younger generation of the Lu family was about to change hands. Remembering his past disdain for Lu Fan, he couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. On the stage, Mo Yunfei gritted his teeth in frustration. Lu Fan's strength far exceeded Mo Yunfei's expectations. Even his family's inherited small annihilation fist failed to inflict any substantial damage. Mo Yunfei had no choice but to reassess his opponent. With a light step, he executed the Martial Arts Academy's ultimate technique, the floating leaf phantom step. His movements resembled drifting autumn leaves, unpredictable and elusive, shifting left and right. From the audience below, Mo Tian watched with a flicker of delight in his eyes. His son had fully mastered this profound technique. Lu Fan's situation immediately became precarious. Mo Yunfei's figure moved like a swift dragon, making it nearly impossible for Lu Fan to keep up. Several heavy punches missed their mark entirely. Suddenly, a peculiar uppercut shot straight toward his chin. Although Lu Fan swiftly raised his arm to block, Mo Yunfei's punch transformed mid-strike into a palm wind, bypassing his defense and striking his chest. Another fierce attack followed from behind, forcing Lu Fan to dodge continuously, appearing increasingly beleaguered. Below the stage, Mo Tian's face lit up with a smug smile, while Lu Haoran's expression grew increasingly grave. The Mo family disciples were in high spirits, chanting Mo Yunfei in unison. Zhang Yuehan watched quietly, secretly hoping for Lu Fan's defeat. Just as Mo Yunfei prepared to deliver a decisive blow, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Lu Fan's entire body suddenly burst forth with a dazzling red glow, and the scorching heat distorted the surrounding air. When Mo Yunfei's small annihilation fist landed on Lu Fan, it produced the sound of clashing metal, and the recoil sent a shudder through Mo Yunfei's entire body. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fan firmly grasped Mo Yunfei's arm. The searing heat caused Mo Yunfei to cry out in pain. Below the stage, Mo Tian abruptly stood up, exclaiming in shock, "Fiery golden body!" A flaming mountain-crushing punch, enveloped in blazing energy, struck Mo Yunfei squarely in the face. His entire body was sent flying like a broken kite, stopping only at the edge of the stone platform. The entire arena fell silent. No one had anticipated that Lu Fan had mastered the legendary fiery golden body technique. Lu Haoran repeatedly praised him, feeling immense satisfaction with his decision. Lu Hao was trembling with excitement. Just as Lu Fan prepared to deliver the final blow, Mo Tian leaped onto the stone platform, stepping in front of his son. He said in a deep voice, "There's no need to continue. We concede." Mo Tian's intervention immediately drew a wave of jeers from the Lu family. Feeling humiliated, Mo Tian quickly kicked Mo Yunfei off the stone platform. Lu Haoran stood up, his brows furrowed, and said sternly, "Mo old ghost, you're blatantly breaking the rules. The thousand-year tradition of life-and-death duels is not something to be trifled with. No need for your reminder. I know the rules." Mo Tian gritted his teeth. "Tomorrow, we'll deliver a spiritual herb to the Lu family. How about that?" "Now that's more like it," Lu Haoran replied with a broad smile, then cast a look of approval toward Lu Fan. The meaning was clear. "Well done, young man. You'll be richly rewarded when we return." Lu Fan retracted his fiery golden body and stood proudly on the platform. This was the first time in years that the Lu family had defeated the Mo family in the West Mountain hunting tournament. The Lu family disciples rose to their feet, cheering in unison, "Lu Fan is invincible." Watching the scene, Lu Fan's lips curled into a faint smile. Just months ago, these same people had openly mocked him as worthless, and now, their attitudes couldn't be more different. The unpredictability of life truly stirred his emotions. Below the platform, Lu Feng gently nudged his son, Lu Ming, signaling him to join in the celebration. At this moment, Lu Fan had become the hero of the Lu family. Once he turned 18, he would undoubtedly be officially recognized as a third-generation heir of the family. Lu Feng sighed inwardly. He had always thought that position would belong to his son, Lu Ming, but in just a few short months, everything had changed. Reluctantly, Lu Ming stood up but didn't join the cheering crowd. Instead, he walked away. Watching his son's retreating figure, Lu Feng sighed deeply once more. The tournament wasn't over yet. Lu Fan remained on the platform, awaiting his final opponent. He turned his gaze toward Zhang Yuehan, his expression calm and unwavering. Zhang Yuehan's eyes flickered as she slowly ascended the platform and said softly, "Lu Fan, I truly don't wish to fight you. There's no need for words." "Miss Zhang Yuehan, please," Lu Fan replied indifferently. The way he addressed her as Miss Zhang Yuehan caused a subtle change in her expression. The crowd below listened to their exchange, glancing at each other in confusion. Their tone it was as if they shared some kind of past. Zhang Yuehan's face turned cold, and a soft sword suddenly slid out from her sleeve. In an instant, a white glow began to flow around her. It was inner energy. The entire audience erupted in excitement as those in the back pushed forward to get a better view. Zhang Yuehan had already cultivated inner energy. The revelation swept through the crowd like a whirlwind. The faint milky white aura surrounding her proved she had officially stepped into the martial path, achieving the first level of inner strength. A flicker of seriousness crossed Lu Fan's eyes. Clearly, he hadn't expected Zhang Yuehan to have reached such a level. Her talent was truly astonishing. Lu Haoran's body trembled slightly as he thought to himself, with this woman, the Zhang family is destined to rise again. No wonder Zhang Yin dared to participate in this gamble, had absolute confidence in her victory. Imo shared the same thoughts, deeply shaken by Zhang Yuehan's inner energy. The humiliation in his heart only grew stronger. Losing to the Lu family was one thing, but now seeing the Zhang family's potential made it all the more unbearable. Unexpectedly, even the Zhang family, originally a middle-tier family, managed to produce a genius far surpassing Mo Yunfei. Mo Tian clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. Beside him, Lu Hao wore a grave expression. Although Lu Fan had been able to defeat Mo Yunfei, who was at the 9th level of body refinement, his chances against Zhang Yuehan, who had already achieved the qi refining stage, seemed slim. At this moment, all hope rested on whether Zhang Yuehan had truly mastered her control over inner qi. After all, her breakthrough into the inner qi stage had been rushed and achieved through special methods. Yet, even so, the formidable power of someone in the inner qi stage could not be underestimated. Zhang Yuehan stood proudly, looking down at Lu Fan with disdain. If no one else can bring you down, then I'll do it myself. Lu Fan, prepare yourself. Before her words even finished, she shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. The soft sword in her hand danced like a serpent, slashing through the air and leaving behind trails of sword shadows. Lu Fan dared not be careless and immediately activated his fiery golden body to defend himself. The clashing sounds of metal rang out incessantly. Zhang Yuehan's sword strikes were sharp and precise, each one landing squarely on Lu Fan. Despite the protection of his fiery golden body, Lu Fan began to struggle under the relentless barrage of sword light. Suddenly, a white glow burst forth from her sword, infused with qi, breaking through Lu Fan's defenses and leaving a gash on his back. Lu Fan retaliated with a punch aimed at the sword, hoping to overpower her finesse with brute force. However, Zhang Yuehan's movements were swift and agile. Following the motion of her sword, the soft blade transformed into a serpent once more and struck again. Lu Fan pushed his fiery golden body to its limit and unleashed a powerful mountain-crushing fist against the stone platform. With a thunderous crash, the platform shattered, sending debris flying everywhere. Yet, before the fragments could even touch Zhang Yuehan, they were all blocked by an invisible layer of qi. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yuehan's sword let out a clear hum. Dragon Dance Sword Technique? The sword shadows filled the air, indistinguishable between real and illusory, attacking from all directions. Lu Fan was struck repeatedly, forced to retreat several steps. The sword light shimmered with the glow of qi, its power far greater than before. Watching from the sidelines, Lu Haoran's heart clenched. The Dragon Dance Sword Technique was already an exquisite skill taught at the Martial Academy, and now, combined with qi, its power had become unparalleled. Even though Lu Fan's fiery golden body had reached a decent level of mastery, it could hardly compensate for the massive gap between him and someone at the inner qi stage. Just when everyone thought Lu Fan was about to lose, he suddenly managed to grab Zhang Yuehan's sword amidst the countless sword shadows. His palm, burning red-hot, caused the blade to glow with an intense heat, but Zhang Yuehan's qi nullified the flames entirely. Admit defeat, Lu Fan. The gap between us is insurmountable, Zhang Yuehan said coldly. Lu Fan, however, responded with a smile. It's not over yet. As he spoke, his palm erupted in blazing fire. Zhang Yuehan's eyes widened in surprise as she attempted to pull her sword back, channeling her qi into the blade to force his hand away. But Lu Fan's grip was like an iron vice, unmoving, and the scorching flames had already begun to warp the blade. Seeing that her sword was stuck and couldn't be pulled back, Zhang Yuehan immediately switched tactics. She launched a combination of palm and leg techniques directly at Lu Fan. However, to everyone's surprise, Lu Fan didn't take a single step back and endured the blow, which carried the force of her inner energy. Your inner energy is too weak, Lu Fan said calmly as he casually removed the stone hanging around his neck. The seemingly ordinary sealing stone fell to the ground with such force that it created a deep crater in the solid surface. In an instant, the air around Lu Fan surged, and his entire body became engulfed in roaring flames. This astonishing sight caused Lu Haoran and the newly awakened Mo Yunfei's expressions to change dramatically. It became clear that Lu Fan had been suppressing his true power throughout the earlier fight. Recalling his master Wu Chen's suggestion to search the medical texts for a way to remove the sealing stone, Lu Fan couldn't help but feel irritated. The method to remove it was shockingly simple: just take it off. Without the restriction of the sealing stone, Lu Fan's combat power skyrocketed. The intense waves of heat forced Zhang Yuehan to retreat repeatedly, too afraid to even grip her sword. As Lu Fan stomped heavily on the ground, the entire stone platform trembled under the impact. His speed now far surpassed Zhang Yuehan's, even when she was using her inner energy. A powerful punch from Lu Fan struck Zhang Yuehan's protective inner energy barrier, immediately exposing her lack of solid foundation. If her inner energy had been cultivated properly, it wouldn't have been so easily broken. Zhang Yuehan desperately gathered her energy for a counterattack, but Lu Fan effortlessly dodged it, using the strength within his body. Following this, Lu Fan delivered a flaming kick that completely shattered her energy barrier. Zhang Yuehan coughed up blood, her waist-length garment scorched and blackened. Witnessing this, the Lu family members below the platform erupted in deafening cheers, their chants of Lu Fan is invincible reverberating through the air. As Lu Fan prepared to deliver the final blow, Zhang Yuehan suddenly shouted, "Lu Fan, have you forgotten our vows of love?" Her words indeed caused Lu Fan's fist to pause momentarily. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Zhang Yuehan's eyes flashed with malice as she launched a sneak attack, channeling the last of her energy into a kick aimed at Lu Fan's vital point. However, Lu Fan made a subtle movement just in time, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. He then grabbed Zhang Yuehan by the throat. Staring into her terrified eyes, Lu Fan said coldly, "Of course I remember, but I remember your betrayal even more." With that, he flung Zhang Yuehan off the stone platform as though discarding garbage. The Zhang family hurried forward to help Zhang Yuehan, who had collapsed to the ground. Blood stained the corner of her lips, her hair was disheveled, and she looked utterly miserable. Zhang Yin approached his daughter and lowered his voice, asking, "Daughter, is what you just said true?" "You and Lu Fan." "Father, please don't say anything more," Zhang Yuehan replied through gritted teeth, her voice laced with pain. "All right, we'll talk about this later." Zhang Yin responded curtly, then led the Zhang family away from the scene in haste. The surrounding families immediately started whispering among themselves, their murmurs growing louder. So Zhang Yuehan had a past with Lu Fan, but didn't she just start seeing Lu Ming? First Lu Fan, now Lu Ming, what kind of character is that? Though the voices were low, every word was sharp as a needle, piercing Zhang Yuehan's heart. Her face flushed with shame, her body trembling. A single desperate remark had not only cost her the match against Lu Fan, but had also ruined her reputation. The Mo family watched the scene unfold with a sense of relief. Mo Tian turned to Mo Yunfei, his expression stern. "Yunfei, you didn't..." "With Zhang Yuehan." "Almost," Mo Yunfei answered calmly. "Good thing it didn't happen. Stay away from her from now on," Mo Tian said as he stood up and led the Mo family away. Before leaving, Mo Yunfei glanced back at Lu Fan. Though there was a flicker of unwillingness in his eyes, there was also a trace of respect. "Lu Fan, this time you win. When I master my chi technique, well, compete again." Mo Lin, observing his son's demeanor, patted his shoulder with approval. On the stage, at Lu Haoran's signal, the host announced Lu Fan as the winner. Lu Fan waved toward his family, drawing an eruption of cheers like a tidal wave. From that moment on, Lu Fan's legend would spread far and wide throughout Jianglin City. That night, at the victory banquet, the atmosphere was lively with toasts and celebratory performances. A slightly tipsy Lu Haoran pulled Lu Fan aside, rambling on about his own youthful adventures in the martial world. Nearby, Lu Hao watched his younger brother endure the endless old stories with amusement, unable to suppress a chuckle. One by one, the younger members of the Lu family came forward to toast Lu Fan, each taking a moment to offer their apologies. Nearly everyone felt compelled to say "I'm sorry" to him. That evening, more than the tales of brothel escapades and duels between swordsmen that their father recounted, it was this phrase of apology that Lu Fan heard the most. "It was my arrogance and blindness back then. You are the true pillar of the Lu family. I shall punish myself with 3 cups of wine." Lu Fan listened quietly. There was a time when he had dreamed of making those who humiliated him line up to apologize, but now that the moment had arrived, he found it unnecessary. He even began to feel grateful for the hardships he endured, for they had forged his resilience and paved the way for his mastery in martial arts. At that moment, a burly figure strode forward. It was Lu Tiangang, who had once been reprimanded by Lu Fan. Standing tall and holding a wine cup, he bowed deeply before Lu Fan. "Lu Fan, I apologize for calling you useless in the past. I was completely wrong. I don't ask for forgiveness, only that you hear my apology. Lu Fan of the Lu family is a genius, and if anyone dares to speak otherwise, I, Lu Tiangang, will be the first to oppose them." With that, he poured the wine over his own face, bowed deeply again, and turned to leave. "Who would have thought that your performance in today's battle would win the admiration of the entire Lu family?" Lu Haoran said with a smile. "Perhaps," Lu Fan replied with a faint smile. Just then, Lu Feng approached with a somber expression. After taking a seat at Lu Haoran's invitation, he answered Lu Haoran's inquiry about Lu Ming's whereabouts. Lu Ming left for the Martial Arts Academy overnight. Running away from such a minor setback? Lu Haoran frowned in displeasure. "Father, Lu Ming is still young and impulsive. This defeat must have been a heavy blow to him." Lu Hao interjected to defend Lu Ming. Raising his cup, Lu Feng addressed Lu Fan. I apologize to you on Lu Ming's behalf. I hope you won't hold a grudge. After all, we are family. Lu Fan nodded calmly and drank the wine in one go. At that moment, a guard rushed in. Master, Miss Zhang Yuehan from the Zhang family is here to see young Master Lu Fan. If she's here to congratulate him, tell her to come tomorrow. We've already stopped receiving guests for tonight, Lu Haoran said. It is indeed Miss Zhang Yuehan, the guard confirmed. Frowning in thought, Lu Fan stood up and said, they'll go and see her. Lu Fan, Lu Hao called out, remember, you are destined for great things. A woman like Zhang Yuehan is not suitable for you. Don't worry, father. I understand, Lu Fan replied, striding out. Lu Haoran then whispered instructions to the guard. Stay close and record their conversation word for word. The guard nodded and left. Under the night sky, Zhang Yuehan stood before the Lu family's gate. She wore a flowing robe, her hair gently tousled by the breeze. With light makeup, her delicate features carried a hint of sorrow, and her crimson lips appeared striking under the moonlight. Seeing her like this, Lu Fan's expression flickered. This was a sight he once knew so well. It was a night much like this one, he recalled. Lu Fan met Zhang Yuehan, carrying the rare medicinal herbs his father had painstakingly procured for him. Handing over all the herbs to her, Lu Fan stood at the doorway, his gaze calm as he looked at her. What do you want from me? He asked. Zhang Yuehan spoke softly, a hint of hope in her eyes. Lu Fan, I'd like to talk to you. Why don't we go to the inn at the far end of Qingmin Street, have a drink, and talk properly? Whatever you have to say it here, Lu Fan replied, his tone tinged with detachment. Zhang Yuehan bit her lip lightly and stepped forward, her delicate hand reaching out to touch his. Lu Fan subtly stepped back, his expression composed. Miss Yuehan, please show some restraint. Lu Fan, I'm sorry. Can we start over? She pleaded, her eyes glistening with sorrow. Lu Fan looked at her and suddenly gave a faint, enigmatic smile. Zhang Yuehan, if you came here tonight just to say that, you can leave now. What must I do for you to forgive me? She asked, her voice carrying a trace of desperation. There's no question of forgiveness or otherwise, Lu Fan replied coldly. Miss Zhang Yuehan, it's late. If there's nothing else, you should go. Catching the implication in his words, Zhang Yuehan's eyes flickered. So you know I have something to say? How could I not? Your father, Zhang Yin, and my grandfather's bet of 100,000 gold coincide that the real reason for your visit? Either you want me to extend the deadline, or you want me to waive the debt entirely. Isn't that it? Her intentions laid bare, Zhang Yuehan instinctively took a step back under Lu Fan's piercing gaze. Lu Fan, you're so clever. How come I never realized it before? There's a lot you don't know, he replied. She gritted her teeth and asked, will you help me? Your reputation is at its peak right now. If you say a word, the debt might be cancelled. Lu Fan, whatever you want me to do, they'll simply say this. They'll put in a word for you, Lu Fan interrupted. Zhang Yuehan, people shouldn't degrade themselves. There are many things in life that aren't transactions. Relying on yourself is better than relying on others. With that, he turned to leave. You think I'm degrading myself? Zhang Yuehan's voice trembled. Lu Fan turned back to look at her. Out of everything I said, is that the only thing you heard? Lu Fan, is there really no chance for us anymore? She asked, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. After a brief pause, Lu Fan replied slowly, Zhang Yuehan, starting today, our statuses will be worlds apart. Be realistic. You know as well as I do that it's impossible between us. Goodbye. His words mirrored those Zhang Yuehan had once used to end things with him. Now, returned word for word, they cut her deeply, each syllable sharp as a blade. His unwaveringly calm gaze only deepened her sense of defeat. Lu Fan walked away briskly, signaling the guards to close the gate. The iron doors creaked shut, blocking her view of him. Zhang Yuehan stood frozen, her eyes gradually reddening. Then, a hint of venom flickered in her gaze. After a moment, she turned and left in quick strides. The clamor always comes to an end, and life returns to tranquility. 5 days later, in the old forest of Shishan, the waterfall roared on as ever. Lu Fan stood beneath the waterfall, his feet firmly planted in a horse stance, letting the icy torrents pound against his body. A gentle breeze brushed across his face, yet it couldn't sway his stance in the slightest. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, radiating a sharp brilliance. With a sudden burst of force from his feet, he shot upward like an arrow leaving the bowstring, leaping a full 3 zhang high. The air swirled into a small cyclone beneath his feet, holding him briefly aloft. Before gravity could take hold, he lightly tapped the cascading water of the waterfall, propelling himself further upward in a series of fluid movements. His speed was astonishing, his ascent requiring no use of his hands. Just as he was about to reach the top of the waterfall, a sudden change occurred. The entire cascade abruptly reversed, the water coalescing into the form of a ferocious tiger with claws bared and jaws wide, roaring as it lunged toward Lu Fan. Faced with this unexpected danger, Lu Fan showed no fear. His entire body was instantly engulfed in flames as he unleashed a blazing, mountain-crushing fist directly at the oncoming beast. The moment his strike connected, the tiger exploded into a spray of water droplets. Lu Fan thrust one hand into the cliffside to steady himself, then flipped gracefully to land firmly atop the waterfall. Not bad. That was faster than yesterday. It seems your waterfall training is nearing its end. At some point, Wu Chan had appeared at the top of the waterfall. Master, did you really have to go that hard? Lu Fan said, panting heavily. The water forms are getting fiercer each time. Last time it was just a deer, and now it's a tiger. Wu Chen chuckled. If I don't push you, how will you discover your limits? Hand me the sealing stone on your chest. Lu Fan removed the sealing stone and handed it over. Master, does this mean I won't need the sealing stone anymore? This is an excellent training tool, so of course, you'll still use it, Wu Chen replied, taking the stone. But this one isn't effective enough for you anymore. It needs to be reforged, though I'm still missing some materials. Here, take this. As he spoke, Wu Chen placed a pure white, faintly fragrant Longxian flower into Lu Fan's hand. This was one of the spiritual herbs the Imo family had forfeited to the Lu family, along with a partial manual of the Broken Destruction Fist. Lu Fan still vividly remembered the hostile expressions of the Imo family disciples when they delivered these items. However, neither item was particularly valuable. The Longxian flower was mainly used for refining beauty-enhancing pills, and the Broken Destruction Fist manual was incomplete, missing critical sections. In comparison, the Zhang family had yet to pay their compensation and displayed an even worse attitude. Master, what's this for? Lu Fan asked, puzzled. Wu Chen smiled mysteriously. The Longxian flower has an obscure use beyond alchemy. It attracts feral beasts. I've already infused it with a special fragrance to amplify this effect. Your training has reached a bottleneck, and what you need now is life-and-death combat to break through. Don't think that the fight you had in the arena a few days ago counts as a life-and-death battle, Wu Chen said, his gaze heavy as he looked at Lu Fan. That kind of fight is still far from it. Wu Chen then revealed Lu Fan's next training task: take the dragon saliva flower and search for something. What is it? Lu Fan asked. The Ice Heart Meteorite. The name made Lu Fan pause for a moment. He recalled rumors from a few years ago. A small family in the Western Mountains had once found such a meteorite, selling it for an astronomical price at an auction. Looks like you've heard of it, Wu Chen continued. Ice Heart meteorites never appear alone. They are always scattered across a region. If you can't find them, it's likely because they were eaten by wild beasts. Your task is to hunt these beasts and retrieve the undigested meteorite fragments or crystal cores from their bodies. Sounds challenging, Lu Fan nodded. It is indeed very challenging. A single mistake could cost you your life, Wu Chen replied as he pulled out a small cauldron from his robe. Before you begin, take this. Lu Fan examined it closely for a moment and recognized the treasure. This is the gentle flame cauldron? That's right. Not only can it speed up your alchemy process, but in critical moments, you can hide inside it to save your life. With your current cultivation level, you should be able to activate it using your internal energy. Lu Fan carefully stored the cauldron in his ring. Wu Chen then took out a book, his expression becoming unusually serious. Before I give you this final item, I must ask again, are you truly willing to pursue both martial and energy cultivation? This path could leave you achieving nothing in either. I never change my decisions. Please rest assured, Master, Lu Fan replied firmly. Satisfied, Wu Chen nodded and handed over a cultivation manual titled The Infinite Spirit Refining Technique. He then revealed a shocking truth: it was a groundbreaking energy cultivation technique created by none other than Wu Chen himself. To prove it, Wu Chen rolled up his sleeve, exposing his arm. His veins were abnormally pronounced, tangled near his elbow, and the skin above it had turned a lifeless gray. This is the cost of cultivating it, Wu Chen said as he let his sleeve fall. Blocked meridians, impaired blood flow, and a reversal of natural energy. My strength is steadily draining, and one day, my dantian will shatter, and I will die from internal rupture. Is there really no cure? Lu Fan clenched his fists tightly. In theory, there is. But the required ingredients are extraordinarily rare. I've traveled the world for 20 years and still haven't found them. Perhaps someone else might succeed in creating the remedy, but that person won't be me, Wu Chen said calmly. However, you don't need to worry. As long as I don't overexert myself, I can live for a few more decades. So, do you still want to cultivate it? Lu Fan remained silent for a moment. Then he raised his head and said, Master, you wouldn't give me a technique you created if it would harm me. Since you're asking me to train in it, you must have confidence in me, right? A flash of light appeared in Wu Chen's eyes. Of course. When I created it back then, I made a fatal mistake, Wu Chen said with a trace of regret in his voice. Years of cultivating qi had already solidified my foundation, but when I forcibly incorporated a martial artist's gang energy to transform it, the two forces clashed like fire and water, leaving me severely injured and my efforts in vain. He raised his right hand, and at his fingertips, a wisp of milky white energy began to condense, dancing in the air like a flickering flame. Yet, even so, I succeeded. Look, this is the perfect fusion of a martial artist's gang energy and the vitality of chi cultivation. I call it gang chi. Before his words fully settled, he casually threw the wisp of energy toward the waterfall in front of them. The seemingly weak gang chi touched the cascading water, and the entire waterfall erupted with a deafening explosion. As water splashed everywhere, Lu Fan was astonished to see the scattered droplets rapidly changing shape midair, moving as if guided by an invisible hand, striking the surroundings with precision. This is the power of gang chi, Wu Chun said, his eyes gleaming with fervor. It combines the explosive force of gang energy with the transformative power of chi cultivation, making it truly one of a kind. Lu Fan watched in awe, his heart surging with both amazement and longing. Master, isn't this power extremely dangerous? It is indeed dangerous, Wu Chen nodded solemnly. But if one starts cultivating gang chi from the very beginning, allowing gang energy and chi to form and merge simultaneously within the body, the backlash I experienced can be avoided. A cultivator like that, their potential would be beyond even my imagination. Clenching his fists, Lu Fan gritted his teeth and said, Master, please teach me. Life is too short to not take risks. No regrets? None whatsoever. A satisfied smile appeared on Wu Chen's face as he handed the Wuji Refining Spirit Manual to Lu Fan. Don't worry. Until you produce your first wisp of gang chi, they'll be watching over you. I won't let my tragedy repeat itself in you. Lu Fan nodded firmly and eagerly opened the Wuji Refining Spirit Manual. The first line of bold characters leaped into his sight. Wuji gives rise to Taiji, Taiji gives rise to Liangyi, Liangyi gives rise to Xixiang, Xixiang gives rise to Bagua, and Bagua gives rise to all things. He sat down quietly and began to study it with full concentration. Turning away, Wu Chun gazed at the endless mountain ranges in the distance. A gentle breeze brushed his face, and the sun hung high in the sky. From this moment onward, Lu Fan would embark on a brand new and uncharted path. No one could predict what heights he would reach on this journey. In the far distance, a flock of birds soared into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. On the western mountains, white clouds drifted like fleeting shadows. The green hills stood steadfast, and the rivers flowed endlessly. 2 months later, deep within the dense forest, the sounds of intense combat echoed through the trees. A figure darted swiftly among the foliage, roaring furiously at something ahead. Damn you, demon-scaled panthers. Do you think you can burn me alive like this? Come on, let's see how many of you are left. With a thunderous shout, a demon-scaled panther, its body covered in black, armored scales, was struck by a powerful punch. It flew backward, smashing through several towering trees before crashing heavily onto the forest floor. After a faint whimper, the once mighty beast lay still, never to rise again. Around it, the lifeless bodies of 5 others of its kind were scattered. These adult demon-scaled panthers were as formidable as martial artists at the 9th stage of body refinement. Their immense strength, razor-sharp claws, and a devastating trump card-spitting demon fire to incinerate foes in critical moments made them fearsome adversaries. Even a martial artist at the 1st stage of internal force would struggle to defeat them, let alone face an entire pack alone. But today, they had encountered an opponent far beyond their expectations. Lu Fan, his entire body engulfed in raging flames, gripped the throat of the last remaining panther with one hand. His clothes were charred black, and claw marks from the panther's sharp talons marred his face. Glaring at the struggling beast in his grasp, Lu Fan's anger flared. These cursed creatures had not only destroyed his last set of clothes, but also ruined his hairstyle. Ironically, his own flames never harmed even a strand of his hair. Yet these panthers had given him an unintentional haircut. As Lu Fan tightened his grip, a faint white glow shimmered along his arm, a sign that he was nearing the mastery of internal force. With the sound of bones snapping, the final demon-scaled panther met its end. Lu Fan pulled up a dragon saliva flower nearby and grumbled to Wu Chun, who stood watching. Master, this dragon saliva flower is way too overpowered. Plant it, and every beast within a 10-mile radius comes running. I've been killing for 2 months straight, and instead of thinning out, these beasts just keep coming. As he spoke, a stream of pure energy formed in his hand, which he drank in one gulp. This was the result of his recent progress in cultivating the infinite spirit refining technique. His mastery over the 5 elements had grown increasingly refined. Wu Chun, who had been calmly observing the battle from the sidelines, chuckled. You've been lucky these past few days, not running into anything stronger. If an armored rock dragon turtle shows up again, you'll have a real challenge on your hands. The mention of the armored rock dragon turtle made Lu Fan's eyelid twitch. A month ago, he had been chased in utter humiliation by one of these creatures, which had been drawn by the dragon's saliva flower. To make matters worse, his master, who had merely watched from the sidelines, had remained untouched by any beasts thanks to a rare technique called merging with heaven and earth. Though Lu Fan had tried to learn this technique over the past month, his progress was minimal. Dragging all 6 demon-scaled panther corpses into one spot, Lu Fan began dissecting them with his bare hands, searching for beast cores. According to his master, such small beasts rarely contained cores. Only powerful monsters, like the armored rock dragon turtle, equivalent to martial artists at the internal force stage, were guaranteed to possess them. Lu Fan dissected 5 or 6 wild beasts before finally finding a crystal nucleus the size of a thumb. He handed it to Wu Chun for inspection. After carefully examining it, Wu Chun shook his head inside. No sign of the ice heart meteorite. It seems we'll have to venture further in. Can't we use something else as a substitute? Lu Fan asked, a little disappointed. Wu Chun explained, there are substitutes, but their effects are far inferior to the ice heart meteorite. Only with the ice heart meteorite combined with the sealing force stone can we both suppress power during cultivation and accelerate the absorption of the world's energy. Whether practicing martial arts or refining qi, this is the best combination. Lu Fan nodded in agreement, and then brought up his cultivation progress. Master, I feel like I'm about to break through. Especially with my qi energy, it's almost ready to manifest externally. I know, Wu Chun said seriously, but you must suppress it for now. The ideal time to break through is when your vital energy and qi energy are perfectly balanced. I'll do my best to suppress it. The vital energy is also close to emerging. The airflow in my dantian has already shown 4 colors, with only the last one remaining, Lu Fan reported. Wu Chun smiled with satisfaction. That's right. Your progress in vital energy cultivation has far exceeded my expectations. Maybe I'm a natural when it comes to qi cultivation, Lu Fan said with a hint of humor. He then took out the Wanhua cauldron from his ring. Infusing it with his qi, the cauldron expanded in size. He tossed in a leopard he had hunted along with some herbs he had collected, and with his left hand, he conjured fire to begin cooking. Soon, the aroma of herbs and roasted meat filled the air. To Lu Fan, the Wanhua cauldron was nothing short of a magical cooking tool. Simply tossing ingredients inside would yield a delicious meal. Every time Wu Chun saw this, he couldn't help but lament the fact that such a precious alchemical treasure was being used as a cooking utensil. Yet, he had to admit that the food it produced was undeniably delectable. After finishing their meal, they packed up the leftover roasted meat and continued their journey. Walking through the dense forest, where the canopy blocked out almost all sunlight, Lu Fan could no longer tell if they were still within the boundaries of the western mountain range. After trekking for half a day, the scene before them suddenly opened up. A crescent-shaped lake, glowing a fiery red, came into view. Along the lake's edge lay several massive wild beasts. Lu Fan immediately recognized them as the rock-armored dragon turtles that had once caused him serious trouble. He quickly ducked into the woods for cover. Each dragon turtle stood over 3 meters tall, their bodies covered in rock-like, impenetrable scales, with sharp horns on their heads radiating purple lightning. Compared to the ones he had encountered before, these were clearly much larger, and the size of a wild beast often correlated with its strength. As Lu Fan contemplated whether to take a detour, Wu Chun suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, Blood Moon Lake. There's actually a Blood Moon Lake here. Master, what's wrong with Blood Moon Lake? Lu Fan couldn't help but ask, hearing Wu Chun's unusually surprised tone. Lu Fan, your luck has arrived. Wu Chun's voice was filled with excitement. The water of Blood Moon Lake can enhance qi cultivation, a rare and miraculous treasure. If you train in the lake, you'll be able to cultivate vital energy within days. Moreover, the lake water can strengthen your physique, helping you achieve a dual breakthrough. Lu Fan's eyes lit up at these words, but his excitement quickly turned into concern. Several massive rock-armored dragon turtles were lazily lounging by the lake city, an obstacle that wouldn't be easy to deal with. It seems I'll have to find a way to lure them away, Lu Fan said through gritted teeth. It's best to lure them far enough so they don't interrupt your training, Wu Chun suggested. Or better yet, why not just kill them all? Can I even manage that right now? Believe in yourself. By the way, the infinite refining technique you're cultivating doesn't just merge qi and vital energite, can also integrate other elements. I once used it to combine qi cultivation techniques. You might want to try merging martial skills with it, like that incomplete small annihilation fist you've been practicing. Lu Fan nodded. We'll give it a shot. Not like I have any better ideas. Quickly, he leapt into the forest, finding a concealed spot to plant the dragon saliva flower into the ground. The enhanced dragon saliva incense, prepared by Wu Chun, began to spread immediately, even making Lu Fan feel slightly dazed. The fragrance soon drifted to the lakeside, causing the rock-armored dragon turtles to stir restlessly. They charged out frantically, 2 of them crashing through the forest, breaking countless trees, while two others overshot their mark and continued running wildly. Only one remained under the trees, scanning its surroundings. Seizing the moment, Lu Fan leapt down from the tree, flames surging around his body as he struck the dragon turtle's head with a blazing mountain-crushing fist. Shards of rock armor flew in all directions, but the massive creature merely staggered back a few steps before regaining its footing. Its crimson eyes glared at Lu Fan as it charged toward him. "You knocked me flying last time, but not this time," Lu Fan roared, grabbing hold of the horn on the dragon turtle's head. The immense impact caused his feet to sink into the ground, carving two deep trenches as he was pushed back. With white chi energy swirling around his arms, he raised his right fist and unleashed a small annihilation fist. A section of the dragon turtle's rock armor shattered, but its horn began to crackle with blinding lightning. At this critical moment, Wu Qin's voice rang out from above. "Focus your chi in your dantian, command the infinite, and merge all things." Lu Fan repeated the 12-character mantra in his mind, feeling his state of mind suddenly clear. The energy of the universe surged into his arms. He threw another punch-a, devastating mountain-crushing fist. This strike shattered the dragon turtle's horn, and the colossal creature collapsed heavily to the ground. "Awesome!" Lu Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Though his arm tingled slightly from the punch, the satisfaction of the strike was undeniable. The defeated rock-shelled dragon turtle lay on the ground, struggling as pitch-black blood gushed from its broken horn. In the distance, roars echoed one after another as other dragon turtles, drawn by the smell of blood, rapidly converged from all directions. With swift movements, Lu Fan collected the broken dragon horn and uprooted the dragon saliva flower embedded in the ground. He then leaped onto the nearest tall tree. "Not bad, huh?" Wu Qin remarked with a smile, watching the panting Lu Fan. "Feels great, but it's exhausting," Lu Fan replied with a nod. "That's because you lack practice, but that's a minor issue," Wu Qin explained. "Your destructive fist hasn't fully grasped its essence, which ironically made it easier for you to fuse it. The fact that you succeeded on your first attempt is pure luck. With more practice and the integration of other fist techniques, you might just become a martial arts grandmaster someday." "Maybe," Lu Fan replied with a faint smile. By now, several rock-shelled dragon turtles had gathered beneath the tree, pacing and searching for their target. Lu Fan carefully concealed himself, knowing he could only take them down one by one. Facing multiple of them at once would be disastrous. If they unleashed their combined thunderous power, he would undoubtedly be gravely injured. Fortunately, these creatures weren't very intelligent. After wandering around the tree for a while, they eventually dragged their injured companion away. Like an agile monkey, Lu Fan leapt between the treetops, moving a mile away before planting the dragon saliva flower into the ground again. He planned to use this method to lure out any solitary dragon turtles. As expected, one soon approached alone, while the others remained occupied with their injured ally. Once he confirmed the target was isolated, Lu Fan leaped down, his arms surging with energy as he unleashed the destructive mountain-crushing fist once more. A day later, all the rock-shelled dragon turtles had been dealt with, their corpses piled along the lakeshore. The stench from the bodies would deter other wild beasts, ensuring his training wouldn't be interrupted. Though victorious, Lu Fan was not unscathed. The final dragon turtle had put up a desperate fight, striking him with a severe electric shock. Thankfully, he managed to sever its counterattack in time, or his injuries would have been far worse. Now, his right hand was bleeding, and his left cheek was charred black. Limping, he made his way toward Blood Moon Lake. These injuries were nothing to Lu Fan. As he stepped into the lake, he was astonished. Such dense energy. Crimson energy began to seep into his body through the pores under his feet. Though slow and icy, it strengthened his meridians and rapidly enhanced his physical body. From the lakeshore, Wu Chun watched Lu Fan's figure with a mix of tension and hope. If his calculations were correct, Lu Fan was about to face the most challenging trial in Blood Moon Lake. Whether Wu Chin's lifelong efforts would come to fruition depended entirely on this moment. Lu Fan continued forward until his entire body was submerged in the water. Holding his breath, he closed his eyes and released the energy stored in his dantian, drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth to breathe as if he were still on land. Deep beneath the lake, crimson energy flowed into Lu Fan's body like a steady stream. With his eyes tightly shut and his breath held, he focused intently, allowing his consciousness to sink into an introspective state guided by the elemental forces within him. His body gradually descended through the water, stopping just 3 inches above the lake bed. In the dim and murky depths, only Lu Fan's form radiated a brilliant crimson glow. The blood-colored energy seemed to have found an outlet, surging toward him and being absorbed by his body like a whirlpool. Within his dantian, the currents of 4 distinct colors began to give rise to a 5th, while the protective force on his skin expanded relentlessly, as if ready to burst forth. On the shore, Wu Chun sat cross-legged, his expression one of unwavering focus as he guarded Lu Fan in the water. A whole month had passed, with the lake's surface remaining calm, though hidden currents churned below. During this time, 5 wild beasts had approached, only to be effortlessly repelled by Wu Chun. However, he refrained from exerting too much force, wary of depleting his own lifespan. On this particular day, the lake's originally crimson waters began to change. The intense red hue receded from the edges, and the water gradually became clear. At the lake's center, a vortex silently formed, drawing the forces of heaven and earth toward the lakebed. Wu Chun quickly rose to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on the lake's depths. By now, Lu Fan had awakened, and the power within him surged uncontrollably. A formidable aura of protective energy first materialized as a white barrier around him, followed by the eruption of the 5-colored currents from his dantian. The two forces clashed violently, sending waves of excruciating pain through Lu Fan's body. These two distinct energies were utterly incompatible, like fire and water. While they had coexisted during his earlier cultivation stages, they now vied for dominance as they both reached maturity, disregarding Lu Fan's capacity to endure their conflict. A cacophony of explosive sounds echoed from the lakebed, and Wu Chen immediately recognized that Lu Fan was at a critical juncture. He shouted with a thunderous voice, "Embrace all, refine the soul with infinity." His words, resonating like a clap of thunder, penetrated the water and reached Lu Fan's ears. This reminder jolted Lu Fan into clarity. Without hesitation, he activated the infinite soul refining technique. Dividing his focus, he forcibly controlled a strand of protective energy and a thread of elemental force, weaving them together into a swirling vortex. The swirling vortex rapidly expanded as Lu Fan focused all his attention on controlling this immense power. While accelerating the vortex's rotation, he carefully maintained the balance between his inner energy and spiritual qi. Each time a wisp of spiritual qi was drawn into the vortex, he immediately channeled a corresponding intensity of inner energy to fuse with it. The two forces merged and contracted inwardly from his body, flowing along his meridians toward his dantian. As the changes within Lu Fan's body intensified, the entire lake surface began to rotate and sink. Wu Chen lightly tapped the void and appeared directly above the whirlpool in the lake. Looking down, he could clearly see Lu Fan seated cross-legged at the vortex's center. At this moment, Lu Fan's form was extraordinary. His hair moved without wind, and tiny streams of air swirled around him. The milky white inner energy and the multicolored spiritual qi intertwined, creating a dazzling spectacle. Inside Lu Fan's body, countless small vortices flowed through his meridians, while the primary vortex in his dantian radiated brilliance, extraordinary and vibrant. When the final trace of inner energy and spiritual qi transformed into a vortex, things began to spiral out of control. The overwhelming vortex force caused his dantian to tremble, and his meridians and bones emitted creaking sounds under immense strain. The powerful suction, like a whale swallowing the sea, ravenously absorbed all surrounding energy, not only the blood-red power within the lake, but also the energy of heaven and earth itself. Sensing the critical moment, Wu Chun extended a finger and flicked a thread of inner energy straight into Lu Fan's crown, directing it to his dantian. This thread of energy acted like an anchor, instantly slowing the vortex's wild rotation. Grasping this fleeting opportunity, Lu Fan exerted all his strength to compress the vortex. That single thread of inner energy ignited the entire vortex like a spark to kindling, transforming it into a blazing white flame. With a thunderous roar, a burst of milky white fiery energy erupted from Lu Fan, pushing the surrounding lake water 3 meters away in an instant. At this moment, Lu Fan's senses became sharper than ever before. He could clearly perceive the flow of energy in the heavens and earth, discerning even the trajectory of the wind and the ripples of the water. Though this heightened clarity lasted only a brief moment, it gave him a profound new understanding of the forces of nature. With a sudden burst of strength, Lu Fan propelled himself off the lakebed with inner energy, launching into the air. Both he and Wu Chen landed on the shore simultaneously, sending a fountain of water skyward in their wake. Looking at the aura of inner energy rising from his body, Lu Fan couldn't help but laugh with joy. Wu Chen smiled with satisfaction and said, "Lu Fan, congratulations, you've succeeded." Overwhelmed with emotion, Lu Fan knelt and bowed deeply. "Thank you, master." Wu Chen placed a hand on Lu Fan's head, gazing up at the heavens as he murmured, "The foundation is set, the dual cultivation method is complete. My heart aligns with the heavens. This life has not been in vain." Wu Chen helped Lu Fan up from the ground and carefully brushed the dust off his clothes. "Lu Fan, from today onwards, you will walk a path that no one has ever tread before," Wu Chen said with a serious expression. "As your master, the only thing I can provide you with is the techniques of a qi refiner. Beyond that, everything else will depend on you." Lu Fan nodded solemnly. "All right, since everything is progressing smoothly, let's continue searching for the Ice Heart meteorite," Wu Chen said. a look of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. You can also test the power of your Gang Qi now. Its strength is undoubtedly far greater than ordinary Gang energy or Yuan Qi. I can't wait to try it, Lu Fan said, clenching his fists as he felt the surging energy within him. If I encounter the rock armor dragon turtle again, I'm sure I can take it down with a single punch. Just then, Wu Chen's expression suddenly turned grave. He grabbed Lu Fan and leapt onto a nearby tree branch, whispering urgently, "Don't make a sound. Someone's coming." A faint glow emanated from Wu Chen's hands as he instantly activated the body merging with the heavens and earth technique. Lu Fan immediately calmed his mind and steadied his breath. Though he didn't understand why his master was so cautious, he could clearly sense the remarkable nature of the technique, felt as if the wind flowed through him, transforming him into an ethereal, ghostly presence. In the next moment, a streak of light shot across the sky and descended directly onto the lakeshore. As the light dissipated, two figures emerged, an elderly man and a young girl. The old man, with white hair and beard, wore the robes of a yin-yang martial master, exuding an aura as imposing as a towering mountain. The girl, about the same age as Lu Fan, had a delicate face framed by a high ponytail. Her fiery red martial attire accentuated her valiant demeanor, and she held a short blade formed from condensed light. Lu Fan held his breath. This was his first time witnessing such powerful martial practitioners. On the Gang martial continent, only those at the legendary yin-yang realm could wear the yin-yang martial robes. Martial training in Gang energy was divided into 5 stages: Inner Gang, Outer Gang, Yuan Gang, Earth Gang, and Sky Gang. The yin-yang realm existed above these levels. It was said that those in the yin-yang realm possessed the power to dominate the heavens, boil the seas, and could transform into streaks of light, traveling vast distances in an instant, one of their signature abilities. The girl's strength was equally impressive. The ability to manifest Gang energy into a weapon was the hallmark of someone at the peak of Inner Gang. To achieve such a level at her age was nothing short of extraordinary. "Stupid master, you got it wrong again. There's nothing here," the girl said, pouting in dissatisfaction. The old man frowned. "That's impossible. I distinctly sensed energy fluctuations here, and they haven't completely dissipated yet." As he spoke, he waved his hand, summoning a cluster of shimmering, star-like lights above Blood Moon Lake. The lights sparkled with a myriad of colors. "There's Gang energy here, as well as Yuan Qi. Strange. Could it be that someone has cultivated a unique technique here, or has a treasure emerged?" The girl kicked the old man unceremoniously. "Idiot master, there's nothing here. Stop staring at nothing." The old man, interrupted in his thoughts, shook his head helplessly. All right, we'll go look for the treasure now. You, young lady, have no patience at all. When you reach the bottleneck of the outer force stage, you'll understand how hard it is." The girl flashed her adorable tiger teeth in a smile and said, "With you as my master, what do I have to fear?" The old man could only shake his head in resignation. Then, his figure transformed into a streak of light, and with the girl, they vanished into the sky in an instant. "Master, who were they?" Lu Fan asked softly. "Don't speak," Wu Chen warned in a low voice. Though Lu Fan was puzzled, he obediently followed his master's command and remained motionless on the tree. Moments later, the streak of light reappeared, and the old man and the girl landed by the riverbank again. The old man's sharp gaze scanned the surroundings, but he looked slightly disappointed. "It seems they've truly gone far. What a pity. If it really were a reclusive master, I would have liked to exchange techniques with them." "Foolish master. All you think about is fighting." The girl pouted and complained. "You keep fighting, but I haven't seen you break through to the yin-yang stage." The old man looked embarrassed. "The yin-yang stage is not so easily achieved. You'll understand once you reach it. Forget it, enough talk. Let's go look for the treasure." The two of them walked into the forest this time, without transforming into a streak of light. Only then did Lu Fan realize what had happened. If not for his master's timely reminder, they would have already been exposed. Once the pair had gone far enough, Wu Chen finally released his technique of merging with the environment. Watching them leave, he smiled and said, "A yin-yang stage warrior. It's been a while. I never expected a small place like Wuan Country to have a yin-yang stage expert. Too bad they haven't fully mastered their realm yet." Lu Fan detected the calm confidence in his master's tone and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Master, what was your realm before you were injured? Were you a spirit chi master?" "Spirit chi master?" Wu Chen raised an eyebrow and replied, "You underestimate your master. Have you heard of the heaven and earth stage?" Lu Fan was instantly stunned, his jaw dropping in disbelief. He knew that cultivators were divided into 2 paths: martial artists and chi practitioners. After cultivating elemental energy, chi practitioners advance through the stages of chi practitioner, chi master, spirit chi master, chi controller, and immortal chi master. The heaven and earth stage was equivalent in prestige to the yin-yang stage for martial artists, and those who reached this realm were honored as heaven and earth sovereigns. Even a heaven and earth chi master would have to address me as a senior, Wu Chun said with a faint snort. However, he sighed shortly after, but that was all in the past. Now, I'm probably only comparable to a spirit chi master. Let's go. Well, follow them and take a look. Follow them? Master, is that safe? Lu Fan asked, a bit worried. As long as they can't detect my merging with Thieverment technique, we'll be fine, Wu Chun said with a smile. I'm also curious why a yin-yang stage warrior came here. They mentioned searching for treasure, so why not tag along? Who knows, we might benefit from it. Lu Fan, noticing the confidence in his master's demeanor, nodded but still raised a practical concern. Master, are you sure we can keep up? They can transform into streams of light. After all, Wu Chun replied nonchalantly, don't worry. Since they're here to hunt for treasure, they won't use their light transformation technique frequently. Even if their speed is faster, it won't be by much. Besides, as chi refiners, we have an advantage over martial artists in the forest like our ability to control the spirits of plants and trees. As he spoke, Wu Chun moved his fingers slightly. Lu Fan immediately saw the surrounding plants and trees sway as if imbued with life, moving gently in sync with his master's gestures. Inspired, Lu Fan attempted to channel his own chi into wood element energy. Soon, he could sense the vegetation within a radius of 10 zhong, as if they had become extensions of his perception, 1,000 vigilant eyes under his command. Seeing Lu Fan so adeptly harnessing wood element power, Wu Chun nodded in satisfaction. This was proof that Lu Fan's chi had perfectly integrated both physical strength and spiritual energy. After closing his eyes to sense their surroundings for a moment, Wu Chun pointed to the left. Let's go. They went this way. The master and disciple swiftly ventured into the forest on the left. Though the two ahead moved in an unpredictable, winding path, Wu Chen's formidable wood element sensing ensured they never lost track of their targets. They trailed them from a distance, maintaining their pursuit for a full 10 days. During this time, Lu Fan made the most of every moment. While adapting to his new powers, he also studied chi refining techniques under Wu Chen's guidance. Beyond the alchemy and basic elemental transformation techniques he had already learned, Wu Chun finally began teaching him the fundamentals of chi condensation and object manifestation. As they traveled, Lu Fan practiced shaping flames in his palm, transforming them into wolves, tigers, snakes, and eagles. His chi flowed seamlessly, allowing the flames to shift into countless forms. While walking, Wu Chun explained, chi condensation and object manifestation is the most basic offensive technique for a chi refiner. Starting with elemental transformation, you must familiarize yourself with various attributes before deciding on a primary path of specialization, with secondary elements as supplements. Some may ask why they can't focus on a single element alone. Such thinking is foolish. While you'll meet chi refiners who train exclusively in one attribute, they're dooming themselves to stagnation, forever barred from entering the realm of Qian Kuan. Lu Fan listened intently, his flames shifting instantly from a ferocious tiger to a stream of clear water, and then into a gentle breeze. Suddenly, Wu Chun came to an abrupt halt. In the distance, a deafening explosion echoed through the forest. A pillar of light shot skyward, accompanied by an earth-shaking dragon's roar. Wu Chun quickly stepped in front of Lu Fan to shield him. Master, what's happening? Lu Fan barely finished speaking when a massive figure soared into the sky. The heavens darkened as thunderclouds rolled in, lightning flashing ominously. A majestic six-winged dragon appeared before them. This is bad, it's a six-winged sky-splitting dragon, Wu Chun exclaimed, pulling Lu Fan back hurriedly. At that moment, a clear voice rang out, splitting the heavens. Yin-yang mystic slash. The world was suddenly bathed in black and white. Before they realized it, an elder had appeared, hovering midair. His hands formed intricate seals, and the black and white energy coalesced into a massive yin-yang diagram. It transformed into a colossal celestial blade, descending directly toward the six-winged sky-splitting dragon. The ground was splitting apart, and it felt as though the world was on the brink of destruction. Darkness completely engulfed Lu Fan's vision, and the continuous roaring sound was so intense it nearly burst his eardrums. Even though he kept channeling energy to shield himself, he still felt as fragile as a leaf in a storm, ready to be torn apart at any moment. When the deafening roar finally subsided and light returned, the scene before Lu Fan left him speechless. A colossal six-winged sky-splitting dragon lay lifeless on the ground. An elderly man stood nearby, holding the yin-yang sword, having already split open the dragon's head to retrieve a fist-sized, ice-blue crystal core. Even from a distance, Lu Fan could clearly see the blue energy swirling within the core. Master, is that? Wu Chun asked with a smile, seeking confirmation. That's right, the old man replied. This is the crystal core it formed after consuming the Ice Heart meteorite. We targeted the right prey this time. The elder swiftly wrapped the crystal core in a white cloth. At that moment, A young girl gracefully flew over to his side, her voice filled with excitement. Silly master, this crystal core is huge. This is quite the haul. Indeed, it's a good find, the elder said with a kind smile. With this six-winged sky-splitting dragon's crystal core, we'll ask your Uncle Long to craft you a protective crystal when we return. The girl beamed with joy, then pointed to the dragon's body. Should we take its body back with us? No need, the elder shook his head and explained. Once a sky-splitting dragon dies, its body quickly turns to stone. Bringing it back would just mean carrying a pile of rocks. Let's move on. With such a creature guarding this place, there must be treasures nearby. Let's search carefully. The girl reluctantly glanced at the dragon's corpse a few more times before following the elder. Through his connection to the power of nature, Wu Chun overheard the conversation between the master and disciple clearly. He turned to Lu Fan, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Lu Fan, we've got something good to grab here. These martial artists have no idea how valuable rare wild beasts can be. Come on, follow me. Wu Chun moved swiftly, leading Lu Fan around to the back of the six-winged sky-splitting dragon, a spot where the master and disciple wouldn't notice even if they returned. Carefully, Wu Chun formed his hand into a blade and sliced open the dragon's back scales. Blood immediately gushed out. Hurry, get the cauldron out, Wu Chun urged. Remember, collect the blood while heating it with flames, or it'll solidify instantly. Lu Fan quickly retrieved a cauldron and followed the instructions. Sure enough, the dragon's blood began to coagulate the moment it hit the cauldron, and the entire dragon corpse was rapidly turning to stone. Fortunately, Lu Fan worked swiftly, managing to fill the cauldron with the ice-blue dragon blood before the body completely solidified. Master, what's next? Get all the medicinal ingredients out, Wu Chun said with focused determination. He'll tell you what to add, and the order must be exact. Lu Fan promptly emptied his storage ring of all the herbs he had gathered recently, along with leftovers from before, spreading them out across the ground. Add the green flame vine, then the ironwood fruit, then the blazing grass. Wu Chun began instructing at a rapid pace. The flames danced steadily as the tail grass was carefully placed into the cauldron. Wu Chun methodically added over a dozen different herbs, and the dragon's blood gradually turned a deep crimson red. Finally, he picked up the last two remaining medicinal plants, ground them into a colorful powder, and sprinkled it into the dragon's blood. The dragon's blood immediately began to boil, bubbling intensely. Lu Fan, quick, drink it, as much as you can, Wu Chun urged anxiously. Lu Fan froze for a moment before grabbing the cauldron, which was larger than himself, with both hands and tilting it to drink. The dragon's blood not only poured down his throat, but also spilled all over him. Strangely, the blood had lost its pungent smell and now exuded a refreshing fragrance. The transformation was swift. Lu Fan could distinctly feel his meridians expanding, his muscles and bones reshaping, and crimson patterns emerging on his skin. He drank nearly half the cauldron before stopping, gasping for air, feeling as though the dragon's blood might overflow from his throat. Wu Chun quickly collected the remaining dragon's blood, unwilling to waste a single drop. Lu Fan, how do you feel now? He asked. Master, I need to go to the bathroom, urgently, Lu Fan replied with a wry smile. Hold it in until the dragon's blood is fully absorbed, Wu Chun responded calmly. Reluctantly, Lu Fan remained standing, watching as the crimson patterns on his skin gradually formed into the shape of a complete dragon. The moment the dragon pattern took shape, he noticed an extraordinary change in his skin's texture. He reached out to touch it and found it as hard as solid rock. Can you feel it? This is dragon blood skin, a true shield against blades, bullets, fire, and water, Wu Chun explained. With this protective layer, you'll be nearly invulnerable unless faced with someone vastly more powerful than you. Plus, your recovery abilities will be significantly enhanced. So dragon's blood has such miraculous properties. I've never heard of this before, Lu Fan marveled. With your shallow knowledge, how could you possibly know about the refining techniques of dragon's blood? Even in the Qi cultivation world, this is an extremely rare form of alchemy, Wu Chun scoffed lightly. All right, pack up the cauldron. We have important matters to attend to. Lu Fan nodded in agreement. By now, the dragon patterns on his skin had completely faded. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Chun continued. You saw the crystal cores they unearthed. The Ice Heart meteorite is likely nearby. Me guess is it's hidden in the dragon's lair. Dragons do have a tendency to collect shiny objects, Lu Fan agreed. But where is the dragon's lair? Wu Chun suddenly smiled. This is where the difference between a Qi cultivator and a martial artist lies. Lu Fan, watch closely and see how a Qi cultivator finds what they seek. Before he finished speaking, a five-colored light spread out from beneath Wu Chun's feet. Wherever the light touched, the grass swayed, and the wind shifted. Placing a hand on Lu Fan's shoulder, Wu Chun channeled his energy, and instantly, the landscape within dozens of miles poured into Lu Fan's mind. For a moment, he felt as though he had become the wind, the water, the trees, and the earth. Suddenly, Lu Fan saw a hidden cave nestled within the rock face, glowing with an intense brilliance. The sight sent a shiver through his entire body. Wu Chuan withdrew his hand, a faint smile playing on his lips. Did you see it clearly? Lu Fan opened his eyes, excitement gleaming within them. Master, what's this move called? It's incredible. It's called the Heavenly Eye Technique, Wu Chen explained. Once you've mastered merging your body with the heavens and earth, you'll be able to learn it. But for now, we can't waste any more time. If we're late, it'll be trouble. The master and disciple quickened their pace, racing forward. Soon, a towering, sheer cliff appeared before them, as if cleaved by a colossal blade, stretching straight into the clouds. In the middle of the cliff face was a recessed cave, the lair of the six-winged sky-splitting dragon. Just as Wu Chuan and Lu Fan exchanged a knowing glance, a flash of light darted out from the forest, arriving at the cave entrance in an instant. It was the pair of master and apprentice they had encountered earlier. Haha, silly master, my eyesight is way better, isn't it? The girl said smugly. We've been searching the forest for ages, and here it is, the dragon's nest. Doesn't look all that special to me. The elderly man chuckled in response. The outside may seem ordinary, but the treasures are inside. Let's go see what we can find. Wu Chen's expression darkened instantly. Turning to Lu Fan, he whispered, I'll distract them. You must retrieve the Ice Heart meteorite before they do. It's crucial. Before his words had fully settled, Wu Chen vanished from sight. In an instant, the weather shifted dramatically. A deafening thunderclap tore through the air, and a colossal human face materialized in the sky. Ignorant fools, leave at once. This is the domain of the Supreme Venerable of Infinity. A commanding voice boomed. The elderly man, about to step into the cave, immediately shielded his young apprentice, calling out boldly, This is but a remote wilderness, the entrance to a dragon's lair. What domain of the Supreme Venerable? If you want the treasure, just say so. I, Lin Feng, have never feared anyone. As he spoke, the yin-yang sword in his hand unsheathed, glowing faintly as he began to rise into the air. Taking advantage of the distraction, his young apprentice nimbly darted into the cave. Seeing this, Lu Fan grew increasingly anxious, while the confrontation in the sky continued. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Do you dare face me in battle for 300 rounds? The voice from the sky thundered, and a bolt of multicolored lightning streaked across the heavens. Lin Feng's eyes lit up at the sight, and he laughed heartily. Why wouldn't I dare? With that, he transformed into a streak of light and soared skyward. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fan utilized the skills he had honed scaling waterfalls. With a few agile leaps, he climbed the cliff face and slipped into the cave. Inside, the space was vast and shadowy, but thanks to his dragon blood-enhanced vision, the darkness posed no obstacle. Though the rare dragon saliva flowers lining the walls were valuable, he had no time to gather them. He charged straight toward the light ahead. The space opened up into a grand chamber, where a mountain of treasures glittered temptingly. Just then, a short blade wreathed in scorching heat slashed toward him from the side. Thief, prepare to die. Lu Fan barely managed to raise his arm to block. The blade struck his arm with a metallic clang, the force sending him flying into the pile of treasures. As he struggled to his feet, he looked up to see the girl, blade in hand, lunging at him again. Ignoring the pain in his arm, Lu Fan moved like the wind, his figure as swift as lightning, surrounded by rising flames. He gathered all his strength and unleashed the blazing mountain-crushing fist, his punch meeting the girl's rapidly approaching dagger Hedon. In an instant, a powerful spiral force surged through his fist, tearing into his meridians. Lu Fan felt his entire body tremble violently as he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the stone wall, embedding himself deep into the rock. The gap in strength between the peak of inner chi and the first level of inner chi was laid bare in this strike. The girl was forced back several steps by the impact of his punch, and the energy-formed dagger in her hand flickered and wavered. Lu Fan tasted blood in his throat as a surge of it threatened to rise, but he forcibly swallowed it down. He withdrew the flames around him, leaving only a protective layer of flowing chi around his body. Your chi is so weak, yet you managed to block one of my strikes? Not bad, the girl remarked, scrutinizing Lu Fan with a hint of surprise. Suddenly, her expression shifted. Huh, why does your chi look like that? She stepped closer quickly. Lu Fan's gaze darted around the cave. With his current strength, it was nearly impossible to match her Hedon. His only chance was to find the Ice Heart meteorite and escape as soon as possible. Suddenly, amidst a pile of glittering treasures, he spotted several pieces of ice blue stone. Without a doubt, they were the Ice Heart meteorites he was seeking. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan leapt forward just as the girl approached, executing the destruction mountain-crushing fist. The girl clearly hadn't expected him to have any strength left and hastily split into two afterimages. His punch missed, but he had anticipated it. Pausing briefly midair, he adjusted his stance. As the girl turned to strike with her dagger, he swiftly stepped on her weapon. This was the opening he had been waiting for, using her force against her. He darted toward the ice heart meteorites like a bolt of lightning. Grabbing one of the meteorites in his hand, Lu Fan was about to make his escape when he realized that the meteorite in his left hand wouldn't budge. Looking closely, he saw a small dog with stubby forelimbs clinging tightly to the stone, baring its teeth at him. Wasn't this the same dog he had encountered during his training in the Western Mountains before the annual festival? It had grown slightly larger now, and its body emitted an eerie black glow. Before he could think further, a fierce gust of wind rushed toward him from behind. The enraged girl, clearly having been outmaneuvered, unleashed her ultimate move, the Nine Heavens Phoenix Dance. Her dagger, enveloped in a crimson glow, stirred the air into a chaotic storm. Even with the protective dragon blood hide, Lu Fan knew he couldn't withstand such power. At that critical moment, the small dog suddenly let out a sharp, resonant bark. In the next instant, a jet of black flames erupted from its mouth. Lu Fan stood in the closest position and was instantly attacked by the terrifying black flames of the small dog. The searing black fire engulfed him entirely, the intense pain forcing him to release his grip. The charging girl was also scorched by the black flames. The dagger in her hand, formed by her condensed energy, melted away instantly in the blaze. Letting out a startled cry, she stumbled backward as the black flames clung to her like an unshakable curse, burning through her protective energy. The dense, almost tangible energy rapidly dissolved in the fire, leaving only a thin barrier before the flames finally dissipated. In comparison, Lu Fan fared slightly better. His energy seemed to have a unique resistance to the black flames, allowing him to dispel them by channeling his energy. Coupled with the regenerative abilities of his draconic bloodline, the burns on his body were healing rapidly. The frightened girl dared not approach again, but the small dog clearly had no intention of letting her go. Suddenly, two wings made of flames unfurled from its back, lifting it into the air. At that moment, Lu Fan finally confirmed that the little dog possessed dragon blood. It let out a faint yet imposing dragon roar. Black flames quickly gathered in the small dog's mouth, aimed at the terrified girl. Realizing she could not withstand the attack, she immediately used her movement technique, turning into a series of afterimages. However, this time, the dog did not unleash a straightforward flame but instead transformed the entire cave into a rolling sea of fire. Lu Fan spread his energy across his entire body, but the black flames still intertwined with it. He could smell the charred scent of his own flesh. Just then, a cry of pain came from behind him. Turning, he saw the girl's faint figure amidst the fiery chaos. She had somehow taken shelter behind him, hoping to use him as a shield, only to be caught in the terrifying sea of flames. Seeing the girl collapse to the ground, Lu Fan gritted his teeth and made a decision. He couldn't leave her to die. In a few swift steps, he rushed to her side and pulled her into his arms. With his energy's protective range limited, he had to hold her very close, so much so that he didn't even notice his hand inadvertently gripping her lower back. When the black flames finally subsided, Lu Fan felt as though he had been roasted alive. The air was thick with the smell of cooked meat. The small dog landed on the ground, its flame wings vanishing. After exhaling two black smoke rings, it lay motionless. Most of the treasures in the cave had already melted away. Lu Fan's entire body ached, and every slight movement felt like being torn apart. The girl stared wide-eyed at Lu Fan, but she too was immobilized, her energy completely depleted. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through the cave as Wu Chen rushed in like a whirlwind. Seeing Lu Fan's condition, he was shocked and hurried over, asking Lu Fan, "Are you all right?" Though unable to move, Lu Fan could still speak. He replied slowly, "Master, I'm fine, just burned a little." "Hurry and grab the stuff." Wu Chen swiftly removed the ring from Lu Fan's hand and expertly began collecting the remaining treasures. His movements were as quick as lightning, and one item after another was stored in the ring without the slightest hesitation. After finishing the collection, Wu Chen immediately infused a surge of qi into Lu Fan's body. The energy instantly restored Lu Fan's mobility, and crackling sounds emanated from his body as his strength returned. Lu Fan carefully set down the girl he had been holding, glancing at her pale face. In a low voice he said, "I'm sorry, but I really need what's here too." "Lu Fan, let's go," Wu Chen urged urgently. "I only managed to temporarily divert that old man in the small yin-yang realm. He'll be back any moment." Lu Fan responded with a nod and strode towards the exit. As he passed the small dog, he hesitated for a moment before scooping it up. "Come on," he said. Wu Chen grabbed Lu Fan's shoulder, and the two of them transformed into a gust of wind, swiftly exiting the cave and disappearing into the depths of the forest. Just as they landed, they saw a beam of black and white light streaking back from the distance, shooting straight into the cave. Inside the cave, the old man called out anxiously, "Huan Yu! Huan Yu!" Spotting the girl lying on the ground, he rushed over to check on her. After confirming she was merely exhausted, he let out a sigh of relief and infused her with a trace of black and white qi. When Huan Yu regained consciousness, she immediately complained, "Stupid master, why did you take so long to get here?" She then pointed at the now empty cave. "All the treasures have been stolen." The old man awkwardly explained that he had misjudged the situation. He quickly shifted the conversation to their true objective for this tripe, a certain mysterious weapon. Upon learning that this mission was based on her Uncle Long's stargazing prophecy, Huan Yu stomped her feet in frustration and stormed off. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and Wu Chun had already fled dozens of miles away. Lu Fan set the unconscious dog down beside him and slumped to the ground, exhausted. Wu Chun handed him the ring. "Take a look at what we got this time." Lu Fan retrieved a piece of the Ice Heart meteorite, and the two of them smiled with satisfaction as they gazed at the icy blue stone. Suddenly, Lu Fan noticed an unexpected treasure. "Huh, there's a sword in here." He pulled out a pitch-black heavy sword from the ring. The moment it touched his hand, he felt all the qi in his body being suppressed. This sword was clearly extraordinary. Just as Lu Fan was about to ask about its origins, he paused in astonishment. With all his strength, Lu Fan finally pulled the massive sword out of the ground. The blade was over 4 feet long, a foot wide, and incredibly heavy. Its surface was smooth and unadorned, exuding a sense of raw power. On the hilt, a delicate yin-yang taiji symbol faintly glimmered. When he released his grip, the sword fell with a thunderous crash, creating a dent in the solid ground. The sword's extraordinary weight immediately caught Wu Chen's attention. He reached out to touch the blade but recoiled instantly, as if shocked by an electric current. "Xuanwu energy breaking stone," Wu Chen exclaimed in astonishment before crouching to examine the mysterious weapon more closely. A faint glow emanated from his palm as he brushed it across the hilt. Suddenly, the yin-yang taiji symbol burst into radiant light, and 8 bold characters appeared on the blade. "A heavy sword without an edge, supreme skill without effort." These words seemed to carry a profound, mystical power that resonated deeply within Lu Fan's soul. He stared at the inscription, feeling an indescribable sensation stirring inside him. What a sword! Truly a masterpiece. Wu Chen laughed heartily. "Lu Fan, your luck is exceptional. This sword alone surpasses countless Ice Heart meteorites in value." Seeing Lu Fan's puzzled expression, Wu Chen pointed to the hilt and explained, "Take a closer look at the hilt. Does it seem familiar to you?" Lu Fan reached out to touch it and suddenly cried out, "Sealing Force stone." "Exactly," Wu Chan confirmed with a nod. "The hilt is forged from Sealing Force stone, while the blade is crafted from Xuanwu energy breaking stone. These two rare materials have been combined to create an unparalleled weapon." He gently ran his hand along the blade, and the very air around his palm seemed to be cleaved apart. Even though the sword remains unsharpened, it already possesses such energy-breaking power. This must have been the weapon of a martial arts master at the pinnacle of their craft. Those 8 characters likely encapsulate the essence of their lifelong martial philosophy. "Lu Fan, this sword shall be your weapon. Take your time to comprehend its mysteries," Wu Chen said. Noticing Lu Fan's hesitation, he smiled and added, "You need the Sealing Force stone to continue suppressing your cultivation anyway. This sword will serve that purpose better than the stone I crafted for you. When you can wield this sword with ease, it will mean your suppression training has reached its end." Hearing this, a cold sweat broke out on Lu Fan's forehead. He clearly remembered the sword's immense weight, far surpassing that of his master's Sealing Force stone. Yet, since his master had spoken, he could only agree. "All right, I'll give it a try." "Good." Wu Chen effortlessly picked up the heavy sword, which Lu Fan had struggled to lift. In his hands, it seemed as light as a feather. "But first, let me fuse the Ice Heart meteorite into the hilt. It will enhance your training even further." Watching his master handle the sword with such ease, Lu Fan couldn't help but marvel at the vast gap in strength between them. A cultivator possessing such immense physical strength truly amazed Lu Fan. Deep down, he eagerly anticipated witnessing his master return to the peak of his glory. After handing over all the Ice Heart meteorites to Wu Chun and leaving the Wanhua cauldron behind, Lu Fan stepped aside to tally up the spoils of this endeavor. To his slight disappointment, the dragon's lair contained little of value beyond the Ice Heart meteorites and the heavy sword, mostly ordinary ores, wild beast crystal cores, and gold coins, with nothing else worthy of note. Feeling bored, Lu Fan picked up the small dog that still lay limp on the ground. Despite its weakness, the little creature stubbornly glared at him. "Relax, I'm not going to kill you," Lu Fan said, looking at the little guy who had once saved his life. "Though, to be honest, if you had breathed fire like this last time, I probably wouldn't be alive now. What are you, anyway? A dog or a dragon? The dog rolled its eyes at his words, and its stomach let out a loud growl. Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. He retrieved some roasted meat from his storage ring. The dog sniffed it cautiously and then glanced up at Lu Fan, as if trying to judge whether the food was safe to eat. Seeing this, Lu Fan tore off a piece of meat, ate it himself, and swallowed. Only then did the dog tentatively begin to eat. Despite its feeble state, it attacked the food with gusto. As it ate, its eyes began to glow a faint green, and it gradually regained its strength. Soon, it was clutching the roasted meat with its little paws, devouring it with relish. Once the dog had finished the entire piece of meat, Lu Fan placed it back on the ground. If you can walk now, go on. Just don't breathe fire at me again. I've had enough of that for one day. The dog grinned, its expression cheerful, and wisps of black flame flickered from its mouth. Lu Fan quickly spoke up to stop it, and to his surprise, the dog obediently lowered its head. Go on, live your life as a peaceful wild beast. With your abilities, you might even become the ruler of the Western Hills someday. However, instead of leaving, the dog stared intently at Lu Fan and suddenly bit down on his arm. Just as Lu Fan was about to protest, a flood of images surged into his mind. The dog surviving on Earth's spirit flowers in a dark cave, only to flee after Lu Fan took the flowers. Being bullied and tormented by other wild beasts in the forest, yet never giving up. Sneaking into the dragon's lair and surviving by consuming crystal cores while the six-winged sky-splitting dragon was away, gradually gaining the ability to breathe fire. One image in particular struck Lu Fan deeply, the dog being repeatedly tormented by other wild beasts, but never killed. Sensing Lu Fan's emotions, the dog's eyes welled up with tears that rolled down its face like beads. The final memory lingered on the moment it enjoyed the roasted meat. It was the happiest it had ever been. Looking at the dog, which had released its grip, Lu Fan murmured softly, "So, you've had a tough life too." Though the dog didn't understand his words, it nodded vigorously. Lu Fan patted its head. "Fine. A chance meeting once, and fate twice. Come with me. I can't promise you a luxurious life, but I can guarantee you'll have roasted meat every day." The dog nodded even more enthusiastically. Lu Fan laughed and pulled out another piece of roasted meat. This time, he shared it with the little dog. For Lu Fan, it might have been nothing more than taking in a wild beast as a pet, but for the dog, this moment was eternal. Half a month later, deep within the dense forest, two men and a dog moved forward slowly, their three figures weaving through the trees. Lu Fan glanced down at the hilt of his sword. The once pitch-black yin-yang pattern was now glowing with a faint, icy blue light, the result of fusing the ice heart meteorite into it. Dozens of pounds of meteorite had ultimately left only this subtle mark on the hilt. While such a conversion ratio might seem wasteful, once Lu Fan experienced its effects, the loss felt negligible. The ice heart meteorite continuously absorbed the energy of heaven and earth, refining it into pure power and channeling it into Lu Fan's body. Whether it was the martial artist's inner strength or the cultivator's spiritual energy, the essence of cultivation lay in harnessing the forces of nature. However, because Lu Fan's chi combined two distinct energies, the amount of spiritual energy he required was naturally twice that of an ordinary cultivator. This had always hindered his progress. Now, with the aid of the ice heart meteorite, his cultivation speed had significantly improved. No wonder his master had been so determined to find this meteorite. Its value alone justified the months of searching. At the moment, Lu Fan trudged forward with his heavy sword strapped to his back. The immense weight almost bent him double, sweat pouring from him like rain. Each step left a deep imprint in the ground. In stark contrast, the small dog at his side strutted confidently, occasionally baring its teeth at Lu Fan, as if mocking his struggle. "Lu Fan, how did you get it to follow you?" Wu Chen asked, his gaze fixed on the dog. "This isn't just any ordinary dog, it's a dragon." "A dragon?" Lu Fan panted. "But it clearly looks like a dog. It's simple. It's a hybrid, part dragon, part dog." Lu Fan couldn't help but laugh. "Master, are you saying a dragon and a dog? You know, their sizes are so different. How is that even possible? What's so strange about it?" Wu Chen shot him a disdainful look. "Even dragon turtles carry dragon blood. Why not a dog?" Lu Fan was momentarily speechless. The small dog, as if understanding their conversation, excitedly waved its front paws. "You still haven't said how you got it to follow you," Wu Chen pressed. "Just a piece of roasted meat did the trick." This time, it was Wu Chen's turn to be stunned. Just a piece of roasted meat? Those cultivators who specialize in taming wild beasts would be ashamed to hear this. He shook his head in disbelief. "What are you planning to name it?" "It's so black. I'll call it Xiao Hei Little Black." "Are you seriously going to name a creature that might grow into a 100-foot-long dragon, Xiao Hei? Who knows what it'll turn into in the future? For now, it's small and black, isn't it?" With that, Lu Fan stopped walking. "Xiao Hei, Xiaohei, come here. The little dog leaped up upon hearing the words and landed lightly on Lu Fan's head. Wu Chun, seeing this, waved his hand helplessly. All right, if one is willing to teach and the other willing to learn, suit yourselves. He paused for a moment before offering some advice. Lu Fan, in the future, when you meet chi refiners who are skilled in raising wild beasts, make sure to learn from them about raising young dragons. For such impure-blooded wild beasts, whether they become a dragon or a dog depends largely on how they are raised. The choice of food and taming methods are crucial. Lu Fan nodded earnestly in agreement. Wu Chen pondered for a moment and suddenly said, although I'm not adept at raising spirit beasts, I can teach it something else. Didn't you say it can breathe fire? Really? Master, what are you going to teach it? Lu Fan's eyes lit up with excitement. You'll see, Wu Chen replied with a mysterious smile. A few hours later, under a sky dotted with stars, a gentle flame burned steadily in a cauldron nearby. On top of it stood Xiaohei, the little black dog, reluctantly breathing out black flames to roast freshly hunted game and medicinal herbs. Sitting cross-legged on the ground with his heavy sword resting on his knees, Lu Fan chuckled wryly. Master, is this the skill you wanted to teach it? Turning Xiaohei into a barbecue chef. Why not? It's still a useful skill, Wu Chen said with a laugh. You should focus all your time on cultivation. Leave tasks like roasting and hunting to Xiaohei. It's smart enough to learn how to barbecue without any trouble. As he spoke, he made a downward gesture to the dog. Xiaohei, the fire's too strong. Xiaohei immediately understood and reduced the intensity of the flames. Watching this, Lu Fan fell silent and shifted his attention back to the heavy sword on his lap. Ever since he had obtained the woofing heavy sword, he had been studying the 8 characters engraved on its blade. Although he had yet to decipher their meaning, he felt as though he was on the verge of discovering their true essence. Focusing his mind, Lu Fan's gaze wandered over the characters. Something seemed different today. Suddenly, an image of a horizontal slash with the heavy sword flashed through his mind. The strike was simple and unadorned, yet it carried an overwhelming power, as if it could split the heavens and shatter the earth. When he came back to his senses, he found himself drenched in cold sweat. Wu Chen quickly asked, did you gain any insights? Just one sword technique. Only this one move, Lu Fan replied. Comprehending even one technique is already impressive, Wu Chen said with satisfaction. Study it thoroughly, it might become your ultimate trump card someday. Lu Fan continued to focus on the sword's blade and suddenly realized that the essence of the technique he had just visualized was hidden within the strokes of the first character. He chuckled. So that's it. The sword's original owner was truly a genius to leave behind their martial art in such a manner. A surge of joy filled his heart as he found a clear path forward. With the first character as his guide, his future training direction became evident if only he could wield the heavy sword freely. By this time, the barbecue was ready. Wu Chun took the cooked meat off the fire. Although some parts were slightly burnt, most of it was still edible. He tore off a large piece and handed it to Xiaohei, sharing the rest with Lu Fan. Xiaohei savored the taste of its own roasted creation, squinting its eyes in satisfaction. Do you think it'll work harder at roasting in the future? Wu Chen asked with a smile. Judging by how much it's enjoying this, I'd say it definitely will, Lu Fan replied as he strapped the heavy sword onto his back. Now that we've rested enough, it's time to get back to training. I need to wield this sword with ease before the annual festival. I still want to get into the Martial Arts Academy. Exactly, Wu Chen nodded. You should aim for the Martial Arts Academy, and the best choice would be the Yuan Institute. Why is that? If I remember correctly, the cultivation technique most suitable for someone like you, who practices both physical and Kai-based martial arts, is the Yuan Dao mantra from the Yuan Institute. Is that so? Lu Fan smiled. Then I'll keep pushing forward for the sake of the Yuan Dao mantra. Straightening his posture, he laughed heartily, and Xiaohei joined in with a spirited howl toward the sky. Cultivation is no easy task. The seasons pass in the blink of an eye. In Jianglin City, as the year draws to a close, heavy snow bends the branches under its weight. The annual enrollment day for the Martial Arts Academy has arrived as scheduled. At the center of the bustling square stands a massive black stone, towering and imposing, surrounded by a sea of people and a cacophony of voices. Young men and women under the age of 18 can participate in the tests over the next 3 days. Examiners will meticulously record each participant's results, and those who meet the requirements will earn the opportunity to train at the Martial Arts Academy for 3 years. The entire Jianglin City is abuzz with excitement over this grand event. Although only a handful ultimately gain admission to the academy, this does nothing to dampen the enthusiasm of the people. The first 2 days are primarily for ordinary individuals to take the test, while the third day is reserved for the scions of prominent families such as the Lu family and the Mo family. This year, however, the major families seem particularly composed, as many of their younger members are already enrolled in the academy and have returned home for the annual ancestral rites. In the highest tea house overlooking the square, Lu Ming, Zhang Yuehan, and Mo Yunfei sit beside their respective family heads. From this vantage point, the entire square is in full view. The tea house is packed to capacity, with the finest private rooms naturally allocated to the city's leading families. Mo Tian sips tea leisurely, chatting and laughing with Mo Yunfei and Mo Lin. Family head Zhang Yin, though holding a teacup, wears a deeply furrowed brow. The loss of 100,000 gold coins to the Liu family in recent months has left him sleepless and his family severely weakened, a recovery that might take a year or two. The thought fills him with regret. Beside him, Zhang Yuehan remains silent, her gaze fixed in the distance as if awaiting someone's arrival. Only Lu Haoran seems restless, repeatedly questioning Lu Hao. Why hasn't Lu Fan returned yet? Does he not know this is the Martial Arts Academy's enrollment day? Are you sure you sent someone to look for him? Lu Hao, exasperated, reiterates his response. Yes, we've sent people to find him. He mentioned going into the mountains for intense training, but no one knows his exact whereabouts. However, since he's always wanted to enter the Martial Arts Academy, he should return by tonight. I hope so, Lu Haoran said anxiously. I'm just worried he might have run into trouble in the western mountains. You can rest assured, Lu Hao replied with a smile. With Lu Fan's skills, the western mountains pose no threat to him. Lu Haoran nodded in agreement. You're right. I'm probably overthinking it. When Lu Fan returns, with his level of cultivation, passing the Academy's test will be a mere formality. At that point, our Lu family will be the only family in Jianglin City with 2 members in the Martial Arts Academy. He turned to Lu Ming, speaking earnestly. Lu Ming, once you and Lu Fan are at the Academy, you must look out for each other. Whatever internal conflicts might exist within the family, the bond of blood remains unbreakable. As family, we speak with one voice, support one another, and stand united against outsiders. This is both the tradition and the rule of the Lu family. Sitting beside Lu Feng, Lu Ming slowly stood up and nodded slightly. His hesitant expression caught Lu Haoran's attention. Lu Ming, is there something you want to say? Lu Haoran noticed his reluctance. Lu Ming took a deep breath, his knuckles turning slightly white. Grandfather, it's well known that Lu Fan and I have never gotten along. But what I'm about to say has no intention of harming him. What do you want to say? Lu Haoran frowned deeply. When Lu Fan returns, please make sure to persuade him not to take the test, Lu Ming said, his voice trembling slightly. Lu Ming. Lu Haoran abruptly stood up, anger flashing across his face. Do you even know what you're saying? Has your jealousy reached such a level? Lu Feng quickly stepped forward, placing a hand on his son's shoulder. Father, please calm down. Lu Ming must have his reasons. He turned to Lu Ming. Explain yourself quickly. Under the stern gaze of Lu Haoran and Lu Hao, Lu Ming took another deep breath. I've heard from within the academy that Mo Yunfei has already bribed Nalanyu, the instructor representing the academy this time. Their goal is clear: they want to prevent Lu Fan from entering the martial arts academy. Not only will they manipulate the test, but they might even resort to outright obstruction. Hearing this, Lu Haoran and Lu Hao simultaneously turned to look at the square. Near the black stone stood 3 academy instructors. In the middle sat a man in a white martial artist's robe embroidered with dragon patterns. His face bore a sword scar, and his left hand was missing a finger. This was none other than Nalanyu, the same instructor whom the Lu family and the Mo family had jointly entertained just yesterday. Is this true? Lu Haoran's voice was low and grave. If there's even a single false word, may I be struck by divine lightning, Lu Ming declared firmly. Lu Haoran's brows knitted tightly. Nalanyu is the lead instructor. The other 2 will undoubtedly follow his lead. If what you say is true, Lu Fan is indeed in trouble. He can't possibly tamper with the black stone test, can he? Lu Hao exclaimed angrily. That's an undeniable measure of strength. Foolish. Lu Haoran scolded, his tone sharp. The black stone test may be difficult to falsify, but Nalanyu could easily question the legitimacy of Lu Fan's strength. There are no shortage of unorthodox methods on this continent to rapidly increase one's power, but such methods are universally despised. The Martial Arts Academy would never accept someone suspected of using them. If he insists on this claim, Lu Fan will have no way to defend himself. After all, the words of a Martial Arts Academy instructor carry far more weight than ours. Sweat began to bead on Lu Hao's forehead. It's true Lu Fan's strength has improved too quickly. If this is exploited, it could severely hinder his chances of entering the academy. Humph, this must be the work of that old fox Mo, Lu Haoran said coldly. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. For now, the priority is to wait for Lu Fan to return. Only then can we assess the situation and devise a plan. Lu Hao immediately stood up. They'll send more people to search for Lu Fan right away. With that, he hurried off. Lu Haoran's sharp gaze remained fixed on Nalanyu, while Lu Ming sat back down, turning his eyes toward the bustling square. Lu Ming also had the same question in his heart. Was Lu Fan's power truly not obtained through some dubious means? Could someone who had been seen as worthless for over a decade really make such a remarkable comeback through sheer effort? Meanwhile, a secret conversation was taking place within the Mo residence. Mo Yunfei leaned in and whispered a few words into Mo Tian's ear, immediately causing a smug smile to spread across the elder's face. Excellent. Mo Tian's eyes glinted sharply. As long as Minter Nalen intervenes, no matter how talented Lu Fan is, he won't be able to set foot in the martial academy. Missing the threshold of 18 means he'll never have a chance to enter in this lifetime. Without guidance from a renowned teacher and access to advanced techniques, he'll waste at least 10 more years wandering down the wrong path in martial arts. One wrong step leads to another. Grandfather, your strategies are flawless, Mo Yunfei chimed in. This time, Lu Fan is bound to lose. But I still don't understand how has his strength grown so quickly? Could he really have avoided using underhanded methods? Mo Tian waved his hand dismissively. You're mistaken. If he relied on some shady shortcut, there's no way he could have genuinely defeated you in the arena. Don't forget the Lu family's blazing fire golden body technique he used. That's real skill. This kid's power indeed comes from relentless hard work. When dealing with enemies, you can be ruthless, but you must never underestimate or misjudge their true strength. Mo Yunfei quickly nodded in acknowledgement. Mo Tian continued. If we're talking about dubious methods, Zhang Yuan from the Zhang family is a far better example. Her foundation is unstable. Her energy is weak if it's not underhanded. It's definitely a case of forcing progress prematurely. The Zhang family is still basking in their delusions, thinking they've produced a real genius. She's latched onto a more powerful backer now and doesn't even regard me anymore, Mo Yunfei sneered. She's good at finding men to rely on, but that's not the righteous path, Mo Tian remarked before changing the topic. Has Lu Fan returned yet? It seems not, Mo Lin replied from the side. That's for the best. It saves us the trouble of scheming against him. If he dies in the deep mountains, Jianglin City might remember him as a once brilliant talent. But if he comes back, this so-called genius will be labeled as corrupt. The three of them exchanged knowing smiles, their satisfaction evident. At that moment, at the foot of Jianglin City's western mountain, a lone figure was approaching slowly, shirtless with a heavy sword strapped to his back, and with a black dog perched atop his head. It was none other than Lu Fan, who had just completed his grueling training. I'm back. Jianglin City, I'm back. Lu Fan spread his arms wide, the morning sun casting a golden glow over him. Xiao Hei, from today on, you don't have to cook for me anymore. If Master wants to stay in the mountains, let him stay. The black dog on his head curiously observed the city before them, letting out a long howl. Lu Fan quickened his pace toward the city gates, the heavy sword on his back not hindering him in the slightest. Not even a trace of a footprint was left on the ground beneath his feet. That night, the study in the Lu family residence was brightly lit. Lu Haoran couldn't help but smile at the scene before him. Lu Fan and his pet, a small black wolf, were devouring the feast laid out on the table. Lu Fan, slow down. There's plenty of food, Lu Haoran reminded him. Lu Fan merely nodded and continued focusing on the delicacies in front of him. After half a year of training in the mountains, surviving on roasted meat and wild fruits every day, even the best cooking had long lost its appeal. Now, with the chance to enjoy a meal prepared by a skilled chef, he was determined to make up for lost time. The little black wolf was equally thrilled, scurrying around on all fours, eager not to miss a single dish. Lu Ming, explain the situation to Lu Fan in detail again, Lu Haoran said, turning to Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming found Lu Fan's eating habits somewhat unbecoming, he recounted the events in their entirety. By the time he finished, both Lu Fan and the little wolf had completely cleared the table. The wolf patted its now rounded belly contentedly, while Lu Fan wiped his mouth, his expression gradually turning serious. The Mo family would stoop to such despicable tactics. What about that Nalen Rua? How strong is he? Lu Fan asked. Peak of the inner chi stage, Lu Ming replied after a moment of thought. Most instructors sent out for tasks are at that level. As long as it's not the outer chi stage, it's manageable, Lu Fan said nonchalantly. I'd like to see how he plans to stop me. Lu Haoran frowned. Lu Fan, don't be reckless. You've at least reached the peak of the body refinement 9th level by now, haven't you? Are you injured at all? Body refinement 9th level, of course. No injuries, Lu Fan replied vaguely. Hearing this, Lu Haoran, Lu Hao, and the others visibly relaxed. As long as Lu Fan was unharmed, there was still room to maneuver. Lu Haoran quickly formulated a plan. Tomorrow, they'll negotiate with Nalen Rua and see if this can be resolved with wealth or treasures. While we're not as rich as the Mo family, we're far from powerless. Lu Fan, rest for a day. If negotiations fail, you'll step in. The Lu family will fully support you in seeking justice. Just as Lu Fan was about to speak, Lu Hao placed a hand on his shoulder. Get some rest. Leave the rest to us. With that, Lu Haoran, Lu Hao, and Lu Feng stood and left, heading toward the rear courtyard of the Lu residence. Only Lu Ming remained, his cold gaze fixed on Lu Fan. Once the others were out of earshot, Lu Ming spoke. Lu Fan, do you know where they're going? The rear courtyard? Correct, but not for idle chatter, Lu Ming said, his tone growing colder. They're going to the family treasury. Do you realize that because of you, the family might have to spend 10 years worth of savings? Lu Ming stood, staring intently at Lu Fan. No one knows if spending this money on you will be worth it. Lu Fan faced the long sword pointed at his neck by Lu Ming, his expression remaining calm. The blade shimmered with a cold gleam under the morning light, yet it did not stir his composure in the slightest. My cultivation has been achieved solely through relentless effort. Where is this talk of sinister methods coming from? Lu Fan looked directly into Lu Ming's eyes, his tone firm. Lu Ming stared intently at him. In just a few months, you advanced from low-level body refinement to high-level body refinement. If not through dubious means, how did you manage it? Through sheer determination and hard work. Nothing more. I don't believe you. I didn't believe it myself at first. Their gazes clashed in the air. Lu Fan's eyes were as steadfast as iron, while a flicker of doubt began to surface in Lu Ming's. After a moment, Lu Ming slowly lowered his sword and let out a deep sigh. Lu Fan, I hope the resources the family has invested in you are worth it. The family may have to make significant sacrifices for you this time. Don't let us down. With that, he turned to leave. Lu Ming, why are you helping me? Lu Fan's voice came from behind. Lu Ming turned back. I'm not helping you. I'm helping the family. You are the face of the family right now. If you disgrace yourself, it's the entire Lu family that will be humiliated. And I hate nothing more than someone tarnishing the family's reputation. Lu Fan suddenly smiled. So that's why you used to bully me. I think I can understand you a little better now. Don't worry, I don't need the family to sacrifice anything for me, and I certainly won't tarnish its name. Naive. Lu Ming shook his head. Don't tell me you're thinking of skipping Martial Arts Academy. The Martial Arts Academy? I'm definitely going, and I'll rely on my own strength to get there. Lu Fan's voice was as resolute as ever. Seeing Lu Fan's composure, Lu Ming felt a sliver of trust emerging within him. I hope you can pull it off, Lu Fan. By the way, I still don't like you. Funny, because I still don't like you either. The two exchanged a smile before Lu Ming strode away. After he left, Lu Fan placed Xiaohei on the table and said softly, Do you think Nalen Ruo will try to stop me tomorrow? Seeing the little creature's blank expression, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Why is it that I almost look forward to it? The next morning, sunlight bathed the streets, and the ice and snow began to thaw. Lu Haoran and Lu Hao arrived early with people carrying 2 large chests filled with treasures and money into a private room at the tea house. These were the Lu family's hard-earned savings, prepared at great cost to secure Lu Fan's entry into the Martial Arts Academy. Just then, the door to a private room not far away opened, and Imo Tian emerged with a grin on his face. His gaze fell on the 2 large chests, and he mocked, Old Lu, what are you up to? Bribing someone? Since when has the Lu family stooped so low? Old Imo, you know exactly what this is about, so why bother asking? Lu Haoran responded coldly. Of course, I understand, but I must say, this little offering of yours is pitifully inadequate. Nalan's appetite is enormous, absolutely enormous. Imo Tian emphasized the word enormous twice before bursting into laughter and shutting the door. Lu Haoran's face darkened as he stepped inside. Beside him, Lu Hao couldn't help but ask, what did that old Imo mean? What else could he mean? Lu Haoran replied, he's just mocking us, claiming we have no chance of winning over Nalan Ruo. If my guess is correct, they must have offered Nalan Ruo something we simply can't provide, Lu Haoran said, frowning deeply. After a moment of contemplation, he added, most likely, it's some kind of elixir. As soon as those words left his mouth, Lu Hao's expression changed dramatically. It was true the Lu family had no such resources to offer. But for the Imo family to possess such rare treasures to gift others, could it mean they had a qi refiner in their midst? We don't know for sure yet. We'll investigate it later. Lu Haoran waved his hand dismissively before turning to Lu Feng. You go and approach Nalan Ruo. Subtly hint at the benefits we're willing to offer him. If he shows even the slightest interest, bring him over immediately to discuss. It's worth paying a higher price if it means Lu Fan can get into the Martial Academy. Lu Feng nodded in agreement. Standing nearby, Lu Ming clenched his jaw tightly, his heart brimming with jealousy and anger. Lu Fan, didn't you say the Lu family wouldn't have to sacrifice anything for you? So where are you now? Meanwhile, over at the Imo family residence, Imo Tian was laughing heartily. Haha, that old ghost Lu still thinks he can bribe Nalan Ruo. How foolish. A dignified instructor of the Martial Academy would hardly care for his petty wealth. Even if he offered the fiery gold body technique, Nalan Ruo likely wouldn't spare it a glance. Imo Lin chimed in with a sly suggestion. Why not have instructor Nalan take all of the Lu family's assets instead? They wouldn't dare confront the Martial Academy about it anyway. Excellent idea, Imo Tian said with a grin. Go inform instructor Nalan. By the way, how is Zhao Su, the Qi refiner, doing these days? We owe him a great deal for his help. He's resting at home. He's on excellent terms with Imo Yunfei. They're like brothers. They even went to the 100 Phoenix Pavilion together last night and had a great time. Imo Tian nodded in satisfaction. That's good. Zhao Su has a promising future ahead of him. With his assistance, Yunfei's cultivation level is bound to improve rapidly. Since he's here with the Imo family, we might as well ask him to refine another batch of elixirs to help strengthen the rest of our younger generation. Meanwhile, in the public square, ordinary citizens were eagerly trying their luck with the Imo stone, which occasionally lit up to reveal their cultivation levels. Nalan Ruo stood lazily to the side, idly toying with the elixir vial gifted by the Imo family. He felt smug stopping some kid named Lu Fan from entering the academy had earned him a bottle of elixir. What a deal. Just then, the previously lively crowd suddenly fell silent. Lu Fan is here, someone exclaimed, breaking the stillness. A wave of cheers erupted as all eyes turned toward the figure walking slowly into view. Up in the tea house, Lu Haoran shot to his feet. Why is Lu Fan here? Carrying a heavy sword on his back, Lu Fan walked steadily towards the center of the square. Xiao He lay perched on his shoulder, curiously glancing around, puzzled by the fact that all eyes were fixed on them. On the second floor of the tea house, Lu Hao was about to rise and call out to Lu Fan, but Lu Haoran stopped him with a hand. No need to interfere, Lu Haoran said softly. If Lu Fan has chosen to act this way, he must have his reasons. But Nalan Ruo is bound to make things difficult for him, Lu Hao replied, his face full of worry. Lu Haoran shook his head. Lu Fan has never been one to act recklessly. If he's come here, he must be prepared. He sat back in his chair, though a trace of unease lingered in his heart. Still, he understood that every strong individual must make their own choices, unmoved by external factors or the opinions of others. Since Lu Fan had made up his mind, he would choose to support him. Just then, Imo Lin entered the tea house, accompanied by Imo Yunfei and a handsome man in a white robe. Zhao Su. Zhao Su's long, slender fingers exuded strength, and his demeanor carried an air of otherworldly grace. Perfect timing, Imo Lin said with a light chuckle. We almost missed the spectacle of Lu Fan making a fool of himself. Zhao Su's gaze lingered on Lu Fan for a moment, his brows knitting slightly. So, this is the Lu Fan whose cultivation speed is astonishing? Why does he carry the aura of a Qi refiner? At the edge of the square, beside the black stone, Nalan Ruo finally opened his eyes, which glinted with a cold light. Seeing Lu Fan approach, a smirk curled at the corner of his lips. He turned to the two instructors beside him and asked, "Do you sense anything unusual about this one?" "Indeed, quite unusual," the instructors replied knowingly. "There seems to be a trace of impurity clinging to him." Satisfied with their response, Nalan Ruo looked even more confident. Lu Fan had already filled out his information at the registration desk and was quietly waiting for the examiner to call his name. The crowd around him buzzed with whispers. He's probably at the peak of the 9th level of body refinement by now, right? Last time during the West Mountain hunting meet, he defeated Zhang Yuehan, who had already cultivated internal strength. Maybe he's cultivated internal strength too. This test should be a breeze for him. The testers ahead of him began to speed up, eager to witness Lu Fan's display of power. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a stark contrast to the test a year ago. Next, Lu Fan. As the examiner's voice rang out, the crowd fell silent. Lu Fan walked calmly towards the black stone, his expression as composed as ever. In the tea house, the eyes of everyone from the Lu, Imo, and Zhang families were fixed intently on Lu Fan, curiosity about his strength shining in each of their gazes. Huh. Lu Fan let out a low shout, and his right fist shot out like lightning toward the black stone. The movement was so fast it was almost imperceptible, with not even a sound of air being torn apart. In an instant, his fist had already struck the stone. With a crisp crack, the black stone was instantly covered in dense web-like cracks. A dazzling golden light burst forth, so brilliant it nearly blinded everyone present. Strangely, however, no text appeared on the surface of the stone. As the golden light faded, all eyes locked onto the stone, now devoid of any inscriptions, their faces filled with shock. The absence of text suggested two possibilities. Either Lu Fan's strength was below the first level of body refinement, an idea dismissed by the brilliance of the golden lighter, he had already reached the inner Qi realm, or higher, as the black stone could only measure the strength of body refinement practitioners. Inner Qi realm? The teacup in Imo Tian's hand shattered as he gritted his teeth and said, Lu Fan has actually advanced to the inner Qi realm. His talent is truly extraordinary. Imo Yunfei stood frozen in place, unable to believe that Lu Fan had achieved Qi mastery earlier than him. Meanwhile, Zhao Su remained unusually calm. To him, the martial arts academy had no shortage of inner Qi experts, so this was hardly remarkable. What he didn't know, however, was that Lu Fan had ascended from the third level of body refinement to the inner chi realm in just 1 year, a feat nothing short of astonishing. Zhang Yuehan bit her lip, her eyes flickering with a mix of emotions. He's grown stronger again. Why does he always become so incredible after leaving me? Lu Haoran burst into hearty laughter. Another chi master in the Lu family. Excellent, truly excellent. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was speechless, his mouth slightly agape. He had been training diligently, hoping to catch up to Lu Fan, only to find himself left far behind. With a sigh, he thought to himself, one step ahead, and every step remains ahead. Lu Fan had already mastered Qi before entering the martial arts academy. Catching up to him will only grow harder from here on. Lu Fan calmly retracted his fist. In truth, he hadn't used much strength at all. After all, he had been maintaining his inner Qi realm cultivation for quite some time now. Nalan Rua's eyelids twitched slightly, though inwardly, she was already panicking. The martial arts academy had a clear rule. Anyone under 18 who mastered Qi could gain direct admission. Dealing with someone at the 8th or 9th level of body refinement was manageable, but a prodigy who had achieved Qi mastery before even enrolling? That was a far more challenging situation. Faced with the sudden situation, the other two mentors could only look helplessly at Nalan Rua. Nalan Rua instinctively touched the pill in his pocket, his gaze lingering on Emotion for a moment before finally making up his mind to stop Lu Fan. He silently vowed, after this incident, the Mo family will pay an even greater price. Stop! Nalan Rua stood up and shouted firmly. Lu Fan had already anticipated that Nalan Rua wouldn't let him leave so easily, so he calmly stood in front of the black stone, waiting. Nalan Rua approached slowly, his gaze locked onto Lu Fan. You, the one being tested, are you Lu Fan? Yes, I am. Lu Fan replied in an even tone. Nalan Rua took a step closer, his voice cold. From what I know, during last year's test, you were only at the 3rd level of body refinement. Yet in just 1 year, you've advanced to the point where the black stone cannot measure you. Such progress is unheard of. It seems Mentor Nalan knows quite a bit about me, Lu Fan said with a faint smile. Though his tone appeared calm, the subtle mockery in his words made Nalan Rua's eyes flash with a cold glint. The information, though obtained from Mo Yunfei, left Nalan Rua uncertain about its accuracy. At this point, Nalan Rua could only press further. Lu Fan, I see a foul aura surrounding you. Could it be that you've used some unorthodox methods or blood refinement techniques to enhance your strength? Our martial arts academy never accepts such students. As soon as these words were spoken, the square erupted in murmurs. Some questioned whether Lu Fan had indeed resorted to forbidden methods, while others, driven by envy, criticized how a nobody could progress so rapidly. However, the Lu family disciples quickly countered, arguing that such methods wouldn't allow someone to surpass Zhang Yuehan in battle, let alone master the family's legendary blazing golden body technique. Amidst the chaotic discussions, Lu Fan remained unfazed by the disdainful and skeptical gazes. He simply smiled faintly, looking at Nalan Rua. A foul aura? Unorthodox methods? That's quite a novel accusation. Mentor Nalan, surely you wouldn't make such claims without evidence? Do you have any proof? Nalan Rua replied coldly, proof is simple enough. Since you've cultivated internal energy, if it's acquired through proper means, your foundation should be solid. All we need is for a true inner energy martial artist to test you with 3 moves, and the truth will be clear to everyone. How about this? Let Mentor Wan Chi spar with you. If you can withstand 3 moves without defeat, I will believe in your talent. Just as Nalan Rua was about to call for Wan Chi, Lu Fan raised his hand to interrupt. No need. Mentor Nalan, why don't you personally exchange 3 moves with me? That would be far more convincing. Nalan Rua narrowed his eyes. Are you serious? My strikes are much heavier than Mentor Wan Chi's. Lu Fan stood his ground without hesitation. That's fine. As long as I can withstand 3 moves, Mentor Nalan, you will apologize to me in front of everyone. A glint of determination flashed in Nalan Rua's eyes, accompanied by a tinge of arrogance in his voice. Fine, it's a deal. If you can withstand 3 of my moves, you'll naturally apologize. Lu Fan didn't reply. Instead, he made a polite gesture, signaling, please, then took several steps back to create some distance, his gaze fixed firmly on his opponent. Though their exchange wasn't loud, it rippled through the crowd like a stone tossed into still water. The onlookers quickly stepped back, clearing an open space for the duel. Upstairs in the tea house, Lu Haoran frowned and said, this is absurd, utterly reckless. How could he challenge Nalan Rua, an instructor from the martial academy? Beside him, Lu Hao, though equally concerned, remarked, Lu Fan seems to have some confidence, but this decision was indeed rash. Now, we can only see how he handles Nalan Rua's 3 moves. Meanwhile, the Mo family members were watching with amused anticipation. Mo Yunfei was the first to chuckle. When Mo Lin inquired about instructor Nalan's strength, Mo Yunfei confidently replied, He's at the ninth level of internal energy mastery. While not the strongest among academy instructors, it's more than enough to deal with Lu Fan. Emotion sneered. Ninth level of internal energy? He could take Lu Fan down with just one move. Young people these days are so arrogant. Over at the Zhang family's side, Zhang Yin asked his daughter, Zhang Yuehan, the same question. Zhang Yuehan answered calmly. Instructor Nailin is quite strong. Lu Fan is bound to lose. Zhang Yin nodded in satisfaction at her words. Good. That's what I wanted to hear. That Lu Fan is far too audacious. Yuehan, you were right not to choose him. In the clearing, Nailin Ruo raised his hand, feigning gentleness. Lu Fan, release your internal energy. Don't worry, as an instructor, I won't take your life. Despite his words, he had already surreptitiously channeled his internal energy through his entire arm, intending to crush Lu Fan with a single blow. Lu Fan, however, didn't release any energy. Instead, he silently drew the heavy sword from his back. His stance, steady and resolute, exuded an overwhelming sense of immovability, like a mountain, pressing down on the onlookers. Those with weaker cultivation even found it difficult to breathe. In the tea house, Lu Haoran's eyes lit up. What a commanding presence. When did Lu Fan learn swordsmanship? Little He, ever perceptive, quietly retreated to the side. I knew all too well the destructive power of Lu Fan's sword when wielded. Nailin Ruo's expression shifted slightly. He thought to himself, this kid's talent is truly extraordinary. To exert such pressure before even making a move, a hint of regret flickered in his mind. If someone like him followed the proper path of cultivation, his future achievements might surpass mine. But then his thoughts darkened. Since we've already crossed paths, I might as well cripple his potential while I have the chance. With that, Nailin Ruo surged even more internal energy into his arm, preparing to strike. Nailin Ruo shouted loudly, Lu Fan, take my first move. Before his voice had even faded, he had already raised his hand and launched a punch. Though separated by a distance of 10 zhang, the force of the punch caused Lu Fan's robes to flutter wildly. As a martial artist at the ninth level of inner chi, Nailin Ruo had not yet reached the stage of external chi projection, but even so, his punch carried a powerful wind-breaking force capable of injuring an opponent from afar. The fierce momentum of the punch surged toward Lu Fan. In response, Lu Fan's entire body radiated a sudden burst of light as his chi surged. With his heavy sword in hand, he swung it horizontally, unleashing the wind-splitting strike. A series of explosive sounds echoed through the air as the sword energy instantly shattered Nailin Ruo's punch force. Lu Fan's feet sank into the ground, and the heavy sword struck the earth with a resounding thud, sending a whirlwind sweeping across the plaza. The crowd was stunned to see that Lu Fan had emerged completely unharmed from the attack. Impossible! Emotion exclaimed in shock. He could discern that Lu Fan's seemingly simple sword strike concealed profound technique, far beyond an ordinary sword skill. Even Nailin Ruo, at the ninth level of inner chi, could not harm him in the slightest. The plaza fell into a stunned silence. This single sword strike had fully demonstrated Lu Fan's strength. Cloaked in fiery red chi, Lu Fan remained unconcerned about being recognized. His chi bore a resemblance to ordinary energy, distinguished only by faint traces of flame. As his master Wu Chun had once said, unless faced with a powerful expert at the yin-yang realm or higher, no one would be able to discern its true nature provided he refrained from simultaneously using techniques of the chi refiners. Naturally, Lu Fan had no intention of casually revealing this life-saving secret. Slowly, he raised his heavy sword, its tip pointing directly at Nailin Ruo, his gaze sharp and unwavering. One move. This blatant provocation caused a glint of cold fury to flash in Nailin Ruo's eyes as his anger surged. Among the onlookers, Emotion, Lu Haoran, and others could all tell that Lu Fan's strength far surpassed the first level of inner chi, likely reaching the second or even third level. Monster! The crowd couldn't help but exclaim in unison. Zhang Yin, the head of the Zhang family, remained silent. Although his cultivation was inferior to the other two family heads, he too could see that Lu Fan's abilities were extraordinary. Perhaps Lu Fan truly could withstand 3 moves. His face alternated between red and pale as he silently rejoiced that no one had overheard his earlier dismissive comments about Lu Fan. Suddenly, Nailin Ruo launched himself forward, crossing the 10 zhang distance in an instant. His entire body surged with chi as he unleashed a punch at full strength, driven by rage. Lu Fan raised his sword horizontally, its broad blade acting as a shield to block the incoming strike. Clang! The heavy sword, crafted from extraordinary materials, remained unshaken by Nailin Ruo's punch. However, the immense force transmitted through the blade sent tremors throughout Lu Fan's entire body. A terrifying surge of energy pierced through his palm. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed, and without hesitation, he released his grip on the sword hilt. Lu Fan dropped his sword. Lu Hao gasped in disbelief, staring at the scene before him. At such a critical moment in this life-or-death battle, abandoning the sword was tantamount to seeking death. Standing to the side, Lu Haoran's expression was dark and foreboding. His fists clenched so tightly they turned white. For Nalan Ruo, a mentor from the Martial Arts Academy, to unleash his full strength against an 18-year-old youth was utterly disgraceful and unbefitting of a teacher's integrity. The heavy sword fell to the ground with a thud, its blade embedding itself half a foot into the earth. While Lu Fan managed to avoid the shockwave reverberating from the sword, it left his defenses wide open. Nalan Ruo, of course, would not let such a rare opportunity slip by. Energy swirled and condensed around his arm as he roared, "Third move, Gale Spiral Fist." This was unmistakably a spirit-level martial technique. Even before the punch landed, the roaring wind it generated echoed like a tiger's roar, deafening all who heard it. The spectators couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety for the now unarmed Lu Fan. But just then, the energy around Lu Fan surged dramatically. His entire body glowed with a fiery red radiance as he shouted, "Shattering Mountain Fist, explode!" The moment their punches collided, a fiery shockwave erupted, sweeping outward. The ground instantly cracked, and nearby black stones were shattered into fragments. The force of the blast sent countless ordinary onlookers tumbling to the ground. What shocked everyone even more was that Nalan Ruo, a mentor at the Martial Arts Academy, was forced to take 2 steps back. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Zhang Yuehan covered her face in amazement. The Mo family members were left utterly stunned, and even the ever-arrogant Zhao Su couldn't hide his surprise. A young man who had yet to enter the Martial Arts Academy had managed to suppress a 9th-level inner energy mentor in direct combat. Lu Hao jumped up and down in excitement. He did it. Lu Fan actually did it. Lu Haoran nodded with satisfaction, as expected of a descendant of the Lu family. Meanwhile, Lu Ming had long abandoned any thoughts of competing with Lu Fan. With 3 moves exchanged, Lu Fan slowly withdrew his fist. Although he had unleashed astonishing power after abandoning the heavy sword, his internal energy was now nearly depleted, leaving him unable to launch another attack of such magnitude. Nalan Ruo stood frozen in place. As a 9th-level inner energy martial artist, he had been forced into retreat within just 3 moves. Swallowing his humiliation, he reached into his robes and tossed a purple jade token to Lu Fan. "This is the Martial Arts Academy's admission token. With it, you can enter the academy to train." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait." Lu Fan held the token in his hand, his voice calm yet firm. "Mentor Nalan, it seems you've forgotten our agreement." Those words made Nalan Ruo's face change drastically. Was this young man truly going to demand that he apologize in front of everyone? "All right, Lu Fan, let the matter rest now." A voice drifted over with the wind. Lu Haoran and his companions leaped gracefully from the tea house, walking steadily toward them. Xiao He nimbly jumped onto Lu Fan's shoulder, baring its sharp fangs at Nalan Ruo. Lu Haoran wore a composed smile as he waved at Nalan Ruo. "Instructor Nalan, the 3 moves have been exchanged, and Lu Fan has proven that he is not someone relying on unorthodox methods. As for the matter of apologizing, it was merely a moment of impulsiveness. I hope you won't take it to heart. Let's end things here for today. When Lu Fan joins the academy in the future, I trust you will look out for him." Nalan Ruo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Apologizing publicly to a generous situation that would have been a blow to his dignity had fortunately been averted. Seeing how tactful the Lu family was, he decided to go along with it. Of course, Lu Fan's talent is extraordinary, and I'm sure he'll achieve great things at the Martial Arts Academy. Here, take this bottle of pills as a token of apology. As he spoke, he tossed a bottle of pills from his sleeve toward Lu Fan. This bottle of pills was already hard to keep. If he couldn't suppress Lu Fan, the Mo family would undoubtedly demand it back. Rather than letting that happen, it was better to give it away now, earning goodwill while signaling to the Mo family that their ties were severed. Lu Fan caught the bottle steadily, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This unexpected gift was indeed a pleasant surprise. Lu Haoran nodded with a smile and gently tugged at Lu Fan's sleeve. "Come on, Lu Fan. Let's head home and celebrate with a feast." Amid the cheers of the onlookers, the Lu family left in high spirits. The Lu family's younger generation walked tall and proud, finally regaining the honor they had lost in the academy tests over the years. Up in the tea house, Mo Tian watched the scene unfold, his expression dark as iron. Behind him, Mo Yunfei couldn't help but exclaim, "How could Nalan Ruo do this? That was the pill brother Zhao Su sold to use it, rightfully belongs to the Mo family." "Enough," Mo Tian said sternly. "The pills have already been given to Lu Fan. What can we do now? Nalan Ruo clearly wants to distance himself from us. Even if we confront him, he'll just feign ignorance. That brother got away with a bottle of recovery pills for nothing." Standing nearby, Zhao Su spoke calmly, "It's just a bottle of recovery pills. Why dwell on it? Brother Mo, while Lu Fan has achieved Gangqi, that doesn't mean you can't surpass him. How about this? I can personally refine a batch of pills for you to help you break through your bottleneck. Mo Yunfei's face lit up with delight. Brother Zhao, are you truly willing to help? Zhao Su smiled faintly. It's a small matter. If there are any pills left from the batch, you can even use them to support your family members. However, the rules of alchemists cannot be ignored. For a batch of pills, you'll need to provide a spirit herb and offer an additional treasure as a gift. Mo Yunfei turned to look at Mo Tian. Such a significant decision could only be made by the family head. After all, hiring a first-grade alchemist required not only preparing the necessary ingredients, but also offering an extra spirit herb and a treasurino small expense. No problem. I'll prepare the medicinal herbs, spiritual medicines, and treasures for you as soon as I return. Mo Tian solemnly promised, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Zhao Su responded with a confident smile. Of course, rest assured the pills will be flawless. Mo Tian nodded emphatically, feeling a surge of joy within. For the Mo family, this was a rare opportunity to enhance their strength. After all, alchemists were scarce, and even if other families possessed spiritual medicines and treasures, it was difficult to persuade an alchemist to assist them. As he thought about this, Mo Tian began calculating in his mind. The Liu family this time, with the help of an alchemist, my Mo family will leave you far behind. Meanwhile, the Liu family was in high spirits, celebrating with great enthusiasm. Following their victory at the West Mountain hunting tournament, this was the second grand banquet they had held. However, this time, all the prominent families of Jianglin City gathered to join the festivities. Liu Haoran, seated proudly as the family head, basked in the continuous stream of congratulatory gifts and flattering remarks. His gaze landed on Liu Hao, his beloved son, who was surrounded by guests and raising his cup repeatedly. Usually known for his high tolerance, Liu Hao's face was now flushed, yet he continued shouting, "We won't leave until we're drunk." Witnessing this scene, Liu Haoran felt even more gratified. Raising his own cup, he called out loudly, "Come, let's drink 3 more rounds." The only absent figure was the main character, Liu Fan, who had disappeared shortly after making a brief appearance. However, the guests were used to this over the past decade. Liu Fan had always been elusive, and his presence was a rarity. At this moment, Liu Fan was by the flowing riverbank in West Mountain, sharing drinks with his master, Wu Chen. After several rounds of wine, Wu Chen's eyes were misty with intoxication, while Xiao He lay sprawled on the ground, snoring loudly, still clutching a wine jar tightly in its paws. "That little one is quite the drinker," Liu Fan remarked with a chuckle as he observed the scene. Wu Chen laughed as well but soon adopted a serious tone. "Liu Fan, after the yearly festival, you'll be heading to the Martial Academy. Do you remember what I told you before?" "I remember Martial Academy, Yuan Division, Yuan Dao Technique," Liu Fan replied immediately. "That's right. Don't ever forget it," Wu Chen said gravely. "This is crucial for you. You must find a way to enter the Yuan Division. Otherwise, the Martial Academy will hold little significance for you." "Isn't the Martial Academy supposed to be a sacred place for martial arts training? Why would it be of little importance?" Liu Fan asked, puzzled. Wu Chen shook his head and explained, "It's just an ordinary academy. Do you know what makes you, as someone who has mastered Qi and martial arts, superior to other warriors and alchemists? I can simultaneously use 2 techniques, balancing offense and defense. Moreover, my Qi is inherently more powerful than both martial energy and elemental energy," Liu Fan answered. "That's just the surface," Wu Chen said slowly. "The greatest advantage of cultivating both Qi and martial arts is that you can consume various types of pills." Seeing the confusion on Liu Fan's face, Wu Chen continued, "For ordinary alchemists, creating pills that enhance strength is an extremely challenging task. Both the ingredients and the recipes are exceedingly rare. A first-tier alchemist might spend years gathering the materials for a single 5 elements pill and may never acquire more than 3 to 5 recipes for enhancing elemental energy in their lifetime. However, crafting pills for warriors is much simpler since they were designed specifically to empower warriors, requiring far less effort and resources." Liu Fan's eyes lit up slightly as he finally grasped the deeper meaning behind Wu Chen's words. "This is why these alchemical recipes are so widespread among Qi refiners," Wu Chen continued, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. "A recipe that can enhance the power of a D-gang martial artist is nothing more than a commodity that can be bought with money. For Qi refiners, these recipes are merely tools to win over or even exploit martial artists. But for you," he said, casting a meaningful look at Liu Fan, "these recipes are the foundation of your strength. Ordinary martial artists have to pay 100-fold, even 1,000-fold, to acquire a single pill. But you, as long as you gather the ingredients, can refine them yourself." "I see now." Liu Fan's eyes gleamed with newfound clarity. "I can both cultivate martial arts and practice Qi refining. I can consume pills from both disciplines. Even if I can't obtain pills that boost Yuan Qi, I can take those that enhance Gang Kithile all ultimately transform into my Gang Qi." Wu Chen nodded approvingly. Exactly. That's why the Martial Arts Academy holds little significance for you. What you should do is visit places where chi refiners gather, interact with them frequently, and purchase their recipes. With enough recipes, your strength will increase rapidly. Every bit of improvement in your gang chi allows you to refine higher quality pills, creating a virtuous cycle. Instead of spending time at the Martial Arts Academy, you'd be better off attending alchemy gatherings. Lu Fan nodded firmly but then raised a question. In that case, doesn't that mean chi refiners can easily cultivate powerful martial artists? Correct, but only up to the D-Gang realm, Wu Chen replied, his expression turning serious. Breaking through to the Tian-Gang realm requires enlightenment. That's something ordinary pills can't help with. Even pills that enhance enlightenment are incredibly rare, as chi refiners themselves need enlightenment too. So, he warned in a low voice, you must be extremely cautious when dealing with chi refiners. They are often accompanied by martial artists stronger than themselves. It's not uncommon for a first-rank chi refiner to have a martial artist at the 8th or 9th level of inner gang by their side. Lu Fan exhaled slowly. In that case, the Martial Arts Academy truly seems of little value. Before reaching the D-Gang realm, I don't need to waste time studying martial techniques or skills. As long as I accumulate enough recipes and prepare the necessary ingredients, I can rely solely on the pills I refine to improve my strength. That's true, but I wouldn't recommend relying entirely on pills, Wu Chen advised, shaking his head. Overdependence on pills will lead to a weak foundation and limited potential. Use them sparingly and only consume the best ones. With that, he pressed a finger to Lu Fan's forehead, imprinting a series of precious recipes into his memory. The world is vast and boundless, Wu Chun said slowly. Even the small Wuan kingdom alone has 18,000 provinces. The tiny Donghua province isn't worth too much of your time. When you go to the Martial Arts Academy to train, don't return for at least 3 years. During the annual festival seasons, chi refiners often gather. There's a chi refiners hub in northern Donghua province, near the Martial Arts Academy. Make sure to visit often. Master hopes to see you stand at the pinnacle of the continent soon. A month later, it was time for the annual family ceremony once again. Under the blazing sun, the Lu family ancestral hall was alive with the sound of drums and gongs, while the snow on the ground reflected a dazzling light. Lu Fan sat calmly in the main seat, his gaze steady as he watched the Lu family juniors step forward one by one to undergo the testing. In previous years, he too would have stood below, punching at the testing stone. But this year was different. His strength had already far surpassed the range that the stone could measure. Now, he sat alongside his father, Lu Hao, as if he had already distanced himself from the younger generation. Over the past days, the juniors of the family had grown increasingly respectful when they looked at him, treating him almost as if he were already a senior figure. Lu Ming, however, remained seated among the juniors, showcasing his prowess at the 9th level of body refinement. Yet, unlike before, his display no longer elicited much amazement. Everyone knew full well that the future leader of the Lu family would undoubtedly be Lu Fan. The eyes of the crowd below were fixed on Lu Fan in the main seat, filled with admiration and envy. Once the testing concluded, the banquet began. Xiao He, Lu Fan's pet, gleefully scurried around in search of food. As it was Lu Fan's pet, everyone treated it with special care, allowing it to eat to its heart's content. These annual ceremonies were always the happiest time for the juniors, with plenty of food and drink and an atmosphere of joy. Lu Fan, Lu Haoran spoke. After the ceremony, you'll be heading off to the Martial Arts Academy. The family has prepared some things for you. With that, he motioned for Lu Hao to bring over a package. Lu Fan accepted it and opened it to find premium medicinal herbs and a gold card. Though simple, the package carried the family's deep expectations. He silently accepted it, as it was a family tradition. Lu Ming had received the same treatment when he entered the academy years ago. By the way, Lu Hao asked with a smile, have you used the pill that Nalan Rua gave you? Have you felt any improvement in your strength? Lu Fan shook his head. Not yet. It's a recovery pill. It's not for boosting strength, but for restoring energy during battle. Lu Hao nodded, half understanding, but Lu Haoran's expression suddenly turned grave, and he let out a soft sigh. Grandfather, is something wrong? Lu Fan noticed the change and asked. Lu Haoran spoke slowly. It's not a big deal. Lu Feng, you explain. Lu Feng nodded and began. Recently, the Mo family hired a chi refiner, and father has been worrying about it. A few days ago, Lu Tiangang had a conflict with someone from the Mo family over a medicinal herb and ended up getting injured. At first, we thought it was Mo Yunfei or Mo Hong who attacked him, but after some inquiries, we found out it was Mo Hai, a man whose strength was previously far below Lu Tiangong's. Lu Hao asked, is it because of the chi practitioners? Lu Feng nodded in confirmation. That's right. I've investigated and found that not only Mo Hai, but many of the Mo family members have received help from chi practitioners, and their abilities have improved significantly. More importantly, It seems that Mo Yunfei has successfully cultivated Gangqi by taking some special pills. He paused before continuing. According to Lu Ming, this was likely with the help of a Qi practitioner friend Mo Yunfei met at the Martial Arts Academy. The overall strength of the Mo family might soon surpass our Lu family, he added, his tone tinged with concern. As it was the time of the annual festival, Lu Haoran raised his hand to interrupt the discussion. Enough. Today is a day of celebration. Let's not talk about such worrying matters. He turned to Lu Fan, his tone softening. Lu Fan, since you've also joined the Martial Arts Academy, it would be great if you could make connections with a Qi practitioner. For small families like ours, the help of a Qi practitioner is invaluable. He sighed. Mo Yunfei originally needed at least half a year to catch up to your level, but now, with just one pill, he's already on par with you. Hopefully, that Qi practitioner was just lending a hand casually. If they decide to stay long-term with the Mo family, then we'll truly have a problem. Lu Hao chimed in. The Mo family is indeed fortunate. I heard there are very few Qi practitioners in the Martial Arts Academy, yet they managed to connect with one. However, that Qi practitioner will eventually return to the academy and won't stay with them permanently, so there's no need to worry too much, Father. Lu Haoran nodded and chose not to dwell on the topic further. It was then that Lu Fan learned there were Qi practitioners even within the Martial Arts Academy. Observing his father's worried expression, he was tempted to reveal that he himself was a Qi practitioner. However, considering the secrecy surrounding Gang Qi, he ultimately suppressed the urge. Changing the subject, Lu Haoran smiled and said, Lu Fan, now that you're 18, should we start looking for a wife for you? If you have someone in mind, feel free to tell us. Lu Fan, who was in the middle of eating, nearly choked on his food. He responded somewhat awkwardly, I haven't thought about anyone in particular yet. Isn't it a bit too soon? I'm not ready for this. Lu Haoran laughed heartily. There's nothing for you to prepare. You just need to pick someone suitable from the matches I find for you. You've been training on the mountain for so long. You probably don't know that there are so many proposals coming in that people are practically wearing out our doorstep. You're at the age to settle down and start a family to carry on our lineage. Lu Fan quickly shook his head. No need, no need. I'm really not thinking about marriage right now. Besides, hasn't Lu Ming also not gotten married yet? He tried to steer the conversation away by bringing up Lu Ming, but Lu Feng countered. Don't use Lu Ming as an excuse. He's already engaged to Su Hang, the daughter of the wealthy Su family. They'll be getting married at next year's annual festival. Why don't you hurry up and have a joint wedding with him? Lu Fan was left speechless and could only deflect by saying, No, I think you'll look for someone at the Martial Arts Academy instead. The girls there might be a better match. Lu Haoran chuckled at his response. That works too. If you can find someone from the Martial Arts Academy, that would be ideal. I won't push you for now. Lu Haoran, Lu Hao, and Lu Feng burst into laughter as they watched Lu Fan's awkward expression. The joyful Lunar New Year banquet ended amidst the cheerful laughter. Early the next morning, Lu Fan got ready and prepared to head to West Mountain. Though it was still the holiday, his habit of daily training left him restless if he skipped a day. More importantly, he was well aware that while his father had promised not to pressure him into marriage during last night's banquet, there was no guarantee he wouldn't bring some eligible young women to meet him today. Just the thought of it made his scalp tingle, so he decided it was best to stay far away. The streets were mostly quiet, with many shops closed due to the holiday. As he approached the city gate, the sound of a fight suddenly caught his attention. Turning the corner, he saw a group of over 10 people brawling in a secluded alley. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was members of the Lu family and the Mo family clashing, with none other than Lu Tiangang leading the Lu side. A few residents watched the commotion through their windows. Seemingly unfazed, street fights were a common occurrence in this martial culture. However, it was rare to see two prominent families engaging in such a public brawl. Lu Tiangang, didn't learn your lesson last time? Huh? This time, I'll make sure you spend the rest of the new year in bed, shouted a Mo family member wielding a sword as he attacked. His blade left 2 gashes on Lu Tianggang's arm. Lu Tiangang was forced to retreat repeatedly, and the other Lu family members were also in dire straits. The Mo family members were generally a level higher in cultivation, giving them the upper hand in strength, speed, and endurance. Though Lu Fan had a history of disagreements with Lu Tiangang, they were still family. In a flash, he darted into the fray like a gust of wind, landing a heavy punch that sent the Mo family swordsman pursuing Lu Tiangang flying. While the man wasn't seriously injured, the blow hurled him 10 meters away, where he landed hard on the ground. Stop this at once. Lu Fan roared, his sharp gaze sweeping across the scene. Instantly, everyone froze. The Lu family members, seeing Lu Fan as their savior, quickly huddled behind him. The Mo family members, though seething with anger, knew they were no match for him. At that moment, Mo Lin appeared, followed closely by Mo Yunfei. It turned out the father and son had been watching from the shadows. Mo Yunfei hurried to check on their fallen comrade, while Mo Lin stepped forward and said coldly, Lu Fan, How dare you harm a member of my MO family? Lu Fan's expression remained calm as he replied indifferently, and what if I did? Morin's face darkened with anger at Lu Fan's remark, a flicker of fury flashing in his eyes. As the head of the MO family, it had been years since anyone dared to act so insolently in his presence. Lu Fan, it seems I must take it upon myself to teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders, Morin said coldly. A faint glow enveloped his body as he unleashed the full power of his inner force at the 7th level. In the blink of an eye, Morin appeared before Lu Fan, a flurry of punches raining down on him. Yet Lu Fan remained calm, drawing the heavy sword from his back and countering with a technique called wind-breaking force. Clang! The clash of sword and fist sent a shockwave rippling through the air. Morin was taken aback. How could a mere junior stand toe-to-toe with a 7th-level inner force practitioner like himself? What shocked him even more was the peculiar power emanating from Lu Fan's heavy sword. Not only did it suppress his inner force, but it seemed to erode it as well. That single strike had nearly pierced through his defensive aura. Lu Fan's momentum surged as he swung his sword again. Morin, however, pressed forward instead of retreating, unleashing the MO family's signature technique, Minor Annihilation Fist. His fists, wrapped in black energy, collided with Lu Fan's attack. The power behind this move far exceeded what Mo Yunfei had displayed before, forcing Lu Fan to take 2 steps back and re-evaluate the technique's true might. The two exchanged several more moves in quick succession. Morin's Minor Annihilation Fist seamlessly combined punches and kicks, forcing Lu Fan into a defensive stance. A powerful kick grazed Lu Fan's cheek, compelling him to retreat and create some distance. On the sidelines, the Lu family disciples cheered with excitement, while the Mo family members looked on in shock. Who would have thought that Lu Fan could hold his own against Morin, a 7th-level inner force practitioner? Frustrated and enraged, Morin charged at Lu Fan once more. This time, he intended to leave the arrogant youth with a lesson he'd never forget, perhaps even ruin his chances of entering the martial arts academy. Black energy swirled ominously around his fists as the power of his Minor Annihilation Fist reached its peak. At this critical moment, Lu Fan did something completely unexpected, sheathed his heavy sword on his back. Lu Fan, watch out! Lu Tiangang shouted in alarm. Yet Lu Fan's expression remained calm as flames suddenly erupted around his body. Just as Morin's fist was about to strike, Lu Fan met him head-on with a punch of his own. Mountain-crushing fist of annihilation. The two fists collided, and Lu Fan's strike roared like a tiger unleashed. The searing flames engulfed Morin entirely in an instant. No one realized that at this moment, Lu Fan had secretly employed the flame transformation technique of a chi refiner. To others, it merely appeared to be an advanced application of the fiery golden body technique. Mo Lin's punch came crashing down like a mountain, causing Lu Fan's entire body to tremble violently. Yet, with his feet deeply rooted into the bluestone ground, he stood immovable. In contrast, Lu Fan's counterattack, with flames swirling around his fist, forced Mo Lin to stagger backward repeatedly, his entire body scorched and tormented by the searing pain. Minor Annihilation Fist. Mo Lin cried out in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. You actually mastered the Minor Annihilation Fist. This realization nearly drove Mo Lin insane. They had deliberately erased the essence of the Lu family's martial arts techniques. Yet, not only had Lu Fan managed to master it, but the power of his strike even surpassed the original version. Lu Fan, you're amazing. Forget that so-called Minor Annihilation Fist. Our brother Lu Fan picks it up like it's nothing. The disciples of the Lu family cheered passionately, each shout cutting into the pride of the Mo family disciples like sharp blades. Mo Lin's face darkened, his anger boiling over. A black aura began to swirl around his palms, and his presence grew increasingly menacing. At this moment, he finally regarded Lu Fan as a true opponent. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Lu Fan quickly cast aside his heavy sword, letting his internal energy surge through his entire body. Mighty ape arms! Mo Lin roared, raising both arms high and charging forward with full force. Seeing the opening in Mo Lin's defense, Lu Fan didn't hesitate. He launched a powerful punch straight at Mo Lin's chest. A dull thud echoed as Mo Lin's chest caved in slightly, but he seemed unfazed by the pain. His raised arms slammed heavily onto Lu Fan's shoulders. The tremendous force of the blow nearly caused Lu Fan to stagger, but his draconic bloodline granted him an unparalleled physique. Mo Lin's attack felt like striking solid steel. Years of training with the heavy sword had further strengthened Lu Fan, allowing him to withstand the devastating impact with stability. Mo Lin's hands clamped tightly onto Lu Fan's shoulders, and a strange, sinister energy began to seep in. Lu Fan, once you've been hit by my mighty ape arms, you're finished, he snarled with a twisted grin. Lu Fan could indeed feel his strength slowly draining away, but the extent of the depletion was far less than Mo Lin had anticipated. This technique was supposed to instantly sap most of the strength from even those with 1 or 2 levels of cultivation higher than Mo Lin, let alone weaker opponents who would typically lose all ability to fight back. Mo Lin's confusion deepened as he observed Lu Fan's unusual resilience. Especially troubling was the sight of Lu Fan's fiery energy remaining undiminished, making Mo Lin question whether he had executed the technique incorrectly. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fan landed several more punches on Mo Lin. Although Mo Lin managed to withstand the attacks, he was forced to channel even more energy into his grip. The battle had now devolved into a raw contest of cultivation strength. As an expert at the 7th level of inner energy, Mo Lin refused to believe he could lose to a novice who had only recently entered the inner energy realm. The two opponents stood locked in a fierce standoff, with the surrounding air currents twisting into a violent vortex that completely enveloped their figures. Members of the Mo and Lu families held their breath, their expressions tense as they watched the astonishing duel unfold. As time passed, Lu Fan began to feel his strength waning. His cultivation level was indeed inferior to his opponents, yet his inner energy grew increasingly restless, frantically absorbing the surrounding forces of nature even as it was suppressed. Gritting his teeth, Lu Fan's eyes burned with an unyielding determination, would never allow himself to concede in front of Mo Lin. At this critical moment, a subtle change occurred within Lu Fan's inner energy. A flash of 5-colored light flickered and disappeared, while his energy abruptly contracted and solidified. It was the unmistakable sign of a breakthrough in cultivation. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the air, sending visible shockwaves rippling outward. The sheer force of the blast sent Mo Lin stumbling backward, his face filled with disbelief as he stared at Lu Fan. Now, Lu Fan's energy radiated with tangible intensity, his aura surging to twice its previous strength. Wasting no time, he launched an attack, a devastating punch called the mountain-crushing fist. The force of the strike roared forward like a ferocious dragon unleashed. Mo Lin hastily raised his arms to block, but the overwhelming power was too much. He was sent flying backward, blood spurting from his mouth midair. "Father! Uncle Mo Lin!" The Mo family disciples cried out, rushing forward to catch Mo Lin, only to be thrown off balance themselves by the residual shockwaves. Retracting his strike, Lu Fan's face lit up with joy. The bottleneck that had troubled him for over a month was finally broken, pushing him straight into the 3rd tier of internal energy cultivation. With both his inner energy and the power of his draconic bloodline, he now feared no ordinary practitioner at the 9th tier of internal energy, let alone someone like Mo Lin, who was merely at the 7th tier. "Lu Fan, mark my words, you'll pay for this." Mo Yunfei shouted furiously, but he dared not step forward to fight. Instead, he fled in disgrace, supporting his injured father as they retreated. The Lu family disciples seized the moment to mock their opponents, but when Lu Tiangang attempted to help Lu Fan lift his heavy sword, he was shocked to find that it took 3 people just to budge it slightly. Only then did they realize the astonishing strength Lu Fan had been quietly wielding all along. Lu Fan approached, effortlessly retrieving the massive sword with one hand. Looking at his awestruck family members, he spoke softly, "Let's head back." Though he was elated by his breakthrough, a hint of worry crept into his heart. Who would protect his family in his absence? It was clear that it was time to focus on strengthening the Lu family disciples. Back at the Lu family estate, Xiao He darted out from the courtyard and, with a graceful leap, landed steadily on Lu Fan's shoulder. Meanwhile, Lu Tiangang and the others couldn't wait to spread the news of Lu Fan's victory over Mo Lin throughout the entire Lu family, sparking a wave of celebration. Everyone in the family was invigorated, and their admiration for Lu Fan soared. Defeating Mo Lin from the Mo family was no small feat. It signified that Lu Fan was well on his way to becoming the top figure in Jianglin City. As the news reached them, Lu Haoran and his son Lu Hao quickly rushed to the back courtyard. Lu Haoran's eyes gleamed with excitement as he repeatedly asked, "Lu Fan, is it true that you defeated Mo Lin?" When Lu Fan nodded, Lu Hao immediately followed up with more questions. "He wasn't injured, and you didn't resort to any tricks?" "No, I didn't. Just you alone?" "Just me," Lu Fan confirmed helplessly. After repeatedly confirming the truth of the matter, both Lu Haoran and Lu Hao drew in sharp breaths. Lu Haoran then burst into hearty laughter. The expressions on the Mo family members' faces must be priceless right now. With such a genius emerging from our Lu family, how could they possibly sleep peacefully? Then, his tone turned serious as he asked, "Lu Fan, be honest, what level have you reached now?" "Inner Qi, 3rd level." "Excellent," Lu Haoran exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. "To achieve such a level at your age, there can't be many like you in the entire Donghua prefecture. Our family is destined to rise, truly destined to rise." Lu Hao, after his initial shock, showed a pleased smile. Every time Lu Fan returned, he brought new surprises. He had already begun to anticipate the day when Lu Fan would become a figure of great renown. "Father, grandfather," Lu Fan's expression turned serious. I saw the Lu family disciples sparring with the Mo family disciples today, and the situation didn't look promising. If I hadn't been there, Lu Tiangang and the others might have suffered a crushing defeat. Lu Haoran sighed. That's to be expected. The Mo family has the support of a Qi refiner, and their disciples have all advanced at least one level in cultivation. Aside from you, it's natural that the others can't match them. But you needn't worry. Focus on your training at the Martial Arts Academy. As long as you can outshine the Mo family disciples, the rest is secondary. After a brief pause, Lu Fan suddenly said, Actually, I also happen to know a Qi refiner. Oh, knowing one is good, Lu Haoran replied absent-mindedly, before suddenly realizing something. What? What did you just say? Lu Hao also shot to his feet, then seemed to recall something and clapped his hands. Could it be the Iron Mask Qi refiner who was selling body tempering powder in Jianglan City a year ago? Father, you have a great memory, Lu Fan said with a smile. Yes, it's him. Lu Haoran took a deep breath and lowered his voice. What's your relationship with him? Could you ask for his help? We have a great relationship, Lu Fan said thoughtfully. Yes, very good. Very good. Lu Haoran's eyes lit up. No wonder you've risen so quickly. This Iron Mask Qi refiner must have played a significant role. What an incredible stroke of fortune you have. Then he asked, Does this Iron Mask Qi refiner have a rank or grade? The Qi refining practitioner without a rank is just like a martial artist who hasn't mastered internal string theory, merely an apprentice, Lu Fan said after a moment of thought. There must be a rank, but I can't say for certain which one. He wasn't wrong. With his current level of Qi, he could theoretically be compared to a third-rank Qi refiner. However, in practice, he still couldn't refine third-grade pills. After all, he had only recently broken through the third stage, and refining true third-grade pills required considerable practice. As long as there's a rank, that's good enough. Lu Haoran's eyes lit up. He eagerly asked, Do you think we could ask him to refine a batch of pills for the Lu family? Of course, that's not a problem. Lu Fan agreed immediately but added, The only issue might be that we don't have enough medicinal ingredients. Lu Haoran beamed with delight and waved his hand. Ingredients are no issue. Lu Hao, go fetch our best medicinal herbs immediately, and stop by the treasury to bring a few treasures as well. He then turned back to Lu Fan and said, Take me to meet this Iron Mask Qi refiner. I understand the rules: one batch of pills, one spiritual herb, and one treasure. No, no. Lu Fan quickly waved his hands. This senior dislikes meeting outsiders. I'll deliver the ingredients myself. We're on very good terms, so there's no need for formalities. Secretly, he thought to himself, I am that Iron Mask Qi refiner. How could I possibly let Grandpa come along? Lu Haoran frowned. Are you sure he needs spiritual herbs or treasures? Rules are rules, and if we don't follow them, he might feel we're being disrespectful. How about I accompany you to his residence to show our sincerity? Grandpa, really, there's no need. Lu Fan said urgently. He has a peculiar temperament. If there's no connection, even the most valuable treasures wouldn't convince him. Please trust me on this. Seeing the sincerity in his grandson's eyes, Lu Haoran finally conceded. All right then, you can go. Just remember, don't push too hard and be respectful. Before long, Lu Hao arrived with enough medicinal herbs to fill the courtyard. Lu Haoran personally selected the best ones and even invited 2 seasoned herbalists from the pharmacy to inspect them, ensuring everything was flawless. Lu Fan picked out a selection, wrapped them in a large bundle, and slung it over his shoulder. Lu Haoran went even further, arranging for a carriage and personally escorting him to the base of West Mountain. After much persuasion, Lu Fan finally managed to send his grandfather back and let out a long sigh of relief. He glanced at the small black creature on his shoulder and complained, If I had known, I would have just gathered the ingredients myself. This was way too much trouble. At that moment, the little black creature eagerly burrowed into the bundle, pulled out a stalk of herbs, and started munching away. However, after just a couple of bites, Xiao He spat the herbs out, its ears drooping, displaying an expression of utter disdain. Other wild beasts grow up fighting over herbs, but look at you, turning your nose up at them now, Lu Fan remarked, shaking his head with a chuckle at Xiao He's antics. He casually stored the herbs back in his ring and began walking up the mountain. Before long, Lu Fan arrived back at the waterfall. From a distance, Wu Chen spotted him and called out, You're here? Let's begin your training. Master, I won't be training today, Lu Fan said as he approached Wu Chen, taking out the herbs. I'd like to refine some pills for my family instead. You didn't tell your family that you're a Qi refiner, did you? Wu Chen asked, raising an eyebrow. If I had, I wouldn't need to sneak up the mountain to refine pills, Lu Fan replied, pulling out the Wanhua cauldron. Good. It's better this way, Wu Chen nodded. Go ahead, then. What kind of pills are you planning to make? Strength-gathering pills to help the martial artists in my family improve their abilities, Lu Fan said, carefully laying the herbs out on the ground. This was one of the few pills he knew that could enhance a martial artist's cultivation. He had used it himself before and found it quite effective. Compared to formulas that specifically boosted qi, pills suitable for martial artists were indeed rare. The strength-gathering pill was one of the most common types, and any qi refiner could make it, though the quality would vary based on the refiner's skill. If Wu Chan were to craft them, the strength-gathering pills would be coveted even by martial artists at the Tiangang realm. Lu Fan's pills, on the other hand, would likely only benefit those at the Neigang realm, but that was more than sufficient for his family. Strength-gathering pills are a good choice, Wu Chun said with a faint smile. You refine them, and it'll guide you along the way. He much preferred advising Lu Fan on pill refining, as it was an area where he could truly provide valuable assistance. Lu Fan began extracting the essence from the herbs, summoning flames with a flick of his hand. By now, he had become adept at using the alchemy techniques Wu Chun had taught him. With the power of the wind element, a dozen herbs floated around him, evenly roasted by the flames. This method of simultaneously refining multiple herbs required precise control over the 5 elements, but Lu Fan handled it with ease. As the herbal powders began to take shape, Lu Fan moved on to the process of balancing them with heavenly water. Being his first time refining strength-gathering pills, he approached every step with extreme caution. You're short on water, add a bit more, Wu Chen prompted at the right moment. Following his advice, Lu Fan added more water and soon completed the balancing process. Seeing the herbs take on the desired hue, he quickly placed them into the Wenhua cauldron and activated his qi to begin the refinement. An hour later, a crisp sound emerged from the cauldron. Lu Fan immediately opened it, and a perfectly round pill, emanating a refreshing fragrance, leaped out. Not bad for a first try, Lu Fan said with a smile. It's passable, Wu Chun commented with a nod. But take note. The combination of powders was a bit off earlier, and 2 of the herbs were overcooked. You need to better control the heat and water levels. Keep going. Lu Fan carefully stored the pill, nodded earnestly, and continued refining. Before long, one strength-gathering pill after another was successfully completed. After an entire day and night, Lu Fan finally completed the production of over 100 Zhu Li pills. With growing experience, his alchemy skills had improved, allowing him to finish the task in such a short time. Carefully placing the last pill into a bottle, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh of relief. This batch of pills would not only enhance the overall strength of the Lu family, but also serve as reserves for future use. His master, Wu Chun, had been quietly observing the entire process from the side. Seeing his disciple so focused, steady-handed, and composed, Wu Chun finally felt reassured. Without saying a word, he turned and returned to his room to continue cultivating. Nearby, Xiao He was energetically hopping around, staring eagerly at the pills with a look of longing. Amused by its antics, Lu Fan chuckled. You little glutton, always wanting to try everything. Aren't you afraid you'll accidentally eat something poisonous one day and lose your life? Despite his words, he still tossed a pill to Xiao He. Xiao He swallowed it in one gulp. Almost instantly, its bones and muscles emitted cracking sounds, and its body visibly grew larger. It opened its mouth and spewed a jet of black flame, scorching the ground black in an instant. The power of the flame had clearly increased. This confirmed the rumors that pills had a stronger effect on wild beasts than on martial artists. Excited, Xiao He dashed back and forth before turning its innocent, expectant eyes toward Lu Fan. However, Lu Fan had already sealed the bottle. You can't have too many pills at once. Wait until you fully absorb the effects of this one, he said. Xiao He seemed to understand, lowering its head in disappointment. Lu Fan chuckled to himself, thinking that at this rate, he might actually be able to cultivate Xiao He into a powerful wild beast using pills alone. After tidying up the pills, Lu Fan bid farewell to his master and returned to Jianglin City. As soon as he arrived at the Lu family estate, he saw his father, Lu Hao, pacing anxiously at the entrance. Upon spotting his son, Lu Hao hurried over. Lu Fan, how did it go? He asked. The pills are ready. I've brought them back, Lu Fan replied. Hearing this, Lu Hao burst into laughter. Come inside quickly. Your grandfather didn't sleep all night and had me waiting here since this morning. Before they even reached the backyard, Lu Fan saw his grandfather, Lu Haoran, hurrying to greet him. Grabbing Lu Fan by the arm, Lu Haoran lowered his voice and asked, Did you bring the pills? How many? About 100 or so, Lu Fan answered. Overjoyed, Lu Haoran patted his grandson on the shoulder. Iron-faced master, what a reliable man. He glanced around to ensure no one was nearby before saying to Lu Fan, Come on, take out the pills. Let me see what kind they are. Lu Fan carefully unwrapped the package, revealing neatly arranged bottles of pills inside. Standing nearby, Lu Hao and Lu Haoran's eyes lit up with excitement at the sight. Unable to contain himself, Lu Hao grabbed a small bottle, poured out a pill, and examined it closely before exclaiming in surprise, This is a strength-consolidating pill? That's right, Lu Fan confirmed with a nod. There are a total of 125 pills, with 5 in each bottle. Lu Hao scrutinized the pill in his hand and marveled. What an excellent product. Truly impressive. Lu Fan, the quality of these strength-consolidating pills is clearly superior to the one I gave you before. It seems Mr. Iron Mask's skills are at least at the second tier or higher. Our Lu family is truly fortunate this time. It's all thanks to Lu Fan, Lu Howren said with a smile. You should keep half of these pills for yourself, Lu Fan. The family only needs the other half. Lu Fan shook his head, politely declining. These strength-consolidating pills aren't particularly useful to me. You can take them all. He wasn't being modest. The pills he usually consumed were top-tier ones crafted by his master, Wu Chun, far more effective than ordinary strength-consolidating pills. Besides, he had already taken these pills before, and their effectiveness diminished with repeated use, with the first dose being the most impactful. He planned to save up and use several hundred of them together when he reached the 8th or 9th level of internal force to break through. Realizing this, Lu Howren nodded in understanding. Of course, with your close relationship with Mr. Iron Mask, it's no surprise you've had access to better pills. No wonder your strength has been improving so rapidly, it's truly awe-inspiring. To him, it was only natural that a martial artist's progress would accelerate with the help of a chi refiner. Lu Fan touched his nose and tacitly acknowledged the statement. Seeing this, Lu Howren's smile deepened. In that case, we'll gladly accept these pills. Lu Fan, please thank Mr. Iron Mask on our behalf. If the Lu family can ever be of assistance to him, we will spare no effort. I'll be sure to pass on your gratitude, Lu Fan replied, then suggested, Father, grandfather, why don't you try the pill's effects first? Exactly what I was thinking, Lu Howren said without hesitation, immediately taking out a strength-consolidating pill and consuming it. Since the pills were brought by his grandson, he had no reason to doubt their quality. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, and Lu Howren closed his eyes to feel the flow of its power within his body. Soon, a faint mist began to emanate from his body. When he opened his eyes again, he exclaimed with delight, the potency is incredible. Even as a martial artist at the 9th level of internal force, I can benefit from this pill. It's truly a top-tier product. I feel like I could break through to the external force realm at any moment. Hearing this, Lu Hao immediately consumed a pill himself. In no time, a similar misty aura enveloped his body. What a remarkable pill. I misspoke earlier, Mr. Iron Mask must be at least a third-tier chi refiner, if not higher. Hearing such high praise, Lu Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction in his heart. Picking up another bottle of pills, Lu Howren spoke solemnly, Lu Hao, Lu Fan. I plan to enter a period of seclusion and use this opportunity to break through to the external force realm. These pills will be entrusted to Lu Hao for distribution, but be sure to reserve some for emergencies. Don't use them all at once. Each direct descendant of the family may receive one, and exceptionally talented members of the branch family may also be granted one. Lu Howren's voice echoed clearly through the hall. As for the specific distribution, I'll leave that to you to arrange. Lu Hao responded softly with acknowledgement. Lu Howren then turned to Lu Fan, retrieving a jet-black ring from his pocket and carefully placing it in front of Lu Fan. The ring was engraved with a distinct Lu character, leaving Lu Fan momentarily stunned. Grandfather, this is the family head's token, Lu Howren explained with a smile. I originally intended to give it to your father, but he believes it is more suited in your hands. Take it. This is a responsibility you cannot shirk. Lu Fan solemnly accepted the ring, feeling a cool sensation spread through his fingertips. Almost instantly, he sensed strands of pure energy from heaven and earth beginning to swirl around him. Lu Fan, this ring is no ordinary item. Lu Hao interjected from the side. It was crafted from a mysterious stone of unknown origin and can accelerate your cultivation progress. Your grandfather paid a great price to have it made, so be sure to take good care of it. Lu Fan nodded firmly and slid the ring onto his left hand. Everything that needs to be given has been given, Lu Howren said as he stood up. The future of the Lu family now rests on your shoulders. I am heading into seclusion. If I do not return, Lu Hao will take over as the family head until you are ready to assume the position. With you both here, the Lu family will surely prosper. With that, he hummed a tune and walked away leisurely. Father, grandfather. Lu Fan gazed at his grandfather's departing figure, his brows furrowed slightly. Cultivation is like rowing against the current, Lu Hao explained. Breaking through always carries risks, especially at grandfather's age. If he fails and suffers backlash, the consequences could be dire. But it's only the outer astral realm, and his chances of success are quite high. Isn't there any way to reduce the risk? Perhaps by asking Master Iron Mask for some additional pills. Lu Hao shook his head. We've already sought his help. One seat wouldn't be appropriate to trouble him again. Besides, the kind of pills that could mitigate the risk of backlash are likely beyond his ability to refine, and the necessary ingredients are rare even in Jianglin City. You'll have to face this challenge yourself one day. Don't worry too much. Putting the pills away, Lu Hao said, let's go distribute the pills. The Mo family must be on edge now that we have the aid of a chi refiner. How about we give one to Lu Tiangying first and have him challenge Mo Hai again? That would probably drive them mad, Lu Fan replied. Exactly as I'd like, Lu Hao said with a laugh. Let me think about the distribution. One for Lu Ming, one for Lu Feng, one for Lu Tiangying. Lu Fan looked up at the sky, where a flock of birds was taking flight from the rooftop. The next day, within the Mo family estate, Mo Tian sat at the head of the room, his face full of anger as he glared at Mo Lin and Mo Yunfei before him. I was in seclusion for just 2 days, and such a disgraceful event occurred in my absence. He slammed his palm down on the 8 immortal table, and the solid wood surface instantly turned to splinters, scattering in all directions. Now the entire Zhonglin city knows that you, Mo Lin, at the 7th level of inner force, lost to Lu Fan, who has just barely cultivated his force. Mo Lin's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he lowered his head and said, "It is my incompetence that has disappointed both father and the family head." Silence. Mo Tian cut him off harshly, turning his sharp gaze to Mo Yunfei. You tell me what had exactly happened at that time? Mo Yunfei cast a glance at Mo Lin and began recounting the events in detail. When he reached the part where Lu Fan and Mo Lin exchanged punches, Mo Tian suddenly turned to question Mo Lin. Your minor annihilation fist couldn't overpower his technique? The Lu family doesn't possess any formidable fist techniques. What was he using? Mo Lin swallowed hard and struggled to respond. It was the minor annihilation fist? What? Mo Tian exclaimed in shock. Say that again. My instincts don't lie. Mo Lin gritted his teeth. It was indeed the minor annihilation fist, but his technique was infused with the power of the fiery golden body. Mo Tian stared intently into Mo Lin's eyes, trying to detect any falsehood, but all he saw was resolute certainty. Taking a deep breath, he said, to defeat someone at the 7th level of inner force right after entering the inner force stage, using a fragmented technique to create a stronger version of the original. Who exactly is this Lu Fan? I suspect there must be a master guiding him from behind the scenes. Mo Lin nodded in agreement. That's very likely. When he returned this time, he carried a heavy sword on his back. During our fight, I noticed the sword was quite unusual. It's probably no ordinary weapon. That makes sense, Mo Tian sighed. First teaching him techniques, then gifting him a weapon. This is the path of a master nurturing a disciple. The Lu family certainly couldn't produce such a prodigy on their own. Standing to the side, Mo Yunfei gritted his teeth in secret, jealousy gnawing at him. How could a nobody like Lu Fan receive the guidance of a great master, while someone as talented as himself remained without such an opportunity? What sheer luck! As the three were speaking, a commotion suddenly arose outside the courtyard, growing louder as it approached. Mo Tian frowned and instructed Mo Yunfei, "Go see what's happening. You've all been getting out of hand lately after receiving those pills. It's time to instill some discipline." Moments later, Mo Yunfei hurried back in with Mo Hai, who wore an anxious expression. Mo Hai's face was grave, and if it weren't an urgent matter, he wouldn't have chosen this moment to report to his grandfather. However, the issue was too critical to delay, as any hesitation could lead to significant consequences. Mo Hai's face was marked with bruises, and traces of blood lingered beneath his nausea defeated and disheveled sight. The moment Mo Tian saw him in such a state, his anger flared. Mo Hai, what trouble have you caused this time? Mo Tian demanded sharply. I didn't cause any trouble, Mo Hai stammered. It's just Lu Tiangyang from the Lu family. The words caught in his throat, the name he'd stumbling repeatedly on his lips. What about him? Don't tell me you couldn't beat him? Mo Tian glared, pressing for an answer. Mo Hai shuddered, lowering his head and confessing, Patriarch, your sharp judgment is correct. I couldn't beat him. Not just me, a lot of our brothers were beaten up by those Lu family thugs. Mo Tian was momentarily stunned by this admission before erupting. What did you say? Are you telling me all the pills you've been taking have gone to waste? The roar was so loud it made Mo Hai's ears ache, causing him to take several steps back. He quickly explained, Patriarch, after we took the pills, Lu Tiangyang's group was no match for us at first. If it weren't for that brat Lu Fan stepping in last time, I would have already... Before he could finish, Mo Yunfei shot him a fierce glare. Mo Hai immediately realized he had touched on a sensitive subject. His grandfather had just been fuming over this matter. Swallowing the rest of his words, he fell silent. Keep talking. Mo Tian's eyes burned with fury. If they couldn't beat you before, what happened this time? Was it Lu Fan again? Does he have nothing better to do than harass you all the time? This time, Lu Fan didn't show up, Mo Hai replied quietly. Then was it Lu Ming? No, it wasn't. This time, no one helped them. It was just Lu Tiangyang and his group. It's like they also took some pills. Their cultivation levels suddenly jumped a stage, and their strength surpassed ours. That's why we lost so badly. Mo Hai's voice grew fainter with each word. This revelation struck Mo Tian like a bolt from the blue. You're saying Lu Tiangang and his group also seemed like they took pills, and their cultivation level skyrocketed? Seeing Imo Hai nod repeatedly, Imo Tian began pacing anxiously. That's impossible. The Lu family couldn't possibly have access to an alchemist. Absolutely not. Imo Yunfei. Imo Tian suddenly turned to the side. Go and invite Brother Zhao Su here immediately. There's no need to invite me, I'm already here. A calm voice drifted in on the wind. Another alchemist in Jianglin City? Fascinating. Fascinating. Zhao Su appeared, walking slowly toward them. Imo Tian quickly stepped forward to greet him. Brother Zhao Su, do you know who the Lu family's alchemist might be? I don't, Zhao Su replied, shaking his head, but I can find out. I've been wanting to spar with another alchemist recently. If you're interested, we can confront them together and see if the Lu family truly has an alchemist. A gleam of hope lit up Imo Tian's face. Brother Zhao Su, are you confident? Zhao Su smiled nonchalantly. Confidence is a strong word, but I doubt there's another second-grade alchemist in Jianglin City. Good. Since Brother Zhao Su is so assured, he'll accompany you. I want to see for myself who the Lu family's alchemist is. Meanwhile, the Lu family was basking in their own joy. Lu Fan and Lu Hao were quietly enjoying tea together, savoring a rare moment of leisure. Today, Lu Fan had skipped his usual mountain training, primarily to observe the effects of the pills he had crafted. From outside came Lu Tiangang's booming voice. That was incredible. I've never had such a satisfying fight. Let's see if Imo Hai dares act arrogant around me again. Hearing this, Lu Fan smiled faintly, clearly pleased with the pill's effectiveness. Lu Fan and his father, Lu Hao, rarely had the chance to sit down and talk quietly. Lu Hao, with a solemn expression, began, Lu Fan, there's something I want to ask you. What is it? Lu Fan looked up at his father. Lu Hao gazed directly into his son's eyes. Your progress in martial arts cultivation has been remarkable. One day, you will surpass everyone in the Lu family. Do you intend to return and take over as the family head, managing the family affairs, or will you focus solely on your martial arts journey? After a brief moment of thought, Lu Fan replied, I want to dedicate myself fully to martial arts cultivation. With you managing the family, that is more than enough. How long can I manage it? Lu Hao shook his head. Eventually, the family will have to rely on you. But if your heart is truly set on the martial path, so be it. You don't need to concern yourself with the family matters for now. If you become a true martial arts master in the future, you might even lead the Lu family to relocate to Donghua City, or perhaps even Wupiang City. I will give it my all, Lu Fan said resolutely. As long as I live, I will protect the family. Lu Hao smiled with relief. You know, I've always worried about you, even after you achieved success in martial arts. I was afraid you might resent the family or grow to despise your kin. But now I see I was overthinking. Your heart is broader than I imagined, and that is the mindset of a true martial arts master. I have no doubt you will achieve great things. Lu Fan nodded slightly, silently thinking, the reason I don't resent the family is because of a father like you. The father and son exchanged a knowing smile, their bond unspoken yet deeply understood. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. I am Zhao Su, a second-rank Qi refiner from the Martial Arts Academy. I have come to challenge the Lu family's Qi refiners to a contest of alchemy. It was the art of transmitting sound through the wind, a skill of Qi refiners, and the voice reverberated across the Lu family grounds. Lu Hao shot to his feet and roared, How dare you provoke the Lu family? Are you not afraid of death? His voice thundered like a tiger's roar, befitting his title as the Gang Tiger of Jianglin City. The members of the Lu family gathered at the gates, where Zhao Su stood holding a small flaming cauldron, flanked by members of the Imo family. Zhao Su spoke again. Alchemy contests have been a tradition for ages. Could it be that the Lu family's Qi refiners are too afraid to face a mere second-rank Qi refiner like me? Outrageous. Lu Hao clenched his fists tightly. The Imo family's Qi refiners dare to come to our doorstep and provoke us? I'll teach him a lesson myself. Lu Fan quickly grabbed his father's arm. Father, wait. Though he is only a second-rank Qi refiner, there could be an ambush. You know how dangerous Qi refiners can be. Lu Hao calmed down. Then what do you suggest? Shall we just let him shout insults at our gate? Father, you go deal with him for now. I'll go seek the help of the Iron Mask Qi refiner. I'm sure he'll be interested in this alchemy challenge. Lu Hao nodded in agreement. All right, you head out through the back door. I'll go to the front to hold him off. Lu Fan immediately dashed out through the back door like a gust of wind. Finding a secluded spot, he retrieved the iron mask and black robe from his ring. An alchemy contest? Let's see who's afraid of whom. At the main gate of the Lu family, Lu Hao strode out with a grim expression, his gaze sharp as a blade sweeping over the crowd. Finally, it locked onto Imo Tian. Old Imo, bringing your entire clan to block the entrance of my Lu family, are you declaring war on us? Lu Hao's voice carried undisguised anger. Imo Tian smiled calmly, raising a hand in a composed manner. Nephew Lu Hao, you're overthinking it. am simply here to watch the alchemy duel. It's been years since Jianglin City has seen alchemists compete. Such a rare opportunity. I brought the Mo family juniors to broaden their horizons. Turning to his people behind him, Emotion barked a stern command. All Mo family members, hear me. Do not make noise at the Liu family gate, and absolutely do not engage with the Liu family. Anyone who disobeys will face family punishment. Yes. The Mo family members responded in unison, their deafening voices echoing through the street, causing children in the distance to burst into tears. This isn't making noise? Liu Hao gritted his teeth. Oldemo, why must this alchemy duel take place at my family's gate? Emotion's smile did not waver. Nephew Liu Hao, you misunderstand. The duel isn't initiated by our Mo family. We don't even have an alchemist in our ranks. It's this young man, Zhao Su, from the Martial Academy. He heard there's an alchemist in your family and came for a friendly competition. We're merely here to watch. Liu Hao's gaze shifted to Zhao Su, his tone cold. Zhao Su, if you wish to duel, there are plenty of places to choose. Why insist on doing it at my family's gate? How is this not a blatant provocation? Zhao Su remained unfazed by Liu Hao's hostility, his demeanor calm as he replied, in alchemy duels, we alchemists don't bother with such formalities. As long as the people, cauldrons, and pills are here, the duel can begin. Instead of wasting time, why don't you invite your family's alchemist out? Otherwise, people might think he's afraid of me. Just as the tension reached a breaking point, a figure emerged from a nearby alley, walking slowly. Dressed in a black robe with an iron mask covering their face, they exuded an extraordinary aura. Emotion's smile froze instantly, and behind him, Lin's expression shifted dramatically, shock flashing in his eyes. It's him, he thought in alarm. Zhao Su opened his eyes slowly, sensing an alchemist's aura that rivaled his own. He fixed his gaze on the icy iron mask, as if trying to pierce through it and uncover the face beneath. Upon seeing the figure, Liu Hao's expression immediately brightened with joy as he quickly stepped forward to greet him. Mr. Iron Mask, I truly apologize. Liu Fan, donning an iron mask, deliberately lowered his voice, making it hoarse. No matter. As it happens, I was eager to stretch my skills a bit. He'll exchange a few moves with him. With a gust of wind swirling around him, Liu Fan took a single step forward and instantly appeared before Zhao Su. His reason for speaking as little as possible was simply feared Liu Hao might recognize his voice. The less said, the safer. The two faced off in front of the Liu family's gate. Zhao Su scrutinized Liu Fan carefully. So, you must be the Liu family's alchemist. May I ask your name? Iron Mask, Liu Fan replied in his raspy voice. Can we skip the pointless chatter? You're here for a duel, aren't you? Speak. Will it be a battle of skill or a battle of strength? Having trained under Wu Chan for a year, Liu Fan was now well acquainted with the customs of alchemists. A battle of skill involved competing in alchemy techniques, while a battle of strength allowed participants to attack their opponent while crafting pills or even defeat them outright before calmly finishing their own work. These were the standard methods for resolving disputes among alchemists on the continent. Since alchemists were rare and hard to come by, most adhered to a spirit of camaraderie. Unless there was a deep-seated grudge, they generally avoided lethal measures. The philosophy, leave a margin for the future, was a shared understanding among them. A battle of skill, Zhao Su said with a composed demeanor. Iron Mask Alchemist, shall we each choose a type of pill we excel at and compete? Even though Zhao Su knew his opponent was no novice, he remained confident. That seems like a fair approach. But since it's a duel, is there a wager involved? Liu Fan asked calmly. A wager, or pill stake, typically involved recipes, ingredients, or pills rather than money. Alchemists rarely gambled with currency and often looked down on those who did. With a faint smile, Zhao Su took out a small vial from his robe. Of course, there's a wager. A 5 elements pill, will that suffice? The vial was slightly transparent with a radiant, multicolored glow emanating from the pill inside. Liu Fan was secretly astonished. He hadn't expected Zhao Su to be so extravagant, offering a 5 elements pill right off the bat, a pill capable of enhancing vital energy. Its value far surpassed the hundreds of strength-gathering pills Liu Fan had crafted. For lower-tier alchemists, even seeing the recipe for the 5 elements pill was a rarity, let alone crafting one. Liu Fan himself had yet to gather the necessary ingredients, yet Zhao Su had a finished product in hand. A smug smile played on Zhao Zu's lips. For low-tier alchemists, the allure of the 5 elements pill was undeniable. His move was calculated to pressure his opponent into staking everything he had. Since Zhao Su was offering such a valuable pill, his opponent would naturally feel compelled to match it with something equally valuable. This opening gambit was meant to unsettle his opponent's mindset. In alchemy, maintaining a calm state of mind was crucial, as any disturbance could drastically lower the success rate. And if his opponent couldn't produce a wager of equal value, the situation would become even more interesting. Zhao Su didn't mind humiliating this iron-masked figure a bit before their alchemy duel. He was about to speak when he saw Lu Fan take out a small bottle from his robes, and an intense, bloody scent instantly filled the air. Iron-masked alchemist. Zhao Su sneered. What exactly is that you've taken out? That smell doesn't resemble any pill I've ever known. Surely you are not trying to pass off some random concoction as a proper item. You've brought out a 5 elements pill, so naturally, I wouldn't counter with something ordinary, Lu Fan replied calmly. This is refined dragon's blood. Its value, I believe, doesn't need my explanation. The moment the words dragon's blood were uttered, Zhao Su froze in place. Lu Fan slowly opened the bottle, allowing the scent to spread further. Zhao Su closed his eyes to sense it carefully, and indeed, it was identical to the descriptions of dragon's blood in ancient texts. Lu Fan placed the small bottle aside. In truth, he had plenty more of this dragon's blood, but his master had warned him never to reveal it lightly. It must be stored in small bottles to avoid exposing its abundancia, lesson he understood well. Shall we begin? Lu Fan asked. Suppressing his shock, Zhao Su concealed his frustration at being outclassed. Begin, he shouted, hurling a small flaming cauldron to the ground. The cauldron rapidly expanded until it stood as tall as a person. This flame cauldron, capable of altering its size at will, was indeed extraordinary and Zhao Zu's greatest asset. With it, despite only being a second-tier alchemist, he could refine third-tier pills. Just as Zhao Su was feeling triumphant, he saw Lu Fan take out a cauldron of his own. To his astonishment, Lu Fan's cauldron grew to over 3 meters in height, its circumference wide enough to be encircled by 5 people. The sheer presence of it instantly overshadowed Zhao Zu's flame cauldron. Lu Fan wasn't showing off this size was simply necessary for the pill he intended to refine. With a wave of his hand over his ring, countless medicinal ingredients poured out like a flowing stream, directly entering the cauldron. This method of refining without first grinding the ingredients left Zhao Su utterly dumbfounded. A crowd quickly gathered around, with people perched on rooftops and treetops, eager to witness this rare alchemical duel. The area in front of the Lu family's gates became completely packed as spectators buzzed with excitement. Lu Fan closed his eyes, focusing intently on controlling the flame and water's balance. Meanwhile, Zhao Su had already completed his refinement, tossing powdered ingredients into his cauldron. He sneered, "You're destined to lose. My Scarlet Flame Triple Pill is among the finest of third-tier pills. Let's see how you plan to outdo me." The flames roared as Zhao Su pushed his energy to the limit to fuel the refinement. Finally, a pill leaped out of the flame cauldron, and a satisfied smirk spread across his face. At that very moment, Lu Fan's cauldron emitted a low hum, and a pill emerged from it with a brilliant leap. Both parties completed their alchemy almost simultaneously. As the brilliance of light faded, a rich fragrance of medicinal pills filled the air. Zhao Su furrowed his brows slightly as he observed the other's alchemical techniques. Such an unheard-of method could actually produce a pill? However, the outcome of this competition was the most pressing matter now. Taking a step forward, he presented the pill in his hand. Crimson Flame Triple Pill. Upon consumption, it forms a flame armor on the surface of the body, capable of withstanding 3 attacks below the external force realm. It can be used by both martial artists and chi refiners. His tone was laced with undisguised pride. Emotion's eyes lit up with excitement. In a life-and-death confrontation, being able to block 3 fatal attacks was an invaluable advantage, whether in battle or in escape. Even more remarkable was that both martial artists and chi refiners could use it, instantly doubling the pill's value. Indeed, among third-grade pills, few could surpass this one. Lu Fan, however, remained calm as he opened his palm, revealing a pill with a radiant and multicolored sheen. 100 Refinement Pill. Its effect is to strengthen the foundation and replenish vitality. As soon as he spoke, Zhao Su burst into laughter. Strengthen the foundation and replenish vitality? Are you telling me you've made a useless pill with no apparent effects? If it weren't for your ability to control the 5 elements, I doubt whether you're truly a chi refiner. The crowd erupted into laughter, and the disciples of the Lu family looked visibly displeased. Even Lu Hao couldn't help but think to himself, at the very least, he should have brought out a force-gathering pill for the competition. It would have been better than this. Despite this, Lu Fan remained composed and continued, "I haven't finished speaking. While this pill does strengthen the foundation and replenish vitality, its effects are extraordinary. For ordinary people, it enhances physical fitness and grants immunity to illness. For martial artists, it expands the meridians and solidifies their inner force. For chi refiners, it can even enlarge their dantian and harmonize their chi with the heavens and earth." His words caused a collective gasp to ripple through the audience. Zhao Su, in particular, was so shocked that the Crimson Flame Triple Pill in his hand was crushed out of shape. What? Alter the dantian? That's impossible. Whether it's possible or not, you can verify it yourself. Lu Fan gestured with his hand. Zhao Su quickly stepped forward and began to examine the pill using the standard identification method. Observe, smell, and test. He carefully scrutinized the pill's appearance, inhaled its fragrance, and finally took a tiny portion to taste and sense its effects. Moments later, his expression completely changed just from that small amount of medicinal power. He could feel his dantian stirring and his meridians expanding. This was indeed a supreme pill among those designed to strengthen the foundation and replenish vitality, capable of comprehensively transforming one's physique. A pill of this caliber, if successfully refined, would undoubtedly rank above the third grade, regardless of whether it was created by a first-grade qi refiner. Zhao Su opened his eyes, a flicker of complexity crossing his gaze. This pill, if evaluated, would probably only reach the fifth grade. The truth was undeniable, had lost, and lost completely. What made it even harder for him to accept was the intense desire he now felt for the recipe of this 100 refinement pill. However, his earlier attitude made it impossible for him to ask. If it were a stranger, he might even have been willing to give up everything he owned to obtain that recipe. I lost. Iron-faced alchemist, your skills are superior, Zhao Su said after a long moment, his expression shifting repeatedly. I admit my defeat wholeheartedly. Lu Fan smiled faintly. As an alchemist, Zhao Su at least maintained the fundamental integrity of their kind. Though alchemists were often arrogant, short-tempered, and dismissive of others, they were known for their honesty and trustworthiness. A loss was a loss, and a win was a win. Hearing Zhao Su admit defeat, Mo Tian's face turned pale, and the Mo family disciples around him looked equally ashen. In contrast, the Lu family disciples showed no restraint in their celebrations, their cheers echoing loudly. Lu Hao nodded in satisfaction. The iron-faced alchemist truly lives up to his reputation. But where has Lu Fan gone? He went to invite someone, and now the iron-faced alchemist is here, but he's nowhere to be seen. Zhao Su decisively handed the 5 elements pill to Lu Fan, then cautiously asked, Iron-faced alchemist, would you be willing to trade the recipe for this pill? I would, Lu Fan replied with a smile, but only in exchange for the recipe of the yin-yang pill. Zhao Su's face immediately darkened to a deep red, almost like a pig's liver. The yin-yang pill was a yuan-grade pill, far superior to ordinary pills. As a second-grade alchemist, how could he possibly possess the recipe for a yuan-grade pill? I don't have the recipe for the yin-yang pill, Zhao Su said through gritted teeth. How about I trade some spiritual herbs and pills instead? That works too, Lu Fan said casually. Add 2 more 5 elements pills, and he'll trade it to you. Zhao Zu's expression grew even more unpleasant. The value of 2 5 elements pills far exceeded that of the 100 refinement pill. It was clear the other party was toying with him. Besides, even this 1 5 elements pill had been a gift from his master. Without another word, Zhao Su packed up his flame cauldron and left with a flick of his sleeve. Seeing this, Mo Tian had no choice but to take his leave as well, while the Lu family disciples openly mocked the Mo family without restraint. Lu Tiangang, mind your manners, Lu Hao said with a chuckle. You can't use the term stray dog to describe the Mo family head. After all, they do have a home. Watch your words, all of you. Lu Tiangang and the others nodded knowingly. The implication was clear. They could continue mocking, but just use different phrasing. The crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed, satisfied that they had witnessed such an extraordinary alchemical duel. Iron-faced sir, thank you for your help today, Lu Hao said, stepping forward. Would you do us the honor of visiting the Lu family estate? Though the accommodations are simple, the wine is quite good. No need for thanks. I've gained a 5 elements pill myself. Lu Fan waved him off. There's no need for me to enter. I have other matters to attend to, so will take my leave. If anything arises in the future, have Lu Fan come find me. With that, Lu Fan's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared beyond the gates of the Lu family residence. Lu Hao gazed at the rapidly fading silhouette and couldn't help but murmur to himself, truly the demeanor of a master. He pondered the relationship between Lu Fan and the iron-masked gentleman, while lamenting his inability to exchange the family's possessions for that precious 100 refinements pill. Little did he know, the 100 refinements pill, which was so invaluable in his eyes, was merely a common item to Lu Fan. During his time training in the mountains, Wu Chun had already taught him this most basic pill recipe. It was with the help of this pill, which required only modest ingredients, that Lu Fan quickly adapted to the weight of the woofing heavy sword. Once he reached a secluded spot, Lu Fan deftly removed the iron mask and black robe. From his robes, he retrieved the 5 elements pill he had just acquired. Under the sunlight, the pill shimmered with an enchanting radiance. This was a rare and precious elixir designed to enhance the energy of a qi refiner. Though Wu Chun had once shared the pill recipe with him, the scarcity of ingredients had prevented him from attempting to craft it. Now, with this treasure in hand, Lu Fan took a moment to regulate his breathing before swallowing the pill. In an instant, the pure power of the 5 elements surged through his body, rapidly transforming into vigorous qi. He felt a radiant glow in his dantian, as his pores opened wide, continuously absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. For a full hour, the qi within Lu Fan's body steadily climbed. Impurities were expelled, and his sensory abilities improved significantly. When the last trace of the five elements' power was fully absorbed, he exhaled a long breath of turbid air, basking in the newfound strength coursing through him. The effects of this single five elements pill were truly astonishing, propelling him straight to the peak of the inner qi third stage. If he were a pure qi refiner, he might have already broken through to the fourth grade realm. Lu Fan silently calculated that he must find a way to gather more ingredients in the future and craft additional five elements pills to further enhance his cultivation. With that thought, a faint smile appeared on his lips as he walked back with a light and confident stride. In front of the Imo family residence, Zhao Su suddenly stopped in his tracks. He stood still for a moment, his brows furrowed, as if making a firm decision. Master Imo, Brother Imo, I won't be returning to the Imo family. This alchemy competition has made me deeply realize my lack of skills. I just want to return to the academy and continue my training with my master. Farewell for now, Brother Imo. See you at the academy. Before his words had fully landed, Zhao Su turned and walked away swiftly, his figure disappearing quickly into the wind. Imo Yunfei called out twice, Brother Zhao, but his voice was met with no response as Zhao Su didn't even look back. Imo Tian gritted his teeth and called out to Imo Yunfei, Yunfei, don't bother chasing him. This time, we lost completely to the Lu family. Imo Yunfei stood rooted to the spot, his face etched with unwillingness. The Lu family has gone too far. You're right to feel that way, Imo Tian said in a deep voice. The Lu family's power now rivals that of our Imo family, and they have no shortage of strong fighters. Especially Lu Fan, his talent is extraordinary, his strength grows rapidly, and he even has the support of qi refiners. If our Imo family doesn't rise up soon, the entire Jianglin city might bear the Lu name in just a few years. I won't let that happen. Imo Yunfei clenched his fists tightly. Imo Tian sighed. To change the future, we must become stronger. Yunfei, you are the only hope of our Imo family at the Martial Academy. You're the only one who has a chance of surpassing Lu Fan. The future of the Imo family rests on your shoulders. Imo Yunfei nodded firmly, his fists tightening even more. Imo Tian added, if only the Lu family didn't have that Lu Fan. A useless nobody, yet he could determine the future of Jianglin City. What a joke. Hearing this, a strange glint flashed in Imo Yunfei's eyes. Yes, if Lu Fan could be eliminated, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips as a plan began to form in his mind. Everything would have to wait until he returned to the academy. 2 days later, at the city gate where the northern wind howled, Lu Hao was seeing off Lu Fan and Lu Ming as they prepared to depart for the martial academy. Xiao He, the little creature, bounced around happily on Lu Fan, its round belly a clear sign it had been well fed during its time with the Lu family. No need for long speeches, Lu Hao said with a smile, offering his advice. Lu Fan, it's your first time at the academy. Stick close to Lu Ming and don't miss the registration deadline. I understand, father, Lu Fan replied with a nod. Let's go, Lu Ming urged impatiently. All right then, make sure to come back for the annual festival, Lu Hao said, giving Lu Fan's shoulder a final pat before watching the two leave. Before departing, Lu Fan glanced toward the western mountains and caught sight of a figure floating in the air. It was his master, Wu Chan. He nodded slightly in farewell, knowing his master would see it. Sure enough, Wu Chan in the air returned the gesture with a smile and a nod. Xiao He lay on Lu Fan's shoulder, waving its paw toward Lu Hao in a reluctant goodbye, letting out a low whimper as if unwilling to part. Lu Fan stroked its head to comfort it. Don't worry. Who knows? The academy might have even better food. Instantly, Xiao He perked up, sticking out its tongue to lick Lu Fan's face. Laughing, Lu Fan quickly held down the slobbering little creature. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's gaze lingered subtly on Lu Fan's hand, never shifting away. After a brief pause, Lu Ming spoke. Is that the Lu family's ancestral ring? Lu Fan nodded in confirmation. Lu Ming immediately turned his head away, deliberately avoiding the sight of the ring, his tone carrying a hint of bitterness. So, Grandpa did give the ring to you after all. Just as Lu Fan was about to explain, Lu Ming raised a hand to stop him. No need to say anything. I expected this outcome long ago, and I understand it's the best choice for the family. Let's not bring it up again. It's better for me to let go of any lingering thoughts. Lu Fan nodded silently, and the two continued forward without another word. For the next 3 days, they maintained this silence. Even when Xiao He showcased his impressive cooking skills in the wild, Lu Ming only gave a brief surprised glance before lapsing back into his quiet state. On the 3rd day, they arrived at a city twice the size of Jianglin City, Dongshan City. After paying the entrance fee, Lu Ming finally broke the silence that had stretched for days. We're heading to the beast taming pavilion now. Let me handle the negotiations and don't interrupt. Dongshan City was bustling and prosperous. The streets were wide, filled with merchants and travelers coming and going. Tea houses and taverns stood in close succession, while elegantly dressed young noblemen and charming women soliciting customers moved through the crowd. The two walked for an entire day before reaching the northern part of the city. There, a grand signboard with the words, Beast Taming Pavilion, loomed impressively before them. Lu Ming stepped forward and placed 10 gold coins on the counter. Shopkeeper, 2 cloud sky sparrows, capable of traveling 10,000 miles a day, to Peng City. The shopkeeper, a plump man with a round face and small eyes almost swallowed by layers of fat, glanced at the coins and then at the two of them. Cloud sky sparrows capable of 10,000 miles a day will cost at least 20 gold coins. I've been cheated once before. 10 gold coins, no more, no less, Lu Ming said firmly. The fat shopkeeper frowned, his face full of creases, and asked, You're students at the Martial Arts Academy, aren't you? Fine, fine. Making a bit of money these days is really tough. After signing and sealing the contract, a guard was about to lead them to the back to the beast stables when the shopkeeper suddenly noticed Xiao Hei perched on Lu Fan's shoulder. His eyes widened in shock, and with surprising agility for his size, he darted out from behind the counter. Wait, young man. The shopkeeper circled Lu Fan, scrutinizing Xiao Hei closely. The wild beast on your shoulder, is it for sale? I can offer 1,000 gold coins. Not for sale, Lu Fan replied cautiously. Then how about 10,000 gold coins? The shopkeeper pressed. Lu Fan hesitated slightly, surprised that Xiao Hei was worth so much. However, he still shook his head decisively and turned to leave. Lu Ming turned his head to observe the scene, his brows furrowed. The portly shopkeeper grabbed Lu Fan's collar, his tone softening. Everything can be negotiated. This little beast clearly shares a deep bond with you. Since money doesn't sway you, how about we strike a different deal? I can tell you're a martial artist, so why not trade it for a spirit-level martial technique? Lu Fan slapped the shopkeeper's hand away, his tone icy. I told you, it's not for sale. Xiao Hei, as if sensing his master's anger, bared its teeth at the shopkeeper and let out a low growl, followed by a burst of black flame. The shopkeeper reacted swiftly, retreating several steps. A flicker of internal energy flashed in his palm as he quickly extinguished the flame on his robe. This display of skill left Lu Fan quietly astonished. Xiao Hei's black flames were notoriously hard to put out. The shopkeeper's ability suggested he was at least at the outer chi realm. Instead of showing anger, the shopkeeper's eyes gleamed with excitement as he gritted his teeth. Young man, this wild beast is no ordinary creature. It may appear tame now, but once it grows, it will undoubtedly turn into a savage beast. Even you won't be able to control it then. Why not sell it to me now? Name your price money, techniques, martial skills, anything you want. His eyes flashed with a cunning light. I can even offer you a spirit pill to help you directly break through to the outer chi realm. Despite the shopkeeper's relentless temptations, Lu Fan firmly shook his head. Xiao Hei stood guard, eyes fixed on the shopkeeper, its body tense. After a prolonged standoff, the shopkeeper's expression turned cold. Very well then. Please leave. Bringing a wild beast here could disturb our cloud sky sparrows. I cannot rent to you. With that, he tossed out 10 gold coins. Here's your refund. Now leave. Lu Ming's face darkened with anger as he stepped forward. You already signed the contract. How can you just go back on your word? The shopkeeper replied coldly. I am the shopkeeper, and I say no. Now leave. Just as Lu Ming was about to make a move, Lu Fan quickly pulled him back, lowering his voice. Don't be reckless. He's an outer chi realm expert. Hearing this, Lu Ming's expression changed, and the two had no choice but to leave the beast-taming pavilion quickly. The shopkeeper's gaze lingered on Xiao Hei as they departed. Once they were out of sight, he summoned a guard. Follow them. Find out where they're staying. The guard nodded and left, while the shopkeeper stood with his hands behind his back, a chilling glint in his eyes. Out on the street, Lu Ming grumbled in frustration. What bad luck. There's only one beast-taming pavilion in Dongshan City. Lu Fan, this wild beast of yours, what's its origin? Lu Fan nodded. I know a little about it, but even I didn't expect Xiao Hei to be so valuable. Let's stay at the Yuanlai Inn for now and figure things out tomorrow. If worst comes to worst, we can hire a carriage to another city and look for cloud sky sparrows there. The two had just entered the inn when a beautiful girl, dressed in a fiery red martial artist uniform with a ponytail, stepped through the door. If Lu Fan were in the lobby at that moment, he would have immediately recognized her as the woman he had sparred with on West Mountain. Night fell silently. Lu Fan sat upright in the center of his room, fully immersed in cultivating the blazing fire golden body technique. With his eyes half closed, he channeled the energy of the surrounding world to envelop his entire body, as if he were inside an invisible furnace. As his breathing followed a steady rhythm, wisps of white mist began to rise from his body, and his physique gradually strengthened. The family heirloom ring had been a delightful surprise. It boosted his cultivation progress even more effectively than the Ice Heart meteorite. Just as he was deeply engrossed in his practice, a knock came at the door. Lu Fan, suppressing his energy, Lu Fan stood up and opened the door to find Lu Ming waiting outside. I'm heading to the main hall to grab some food. Care to join me? Lu Ming asked in a calm tone. Sure, I haven't eaten a thing since we arrived, Lu Fan replied. As soon as he spoke, the previously sleeping Xiao He instantly awoke and leapt onto his shoulder with agility. Careful, or this wild beast of yours will eat you into poverty, Lu Ming remarked, glancing at Xiao He. Lu Fan responded with a faint smile. The two made their way to the bustling main hall, found a table, and ordered a couple of small dishes. As the drinks flowed and the atmosphere lightened, Lu Ming's expression gradually turned serious. Lu Fan, we might not get along back at home, but when we're out here, as members of the Lu family, we need to stick together, Lu Ming said in a low voice. I have a bad feeling about tonight. We might be better off staying here until morning. What makes you think it's unsafe? That beast-taming shopkeeper from earlier today probably won't let this go. There's a good chance hell come looking for trouble tonight, Lu Ming said with a grave expression. Don't think I'm joking. Back when I was at the Martial Arts Academy, I witnessed students plotting to kill their seniors just to steal their weapons. The outside world is far more treacherous than Jianglin City. Lu Ming's words piqued Lu Fan's curiosity about the Martial Arts Academy. Even the Martial Arts Academy has things like that happening? Of course, Lu Ming chuckled lightly. It's a place where the strong prey on the weak. If you don't grow quickly, you'll be eliminated. Can you tell me more about the Martial Arts Academy? It helped me prepare mentally, Lu Fan asked. Sure, Lu Ming said, setting down his wine cup. First of all, the Martial Arts Academy isn't as straightforward as it seems. It's divided into 9 branches, each like a different sect with its own strengths and varying levels of power. When new students enroll, they're assigned to branches based on their performance in placement trials. Those who excel get into the stronger branches, while the weaker ones are relegated to lesser branches. You'd better brace yourself in advance. Lu Fan nodded silently. Up until now, all he knew was that his master wanted him to join the Yuan branch. He had no idea about the trials or the other details of the academy structure. Lu Fan asked, among the 9 divisions, which one is the strongest? You certainly have big ambitions, Lu Ming replied with a smile. The strongest is undoubtedly the yin-yang division. They recruited 30 new students last year, and it should be about the same this year. If you want to get in, you'll have to make it into the top 30 during the trials. Lu Fan frowned slightly. He was confused that the Yuan division, which his master had previously mentioned, was not the strongest. What about the second and third divisions? Why not tell me the ranking of all 9 divisions? Lu Ming's gaze fell on the heavy sword on Lu Fan's back. The second is the Qingjian division, which mainly recruits swordsmanship students and might be a good fit for you. The third is the Piaomiao division, known for its expertise in movement techniques. Fourth is the Hongshan division, which focuses on physical training. Fifth is the Leitang division, which doesn't have a specific specialty, but its thunder martial god technique is quite formidable. Sixth is the Kongtong division, stable but unremarkable. Seventh is the Qianren division, which is a jack of all trades but master of none. Eighth is the Mingxin division, whose members are all peacemakers, preferring to avoid conflict and rarely interacting with other divisions. When he got to the end, Lu Ming paused. The 9th is the Yuan division. To be honest, I'm not sure what its unique traits are. All I know is that, while it's one of the 9 divisions, it has very few disciples, reportedly only 3 to 5 people. 3 to 5 people? Lu Fan was so shocked he swallowed hard, wondering if his master was setting him up for failure. Is Yuan division really that bad? That's hard to say, Lu Ming replied, shaking his head. According to the instructors, the Yuan division is one of the original 3 divisions of the Martial Academy and used to be its pride and symbol. Back then, even if people didn't know the Martial Academy, they knew the name of Yuan division. Although it has ranked last for years and seemingly no longer produces top talents, oddly enough, its graduates always manage to achieve great success in the end. He added with a hint of amusement, what's even more interesting is that Yuan division's Daoguang master has a peculiar personality. He dismisses prodigies and instead prefers to recruit those who are weak and often bullied. And you? Which division are you in? Lu Fan asked casually. My foundation is weak, and my exam scores weren't great, so I ended up in the Qianren division, Lu Ming replied with a slightly mocking tone. Speaking of which, that Zhang Yuehan from the Zhang family was also in Qianren division. Later, she got close to a senior from the Piaomiao division and somehow managed to transfer there. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow at this, but didn't comment. By then, the dishes had been served, and Xiao He eagerly started eating. The two continued chatting about the Martial Academy as they ate. However, neither of them noticed the plump shopkeeper of Beast Taming Pavilion sitting in a shadowy corner of the hall. The darkness completely concealed his figure as he watched the two of them with a gloomy expression. The plump innkeeper originally planned to take advantage of the cover of night to steal Xiao He, but he discovered that Lu Fan and Lu Ming were not in their room. Instead, they were dining in the main hall. His gaze locked onto Xiao He perched on Lu Fan's shoulder, his eyes glinting with greed. The value of this dragon demon hybrid cub was irresistibly an immature dragon demon hybrid was a rare treasure. If properly trained, it could grow into a powerful mount of the D-gang or even Tian-gang level. As time ticked by, the diners in the hall gradually dispersed, some returning to their rooms, others leaving the inn. However, Lu Fan and Lu Ming showed no sign of leaving, continuously refilling their cups, seemingly intent on chatting until dawn. The innkeeper grew impatient and thought it might be better to simply seize Xiao He by force. After all, these two outsiders wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Just as he was about to make his move, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in the hall. "Bring out the dishes. Give me a table of your best food." A crisp voice drew everyone's attention. A beautiful young woman stood there. Lu Fan turned his head and was instantly stunned. Wasn't this the woman he had encountered in Shishan? The girl glanced around, and the moment her eyes met Lu Fan's, the two simultaneously exclaimed, "It's you." Before the words had fully left their mouths, a fiery red dagger appeared in the girl's hand, and she darted toward Lu Fan like lightning. Before Lu Ming could react, he was kicked aside. The girl spun midair, her dagger slashing straight at Lu Fan. Lu Fan quickly drew his heavy sword to counter. Clang, clang, clang. The seemingly single strike carried 3 layers of force, leaving his arm numb. Heavy sword technique, chi-breaking strike. Lu Fan retaliated with a swing of his sword. At the moment their weapons clashed, the table in front of them shattered into powder, and the two were forced back 3 steps each. Xiao He leapt onto Lu Fan's shoulder and spewed forth a surge of black flames. The girl was visibly startled. At this moment, the plump innkeeper finally revealed himself. "Miss Huanyu," he called out while stepping in to neutralize the black flames. Guests on the second floor peeked out to watch the sudden fight unfold. Lu Ming struggled to his feet and angrily shouted, "So you're all in this together?" Huanyu frowned. "What do you mean, in this together? Fatty, who are you?" The innkeeper's chubby face quivered as he hesitated before responding. "Miss Huanyu, I am Sudan, the innkeeper of the Beast Taming Pavilion in Dongshan City." "Oh, the Beast Taming Pavilion," Huanyu remarked lightly. "Got it. Step aside for now. I have a score to settle with this guy." The stout shopkeeper reluctantly stepped aside, unable to defy Miss Huanyu's words. "The reason why?" he muttered to himself. "Better left unsaid. Better left unsaid." Huanyu's eyes widened as she glared at Lu Fan, her gaze sharp as a blade. "So, I was wondering how you managed to block the black flame before. Turns out, you're in cahoots with that wild beast." She took a step forward, her voice growing icy. "Hand over what you took that day, kid, or I won't let you off today." "Fortune favors the destined," Lu Fan replied through gritted teeth, standing firm. "I'm afraid I can't give it to you." The flame dagger in Huanyu's hand instantly turned crimson, its gleam cold and menacing. "It seems you've never experienced what this girl is capable of," she sneered. Before her words even settled, her figure blurred into motion, darting toward Lu Fan. In the blink of an eye, 2 identical versions of Huanyu appeared before him. Without hesitation, Lu Fan unleashed his heavy sword technique, his blade moving in a seamless, impenetrable dance. The clash of metal rang out incessantly as he parried Huanyu's attacks one after another. Flames erupted around him as he activated his fiery golden body, the blaze surging fiercely. Little He joined the fray, spewing bursts of black flames that forced Huanyu to retreat. "Miss Huanyu, do you need assistance?" the stout shopkeeper called from the sidelines. "No need," Huanyu snapped, gritting her teeth as she dispelled the black flames enveloping her with her chi, her expression livid. Lu Fan gripped his heavy sword tightly, fully alert. Even with Little He's help, he found this opponent exceptionally challenging. Compared to their last encounter, Huanyu's movements and chi had clearly advanced to an entirely new level. "Flame Dragon Slash!" Huanyu roared, crossing her flame daggers before her chest as her chi exploded like thunder. A streak of red light flashed toward Lu Fan, who barely managed to raise his heavy sword in defense. Yet the flame dagger still slid along the blade, slicing into his hand. The skin at the base of his thumb tore instantly, and not even the dual layers of protection from his fiery golden body and dragon blood skin could withstand the ferocity of the strike. Lu Fan quickly gathered power in his left hand and unleashed a destructive mountain-crushing fist. But in that fleeting moment, Huanyu's other dagger had already plunged into his shoulder. With a muffled impact, his punch landed squarely on Huanyu, sending her flying 3 meters away and crashing into a cluster of tables and chairs. Sweat poured from Lu Fan's face as he stared at the wound on his shoulder. His opponent's attacks were terrifyingly precise and relentless. Huanyu, however, sprang to her feet effortlessly, as if unscathed, her face a mixture of shock and disbelief. The last time they fought, this boy was utterly powerless against her. Now, he had managed to land a blow strong enough to knock her back, despite her status as a yin-yang realm martial master. At that moment, the stout shopkeeper, who had been observing the fight, suddenly erupted in fury. How dare you harm Miss Wanyu? Prepare to die. In a single bound, he covered a distance of 10 meters, his chi surging with terrifying force. With a swipe of his hand, his blade-like chi struck Lu Fan, sending him flying and leaving a deep, gruesome wound across his chest. Little Hay leapt into the air, spitting black flames in an attempt to protect Lu Fan, but the stout shopkeeper dismissed them with a casual wave. A transparent ring of chi dispersed the flames entirely, and with a swift motion, he struck Little Hay midair, sending the beast crashing down. Despite the ferocity of the strike, the shopkeeper had clearly held back, ensuring that Little Hay was only knocked unconscious rather than fatally injured. Unfortunately, Xiao Hei's resilience exceeded all expectations. After being swatted to the ground, it immediately flipped back onto its feet, darted in front of Lu Fan, and bared its fangs at the plump shopkeeper, letting out a threatening growl. "What are you doing?" Huan Yu shouted sharply. "I told you not to make a move." The plump shopkeeper turned to Huan Yu, his tone resolute. "Miss Huan Yu, I can't just stand by and let you get hurt. Let me handle this." At that moment, Lu Fan struggled to his feet. Without even glancing at the wound on his chest, he let out a soft shout and hurled his heavy sword. The shopkeeper had just turned his head when he saw the massive sword slicing through the air toward him. Scoffing, he raised his hand to catch it, but the moment his fingers touched the blade, his expression changed dramatically. The combined force of the sealing stone's power and the sword's momentum caused his movements to falter for a split second. It was this fleeting opening that Lu Fan seized. In an instant, he closed the distance and delivered a fiery punch directly to the shopkeeper's face. Despite having protective energy shielding his body, the sheer explosive force sent him sprawling to the ground, his face visibly contorted from the impact. My goodness, did you see that? Someone in the inner chi realm just knocked down a fighter from the outer chi realm. Who is this guy? His strength is insane. The surrounding crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. Such a display of crossing realms in combat was indeed a rare sight. Lu Ming took the opportunity to rush forward. You fat jerk. Trying to steal someone else's wild beast? Go to hell. He aimed a fierce kick at the shopkeeper's face. Although his insufficient cultivation caused the protective energy to rebound him, his foot still left a clear imprint on the shopkeeper's face, drawing bursts of laughter from the onlookers. This completely enraged the shopkeeper. Being called fat was something he could tolerate, but fat jerk was an outright insult that sent him into a fury. He shot to his feet and roared, "Brat, even if you hand over the wild beast now, I won't let you off. Prepare to die." With a thunderous shout, the shopkeeper unleashed the thousand waves palm. His chi condensed into flowing white energy, enlarging his palm tenfold as it descended on Lu Fan with immense wind pressure. The overwhelming force made it nearly impossible for Lu Fan to move, but he still mustered all his strength to counter it. With a resounding crash, the sheer disparity in power slammed Lu Fan into the ground, creating a deep crater. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as Xiao Hei let out a sorrowful cry nearby. "You're still alive? It seems your body is quite tough. Take another strike." The shopkeeper sneered as he saw Lu Fan struggling to rise again, gathering more chi for another blow. At this critical moment, Huan Yu stepped in and blocked the shopkeeper's path. "Fatty, what did you just say? You're trying to snatch their wild beast?" Her voice carried a chilling edge of danger. The shopkeeper froze for a moment. "Miss Huan Yu, it's a bit complicated. Please step aside. Let me deal with this kid first, and then I'll explain." "What do you mean, don't interfere?" Huan Yu said coldly. "The rules of the beast-taming pavilion are clear to every Anino stealing wild beasts. Those who violate this rule will have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the sect." The shopkeeper gritted his teeth. "Miss Huan Yu, I'll explain everything later. Please step aside for now." Han Yue raised both daggers simultaneously, pointing them coldly at the fat shopkeeper. "Explain yourself right now." The shopkeeper's expression changed dramatically, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He knew there was no way to avoid the situation today. Suddenly, he struck like lightning, aiming a palm at Han Yue. Though the attack appeared ferocious, it carried a hidden softness, sending the unprepared Han Yue flying to the ground without causing substantial harm. Immediately after, the shopkeeper's entire demeanor shifted. Gathering all his strength, he charged straight at Lu Fan. His mind was made up if he could eliminate this young man and his companion. Even if Han Yue discovered the truth, she would have no witnesses to stand against him. Faced with the incoming deadly strike, Lu Fan instantly concentrated all his internal energy, summoning the surrounding elemental forces like a surging tide. At this life-or-death moment, he could no longer afford to conceal his power. The shopkeeper quickly sensed the unusual shift in the elemental energy around him, and his attack involuntarily slowed. At that critical moment, Xiao Hei suddenly bit Lu Fan's hand and vanished. A black, dragon-shaped mark instantly appeared on Lu Fan's arm, and terrifying black flames erupted forth. This was an advanced manifestation of Lu Fan's elemental transformation technique, but it spiraled out of control, forming a black dragon. With a resounding dragon's roar, it shot skyward. Wherever the black dragon passed, the shopkeeper's energy shattered completely. His bulky body flew through the air like a severed kite, crashing through the roof and landing heavily on the street. Blood flowed profusely, and he could no longer rise. Lu Fan stared blankly at his arm, watching the lifelike black dragon slither across his skin, radiating a powerful vitality. But in the next moment, the dragon disappeared, and a weakened Xiao He reappeared. Before Lu Fan could make sense of what had happened, an intense wave of exhaustion suddenly overcame him. The world around him rapidly faded into a blur, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Lu Ming and Han Yue, having witnessed the astonishing scene, were left utterly speechless. Lu Ming quickly rushed over to support Lu Fan, carefully checking his condition before breathing a sigh of relief. He's fine, just exhausted. Lu Fan, if you die, you'd be letting down the Lu family, and I won't forgive you for that. Han Yue's gaze shifted between the unconscious Lu Fan and the weakened Xiao He. Swallowing hard, she murmured to herself, "So it's true what Master said, the spirit beast possession technique. It really is the spirit beast possession technique." The sound of wind swept past his ears, and a faint light began to pierce through the darkness. Chaos gave way to clarity as Lu Fan slowly opened his eyes. The blue sky and white clouds greeted his vision, while a gentle breeze brushed against his clothes. "You're finally awake. Not feeling great, huh?" A playful smile from Huan Yu suddenly appeared in his line of sight, startling Lu Fan, who sat up abruptly. To his surprise, he found himself standing on a soft layer of feathers. A strong gust of wind nearly knocked him over, but the heavy weight of the Wu Feng greatsword on his back helped him maintain his balance. Lu Fan quickly channeled his inner energy to steady himself before taking a closer look at his surroundings. To his shock, he realized he was standing on the back of an enormous bird. Clouds rushed past at incredible speed, while distant mountains disappeared from view in an instant. The bird's speed was astonishing. Huan Yu pulled him down and motioned for him to sit on the bird's back. "Relax, I'm not going to fight you right now. We'll settle our scores slowly," she said with a bright smile, revealing two adorable tiger-like teeth. "Lu Fan, you're finally awake. You've been out for a whole day and night. You must have had enough rest by now," came the voice of Lu Ming from behind. He sat nearby, offering Lu Fan some food and wine. The aroma of the food reminded Lu Fan of how famished he was. As he accepted the offering, memories of his battle with that plump adversary flashed through his mind. He glanced around, searching for Xiao He, and soon spotted the creature sprawled out nearby, snoring loudly. "You're quite something. The first thing you do after waking up isn't checking on yourself, but worrying about your beast," Huan Yu teased. "Hey, you're called Lu Fan, right?" "I'm Huan Yu. You can call me Sister Huan Yu from now on." Lu Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. This girl, who didn't seem older than him, wanted to be addressed as sister. He chuckled softly but said nothing, focusing instead on enjoying his meal. Seeing him ignore her, Huan Yu grew a little annoyed. "You're really something. I'm being so nice to you, and this is the attitude I get?" "Lu Fan," Lu Ming interjected, "it was Miss Huan Yu who secured this flying beast for us and kept you from being taken away by the East Mountain City Guards. She's heading to the Martial Arts Academy too, so you might even end up as fellow students." Hearing this, Lu Fan was taken aback. This woman who always seemed ready to fight him had actually been so helpful. "What's the matter? Isn't it proper to thank someone after receiving their help?" Huan Yu asked, tilting her head. Lu Fan set down the wine flask and swallowed the bite of meat in his mouth. "Thank you, Miss Huan Yu," he said sincerely. "That's more like it," Huan Yu replied with a grin. "But don't think the matter of you taking my treasure is over. Once we reach the academy and you've regained your strength, they'll settle the score with you." Lu Fan let out a wry laugh. Despite her penchant for picking fights, this beautiful girl named Huan Yu seemed straightforward and forthright. After a moment of thought, he said, "Miss Huan Yu, about the treasure, I really can't return it to you. How about I compensate you with some elixirs instead?" "You have elixirs?" Huan Yu asked in surprise. "If I'd known, I would have searched you while you were unconscious. Tell me, what kind of elixirs? Ordinary ones won't cut it. I know how valuable that treasure is, so don't think you can fool me with something worthless." Lu Fan turned around, his back facing Huan Yu and Lu Ming, and casually took out a small bottle from his ring. "By Lian Pill, a 5th-grade elixir. Consider it compensation. Did Mr. Iron Mask give this to you?" Lu Ming immediately asked. Seeing Lu Fan nod, a trace of envy and jealousy flashed in his eyes. He had personally witnessed Mr. Iron Mask's extraordinary alchemy skills during the alchemy duel in front of the Lu family estate. Now, seeing this by Lian Pill, crafted by such a master, end up in Lu Fan's hands, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a deep sense of shock. "As expected, your relationship with Mr. Iron Mask is quite unusual," Lu Ming remarked with a sigh. Only a fifth-grade elixir? I thought it was something extraordinary, Huan Yu said disdainfully as she took the bottle, sniffing it slightly. Barely acceptable, just a common item. But given your current capabilities, I suppose you can't offer anything better. I'll take this pill, and consider it repayment for a tenth of your debt. When you get your hands on something better, I'll continue to squeeze you dry. So you admit it's extortion, Lu Fan muttered inwardly. Huan Yu, smiling sweetly, tucked the pill into a small red pouch at her waist, then leaned in closer, her eyes sharp as she fixed her gaze on Lu Fan. Now, I have a few questions for you, and you must answer them truthfully. What questions? First, your sword is ridiculously heavy. Even I could barely lift it. With your cultivation only at the early stage of inner chi, how are you able to wield such a heavy sword? Can I skip this one? It involves martial techniques and methods, Lu Fan tried to dodge. Huan Yu chuckled softly. Sure, but keep in mind, it's because of that heavy sword that an ordinary cloud sky sparrow couldn't carry you. I had to specifically find the best shadow sky sparrow to fly us here. If you don't tell the truth, you can walk the rest of the way. Lu Fan turned to Lu Ming, who nodded in confirmation of Huan Yu's words. No wonder the back of this giant bird stretched for miles. It turned out to be the king among cloud sky sparrows. A shadow sky sparrow. Left with no choice, Lu Fan fabricated an explanation. The sword has been bound to me through a blood recognition ritual. Only I can use it. No one else can. His words were Half-Trush had indeed performed the ritual with the help of his master, Wu Qian, but it only applied to the ice heart meteorite embedded in the sword. The weight remained unchanged. As for others being unable to use it, that was pure nonsense. I see, Huan Yu said, her expression clearing up. No wonder you can wield a sword I could barely lift as if it's nothing. All right, they'll count that as an honest answer. Second question. How did you tame that wild beast? I remember it tried to burn you alive back then. Simple, Lu Fan replied nonchalantly. I took it away, saving it from being killed by you. Then I gave it some roasted meat, and it decided to follow me. What? Just a piece of roasted meat? Huan Yu looked at him incredulously. Yes, just one piece of roasted meat. Huan Yu rolled her eyes. You managed to get a spirit beast capable of bonding with you in exchange for a piece of roasted meat? You're unbelievably lucky. You've had so much ridiculous luck. It's like you've stepped on every bit of good fortune in the world, Huan Yu murmured enviously, her eyes full of longing. Why can't I find a spirit beast like that? Lu Fan's lips curved into a faint smile as he chuckled. You could try taking some grilled meat into the forest. Who knows, you might just run into one. Do you think spirit beasts are that easy to find? Huan Yu retorted irritably, then turned serious. One last question, where did you learn the art of spirit beast fusion? Are you from the Myriad Beast Pavilion? Myriad Beast Pavilion? What's that? Lu Fan frowned and asked in return. Huan Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. You don't even know about the Myriad Beast Pavilion, yet you can perform spirit beast fusion? I really don't know. And what exactly is spirit beast fusion? Lu Fan replied, genuinely puzzled. Lu Ming couldn't hold back and chimed in. Lu Fan, don't you remember that day? Xiao He merged into your arm, and with one punch, you defeated that fat slob. Lu Fan suddenly recalled the scene. His blackened arm, the writhing black dragon. That was spirit beast fusion? Huan Yu massaged her temples, explaining helplessly. Exactly. It's a powerful technique involving wild beasts. You merge with a beast to gain its strength. It requires incredibly high talent, and the beast itself must be a special spirit beast. So, does that mean I'm highly talented? Lu Fan asked. Huan Yu gave him a long, meaningful look. If someone with a cultivation method succeeds, they're considered highly talented. But for someone like you, who can perform it without any training, you'd be called a natural-born spirit warrior in the Myriad Beast Pavilion, an absolute anomaly. Unless your beast is extraordinary enough to fuse on its own, you've just been outrageously lucky. Lu Fan glanced at the sleeping Xiao He and smiled. I never thought this little guy, who I got in exchange for a piece of grilled meat, would be so amazing. Once it wakes up, they'll definitely reward it well. As if understanding, Xiao He smiled faintly in its sleep. Enough talking. Chatting with someone as lucky as you is too demoralizing. I'm going to train. Call me when we arrive, Huan Yu said, walking to the side and sitting down to cultivate. Lu Ming shook his head as well. I feel the same way, totally defeated. Focus on your training. The heaven-covering sparrow is fast. We'll get there in about a day. With that, he also moved aside to practice his fiery golden body technique. Lu Fan settled down beside the sleeping Xiao He, his smile lingering as he looked at the little beast. Taking a deep breath, he assumed the 5 hearts toward heaven posture and began cultivating. He needed to quickly replenish his depleted energy and heal his injuries in preparation for the upcoming entrance trials at the Martial Arts Academy. Gradually, his smile faded as he immersed himself in his training. A day later, the heaven-covering sparrow began to slow down. Lu Fan opened his eyes and looked ahead. A magnificent city came into view, its gates bearing the bold inscription, Peng City. He had finally arrived at the Martial Arts Academy. The massive wings stirred up a fierce wind as the Zhentian descended slowly, coming to a halt several miles outside of Pingcheng. The powerful gusts flattened the trees below. Lu Fan clung tightly to the bird's feathers with one hand, while gripping Xiao He firmly with the other. Beside him, Lu Ming's face was contorted with tension due to the strong winds, while Huan Yu cheered loudly, her excitement evident. The Zhentian landed steadily and folded its wings. The three of them leapt off, landing heavily on the ground, leaving deep imprints where they stood. Once they regained their balance, the Zhentian took off again, its wings whipping up blinding gales as its piercing cry echoed through the skies. In no time, it became just a tiny black on the horizon. Dusting off dirt and leaves from his clothes, Lu Ming was the first to speak. Let's go. We're heading to the Martial Arts Academy. As newcomers, Lu Fan and Huan Yu were unfamiliar with the way and had no choice but to follow Lu Ming, who was well acquainted with Pingcheng. He led them down a winding forest path, paved with green stone slabs, stretching toward the distance. The Martial Arts Academy isn't located within Pingcheng, Lu Ming explained as they walked. It's in the Qingtian mountain range outside the city. Of course, if you're new here, you can always ask around in the city. A few silver coins would be enough to hire a guide. I heard that the Qingtian mountain range is where the extreme master Qingtian passed away. Huan Yu chimed in with a smile. After his death, his body became the mountain range, and many treasures are hidden within it. Is that true? Hearing this, Lu Fan frowned, puzzled by the mention of the extreme master, a realm he'd never heard of before. That's just a legend passed around the academy, Lu Ming dismissed with a wave of his hand. A person turning into a mountain after death? Ridiculous. Miss Huan Yu, you don't actually believe that, do you? Frog in a well, Huan Yu retorted with a smirk, striding ahead without waiting for a response. Lu Ming stopped in his tracks, muttering as he watched her walk away. This woman acts like she's actually seen someone as large as a mountain. Calling me a frog in a well? She's no better than a toad herself. Lu Fan hesitated to speak. He knew that Huan Yu's master was a yin-yang realm expert, far more knowledgeable than either of them. But since Huan Yu hadn't mentioned her master during their journey, he decided it was best not to bring it up. As they continued, more travelers began appearing on the other stone paths, all seemingly heading to the Martial Arts Academy. Along the way, Lu Ming encountered a few acquaintances from the academy, exchanging waves and greetings. However, they teasingly called out to him as Green Turtle, their tone carrying a clear hint of mockery. In the distance, the towering peaks gradually came into view, shrouded in wisps of clouds and mist. After nearly 2 hours of trekking, the group finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. Even from here, it was hard to make out the full appearance of the towering mountain. Between the majestic peaks, a narrow passage was the only way through. At the entrance of the passage, an elderly man with disheveled clothes and bare feet sat quietly. His hair and beard were completely white. Take out your jade tokens and show them to the old man, then you can go in, Lu Ming said, turning his head. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan immediately retrieved his jade token, but Huan Yu remained motionless where she stood. Where's your jade token? Lu Ming frowned, looking at Huan Yu. What jade token? I only have an iron plate, Huan Yu replied calmly. She took out a worn iron plate from her pocket, with a large, clear Wu character engraved on it. Miss Huan Yu, you can't enter Martial Arts Academy without a jade token. What good is an iron plate? Lu Ming said, his tone skeptical. Who says it's useless? My iron plate is far more valuable than your jade tokens. Believe it or not, Huan Yu replied dismissively. Just as Lu Ming's face twisted in disdain, an irritating voice broke the tension. Lu Ming, the Green Turtle, you're back? Haha, another year to torment you. A thin man with triangular eyes, dressed in a purple martial robe, strolled over. Beside him was a younger man in white martial attire, bearing a striking resemblance to him. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as his fists tightened. Qian Feng, it's been a few months. Let me introduce you, Qian Feng said with a sly grin. This is my younger brother, Qian Yu. He just passed the Martial Arts Academy's entrance test. Qian Yu, this is the Green Turtle I told you about, Lu Ming. If you ever need someone to gather herbs, or even do your laundry, you can count on him. Qian Yu gave a sinister smile. Got it, brother. Qian Feng stepped forward and slapped Lu Ming's face repeatedly, leaving it flushed red. Unable to hold back, Lu Fan spoke up. Whether he helps or not isn't up to you. Qian Feng locked eyes with Lu Fan, sensing an imposing aura from him. Reluctantly, he withdrew his hand. Well, Lu Ming, you've brought back up. Out of respect for your family, I won't say more. But once we're back at the academy, we'll have a proper chat. With that, the Qian brothers presented their jade tokens to the old man and entered the passage. Lu Ming, do you need help? Lu Fan turned to ask. No, this is my own business. I don't need you meddling. Just mind your own affairs, Lu Ming said through gritted teeth, quickly taking out his jade token and stepping into the passage. Your brother has such a bad temper. If I were you, I'd have hated him since we were kids, Huan Yu remarked. You're not wrong. I've disliked him since childhood, Lu Fan replied with a faint smile, offering no further explanation despite Huan Yu's curious look. He walked forward and showed his jade token to the old man. Go ahead, the old man said calmly. Lu Fan pocketed the jade token and stepped into the passageway. Behind him, Huan Yu strode forward boldly, barging straight in. The elderly man immediately raised his hand to stop her and calmly said, Miss, please show your jade token. Huan Yu wore a haughty expression as she casually tossed an iron token in front of the elder. I don't have a jade token, she said, her tone making it sound as if this was something to boast about. The crowd behind them erupted into laughter. No jade token? What are you doing at the Martial Arts Academy? Sightseeing? Is she out of her mind? The Martial Arts Academy isn't a place for just anyone. Go home and take your medicine. Huan Yu turned around and shot the crowd a cold glare before pointing at the iron token on the ground. Take a closer look. Don't tell me I can't go in. The elder bent down to pick up the iron token, initially looking puzzled. But as soon as he saw the word Martial engraved on it, his expression changed dramatically. He quickly and respectfully handed the token back with both hands. Ah, it's Miss Huan Yu. Please go right in. Huan Yu snorted softly and walked in with her head held high, leaving the crowd behind her stunned and speechless. Lu Fan understood immediately this iron token was likely a gift from Huan Yu's master. Having a master at the yin-yang realm truly made a difference. The passage grew darker and deeper as they walked, the sound of dripping water echoing through the narrow space. The corridor became so tight that only two people could walk side by side. Suddenly, a faint light appeared ahead, prompting everyone to quicken their pace. They stepped into an open and breathtaking scene. Under the dazzling sunlight, an imposing complex of palaces unfolded before them. The main hall seemed to float among the clouds, resplendent with gold and jade, adorned with intricate carvings and paintings. Atop the grand roof, a massive stone bore the characters martial arts in bold, inspiring strokes. Surrounded by verdant mountains and dotted with tranquil waters, the area seemed alive with birds gliding through the misty white clouds. At the heart of the palace complex lay a vast martial arts training ground, where practitioners were honing their skills, their shouts carried by the wind. Buildings clung to the cliffs, climbing alongside cascading waterfalls. The pavilions and towers exuded an ancient charm. A crystal-clear river meandered outside the palace, with fish occasionally leaping from its surface, creating a scene that resembled a celestial paradise. Lu Fan was mesmerized, his gaze fixed on the incredible sight, until Huan Yu bumped into him. Don't block the way. Move along, she said curtly. Snapping out of his daze, Lu Fan followed the floating stone path that led down toward the grand gates of the palace. Along the way, exclamations of amazement echoed from others around him. At the entrance, several instructors were already waiting. One of them spoke up, New students, you will all stay in the East Fragrance Pavilion. In 3 days, the division trials will take place. Some students, puzzled by the mention of division trials, began asking around for details. Led by the instructors, the group proceeded in an orderly manner. As they walked, Lu Fan kept glancing up at the massive stone inscribed with the words martial arts, feeling the dense and vibrant energy of the surrounding environment. Clenching his fists in determination, he thought to himself that this place was undoubtedly an ideal ground for cultivation. Over the next 3 years, he vowed to carve out his own legend here. Inside the Dongxiang Pavilion, the air was filled with the rich and lingering fragrance of flowers. Lu Fan sat quietly in his room for 3 days, focusing solely on preparing for the Branch Academy trials. Beside him, his companion Xiao He also took the time to rest and recover, finally regaining its usual vigor. As the sound of a distant, resonant bell echoed across the sky, Lu Fan opened his eyes and emerged from his meditative state. Immediately, a clear summons rang out from all directions. All new disciples, gather at the martial arena. Pushing open the door, Lu Fan was met with the sight of streams of students pouring out of their rooms. With Xiao He by his side, he joined the crowd, weaving through the endless rows of rooms that made up the sprawling Dongxiang Pavilion. The sheer number of new disciples surging toward the martial arena resembled an unstoppable tide, creating a truly awe-inspiring scene. Half an hour later, the martial arena was teeming with people. This vast space, larger than a city, seemed to hardly feel crowded even with thousands of new students gathered. Above the arena, 10 figures sat on massive wooden chairs, radiating an intense brilliance. These were the headmaster and 9 masters of the martial academy. Though they made no effort to release their internal energy, the overwhelming aura of their Tiangang-level power loomed over the crowd like a mountain, leaving many of the new disciples breathless. All new disciples have gathered. Begin the formation. A commanding voice rang out, and the entire martial arena began to tremble and rise into the air. This massive platform ascended while slowly rotating, eventually stopping high above the ground at a height of 100 zhong. The stone floor then began to divide neatly, forming hundreds of floating islands of equal size, leaving only the central area where the crowd stood intact. Suddenly, flashes of light appeared in all directions, revealing over 100 unfamiliar figures clad in silver martial robes. Embroidered on their robes were the characters for martial arts. A voice from the sky announced again, "All new disciples, choose your battlegrounds. Engage in unknown combat until only 10 remain." Before the words had fully settled, the new disciples rushed toward the floating islands in a frenzy. With his exceptional speed, Lu Fan quickly claimed a small island. Moments later, another studenta burly, imposing figure stepped onto the same island. Each floating island could hold only 2 people, and any others who attempted to join were deterred by the cold, piercing gazes of the silver-robed instructors. "I am Jiang Qing, a mentor of the Martial Academy," the silver-robed man standing at the center announced. "First, congratulations on making it to the first round of the trials. The rules of combat are as follows. Surrender, being knocked off the island, or losing consciousness will result in defeat. The use of poison, elixirs, or other special tools is strictly prohibited. Remember, this is a test of skill, though not go too far. Understood?" Lu Fan and the burly student across from him both nodded in acknowledgement. Mentor Jiang Qing smiled and said, "Excellent. Student, please set your pet aside for now." Lu Fan gently patted Xiaohei on the head. The creature seemed to understand immediately and gracefully strode over to stand at Mentor Jiang Qing's feet. Mentor Jiang Qing glanced at the intelligent pet, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. In this brief moment, the floating island had already filled with people. Meanwhile, some students were still hesitating on the water, their gazes darting around nervously. Suddenly, a powerful voice boomed from the sky. "All those who have not secured a place on the competition grounds are disqualified. Proceed to Shixiang Pavilion and await mentor selection." The abrupt announcement left the students stunned, so this was the first test. Lu Fan raised his eyebrows, silently relieved at his quick reaction. The largest island slowly descended, carrying away a group of dejected disqualified students. Looking down, Lu Fan noticed that a large crowd of senior students had gathered at some point. These onlookers were clearly here for entertainment. As the unlucky newcomers were escorted away, laughter erupted among the seniors. "Huh, these idiots couldn't even secure a spot on the field. Back then, I at least had a proper duel with someone." The mocking laughter only deepened the humiliation for the disqualified students. One of them suddenly shouted in protest, "This isn't fair. The rules weren't made clear. We were just a step too slow, or didn't get the information in time. Why should we be eliminated like this? We deserve a chance to compete." His words immediately resonated with others, and voices of dissent rose one after another. At that moment, the sky darkened abruptly. Thunder rumbled as a massive face emerged from the clouds. The voice, carrying the weight of thunder, declared, "Fairness does not exist in this world. A moment of hesitation leads to perpetual lag. Your excuses are nothing more than the cries of failure. Any further noise, and you will face the wrath of lightning." As the words fell, a bolt of lightning struck the ground with a deafening crash, leaving a colossal crater and silencing all protests instantly. Lu Fan stared at the enormous face in shock, marveling at the existence of such a being. Mentor Jiang Qing explained at the right moment, "That is Tianqi, the Academy's enforcer. Those who break the rules should beware of his lightning punishments." Lu Fan couldn't help but swallow hard. The disqualified students were swiftly taken away, and the sky cleared once more. Although the senior students resumed their chatter, any mention of Tianqi was accompanied by a lingering sense of unease. "All right, let the matches begin." With Mentor Jiang Qing's command, Lu Fan drew his heavy sword. The student facing him unsheathed his weapon as well and charged forward with a shout. Lu Fan channeled his inner energy and executed the breath-breaking strike from the heavy sword technique. His opponent froze momentarily upon sensing the energy, only to be knocked unconscious by a single blow. Battles erupted across the other islands as well, with the clamor of fighting filling the air. High above, the Martial Academy's headmaster and 9 branch mentors watched the scene with smiles. The headmaster remarked with satisfaction, "This year's recruits are even better than last year's. Quite a few have already mastered inner energy techniques." On the high platform, Master Xinjin of the Qingjian Academy stood with an air of vitality. His sharp eyebrows and star-like eyes, coupled with his azure robe, made his identity unmistakable at a glance. He smiled and said, "Quite a few promising sword talents this year. It seems our Qingjian Academy will have another bountiful harvest." "Not just your Qingjian Academy." Master Shuntu of the Hongshan Academy stroked his thick beard and laughed heartily. "Just one glance, and I've already spotted several young ones with outstanding talents in physical combat. Watching these youngsters fight really gets the blood pumping." The headmaster turned to around, plump middle-aged man nearby and asked softly, I Ching, how many disciples are you planning to take in this time? Master I Ching, patting his belly that seemed ready to burst through his martial robe, squeezed out a smile on his round face. It depends on fate. If I feel a connection, they'll take one or two. If not, then none. Before he finished speaking, a cold voice interrupted. With that attitude, you'll ruin Yuan Academy sooner or later. The speaker was Master Xing Yuan of the Yin Yang Academy. His shoulder-length white hair and piercing gaze, sharp as cold stars, added to his imposing presence. The other masters merely shook their heads and smiled wryly. These two had been rivals for decades, and their bickering had long become a common occurrence. Meanwhile, the matches below were in full swing. Lu Fan breezed through 3 rounds effortlessly. In the first round, he won without breaking a sweat. In the second, facing a skilled blade user, he defeated his opponent with just 2 sword strikes. And in the third, against a female inner energy cultivator adept in leg techniques, he neutralized her attacks with ease, eventually forcing her to concede. In the fourth round, he encountered a rather unusual opponent. This person wielded a sword in their left hand, demonstrating a tricky and unpredictable style while hurling insults throughout the fight. Uninterested in engaging further, Lu Fan ended the bout with a single mountain-crushing punch, sending the opponent flying off the stage. If not for the timely intervention of the instructors, the opponent might have suffered severe injuries on the spot. As the number of contestants dwindled, the masters grew increasingly intrigued. Suddenly, Master Xing Yuan pointed toward a small island and inquired about a female participant's identity. Upon learning that she was that old fellow's disciple, Xing Yuan immediately declared, no need for further matches. She's coming straight to my Yin Yang Academy. The young woman, named Huan Yu, happily agreed. Before leaving, she called out to Lu Fan, I'm heading to Yin Yang Academy. If you make it in, you have to come find me. While Lu Fan was mulling over how he had no intention of joining the Yin Yang Academy, his current opponent took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. With a casual swing of his sword, Lu Fan subdued the opponent, pinning them to the ground until they admitted defeat. Above, Master Xianjin had been observing Lu Fan's performance. With a satisfied smile, he remarked, this young man is quite impressive. Let's have him join my Qingjian Academy. The voice transmission from Master Xianjin quietly reached Mentor Jiang Qing's ears. Jiang Qing turned to look at Lu Fan, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Lu Fan, you are very fortunate. Master Xianjin of the Qingjian Academy has taken a liking to you and is willing to admit you directly. If you agree, you can withdraw from the competition right now. Lu Fan's lips curved slightly. No, I'm not going to Qingjian Academy. This unexpected response left Mentor Jiang Qing momentarily stunned. In all his years as a mentor, he had never seen anyone refuse Qingjian Academy, the second ranked among the 9 great academies, let alone turn down a personal invitation from one of its masters. Lu Fan, think carefully. This is Master Xianjin personally choosing you. If you join Qingjian Academy, you'll receive direct guidance from the master. Such an opportunity. I understand. Lu Fan interrupted Jiang Qing's persuasion decisively. But my decision remains unchanged. The competition is still ongoing, and there aren't many participants left in the arena. Jiang Qing sighed helplessly, thinking to himself that this young man clearly did not understand the weight of his decision and would surely regret it in the future. He then used a voice transmission to relay Lu Fan's response to Master Xianjin. On the high platform, Master Xianjin frowned slightly. This boy dares to refuse me? Before he could say more, I Ching burst out laughing. Interesting, truly interesting. A boy wielding a heavy sword dares to refuse Qingjian Academy? Perhaps he's aiming for the Yin Yang Academy, remarked Dreamcloud Master Ming Yun of Piaomiao Academy, shaking her head. Xing Yuan, are you going to take him in? Xing Yuan nodded. I could. The boy has solid foundation. She's a promising talent. But I'll observe him further. The headmaster also chimed in with a smile. Indeed, he shows potential. While the masters were conversing, Lu Fan's next opponent had already stepped onto the stage. After several rounds of selection, only a few dozen participants above the inner Qi realm remained. At this moment, Lu Fan realized that his cultivation level was not particularly outstanding among this group of prodigies. The young man opposite him cupped his hands in greeting. I am Shui Yuan. Please guide me. Lu Fan. Let's begin. Shui Yuan held a sword and saber in both hands, unleashing his inner energy with an imposing aura. Among the spectators, Lu Ming frowned as he watched. He was well aware of Shui Yuan's background. This was the younger brother of Shui Wuqing, a top talent from Qinren Academy. With a cultivation level at the second stage of inner Qi, Shui Yuan would have entered a martial academy 2 years ago, if not for the incomplete mastery of his family's martial techniques. His presence here was clearly aimed at joining the Yin Yang Academy. Just as Lu Ming was growing concerned, an irritating voice mocked him from behind. Well, if it isn't the green turtle Lu Ming. Your brother's luck sure ran out, going up against brother Shu's younger sibling. Looks like his path to advancement ends here, don't you think? Brother Shui? Qian Feng strolled over alongside Shui Wuqing, and the crowd instinctively parted to make way for them. Shui Wuqing cast a cold, disdainful glance at Lu Ming and said mockingly, "A mere junior from the Lu family, making it this far is already commendable. But unfortunately, he's no match for my younger brother." Qian Feng immediately chimed in, "Exactly. Lu Ming, you should be thankful that your brother is up against Shu's brother and not my brother, Qian Yu. Otherwise, not only would he lose miserably, but he might also carry a psychological scar for life." Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth in silence. Though he wasn't particularly fond of Lu Fan, he couldn't stand the thought of seeing him defeated. "Victory or defeat, it's not decided yet," he said, suppressing his anger. Qian Feng was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. "Oh, look at that. The little green turtle has some confidence. How about we make a bet? I have nothing to lose. What's there to bet on?" Lu Ming retorted with a cold sneer. A sly glint flashed in Qian Feng's eyes. "I know you have nothing, so how about this? If you lose, you'll serve me as a servant for a year." Beaten, scolded, just like a lowly servant. "Do you dare?" Lu Ming's eyelid twitched, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Shui Wuqing chuckled from the side. "Brother Qian, why make a bet? You can make him work for you without all this trouble." "You don't get it, Brother Shui," Qian Feng explained. "This guy may seem tough, like a stubborn rock, despite how I bully him. But if I can make him willingly endure being beaten and humiliated, now that's satisfaction. Imagine him washing your feet and gathering herbs for you, Brother Shui. Wouldn't that be delightful?" Shui Wuqing nodded in agreement. "Indeed, indeed. Lu Ming, do you dare to take the bet? Look, the fight has already started above." Lu Ming looked up at the fierce battle in the air between Lu Fan and Nalan Ruo, their mentor, and gritted his teeth. "Fine, let's bet. But if I win, you'll serve as my servant for a year, beaten and humiliated as I please." Qian Feng laughed so hard he nearly fell over. "Deal." The surrounding crowd, overhearing the wager, began to murmur among themselves, their eyes on Lu Ming filled with a mix of mockery and pity. The green turtle is being foolish again. Hasn't he suffered enough? Maybe his brother is actually strong? Haha, don't kid yourself. The Lu family is just a minor clan from Jianglin City. At that moment, a voice emerged from the back of the crowd. "You're all wrong. Lu Fan is indeed very strong." Everyone turned to see Mo Yunfei. "You're not joking, are you?" someone asked. Mo Yunfei smiled faintly. "Of course not. Isn't someone running a betting pool on which new student will take first place? I suggest you bet on Lu Fan, you won't regret it." With that, he looked up, his gaze fixed on Lu Fan battling in the sky. Meanwhile, in another corner, Zhang Yuehan from the Piaomiao Institute pointed at Lu Fan and said to her senior brother, "That's him. Can you help me deal with him?" Her senior brother wrapped an arm around her waist and smiled. "Of course, my dear. If you ask, I'll make sure he's humiliated however you want. Once the academy assignments are done, they'll take care of him." "I want him dead," Zhang Yuehan said coldly. Her senior brother hesitated for a moment before replying, "That's not impossible." Zhang Yuehan's face lit up with a smile. She looked up at Lu Fan and murmured, "The humiliation you caused me'll make you pay with your life." On the stage, the battle between Lu Fan and Shui Yuan raged on, both sides evenly matched. Shui Yuan wielded a blade and a sword in each hand, launching a swift and unpredictable assault from cunning angles. The interweaving glints of the blade and sword created a dazzling display, each strike carrying varying force, leaving no room for his opponent to counter effectively. Fortunately, Lu Fan's large, heavy sword provided ample defense, its wide arc capable of deflecting most of the attacks. Even if a strike slipped through, his dragon bloodline offered protection, reducing the blows to mere shallow white marks on his skin. Seeing his fierce offensive fail to gain ground, Shui Yuan grew increasingly anxious. He had never encountered such formidable defense before. Finally spotting a flaw, he thrust his sword forward, only to find that it failed to penetrate Lu Fan's guard. Worse, the searing heat emanating from Lu Fan's body burned his palm, causing him pain. "This can't go on," Shui Yuan muttered under his breath. He leapt back, positioning his blade and sword horizontally across his chest. From below, Shui Wuqing, observing the battle, immediately recognized Shui Yuan's move. He shouted, "Good! Dripping water technique, blades like rain." Before his words had fully settled, Shui Yuan had already begun his attack. His blade and sword transformed into a flurry of shadows, enveloping Lu Fan like a torrential storm. The ferocity of the onslaught made Lu Ming's heart tighten with unease. Lu Fan's pupils contracted sharply as flames surged around him in an instant. Fiery golden body technique. Nearby, Xiao He, who had been quietly staying by Jiang Qing's side, suddenly leapt up in excitement. It loved flames more than anything. However, the others had no idea why Xiao He was so thrilled. Even Lu Fan himself sensed something unusual. The fiery golden aura now carried a trace of black, something entirely foreign to his cultivation technique. With no time to dwell on it, he activated his protective energy and swung his sword. Flames coiled around the blade instantly, and even Lu Fan was startled by the phenomenon. In the next moment, his heavy sword shattered Shui Yuan's illusionary strikes. With a deafening roar, the flames erupted, sending Shui Yuan flying. The entire small island trembled as Shui Yuan's weapons fell from his hands, and he hit the ground heavily, unable to rise for a moment. This astonishing scene left all the spectators in shock. Qian Feng cried out in disbelief. What? Lu Ming clenched his fists, cheering for Lu Fan's incredible performance. Even Shui Wuqing was rendered speechless, his mouth agape in astonishment. The surrounding students began murmuring among themselves. Where did this monster come from? Has he reached the outer energy realm? Those flames are terrifying. Doesn't look like the outer energy real myth, must be some kind of body refinement technique. Someone turned to Mo Yunfei and asked, Mo Yunfei, do you know that guy? What's his technique? Sweat beaded on Mo Yunfei's forehead every time he watched Lu Fan fight. He could clearly sense the rapid growth in Lu Fan's power. Taking a deep breath, he replied, That's his family's technique, the fiery golden body. I see, a family technique. Isn't he with Lu Ming? Lu Ming is from the Lu family too. So why doesn't he know it? Do you think every family can produce multiple prodigies? Lu Fan is probably the most outstanding talent of his generation. Even in the martial academy, he'd be considered a genius among geniuses. Up in the sky, Master Shinta chuckled and remarked, a body refinement technique impressive, very impressive. Xianzhan, since he doesn't want to join your Azure Sword Academy, why not let him come to my Hengshan Academy instead? Xianzhan smiled and replied, if he won't come to my Azure Sword Academy, why would he go to your Hengshan Academy? Shintu shook his head and grinned. That's because you don't know how to win hearts. To recruit a disciple, you need to offer benefits. I'll give him a height ear spiritual techniques sure to agree. Xianzhan's smile faded. You? Truly. He then turned to another figure. Xingyuan, why aren't you saying anything? Xingyuan remained silent for a moment before suddenly turning his head. Principal, did you see that? The principal nodded. I did. This boy's energy. It's indeed quite unusual. Meng Yun and Shintu both displayed looks of surprise and doubt on their faces. They couldn't discern what was different. Xingyuan calmly remarked, Gang Qi is like energy. It indeed resembles the Yuan Qi of Qi refiners, but it is undoubtedly Gang Qi. This boy must have encountered some extraordinary opportunity. The dean nodded in agreement. I think so too. He is certainly different from ordinary martial artists. So, has he improved, or has he gotten worse? Shinta pressed for clarification. Xingyuan focused intently, scrutinizing every detail, even from 1,000 feet away. Not a single subtle change in Lu Fan's body escaped his sharp eyes. His Gang Qi is powerful and robust, more than double that of a typical martial artist. It depletes slowly and has ample reserve strength. Xingyuan's tone carried a trace of surprise. He can actually sense my star vision observing him. It seems his perception has also improved. As he spoke, a faint smile inadvertently appeared at the corner of his mouth. Xingyuan, you actually smiled. Shintu exclaimed, astonished. I haven't seen you smile in decades. Am I seeing things? Xingyuan immediately withdrew his smile and let out a cold snort. I Ching chuckled while patting his stomach. Rare indeed, truly rare. Even Xingyuan couldn't help but smile. This boy's talent is remarkable, with limitless potential. I'm tempted myself. Xingyuan cast a sidelong glance at I Ching. Aren't you only interested in disciples who align with your taste? Of course, I Ching replied with a grin. But if someone both suits my taste and possesses extraordinary talent, wouldn't that be even better? Don't get your hopes up, Xingyuan said coldly. With Yuan Academy's current reputation, a genius like him is unlikely to favor your institution. I Ching sighed. True enough. Well, let fate decide. The dean chuckled softly. Even I am tempted to take him as a disciple. Seeing the 9 masters turn their surprised gazes toward him, he raised his hand and added, rest assured, I won't compete with you for him. However, no matter which branch academy he joins, we must investigate the origin of this unique Gang Qi. If it can be replicated and taught, bring him to me immediately. The 9 masters responded in unison. Understood. Meanwhile, in the arena below, Lu Ming turned to Qian Feng with a mocking grin. Sorry, but from now on, my feet are yours to wash. Just a heads up, me feet smell a bit. You better prepare yourself. Qian Feng's face alternated between red and green, unable to utter a word. Nearby, Shui Wuqing stared intently at Lu Fan above, his gaze sharp like a blade, radiating killing intent. Although Lu Ming's taunt wasn't directed at him, it only deepened his humiliation. The murmurs around him made it even worse. Boastful words always sting when proven wrong. With a cold snort, he flicked his sleeves and left, the crowd parting to make way for him. Qianfeng also wanted to leave. Being humiliated so publicly was an unbearable disgrace. But reason held him back. If he walked away now, he'd have to avoid Lu Ming forever, not to mention the foot-washing promise he couldn't possibly fulfill. For the past year, he had treated Lu Ming as a source of amusement, and now, being mocked in return was a bitter pill to swallow. His eyes reddened with anger as he gritted his teeth and said, "Lu Ming, don't get too cocky. If you have the guts, let's bet again." Lu Ming stood with his arms crossed. "Oh, what do you want to bet this time?" Qianfeng suddenly pointed to the sky. "My younger brother hasn't been eliminated yet. If you've got the guts, let's have another match," Lu Ming said, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "If my brother loses to him again, you'll run around the martial academy naked, passing by every division without skipping any." Qianfeng gritted his teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws. "Deal. But what if your brother loses?" "Then the matter of you being a servant is off the table," Lu Ming replied without hesitation. "Fine." Qianfeng clenched his fists tightly, a trace of malice flickering in his eyes. "Green Turtle, you think this ends here? If you lose, you'll kneel and lick my boots." Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. "Then I won't bet. You might as well obediently serve as my servant for a year." The crowd erupted instantly, their jeering voices overlapping in a chaotic uproar. "Qianfeng, just be the Green Turtle's servant already. Haha, this is too good to miss. Green Turtle, don't back down, keep betting. Yeah, be a man. Go big or go home." The commotion grew louder, even drawing the attention of people from other divisions. "Green Turtle, you're asking for it." Qianfeng roared in anger. Lu Ming responded softly, "Are you really planning to make a move here? In front of all the instructors and masters?" Qianfeng took a deep breath, his knuckles whitening as he tightened his fists. After a long pause, he finally spoke slowly. "Fine. We'll bet as you said. If I win, the slate is wiped clean. But today's events, I'll remember them." "Green Turtle, I won't let you off." "I've never expected you to let me off," Lu Ming replied coldly. "But I'm not afraid of you in the slightest." Qianfeng shifted his gaze away and called out loudly to Qianyu, pointing at Lu Fan. Qianyu frowned as he glanced at Lu Fan but ignored him, turning instead to walk toward a woman on a small island not far away. Meanwhile, above, Lu Fan was facing a new opponent. Shui Yuan had already been carried off, leaving only about a dozen people on the island. None of them wanted to be eliminated. Even those who had met the criteria to choose their division were still tempted by the allure of becoming the top freshman. Such a title promised more opportunities to receive guidance from the masters. After some cautious observation, a burly man leapt in front of Lu Fan. He stood 8 feet tall, with a broad, muscular frame and rippling muscles that looked as solid as stone. His bald head gleamed under the sunlight, and he held a massive hammer in each hand, exuding an intimidating aura. "I am Tainyo. Please guide me," the man said, cupping his hands in greeting, his inner chi at the second level radiating naturally. Lu Fan returned the gesture and drew the heavy sword from his back, flames surging around it once again. By this stage, the competition wasn't just about cultivation, it was also a test of endurance and recovery. Thanks to his exceptional ability to absorb the energy of heaven and earth, Lu Fan had maintained his peak condition despite multiple battles. Jiang Qing held back the eager Xiao He, while another instructor joined him in announcing the start of the match. Tainyo transformed into a charging rhino, rushing toward Lu Fan with his twin hammers raised. Each step he took shattered the stone slabs beneath him, leaving deep impressions in the ground. Seeing this, Lu Fan instantly gauged that Tainyo's strength was on par with his own. Yet he showed no intention of retreating. Raising his heavy sword, he unleashed a fierce slash. Bang! Lu Fan's sword struck precisely between the two hammers, the blades angle flawless. Tainyo's momentum was abruptly halted, his feet sinking deep into the shattered stone ground. Lu Fan's muscles tensed as flames surged along the heavy sword, heating his opponent's hammers until they glowed red. Yet Tainyo showed no fear of the searing heat, gripping the red-hot hammers tightly with both hands. "Bull's mountain-splitting force," he roared, his muscles swelling instantly. With overwhelming strength, he began forcing Lu Fan's heavy sword backward. Suddenly, Tainyo swung one of his hammers, now wrapped in a howling gale, straight at Lu Fan. Shattering mountain fist. Without hesitation, Lu Fan's left hand formed a fist and struck out to meet the attack heaten. Bang! Bang! 2 heavy impacts echoed almost simultaneously. Lu Fan's fist landed squarely on Tainyo's abdomen, while Tainyo's hammer, carrying immense force, sent Lu Fan flying 3 feet away. The audience gasped in shock. Seeing Lu Fan crash into a deep pit, most believed this blow must have been fatal. Mo Yunfei silently cheered, while Zhang Yuehan and her senior brother exchanged smug smiles, already discussing Lu Fan's bleak fate. But to everyone's astonishment, Tainyo suddenly clutched his stomach and collapsed with a thunderous crash, cracking the ground like a spiderweb. Meanwhile, Lu Fan nonchalantly brushed the dust off his clothes and stood up from the pit, as if the seemingly fatal strike had been nothing more than a minor scrape. He's completely unscathed? Is he even human? The crowd erupted in disbelief. Zhang Yuehan and Mo Yunfei were too stunned to speak. In the sky above, Shin Tu praised Lu Fan's remarkable resilience with excitement, while the other masters silently observed this extraordinary young man. Nearby, martial artists who were still competing paused, drawn to the commotion. Yu, having just driven back his opponent, turned to see Lu Fan looking directly at him. A chill ran through Yu's heart as he recognized Lu Fan as someone who had once clashed with Lu Ming. Before Yu could react, Lu Fan had already launched himself toward him. Watching this unfold, Qian Feng, standing among the spectators, felt his last shred of confidence in winning his bet completely vanish. The breeze stirred his robes, while his powerful aura dispelled the white clouds above. At this moment, nearly all the gazes of the observing masters were fixed on Lu Fan. The performances of the other new disciples paled in comparison. Standing opposite Lu Fan, Qian Yu was already drenched in cold sweat, his hand gripping the sword slick with nervousness. Just facing off against Lu Fan had significantly diminished his confidence. Lu Fan said with a faint smile, his tone unhurried as he looked at his opponent. Sorry, I can't quite remember your name. What was it again? Qian something? My name is Qian Yu, the other replied through gritted teeth. Ah, right, Qian Yu. Lu Fan nodded, then raised his heavy sword, pointing it directly at Qian Yu's face. Let's have a match. Please, show me what you've got. At the signal from the instructor, the match officially began. Lu Fan remained motionless, patiently waiting for Qian Yu to make the first move. This was not an act of courtesy but a calculated move, as he had already discerned Qian Yu's nervous state. As a cultivator, Lu Fan was well-versed in the art of controlling momentum. He began subtly drawing on the forces of heaven and earth, using his qi as a foundation to exert an invisible pressure. Were it not for his concern about revealing his true identity, he might have directly performed the technique of shaping the world's energy. As Lu Fan and Qian Yu faced off, the masters observing from the sky displayed expressions of disappointment. His cultivation is decent, but his mindset is far too weak. He lacks the composure and potential, remarked the master of the Qianren Institute, shaking his head. Xianjun nodded in agreement. Indeed, I was considering taking him into the Azure Sword Institute for personal guidance, but it's clear he needs more tempering of his state of mind. Too lacking, Shin Tu added with a shake of his head. He doesn't even stand a chance of injuring that boy. I was hoping to see what other tricks that kid has up his sleeve. Unaware that he had already squandered his opportunity, Qian Yu felt an urgent need to act. If he delayed any longer, he feared he would be completely crushed by Lu Fan's imposing presence. Summoning the full strength of his third-layer inner qi, he executed ghostly movements with his footwork, swiftly maneuvering to Lu Fan's rear, clearly employing a cunning sword technique. This style, which emphasized speed, precision, and ruthlessness, was most effective against soft or fragile opponents. Unfortunately for Qian Yu, Lu Fan was the exact opposite. With his heavy sword held upright like a shield in front of him, Lu Fan effortlessly neutralized the majority of Qian Yu's attack with a single, simple motion. Qian Yu gritted his teeth in frustration. He had planned to launch a surprise attack from the front, while Lu Fan's attention was diverted to the rear, but Lu Fan gave him no opening whatsoever. Qian Yu's steps quickened, his anxiety growing more and more apparent. He couldn't comprehend the situation in front of him despite being of equal cultivation level. Lu Fan exuded such overwhelming presence. What was even more baffling was that the opponent stood there motionless, without the slightest flaw to exploit. A mocking voice came from the sidelines. A man shouted at Qian Feng. Qian Feng, your brother's spinning around like an idiot. What kind of trashy technique is this? Shut up. Qian Feng snapped, glaring angrily at the man. Lu Ming joined in the ridicule. Could it be he's practicing the spinning circle technique? His comment provoked a burst of laughter from the crowd, making Qian Feng's face darken even more. Inside the battle ring, Qian Yu was already dizzy and exhausted from spinning, yet he still couldn't find any openings in Lu Fan's stance. He was painfully aware that his inner energy was depleting rapidly, couldn't keep this up any longer. Suddenly, Qian Yu made his move. His entire body transformed into a streak of white light, accompanied by a series of explosive booms as he charged toward Lu Fan. This was his most powerful strike, the piercing kill sword. All the surrounding airflow was compressed onto the blade, creating a terrifying spiral force that even lifted debris from the ground. The brilliance of this technique lay in using the spiral air currents to restrict the opponent's movement, followed by a decisive killing blow. Lu Fan could indeed feel the oppressive force of the surrounding air currents, making even a single step difficult. Yet, a faint smile appeared on his face knowing his opponent was outmatched in aura, yet still resorting to this technique was sheer folly. Suddenly, Lu Fan released his grip on his sword, withdrawing all his energy. In an instant, Qian Yu lost all sense of his opponent's present seat, was as if the man standing before him had become a phantom. As the sword light grazed Lu Fan's robe, he casually sidestepped to the left. Just as Qian Yu's figure was about to pass him, Lu Fan's voice sounded softly in his ear. You know, I despise bullies the most. Qian Yu's eyes widened in shock, but before he could react, Lu Fan struck a devastating move, the blazing mountain-crushing fist. Both fists erupted simultaneously, still as a mountain, yet ferocious as a raging sea. Boom! Qian Yu's entire body was engulfed in flames, sent hurtling off the small island like a blazing meteor. Before he even hit the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood and lost consciousness, only to be caught by a quick-thinking instructor. The crowd's commentary grew even harsher. Is that all he's got? Spun around all that time, just to get blown away in one punch? Qianfeng, your family's martial techniques are pathetic. Maybe your brother should start learning some real skills. Without saying a word, Qianfeng's face turned red with anger as he quickened his pace and walked away. The shouts and jeers behind him almost drove him mad, but he never turned back to glance at his brother. Lu Ming watched Qianfeng's hurried departure and was suddenly reminded of how he had treated Lu Fan in the past, leaving in a similarly defeated manner after failing a test. But instead of offering comfort, he had added insult to injury with mocking words. Compared to Qianfeng's silent exit, his own actions back then seemed far more despicable. This realization brought a flicker of complicated emotions to Lu Ming's eyes. Around him, his classmates gathered, chattering excitedly. Lu Ming, your brother is amazing. You should introduce us sometime. With a brother like that, no one will dare call you names anymore. Can your brother teach me? Name your price. From now on, if anyone calls you Green Turtle, I'll be the first to stand up for you. But there was no joy on Lu Ming's face. He turned and walked away. Having endured humiliation at the Martial Arts Academy, he now saw his own past behavior in a much harsher light. The thought of relying on someone he had once bullied to regain respect filled him with deep shame. His steps quickened, ignoring the voices calling after him. Lu Fan, victory, announced instructor Jiang Qing calmly, his gaze carrying a hint of admiration. He knew full well how difficult it was to evade attacks so effortlessly in such conditions. Even for someone of his own caliber, brute strength would have been required to withstand the force. Lu Fan, however, had avoided it with a serene ease that was remarkable. In the sky above, Shun Tu turned to Dream Yun, the mentor of the Ethereal Academy. Dream Yun, did you figure out his movement technique? There's something peculiar about it. That wasn't a movement technique at all, Dream Yun responded. It was just the simplest evasive maneuver. But how did he avoid being suppressed by the forces of heaven and earth? For a moment there, it felt like he was one with the world itself. Shun Tu pressed. Xianzhan, observing nearby, added, indeed, he truly achieved a state of harmony with the world, though I can't explain the intricacies of it. An intriguing young man with an equally intriguing technique. Perhaps we should stop here and see which academy he chooses. The headmaster smiled and nodded. Very well, let's end it here. The remaining 10 participants are just right. Tianqi announced the results. With the headmaster's gesture, thunder once again rumbled across the sky. A colossal human face appeared, and a booming voice declared, the competition is over. The remaining 10 participants, step forward and choose your academy. Lu Fan stood stunned for a moment before a smile spread across his face. At this moment, 8 people on the island had already secured their victory. The last 2 competitors, upon hearing the voice of the heavens, immediately ceased their fight. They exchanged a smile, finding unexpected joy in advancing together. As the 10 winners stood in place, the mentors acted in unison, channeling their energy into the stone slabs beneath their feet. The intricate patterns of the formation began to light up one after another. Accompanied by a thunderous sound, the shattered island reassembled like a puzzle. The floating ground slowly descended, and the scars of battle miraculously healed themselves the moment they touched the earth. This incredible sight left the new students in awe, though the seasoned ones were unfazed, having witnessed such occurrences before. The 9 Grand Masters and the Dean descended from the sky, followed by 10 massive tables and chairs landing on the ground. The mentors lined up neatly on either side. The Dean stood and announced, those who passed the first round, please wait aside for the mentors to make their selections. The top 100 may step forward 10 paces and write down their preferred academy for the mentors to consider. The top May 20th step forward 20 paces and select a mentor to become their registered disciple. The top May 10th step forward 100 paces to meet the masters of the various academies. The new students immediately followed the instructions. Advancing to the top 100 required only 2 victories, leaving those who didn't make the cut feeling regretful. They lamented that with better luck or greater strength, they too could have had the opportunity to choose their academy rather than passively await selection. Nonetheless, Their situation was still better than those who failed the first round and had no choice but to head to Shixiang Pavilion, missing even the chance to witness the ceremony. The top 50 students eagerly took up pen and ink, contemplating their choices. It was a difficult decision. Choosing a less prestigious academy would increase their chances of acceptance but waste the hard-earned ranking, while aiming for a better academy risked rejection due to fierce competition. Meanwhile, the top 30 were deliberating which mentor to choose. Some had already set their sights on a specific mentor, while others could only rely on intuition to pick someone who seemed more powerful. Among the top 10 standing at the front, all appeared exceptionally excited, except for Lu Fan. The chance to meet the 9 Grand Masters was a rare opportunity, and being chosen for their guidance would be an unparalleled blessing. The gazes of the senior students also focused on these 10 individuals. Rather than concerning themselves with their future junior peers, they were more interested in which academies these outstanding newcomers' potential future rivals would join. The 10 stepped forward 100 paces, stopping directly in front of the 9 Grand Masters and the Dean. The Dean's gaze swept over the 10 individuals, capturing the varied expressions on their faces. Most couldn't hide their excitement and enthusiasm, except for Lu Fan, who remained calm and composed. This distinct demeanor caught the Dean's attention, prompting him to take a second look. "Welcome to the Martial Arts Academy," the Dean said with a smile. "You can now register with the master of the division you'd like to join." Before the words had fully landed, a swordsman on the left, Mu Shuo, stepped forward eagerly. "My name is Mu Shuo, and I specialize in the autumn water sword technique. I want to join the Azure Sword Division," he declared, his face flushed with determination. "I am determined to learn the most advanced swordsmanship." Master Xianzhan of the Azure Sword Division looked at him with an approving smile. "It's been a long time since I've seen such a spirited young man," he said with a nod. "All right, you may join the Azure Sword Division. Come to the summit of Broken Sword Peak in 2 days, and I'll show you what true swordsmanship is. How much you can learn will depend on your own abilities." Mu Shuo immediately dropped to his knees in respect. "Master, please accept my bow as your disciple." Xianzhan paused for a moment. He hadn't explicitly agreed to take him as a disciple. Shaking his head slightly, he gestured for Mu Shuo to stand. "No need to rush into becoming my disciple. Let's see if you can master my swordsmanship first." "I will, master," Mu Shuo replied with unwavering resolve. The surrounding senior students murmured among themselves. "That was bold. If only I'd had the nerve to do that back then." "Yeah, right. Were you even in the top 10 to begin with?" Inspired by Mu Shuo's determination, the rest of the candidates began vying for attention. One broad-shouldered, muscular man even flexed his muscles on the spot, drawing hearty laughter from the masters. In the end, Master Shen Tu of the Boulder Division said with a chuckle, "Come to the Boulder Division, it'll make your body as strong as stone," and accepted him into his fold. Not all the masters were so approachable, however. Master Xing Yuan of the Yin-yang Division maintained a cold demeanor throughout. When 4 students expressed their desire to join his division, he simply said, "Fine," in a frosty tone, his piercing gaze silencing any further comments. Before long, 8 of the 10 candidates had chosen their divisions, 2 for the Azure Sword Division, 4 for the Yin-yang Division, and 2 for the Boulder Division. The weaker divisions remained overlooked. When Lu Fan was about to speak, he noticed the Dean giving him a meaningful glance, signaling him to wait. Understanding the cue, Lu Fan stepped back and allowed the girl beside him to speak first. The petite girl had been blushing the entire time, her bright, expressive eyes adding to her charm. Master Meng Yun of the Ethereal Division finally couldn't resist asking, "Which division would you like to join?" She felt somewhat frustrated. After all, the Ethereal Division was ranked 3rd, ahead of the Boulder Division, yet no one had chosen it. Meanwhile, Master Shen Tu had already recruited 2 disciples, laughing with satisfaction. The girl appeared delicate and petite. Meng Yun, her master Tobe, had noticed her impressive performance in the earlier battle and saw potential in her. She decided to ask, "What is your name? And what brings you here?" The girl nervously fiddled with the corners of her robe, her voice soft. "My name is Ling Yao, and I wish to join the Mingxin Academy." At her words, Meng Yun froze in surprise. Meanwhile, Wu Chou, who had been observing with half-closed eyes, suddenly became alert. His gaze sharpened like lightning as he stared directly at Ling Yao. "Oh, why do you want to join the Mingxin Academy?" Ling Yao clearly hadn't expected such a direct question. After a brief moment of thought, she replied in a low voice, "Because I want to practice the art of tranquil martial cultivation. An elder I once knew said it suited me best, and he left this for me." As she spoke, she extended her hand and channeled her inner energy. A faint Dao character began to manifest in her palm. "Dao Heart Martial Technique." Wu Chou immediately stood up, striding forward to grasp Ling Yao's hand. "From this moment on, you are my last disciple. Now, come with me to the Mingxin Academy." Without waiting for her response, he took her into the air, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished into the horizon. The older students exchanged puzzled glances, while the other masters frowned in confusion. Although they didn't fully understand the significance of the Dao Heart martial technique, Wuch's reaction made it clear that it was something extraordinary. Meng Yun shook her head and sighed softly. Another one snatched away. Now, only Lu Fan remained standing in front of the 9 masters. All eyes turned to him, each master's gaze gleaming with intrigue. Just as Lu Fan was about to speak, Master Shintu interrupted. Hold on, kid. Don't be in such a hurry to decide. Hear me out first. The other masters shot him disdainful looks, but Shintu, with his notoriously thick skin, paid them no mind. Listen closely, Shintu said with a grin. If you join my Hongshan Academy, they'll take you as my last disciple and gift you a set of earth-level martial techniques right away. I'm generous, and I always protect my disciples. You won't regret choosing me as your master. Lu Fan's heart raced. The allure of earth-level martial techniques was hard to resist. However, remembering the words of his mentor Wu Chun, he bowed to Shintu and said, Thank you for your kindness, master, but I have already made my choice. I'm afraid I must disappoint you. Shintu was stunned. To refuse such an enticing offer? Meng Yun and Xian Jin couldn't help but laugh, while even the stern Xing Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. This young man was intriguing. Resisting such a temptation was no small feat. Fine, Shintu said with a resigned wave. I suppose you're heading to the Yin and Yang Academy. Xing Yuan, your reputation as the top among the 9 academies sure draws all the talent your way. Xing Yuan responded calmly. You're welcome to compete for them. Shintu had no reply to that, and chose to close his eyes and rest instead. The headmaster turned to Lu Fan. Well, which academy do you wish to join? Lu Fan straightened his posture and answered firmly. I want to join the Yuan Academy. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire hall erupted into an uproar. The older students, hearing Lu Fan's choice, were visibly shocked, while Mo Yunfei and Zhang Yuehan were utterly dumbfounded. The crowd stared at Lu Fan with disbelief, as though they were looking at a madman. Yuan Academy? Did I hear that right? Is he really choosing Yuan Academy? Whispers spread across the room. Some shook their heads in disbelief, while others murmured quietly, Isn't this just courting disaster? Yuan Academy is ranked 9th among the divisions. The mentors' faces reflected a mix of emotions. None had expected Lu Fan, who had caught the attention of the revered masters, to make such a choice. The dean furrowed his brows and sternly commanded, Silence. His voice boomed like a thunderclap, leaving the students staggering, with some of the weaker ones falling to the ground. The hall instantly fell silent. Master I Ching stroked his belly leisurely, a faint smile appearing on his face. Meanwhile, the gazes of Shintu, Meng Yun, and others all shifted toward him. Even Xing Yuan's expression subtly changed. The dean calmly fixed his eyes on Lu Fan. Yuan Academy, are you certain? I'm certain, Lu Fan responded without hesitation. The dean turned to I Ching with a smile. I Ching, someone has chosen your Yuan Academy. What do you say? I Ching lowered his hand from his belly and stood up. Lu Fan, tell me, did you choose Yuan Academy? I heard that Yuan Academy has the Yuan Dao technique. Lu Fan replied bluntly. Indeed, it does, I Ching admitted with a smile. But no one has successfully mastered it in the past 100 years. Just now, Master Hongshan offered you a position as his final disciple. If you join Hongshan Academy, you'll not only receive earth-tier martial techniques, but also have the chance to cultivate the great Sun Thunder body. Lu Fan remained silent, but his gaze remained resolute. I Ching's smile gradually faded, and his expression turned cold. You are determined. Unfortunately, someone so inflexible will find no progress on the martial path. You cannot enter Yuan Academy. Choose another academy. Lu Fan's eyelid twitched slightly, a hint of disappointment surfacing in his heart. He cupped his hands in farewell. If that is the case, I shall not impose further. Just as he turned to leave, already contemplating ways to secretly learn the Yuan Dao technique, a voice called out from behind him. Wait, Master I Ching, is there something else? Lu Fan asked, turning back. I Ching chuckled. What a stubborn young man, stubborn as a rock. Isn't that the trademark temperament of your Yuan Academy lineage? Master Xing Yuan teased from the side. I Ching ignored the remark and fixed his gaze on Lu Fan. Very well. If you had shown even the slightest hesitation just now, you truly wouldn't have been able to join my Yuan Academy. Very well, very well, I Ching said as he walked slowly toward the exit. But if you want to learn the Yuan Dao technique, it's not up to me. You'll have to ask my senior brother, who is also your master, Dao Guang. Follow me. Lu Fan's face lit up with joy as he quickly followed. Xiao He, who had been hiding on the side, suddenly darted out and nimbly leapt onto Lu Fan's shoulder. I Ching, the dean called out from behind. You're not going to choose any other disciples? Without turning his head, I Ching replied calmly, One is enough. Their figures gradually disappeared from the martial training grounds. The other masters exchanged glances, shaking their heads with wry smiles. Well, Shintu said, It looks like Yiyuan Academy picked up a gem. Dao Guang is probably going to be over the moon. Xing Yuan cast a glance in the direction they had left. Let's just hope he doesn't end up ruining the boy's potential. Such a pity to waste a genius, truly a pity. The dean chuckled softly and glanced at Xing Yuan. A pity? Perhaps. The older students who had been watching began whispering among themselves. Mo Yunfei snorted coldly. He actually chose Yiyuan Academy. What a fool. If the Yiyuan Dao technique were so easy to master, someone would have succeeded in the past 100 years. Does he really think he's some kind of peerless genius? Overestimating himself. Nearby, Zhang Yuehan's senior brother frowned. Now that he's in Yiyuan Academy, it'll be harder to make trouble for him. That I Ching and Dao Guang are fiercely protective of their own. Zhang Yuehan tugged on her senior brother's arm, pouting. I don't care. You promised me. Fine, her senior brother said with a helpless sigh. Let me think. He can't stay in Yiyuan Academy forever. He'll have to go out to gather herbs, compete, or train. There will be plenty of opportunities then. Half a day later, I Ching led Lu Fan through the Academy's palaces. I Ching's steps seemed leisurely, yet each one covered dozens of feet, forcing Lu Fan to jog to keep up. Lu Fan, I Ching asked, this wild beast of yours looks promising. What can it do? It can breathe fire and possess me, but other than that, I'm not sure. Lu Fan replied honestly. I Ching looked slightly surprised. It can possess you? That puts it at the level of a spirit beast. From now on, your training will need to involve it as well. As its strength grows, it will benefit you too. Master I Ching, do you know how to train wild beasts? Lu Fan asked, intrigued. I know a thing or two. I'm not on the level of a true beast tamer, but training a juvenile wild beast is within my capabilities. Hours passed, and as dusk fell, the two were still on the road. Master, is Yiyuan Academy far? Lu Fan asked. Not too far. I Ching replied with a smile. At this pace, we'll get there in 10 days. What's the matter? Is it too far? If you're tired, I can carry you and fly. Lu Fan quickly caught up. No, I'm not tired, just a little surprised. I Ching glanced back at him. Shall we keep going? Yes, let's continue. I Ching's lips curled into a faint smile. That's the spirit. Martial arts are like walking a path only by keeping your feet firmly on the ground can you go far. If you rely on others to carry you, you won't get very far. True strength comes from flying on your own. As he spoke, I Ching began to chant. Across 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains, one traverses the void. Amid the boundless red dust, there is both presence and absence. To cultivate martial arts is to cultivate the heart. Why wield weapons to challenge the heavens? A jug of wine, a song of triumph. A crescent moon, a fleeting dream. Martial paths are fleeting, hearts are fleeting. Why rush so? Hearing this, Lu Fan suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. He took out his heavy, unsharpened sword and carefully studied the 8 characters engraved on it. To cultivate martial arts is to cultivate the heart. Why wield weapons to challenge the heavens? Great skill appears clumsy. Great skill appears clumsy. I Ching silently nodded in approval. Truly remarkable comprehension. It seems my recitation of the Tao realm verse wasn't wasted on him. With such insight, along with a solid temperament and physique, he does have the potential to master the Yiyuan Dao technique. Could it be that Yiyuan Academy is finally going to produce a powerhouse? Let's hope so. The two continued on their way, beneath a sky adorned with countless stars and a bright, hanging moon. 10 days later, deep in the mountains, the mountain path wound its way through the misty peaks. Lu Fan gripped his heavy sword, Wufeng, tightly with both hands, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on its blade. He had maintained this posture for 10 whole days. Even during meals or moments of rest, his eyes never left the sword in his hands. I Ching followed silently behind Lu Fan, observing her disciple immersed in a state of enlightenment. Maintaining such a deep meditative focus for 10 days straight was a feat that even I Ching found surprising. After all, the longer the state of enlightenment lasted, the greater the potential insights and rewards. Even the usually lively Xiao He, the small black creature, was uncharacteristically quiet. It no longer leapt and bounded on Lu Fan's shoulders, but instead followed quietly by his side, as if sensing the significance of the moment. After another 2 hours of walking, Lu Fan suddenly stopped. A faint wave of energy emanated from him. I Ching noticed this and a smile spread across her face. So that's how it is, Lu Fan murmured softly. Then, with one hand, he raised the heavy sword and swung it toward a tree by the roadside. The strike appeared slow, yet it carried an inescapable force. The sword's energy swept through the air, bending 5 or 6 large trees as if pressed by an invisible giant hand. With a sharp crack, the trees broke and fell. I Ching's smile deepened. This strike already carried traces of Taoist resonance. Just as I Ching was about to speak, Lu Fan softly uttered, "Break." In an instant, the broken trees exploded into fragments, scattering in all directions. The technique of compressing force to shatter objects. I Ching exclaimed in astonishment. You've managed to comprehend a martial skill that even external force refinement experts struggle to master. Lu Fan lowered his sword and turned back, as if waking from a dream. Master, what is the technique of compressing force to shatter objects? I Ching pointed to the scattered wood fragments and explained. It's the ability to compress energy to its limit and release it, causing the target to shatter from within. This type of technique is so advanced that even peak external force refinement practitioners may not fully grasp it. Disciple, your talent truly amazes me. I see, Lu Fan said with a smile. Master, how long was I in this state of enlightenment? Only 10 days. At that moment, Lu Fan finally felt the gnawing hunger in his stomach. He quickly retrieved food from his storage ring and began devouring it ravenously. Though his martial artist's physique allowed him to survive 10 days without food, the sensation of hunger was still very real. Xiaohei, noticing this, jumped onto Lu Fan's shoulder, affectionately licking his cheek before joining the scramble for food. Once his hunger was sated, Lu Fan wiped his mouth and asked, Master, are we close to Yiyuan Academy? Yes, just over this mountain, I Ching replied. Lu Fan smiled faintly. He was filled with curiosity about Yiyuan Academy, which his teacher Wu Chun had mentioned before. Quickening their pace slightly, the two finally crossed the mist-shrouded mountain peak as dusk began to settle. The sight before them left Lu Fan momentarily stunned. A few wooden cottages sat quietly on a flat area of the mountain slope, nestled among the peaks. Wisps of smoke curled up into the air, forming a simple and tranquil courtyard. What are you looking for? I Ching asked, noticing Lu Fan glancing around curiously. Of course, I'm looking for the Yiyuan Institute, Lu Fan replied. Isn't that it? I Ching pointed toward the wooden cottages. This is the Yiyuan Institute? Lu Fan asked in disbelief. After seeing the grandeur of the main hall at the Martial Arts Academy, he could hardly believe that one of the 9 branches, the Yiyuan Institute, was this plain and unassuming. As they approached, Lu Fan noticed a stone tablet at the entrance of the courtyard, with the words Yiyuan clearly carved into it. The expansive courtyard lacked even a gate. In the center, neatly arranged blue stone slabs formed a path, and faintly visible in the middle was the blurred character Wu Martial. Suddenly, Xiao Hei's nose twitched a few times, as if it had caught a whiff of something delicious. It immediately leaped off Lu Fan's shoulder and bolted toward one of the wooden cottages on the left. I Ching stopped in his tracks and turned to look in that direction. Curse your ancestors! An angry shout rang out. Whose little dog dares to steal from me? Let go. Do you believe I won't stew you too? Han Feng, you idiot, catch it. Xiao Hei darted out with a large piece of roasted meat in its mouth, followed by 3 disheveled young men wearing nothing but shorts and no shirts. The one in the lead still had meat in his mouth and was clutching a glistening jade-green longsword in his left hand. Little mutt, let's see where you can run, the young man shouted. But as he looked up and saw I Ching, he skidded to a sudden halt. Master. I Ching's expression darkened instantly, his gaze sweeping over the 3 of them before finally fixing on the jade-green longsword. Han Feng, the Bu Changtian sword I gave Yuri using it to cut meat? I Ching roared, spitting in fury. Han Feng's face was sprayed, and even Lu Fan, standing nearby, wasn't spared. Han Feng wiped his face with his eyes shut, which only enraged I Ching further. What are you wiping for? Not wiping, just spreading it evenly, Han Feng explained awkwardly. The other 2 young men lowered their heads, desperately trying to suppress their laughter, but I Ching immediately called them out. Chu Tian, Chu Xing, don't you 2 laugh either. Go back to your rooms and put some clothes on immediately now. The 2 quickly responded and retreated. Han Feng, sensing an opportunity, tried to slip away as well. Master, I'll go put on some clothes too. Stop right there. I Ching barked, glaring at him. Explain yourselves first. Han Feng closed his eyes, realizing with frustration that the wound he had just cleaned was now for nothing. Slowly, he began to explain. Master, it's just that 2nd senior brother and 3rd senior brother's weapons were both damaged. We couldn't find anything handy to use, so I had to use the Bisui Changtian sword to cut the meat. Master I Ching immediately pressed. How did they get damaged? Who did you provoke this time? Han Feng replied casually. We went up the mountain to hunt. We ran into a purple flame bird really tough. It burned their weapons. If I hadn't had the Bisui Changtian sword, we wouldn't have been able to take it down. Purple flame bird? Master I Ching frowned slightly, lost in thought. Suddenly, his expression changed. You didn't happen to kill the purple flame heaven sparrow belonging to Dreamyun of the Pyamyao Institute, did you? Han Feng was stunned and struggled to open one eye. Master, are you talking about the one with purple gold flame patterns on its wings? When Master I Ching nodded in confirmation, he urgently asked, Yes, that's the one. What did you do to it? Han Feng swallowed hard and glanced at Xiao Hei, who was munching happily beside Lu Fan. All three sets of eyes turned to Xiao He, and an ominous feeling crept into Master I Ching's heart. Trembling, Han Feng pointed to the meat in Xiao He's mouth. Master, that's the purple flame heaven sparrow. The words struck like thunder. Master I Ching was frozen in place, while Lu Fan's eyelids twitched nervously, fearing this might spark a feud between the two masters. Xiao He, oblivious, tilted his head back and swallowed the remaining meat in one gulp, leaving only a pile of white bones on the ground. A breeze swept by his master Yiking's face, shifted rapidly from red to green to black. Suddenly, he let out a thunderous roar. Chu Tian, Chu Xing, get out here. Chu Tian and Chu Xing burst out in a panic, barely dressed, but instead of running toward Master I Ching, they bolted in the opposite direction. Master's furious. Run for it. Chu Tian shouted as they split up and fled like the wind. Han Feng, realizing too late that he should also escape, was grabbed by Master I Ching in an instant. In a flash, the master had apprehended Chu Tian and Chu Xing as well. You three. You're driving me mad, he bellowed, rolling up his sleeves to deliver punishment. The three disciples weren't about to go down without a fight. They launched counterattacks with their chi force. Han Feng shouted, Senior brothers, Master's serious this time. Let's fight back with all we've got. The three formed a triangular formation, engaging Master I Ching in an intense battle. Chi surged, rocks shattered, and the nearby wooden huts were reduced to rubble by the shockwaves. Lu Fan stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. He thought to himself, so this is the legendary Yuan Institute? Did I come to the wrong place? Meanwhile, Xiao He let out a satisfied burp, content with the delicious meal he had just enjoyed. An hour later, the moonlight gently spilled into the courtyard. On a simple wooden table were a few plates of wild vegetables and fruits, along with a pot of clear tea. Master I Ching sat upright in the main seat, smiling as he introduced, This is your fourth senior brother, Han Feng, your third senior brother, Chu Xing, and your second senior brother, Chu Tian. Your eldest senior brother is currently training in the back mountain with Master Daoguang and won't be back for now. Lu Fan stood up, cupped his fists, and greeted his three senior brothers with respect. Master I Ching then pointed at Lu Fan and addressed the others. This is Lu Fan, the newest student of Yuan Courtyard and your fifth junior brother. The folds on the master's chubby face deepened into a smile, clearly pleased with his new disciple. Haha, finally, I'm not the youngest anymore. Han Feng grinned, revealing a gap where one of his front teeth was missing. Come on, fifth junior brother. Try your senior brother's cooking. He spoke with a wide, toothy grin, his face bruised and swollen. Both Chu Tian and Chu Xing bore similar injuries on their faces. They tried to offer Lu Fan friendly smiles, but the pain distorted their expressions. It was evident that Master I Ching didn't adhere to the rule of not hitting the face when disciplining his disciples. Under Han Feng's enthusiastic urging, Lu Fan picked up some vegetables with his chopsticks and put them in his mouth. His expression immediately turned peculiar. Han Feng patted him on the shoulder and asked, So, how is it? Tastes good, right? Lu Fan forced the food down and managed to squeeze out a smile. Master I Ching noticed something was off and said, Lu Fan, if it doesn't taste good, just say so. No need to hold back. Really not good? Han Feng sighed. Seems like my cooking skills just won't improve. Second senior brother. Why don't you take over instead? I could, Chu Tian replied, pausing for a moment, but only if you all promise to finish every bite. Master I Ching quickly waved his hands. Forget it, forget it. Lu Fan, can you cook? Everyone's gaze instantly shifted to Lu Fan. He hadn't expected the first question he'd be asked upon arriving at a Yuan courtyard to be about cooking. Feeling a bit awkward, he answered honestly, I'm not very good at it. Heavens! Han Feng wailed dramatically. Why do I have to eat this kind of food every day? Look at Pyongyao Courtyard, and then look at Hengshan Courtyard. Comparing is just maddening. Enough noise, Master I Ching scolded, casting him a sharp glance before turning back to Lu Fan. He explained, Yuan Courtyard has few people, so we don't have a dedicated cook. All the ingredients are gathered from the mountains, and the hardest part is cooking. For over a decade, none of us have had a proper meal, just simple tea, rough food, wild vegetables, and beast meat. Your senior brothers aren't great cooks either, and Han Feng is actually the best among them. You'll get used to it eventually. Lu Fan's eyelid twitched. If Han Feng was the best, he dreaded to imagine the others cooking. After a brief moment of thought, he said, I may not be good at it, but Xiao He can cook. As soon as he said this, everyone turned to look at him. Xiao He. Lu Fan took out some ingredients and medicinal herbs from his ring and handed them to the black beast. Xiao He skillfully caught the materials with its front paws and quickly moved to the side. It collected some stones, exhaled a breath of black flames, and instantly shaped the stones into pots, bowls, and plates. Then, with swift movements, it processed the ingredients and lit the black flames to start cooking, its proficiency truly astonishing. Han Feng and the others stared in disbelief at the scene, never having seen a beast cook like a human. For Lu Fan, however, this was nothing new. This was the result of their master Wu Qin's special training for Xiao He during their days of cultivation in the mountains. After all, life in the mountains couldn't rely solely on roasted meat. Before long, a pot of aromatic food was ready. Xiao He carefully balanced the stone pot on its head, supporting it steadily with its front paws, and gently placed it on the table. Lu Fan immediately picked out the largest piece of meat to reward Xiao He. Han Feng and the other two exchanged glances before picking up their chopsticks to take a bite. Their expressions immediately turned peculiar. What's wrong? Is it terrible? Master I Ching, noticing their reactions, took a bite as well and exclaimed, delicious. This is excellent. Chu Tian and Chu Xing shook their heads in unison and said in chorus, it's amazing. It's been so long since we've had something this tasty. Lu Fan found their reactions exaggerated, but, recalling the wild vegetables they had eaten before, he could understand their excitement. Turning to Han Feng, he noticed him sitting with his eyes closed, a look of pure bliss on his face. Fourth senior brother, what's wrong? Don't like it? Lu Fan asked. Shoo, don't talk. Let me savor this properly, Han Feng replied slowly. Lu Fan rolled his eyes and turned back to see Master I Ching and Chu Tian and Chu Xing devouring the food at lightning speed. The pot's contents were vanishing before his eyes. He quickly joined the frenzy. By the time Han Feng finally opened his eyes, ready to dig in, all that was left was an empty stone pot spinning on the table. That was satisfying, Master I Ching said, wiping his mouth with a contented expression. From now on, the meals will be Xiao He's responsibility. Lu Fan, don't feel bad, cooking is part of its training. When the time comes, it'll reward it with a great opportunity. Chu Tian and Chu Xing nodded enthusiastically. Master is absolutely right. Master I Ching then gave instructions. Han Feng, clean up the table. Lu Fan, come with me. After Lu Fan followed his master away, Chu Tian and Chu Xing each pulled out a bright red zhu fruit and handed them to Xiao He. Haha, Xiao He, we're family now. Consider this a welcoming gift. Xiao He's large, glistening eyes stared at the precious zhu fruits, instinctively sensing their value. It immediately hugged them tightly with its paws. After the two left, Han Feng stood frozen for a moment before suddenly throwing his head back and roaring in rage, you bunch of scoundrels! After yelling, an idea suddenly struck him, and he grabbed Xiao He. Xiao He, thinking Han Feng was trying to snatch the zhugua fruit, immediately bared his teeth, sparks flying from his mouth in a menacing display. Seeing this, Han Feng quickly released him and forced a smile. Don't get worked up, don't get worked up. Xiao He, my dear Xiao He, you ate my meat, and I didn't even hold it against you. How about we make a deal? I'll find ingredients for you, and you whip me up something to eat? As he spoke, he pulled out a shriveled herb that resembled aged ginseng. Xiao He sniffed it, confirming it was indeed top-quality medicinal material. After a moment of thought, he nodded. Han Feng beamed with joy, immediately handing the ginseng to Xiao He before briskly heading toward the collapsed wooden house. There should still be some ingredients left in the kitchen. Come on, let's get started. Huh, they may have taken things fast, but now it's my turn to enjoy a feast all by myself. Meanwhile, Lu Fan followed Master I Ching into a spacious wooden house. As the door opened, the scent of sandalwood filled the air. Looking up, he saw a massive landscape painting covering half the wall, with the words New Beginnings, Infinite Possibilities engraved in bold strokes. Master I Ching handed Lu Fan 3 sticks of incense. Here, bow 3 times to the painting. From today onward, you are an official disciple of the Yi Yuan sect. Taking the incense, Lu Fan took a deep breath and respectfully bowed 3 times to the painting. As he finished, the incense spontaneously burned to ashes in his hand, startling him. Don't be alarmed, Master I Ching explained. This signifies the painting's acknowledgement of you. Look at the back of your hand. Lu Fan glanced down and saw that where the ashes had touched, the character Yuan had appeared on his skin. With this mark, you can begin learning the Yi Yuan Dao techniques, Master I Ching said as he summoned 2 chairs with a wave of his hand. Come, sit down. I need to explain some important rules for your training at Yi Yuan sect. Once Lu Fan was seated, Master I Ching eased his portly frame into a chair with some difficulty, muttering, looks like you'll need a bigger chair. It wasn't this tight before. Could it be I've gained weight again? Truly, a peaceful mind leads to a plump body. After settling in, his expression turned serious. There are 2 key rules you must remember while training at Yi Yuan sect. First, without explicit permission from me or Master Daoguang, you are strictly forbidden from venturing into the depths of the Qingtian mountain range beyond Yuling Mountain. Believe me, there are countless dangers there, any one of which could be fatal. Second, all disciples of this sect must remain pure of heart and act with kindness. Anyone who violates this principle will have their cultivation abolished and will be expelled from the sect. Understood? Understood, Master, Lu Fan replied earnestly. Master I Ching nodded in satisfaction. Good. Lu Fan, the path of martial cultivation is a long one. Though my time and energy are limited, and the traditions of Yuan sect dictate that I take on few disciples, now that you've joined my sect, I will teach you all that I can. I won't push you to achieve rapid progress or rush to impart advanced techniques. But trust me, what you'll learn here is something even more important than martial skills cultivating your heart. My goal is to guide you to become a steady and grounded martial artist, one who may advance slowly but will ultimately reach the pinnacle. The next morning, a fresh breeze greeted the day, bringing clarity and energy. Lu Fan had risen early and was already in the courtyard practicing his cultivation. With a heavy sword in hand, his movements were steady and deliberate. The airflow around him seemed to flow with the momentum of his sword, while the qi emanating from his body surged visibly. Each breath he took was deep and powerful, his steps firm and unwavering. Nearby, Xiaohei lay lazily at the doorway of the wooden hut. This hut originally belonged to the senior disciple, but since he was training in the back mountain, Lu Fan was allowed to stay there for one night. Today, Lu Fan planned to head up the mountain to chop wood and build a new home for himself. Almost simultaneously, the doors of Chu Tian and Chu Xing's rooms opened, and the two of them stretched in unison. Chu Tian noticed Lu Fan practicing his swordsmanship and remarked with admiration, "Junior brother Lu Fan, you're so diligent." Chu Xing, sipping water from a stone cup, commented, "The sword carries qi pressure condensed but not scattered. Your level is impressive, though your sword techniques seem a bit unrefined." Lu Fan sheathed his sword and turned around, responding earnestly, "Third senior brother, you have sharp eyes. I've never formally learned swordsmanship. I was just practicing randomly." Both Chu Tian and Chu Xing were momentarily stunned by this statement. Chu Tian chuckled, "Junior brother Lu Fan, you must be joking. With such mastery of swordsmanship, you're claiming you've never trained?" Chu Xing added, "Lying isn't good, junior brother. Playing the fool to catch others off guard is something I do often, but your act is a bit over the top." Faced with their skepticism, Lu Fan's gaze remained sincere. "Truly, I've never studied swordsmanship. It's just something I've grasped intuitively." Seeing that Lu Fan didn't appear to be lying, Chu Xing voluntarily offered, "If that's the case, how about I teach you a few moves?" Lu Fan readily agreed and stepped aside. Chu Xing stepped forward, raising his left hand to the sky while pressing his right hand downward in a preparatory stance. At that moment, Han Feng appeared at the doorway, crouching as he spoke, "Junior brother Lu Fan, third senior brother Chu Xing's swordsmanship is top-notch. He and second senior brother Chu Tian are known as the blade and sword duo, unmatched below the outer qi realm. Well, it's decent enough. You'd better learn properly. Once you've got the hang of it, they'll teach you some freestyle moves to guarantee a carefree life." Hearing the phrase unmatched below the outer qi realm, Lu Fan's interest was piqued. He focused intently on observing. Chu Xing chuckled lightly and waved toward Han Feng, his qi energy flashing. Han Feng leapt up like a startled rabbit, and a sword mark appeared on the ground where he had been standing. Chu Xing twisted his wrist, and Han Feng retreated with a yelp. Lu Fan keenly observed the trajectory of Chu Xing's qi energy and was secretly amazed at his ability to control it so precisely despite not having reached the outer qi realm. Chu Xing continued to change his moves, forcing Han Feng to dodge and evade in all directions. Although Han Feng tried to counter with his protective qi energy, it was repeatedly deflected by invisible sword qi, leaving his clothes torn and tattered in no time. "Third senior brother, I surrender." Han Feng cried out, "Stop hitting me. I don't have many clothes left. If you keep this up, I'll have to steal yours." Only then did Chu Xing relent, turning to Lu Fan. "Junior brother Lu Fan, did you catch on?" Lu Fan nodded thoughtfully. "I've grasped a little insight. Chu Xingdao, this sword technique emphasizes its essence and has excellent moves. It's both offensive and defensive. Go ahead and take a closer look." Lu Fan stepped forward in response, but the moment his gaze fell on Han Feng's feet, he froze. On the ground appeared a clear yin-yang bagua diagram, in stark contrast to senior brother Chu Xing's seemingly casual hand movements earlier. Han Feng glanced down at the holes in his clothing with a bitter expression. Suddenly, Lu Fan thought of something and quickly stepped back to examine senior brother Chu Xing's feet. Sure enough, there was also a complete yin-yang bagua pattern beneath them. Impressive swordsmanship, Lu Fan praised sincerely. Chu Xing smiled and said, "It's just one of the few things worth showing. Junior brother Lu Fan, you should give it a try. This sword technique will gain significant power once you reach the outer force realm." Han Feng waddled over with his signature gait and added, "More than impressive. This yin-yang mystic dragon sword is an earth-grade martial technique. Although it can't quite match senior brother Chu Tian's left skyblade, it's pretty close. Senior brother Chu Tian, why not show us a demonstration too?" Chu Tian laughed heartily. "Sure. Junior brother Lu Fan, would you like to see it?" "Of course. Please, senior brother Chu Tian." Chu Tian stepped into the center of the training ground, standing empty-handed. You all better stand back. Lu Fan had just taken 2 steps back when he noticed Chu Xing and Han Feng had already darted into the house. Chu Tian turned to remind him, "Junior brother Lu Fan, you'd better step back a bit more." Seeing this, Lu Fan decided to retreat all the way to Han Feng's side. In the next moment, Chu Tian's demeanor changed dramatically. His aura erupted like a bloodthirsty demon, wild and overwhelming. His left hand glowed with a crimson light as he suddenly struck downward toward the ground. A torrent of fierce energy burst forth with no restraint. The earth trembled violently. A deep, bottomless chasm extended from beneath Chu Tian's feet, stretching out to the horizon as though splitting the ground in two. And this was with him using no weapon at all. "It's been a while since I had such a satisfying slash," Chu Tian said, withdrawing his aura and explaining with a smile. "Junior brother Lu Fan, this kind of attack is all about explosive power. You compress all your strength into your dantian and release it in an instant. No holding back, no second thoughts, one strike to end it all. If you can't kill them, then run." "I've learned a lot," Lu Fan responded, deeply shaken. He realized he was no match for his second senior brother, even for a single move. Suddenly, Han Feng burst into laughter. "Second brother and third brother have both shown their skills. It's my turn now." As soon as he said this, Chu Tian and Chu Xing's expressions changed dramatically. Han Feng had already drawn the Bihai Changtian sword. "Han Feng, stop right there," Chu Tian shouted sternly. Chu Xing dashed out like an arrow, tackling Han Feng to the ground. Chu Tian followed closely, and the two of them worked together to pin Han Feng down. Struggling, Han Feng shouted, "Let me show my skills too. I can control it. Why don't you believe me? I can control it." Han Feng shouted loudly, struggling to free himself from the hands of his second and third senior brothers pressing on his face. "Second brother, third brother, stop pressing on my face. My handsome face." At that moment, the door to Master I Ching's room finally opened. Seeing his 3 disciples tangled up in such a chaotic mess, Master I Ching's expression darkened immediately. "Do you feel uncomfortable if you don't cause trouble for even a single day? All of you, get up, go back to your rooms, and recite the Heart Tao chapter 1,000 times." Master I Ching's angry roar made the 3 instantly separate and dejectedly shuffle back to their respective rooms. Soon, synchronized recitation could be heard. Lu Fan stood in place, lowering his head, frustrated by this farcical morning training session. Master I Ching glanced at the cracks on the ground and shook his head helplessly. "Always causing trouble. One day, you'll end up tearing apart the entire Yuan courtyard. Lu Fan, come over here." Knowing he couldn't avoid it, Lu Fan responded softly and quickly followed Master I Ching into the room, standing obediently in the center. Master I Ching rubbed his stomach, his expression softening slightly. "Lu Fan, you saw how your 2 hopeless senior brothers performed just now. What do you think? They are both very strong." "I pale in comparison," Lu Fan answered honestly. "That's not what I meant," Master I Ching said with a smile. "What I want to know is, what do you think of their techniques?" After a moment of thought, Lu Fan replied, "Senior brother Chu Xing's swordsmanship is both gentle and firm, perfectly balanced. Senior brother Chu Yan's blade techniques are unmatched in power and dominance." "Exactly. Now, which one do you prefer?" "I like both," Lu Fan answered without hesitation. "Well, you're straightforward," Master I Ching chuckled. "But you shouldn't delve too deeply into either of these techniques. Just observe and take some inspiration. They don't suit you. The best martial art is one that aligns with the practitioner's personality and state of being." When Lu Fan learned that both senior brothers' techniques were taught by Master I Ching, he eagerly asked, "Then, Master, which martial art would suit me?" Master I Ching analyzed Lu Fan's characteristics in detail. "You have sharpness, resilience, and a steadiness like a mountain. You don't show off your energy, yet your comprehension is extraordinary. You're suited for profound and complex arts, ones that most people can't even begin to master. But once perfected, they make you nearly invincible." Finally, Master I Ching pulled out a dust-covered book from under the bed and handed it to Lu Fan. When Lu Fan saw the title, Basic Swordsmanship, written boldly on the cover, he frowned. "Is this what I'll be practicing?" Master I Ching nodded solemnly. "Yes, this is it. Practice it diligently and don't slack off." Lu Fan could only respond softly to his master's instructions and retreated from the room under the smiling gaze of Master I Ching. The martial technique manual in his hands felt as heavy as a stone slab. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a weighty book on martial arts. After taking a few steps, Lu Fan noticed that the ground, which had been split by senior brother Chu Tian earlier, was now completely restored. This sudden change startled him, and he secretly speculated whether it was the work of Master I Ching. He also pondered what level of cultivation would be required to achieve something so extraordinary. "Junior brother Lu Fan, Master didn't scold you, did he?" Senior brother Han Feng peeked out from his room, cautiously opening the door. At that moment, senior brothers Chu Xing and Chu Tian deliberately raised their chanting voices, clearly covering for Han Feng. Not at all. He just passed me a sword technique, Lu Fan replied as he approached Han Feng's door. He then asked, Senior brother Han Feng, what's with the ground? Oh, that's the sect's grand formation of the martial academy. It was laid down by several immortal chi masters and martial lords together. The entire academy is like this. Ground damage is quickly restored. You'll get used to it. Han Feng explained quickly, then asked eagerly, what sword technique did you get? Is it an earth-grade martial technique? Lu Fan handed over the book in his hands. It's just a low-level human-grade technique. Han Feng flipped through the book briefly, his disbelief evident. He confirmed it was indeed a very basic foundational sword technique. Muttering to himself, he said, since when did Master become so stingy? After a moment of hesitation, Han Feng pulled a small booklet from a corner and handed it to Lu Fan. This is my technique manual. It contains insights from past elders and my own experiences. Take it and read. It's not urgent to return it. I can't accept this, Lu Fan quickly declined. Come on, I'm your senior brother. Just take it. They'll ask for it when I need it, Han Feng said with a grin. This is also a tradition of the Yuan Academy. Back then, the eldest and second senior brothers helped me the same way. Now go on. Don't let Master catch you. With that, he shoved Lu Fan out the door. Back in his room, Lu Fan placed the two books on the table and opened Han Feng's booklet first. As he read through it, he finally understood why the other senior brothers had been so adamant about stopping Han Feng from demonstrating his martial technique. The technique was terrifying. It was likely even stronger than those of senior brothers Chu Xing and Chu Tian. If fully unleashed, it might destroy the entire courtyard. What surprised him even more were the stringent requirements for practicing the technique, including a unique, indestructible physique. Lu Fan contemplated silently since he lacked such a physique. Forcing himself to practice this technique would yield limited success, and advancing to the higher levels would be impossible. Closing the booklet, Lu Fan turned his attention to the heavy foundational sword technique and began to study it. As Lu Fan was engrossed in his books, a faint sound came from the doorway. Turning his head, he saw two books flying toward him. Standing at the entrance were senior brother Chu Xing and senior brother Chu Tian, both wearing warm smiles. Since Master isn't giving you anything good, why not start with our martial techniques? Chu Xing said with a chuckle. Once senior brother returns, you can learn from him. That'll surely do the trick. Keep up the hard work, junior brother Lu Fan. Chu Tian added with a hearty laugh. The two then quickly left to continue their recitation practice. Placing the books gently on the table, Lu Fan's eyes glimmered as he murmured, it seems I am destined to belong to the Yuan Academy. Senior brothers, I won't let you down. Opening the basic sword techniques manual, Lu Fan began delving into its contents with focus. He firmly believed that Master I Ching wouldn't give him a low-level martial technique without reason. It was either a test or held deeper significance. Regardless of the reason, he was determined to dedicate himself to uncovering its mysteries. Meanwhile, Master I Ching quietly stood behind the door, observing his disciples' every move through a narrow crack. Watching the interaction among these young individuals, he couldn't help but recall his own days of cultivation. A satisfied smile graced his lips. This was the bond of the sect, an unbroken legacy passed down through generations. Pushing the door open, Master I Ching summoned a rocking chair with a wave of his hand and reclined to rest with his eyes closed. Seeing this, Chu Xing, Chu Tian, and Han Feng immediately raised their recitation voices, their words drifting into the distance with the wind. In the following days, Lu Fan devoted himself entirely to studying the foundational sword techniques. From sunrise to sunset, he pored over the manual with unwavering focus. Initially, it seemed like an ordinary basic sword manual, but as he delved deeper, its uniqueness gradually revealed itself. The manual broke down the techniques into 18 fundamental moves: chop, thrust, flick, sweep, block, hang, crumble, point, smear, lift, guide, brace, intercept, lead, pierce, slash, slice, and present. Even the single move of chopping contained over 1,200 variations, such as flat chop with a false step, flat chop with a bow step, reverse chop with a turn, and downward chop with a step. Each variation was accompanied by 3 or 4 application techniques and detailed martial explanations. The 18 moves collectively encompassed tens of thousands of sword techniques, and this was just the beginning. Each move was followed by methods to integrate it with other techniques, covering everything from initiating attacks to countering defenses. The sheer complexity of its variations was astounding. As the techniques progressed, the combinations grew increasingly intricate, and the explanations became more profound. This sword manual distilled the essence of swordsmanship into the simplest, most straightforward form, making it an unparalleled guide for mastering the fundamentals of the way of the sword. If the opponent strikes vertically, you simply block horizontally. That's how straightforward it is. Within the vast ocean of swordsmanship, Lu Fan discovered an unexpected truth. Those sword techniques he once thought were profound and elusive were, in fact, just a process of endless repetition. The key lay in mastering them through practice. The foundational sword manual completely consumed his life. He would read it even while eating, to the point where he almost fed himself through his nose several times. Late at night, when all the other disciples were fast asleep, he remained in the courtyard, practicing his sword swings. The glimmering sword danced gracefully under the moonlight. Han Feng and the other senior disciples, seeing his obsession, couldn't help but give him the nickname Sword-Obsessed Junior Brother. Lu Fan merely responded with a faint smile. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to all sorts of labels, and this one, by comparison, seemed rather mild. 2 months flew by, yet Lu Fan's dedication to the sword manual showed no sign of waning. Han Feng and the others had attempted numerous times to divert his attention, even going as far as trying to steal the manual under the cover of night. However, their efforts were all in vain. Lu Fan had developed the habit of sleeping with the manual in his arms, as if it had become an inseparable part of him. Master I Ching observed Lu Fan's progress with a smile and remarked to the other disciples, "By the time your junior brother Lu Fan completes this round of training, his level might surpass yours." "Master, are you serious?" Han Feng exclaimed in disbelief. "I've been training diligently for over a year, and you're saying junior brother Lu Fan, with just 2 months of practice, could catch up? Did you give him some kind of special treatment?" Master I Ching chuckled and shook his head. "I don't have any magical elixirs or pills. If I did, I'd have taken them myself. Whether or not it's true, you'll see for yourselves once Lu Fan finishes his training." Han Feng and the others looked skeptically at the utterly focused Lu Fan, their minds filled with doubt. Could a low-tier martial manual really produce results this extraordinary? Time flies, and another March has passed. The spring breeze remains gentle, and the white clouds drift lazily across the sky. Lu Fan sat alone in the courtyard, his left hand surrounded by a swirling aura of energy as his eyes focused intently on the fundamental sword techniques he was studying. Immersed in this state, his mind became increasingly clear and serene, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only the sword manual in his hands. Each move and variation etched itself deeply into his memory. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the courtyard. Senior brother Han Feng was panting heavily as he chased after Xiao He. "Stop right there. If you don't, I swear I'll turn you into stew." Clearly, Xiao He had stolen something again. The jet-black spirit beast, swift as lightning, effortlessly left Han Feng far behind. Xiao He's growth was astonishing. In just a few months, it had grown to the size of a wolfhound, no longer the small creature that used to perch on Lu Fan's shoulder. Its fur had become not only darker but also as tough as iron. A few days ago, senior brother Chu Xing had taken Xiao He hunting in the mountains. Upon their return, Chu Xing couldn't stop praising it. Xiao He's mighty roar could make low-level wild beasts tremble in fear, and the day's bountiful hunt had provided everyone with a feast. Even Master I Ching personally instructed Xiao He, teaching it a cultivation method called the sky-howling beast technique. Nowadays, every night, Xiao He could be seen sitting cross-legged like a cultivator at the front of the courtyard, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon with all its focus. This technique had rapidly enhanced Xiao He's strength to such an extent that even when Han Feng and the others used their full speed, they could no longer catch up with it. Yet, none of this commotion concerned Lu Fan. He remained fully absorbed in his study of swordsmanship, either practicing with his heavy sword in the courtyard or carrying books up the mountain, where he would sit alone for days on end. Over the past few months, he had exchanged only a few words with his senior brothers, most of which were responses to Han Feng's antics. "Senior brother, instead of stealing books, why not study them together? Please stop pouring water on my head. I really don't need to see those indecent books you've hidden." Swapping sword manuals for books about bedchamber techniques is way too obvious. To this, Han Feng always had a ready retort. "You're always buried in books like a scholar. A martial artist needs to move more." He even tried enticing Lu Fan to visit the misty courtyard, saying, "The senior sisters over there are much prettier. Want to take a look?" Though Lu Fan declined, senior brothers Chu Xing and Chu Tian tagged along, only to return later with bruised faces after being thoroughly beaten by the senior sisters of the misty courtyard. Lu Fan could never quite figure out why his highly skilled senior brothers ended up getting beaten so badly. Lu Fan finally figured out the peculiar habits of these three individuals. Whenever their opponent was a beautiful girl, they would only take hits without fighting back, often ending up badly beaten. That day, senior brothers Chu Xing and Chu Tian had gone up the mountain. They planned to find some high-quality lumber for Lu Fan to build a new wooden house. After all, Lu Fan couldn't stay in the senior brother's house forever. Actually, Lu Fan had wanted to take on the task himself a few months ago, but the two senior brothers had secretly told him to wait. It turned out that there was a 1,000-year-old iron tree in the mountain that was about to bloom, a rare and extraordinary sight. The blossoms of this tree were top-tier medicinal ingredients. However, the iron tree was extremely well protected, and it had to be felled within a very short time. Otherwise, it would retreat underground and vanish. The two senior brothers had carefully planned to borrow Master Yiking's indestructible mystical axe for the task. To avoid arousing suspicion, they had used the excuse of building a wooden house for Lu Fan to secure the axe. This was why Lu Fan had to wait several months. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Han Feng and Xiao He had just finished a game of chase, both panting heavily from exhaustion. Master Yiqing stepped out of the door, patting his round belly, and announced that he was heading to Yuling Mountain to pick up the senior brother, who was about to finish his retreat. He reminded everyone to behave themselves in his absence before soaring into the sky and leaving. Han Feng was still marveling at Master Yiking's ability to fly when Chu Xing suddenly stumbled back in a sorry state. His clothes were torn, and his body was covered in sword wounds. As it turned out, they had encountered people from Qinren Academy on the mountain, and Chu Tian was still surrounded. Without a word, Han Feng grabbed the mystical axe, tossed it into the room, and unsheathed the Bihue Changtian sword, ready to rush up the mountain to save Chu Tian. Hearing the commotion, Lu Fan also came out and declared that he would join them. Han Feng and Chu Xing noticed that Lu Fan's hands were empty, missing the books he always carried. They were momentarily stunned. Han Feng quickly broke into a grin. Haha, junior brother Lu Fan, you've finally finished reading. Come on, let me see the results of your training over the past few months. Chu Xing, however, looked concerned. Junior brother Lu Fan, the opponents are all elites from the Qinren Academy, at least at the 5th level of internal energy. Are you sure you can handle this? No problem. Lu Fan reached for the heavy sword by the door, his gaze turning sharp. I've been reading so much lately that I'm a bit worn out. It's about time I stretched my muscles. That's the spirit, junior brother. Han Feng laughed heartily. I like that attitude. Third brother, stop dawdling and let's go. If we're late, second brother might be in trouble. As they left, he teased Xiao He. Xiao He, keep an eye on the place for us. Xiao He rolled his eyes in response. The three of them hurried along the mountain path toward the Qingtian mountain range. This vast mountain range, stretching for thousands of miles, rose and fell like a coiled dragon, a place brimming with natural energy. Their home, Yunshan, was just an unremarkable hill within the range, named only because of the presence of the Yuan Academy. 300 miles to the left of Yunshan lay the ethereal Piaomiao Academy, spanning 1,000 miles, while 200 miles to the right was the even larger Qinren Academy. Following the sounds of battle, the three soon spotted a group of Qinren Academy students forming a circle. In the center, Chu Tian was wielding a massive tree trunk, sweeping away anyone who came close. Han Feng shouted, "Out of the way!" and charged into the crowd, with Lu Fan and Chu Xing close behind. Their imposing momentum forced the Qinren students to step aside and clear a path. You're finally here. Chu Tian laughed heartily upon seeing his three junior brothers. Any later, and these guys would have gone berserk. As he spoke, he slammed the enormous ironwood tree dozens of feet long and 10 feet wide onto the ground with a resounding thud, shaking the earth. A Qinren Academy student stepped forward and demanded, "Which academy are you from? How dare you come to our territory and cut down our master's 1,000-year-old ironwood tree? Do you have no regard for the rules?" Hearing this, Lu Fan quickly whispered to Chu Xing, "Senior brother, is what he said true?" Seeing the awkward smiles from both Chu Xing and Chu Tian, Lu Fan tugged at Han Feng's sleeve. "Senior brother Han Feng, maybe we should put the tree down and leave quickly. So what if it's true?" Han Feng straightened his back and declared in a booming voice, "Treasures of heaven and earth belong to those destined to claim them. This ironwood tree has been sitting in your academy for 1,000 years without anyone taking it. That means it doesn't belong to you. Now that my senior brother can claim it, it's naturally ours. I am Han Feng of the Yuan Academy, and I stand by my name." Han Feng's bold words enraged the Qinren students, who began hurling curses and insults. Lu Fan was left speechless, his mouth agape. "Without a thick skin, you won't achieve great skill," Chu Xing muttered quietly beside him. "Junior brother Lu Fan, this is just how we at a Yuan Academy do things. You'll get used to it." Lu Fan's face twisted in disbelief, as if he'd just been slapped hard. Lu Fan finally understood why Chu Xing and Chu Tian, his senior brothers, didn't dare to ask Master Yiqing to lend them the axe they were planning to chop down the treasure tree of Qinren Academy. The scene before him left him utterly stunned. Senior brother Han Feng was standing alone, facing off against dozens of Qinren Academy students. Han Feng stood there with his hands on his hips, unleashing a torrent of insults for a solid half-hour. His sharp and inventive remarks flowed out one after another, never repeating themselves. The students from Qinren Academy were gradually rendered speechless, their voices growing quieter and quieter. A few enraged students couldn't hold back anymore and rushed forward to attack. Han Feng didn't even bother drawing his sword. With just 2 swift and precise punches, he sent them sprawling to the ground. "Huh, you bunch of weaklings dare to mess with me? Go home and drink your milk." This humiliation only served to enrage the Qinren Academy students further, their eyes practically blazing with fury. As time went on, More and more students from Chinran Academy gathered, their numbers surpassing 200. Watching this, Lu Fan felt a chill run down his spine. He whispered nervously, "Second brother, third brother, shouldn't we retreat now?" "Don't rush," senior brother Chu Xing replied confidently. "Han Feng is about to wrap this up." "Wrap what up?" Lu Fan asked, utterly confused. At that moment, Han Feng suddenly drew his long sword, took a step forward and shouted, "If you're so dissatisfied, why not have someone in charge come and duel me? If I win, you all go back to your training and the Iron Tree is mine. If I lose, the Iron Tree stays with you," and he'll apologize publicly. What do you say? Or has Chinran Academy run out of anyone capable of taking charge? The crowd opposite stirred uneasily, their blades and swords being drawn. Just then, a powerful voice boomed. "Who do you think you are to take charge here? Step aside, all of you." The crowd parted, making way for a burly man wielding a massive horse-cutting saber to stride forward. Senior brother Xing Kong. The students of Qianren Academy erupted in cheers. Without another word, Xing Kong placed his saber before Han Feng and said, "Why wouldn't I dare? Come on, let me see what the bottom-ranked Yuan Academy is capable of." Han Feng smirked disdainfully, raising his sword, the Bihue Changtian, to chest height. Behind him, Chu Xing and Chu Tian exchanged delighted glances. Chu Xing whispered to Lu Fan, "As long as Han Feng beats this big guy, the Iron Tree is ours." Junior brother Lu Fan, "Your Iron Tree house is as good as done." Only then did Lu Fan grasp Han Feng's plan. Provoke the opponents first, then set the wager. At worst, he'd apologize if he lost. But if he won, the Iron Tree would be theirs. Not bad. Lu Fan nodded in approval, feeling confident in Han Feng's inner strength at the 6th level. Even if an expert at the external force realm showed up, Han Feng's formidable sword technique would ensure he wasn't easily intimidated. Xing Kong from the Qianren Institute unleashed a solid burst of energy, his inner strength reaching around the 5th or 6th level of internal Gang Qi. Judging by the intensity of his force, the two appeared evenly matched. "Huh." Xing Kong let out a thunderous shout, his muscles bulging as he raised the massive Zamadeo above his head and swung it like a whirlwind. The blade's light swept across, carving a crescent-shaped trench into the ground instantly. Han Feng, calm and composed, intercepted the strike single-handedly with his Bihue Changtian sword held upright. Despite Xing Kong's veins bulging and his continuous effort to apply more force, Han Feng remained unmoved, as solid as a rock. Around them, the students of Qianren Institute wore expressions of astonishment. Who would have thought that the weakest academy, Yuan Institute, harbored such a formidable fighter? With a flick of his wrist, Han Feng caused his sword to blossom like a flower, easily deflecting the Zamadeo. In a flash, his sword struck 3 times, leaving 3 fresh wounds on Xing Kong. However, just then, the Zamadeo, knocked into the air, came hurtling back down. Earth-shattering slash. Han Feng dodged in time, but found himself trapped within the fractured ground. Powerful energy surged around him, and at this critical moment, the Bihue Changtian sword suddenly radiated a dazzling blue glow. Han Feng drove the sword into the ground with force, causing the blue light to explode outward like a tidal wave, instantly leveling the debris and dust around him. Xing Kong's Zamadeo shattered on the spot. His legs trembled, and with a cry of pain, he fell to his knees, completely defeated. "Know your limits." Han Feng snorted coldly, turning to raise an eyebrow at Lu Fan and the other two. Without hesitation, Chu Tian hefted the Iron Tree and prepared to leave. The surrounding Qianren Institute students exchanged stunned glances, unable to utter a word. Just as they were about to depart, a clear, cold voice rang out from the distance, "Hold on. You think you can leave so easily after showing up here?" At these words, the expressions of Lu Fan's 3 senior brothers changed drastically. The crowd parted, revealing a young man dressed in pure white, his features as refined as jade. He walked toward them unhurriedly, with 4 long swords strapped to his back. A wave of gasps swept through the female students, some even fainting, as it was clear that senior brother Yi commanded great respect within the Qianren Institute. Chu Tian set down the Iron Tree and pulled Han Feng behind him, his defensive stance showing that he didn't believe Han Feng could handle Yi. However, Han Feng seemed unfazed and muttered quietly, "The gentleman's sword Yi? So what? If Master hadn't forbidden me from using Earth-level techniques against other students, I'd finish him off with a single move." Lu Fan frowned slightly upon hearing Han Feng's words. "Senior brother Han Feng, what do you mean by saying that Master forbids the use of martial techniques?" Han Feng sighed. "That's right. Not just me, but also our senior brothers, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd senior brothers. Anyone who is trained in the Earth-level martial techniques taught by Master must follow the 1st iron rule. Never attack fellow disciples. Otherwise, with the strength of our Yuan Academy, aside from those freaks in Yin Yang Academy and Qingjian Academy, who else could possibly stand against us?" Lu Fan nodded in sudden realization, finally understanding why Yuan Academy was ranked at the bottom. At that moment, Chu Tian stepped forward. Ibai, it's been a while. Ibai interrupted coldly. Chu Tian, spare me the false pleasantries. You barged into Qianren Academy uninvited. If you don't spar with me, don't even think about leaving. Chu Tian replied unhurriedly. Unfortunately for you, someone from your academy already made a bet with us earlier. We won, so we're leaving. Before he finished speaking, a long sword flew through the air and pierced the ground right in front of Chu Tian's feet. Ibai sneered. And you think he alone represents all of Qianren Academy? Do you represent it, then? Chu Tian countered. Ibai's expression shifted slightly. If I say I represent it, then I do. Defeat me, and if anyone else from Qianren Academy causes you trouble, I'll be the first to stand against them. I swear on the honor of my gentleman's sword. Han Feng couldn't hold back and was about to mock him when Chu Xing quickly covered his mouth and pulled him back. Provoking the opponent now was clearly unwise. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, clearly weighing whether to make a move. Seeing this, Lu Fan stepped forward and asked, Second senior brother, are you hesitating about whether to use martial techniques? It's not worth being expelled by master for someone like him, Chu Tian said slowly. How strong is he? Lu Fan asked. Inner Qi level 8, possibly 9. He's been at the academy for 3 years, and his skills in martial techniques and cultivation methods are solid. Lu Fan was taken aback. 3 years? Isn't it a rule that one can only stay in the academy for 3 years? Chu Tian explained. That's the rule for regular students. Those who fail to reach inner Qi level 5 within 3 years must leave the school. Outwardly, it's said they graduated. But those with real talent can stay and train for up to 10 years. I see, Lu Fan nodded. Second senior brother, how about letting me take this one? My martial techniques shouldn't fall under the forbidden category. Master has never mentioned anything about it. Your basic sword techniques are only low-level human grade, so of course you can use them. Chu Tian paused, then added, Wait, junior brother Lu Fan, are you serious? The opponent is an inner Qi level 8 or 9 martial artist. Lu Fan smiled confidently. Don't worry. As long as he's not in the outer Qi realm, it's fine. Even if he is, I won't give up easily. Seeing the resolve in Lu Fan's eyes, Chu Tian pondered for a moment before laughing heartily. All right, let's see what you've accomplished lately. Turning to Ibai, he said, since you're so eager to fight, my junior brother will entertain you first. If you beat him, I'll take over. Chu Tian, have you forgotten that you once lost to me? Ibai sneered. Chu Tian smirked. You and I both know who the real loser is. Ibai's smile faded as his gaze shifted to Lu Fan. A newcomer from Yuan Academy? Humph. I'll show you just how foolish it was to choose Yuan Academy. The air was thick with battle intent, and weapons were drawn. Lu Fan slowly unsheathed the heavy sword from his back, placing it steadily on the ground. Ibai, in contrast, swiftly pulled out a silver long sword that glinted coldly under the sunlight. The onlookers instinctively stepped back, giving the two plenty of space to duel. Among the crowd, Han Feng shouted loudly and unapologetically, Junior brother Lu Fan, don't hold back. Aim for his face. Pretty boys hate getting hit in the face. Ibai's face darkened as he shot Han Feng a glare, but Han Feng remained unfazed, continuing to jeer. At that moment, Lu Fan began to release his inner energy. A robust aura surged around him like flames, causing the students of Qianren Academy to exclaim and discuss in hushed tones. His energy is so strangites like fire. Doesn't seem like it came from orthodox cultivation. Why does his aura resemble the energy of a Qi refiner? The older students, who had not witnessed the freshman trials, murmured among themselves. Ibai, however, merely sneered. To him, no matter how unusual the energy might seem, cultivation level was paramount. Judging by the density of Lu Fan's aura, he estimated it to be at the 3rd stage of inner energia level, so insignificant, it didn't even warrant him drawing his second sword. In the next moment, Ibai unleashed his own inner energy. The overwhelming force materialized almost tangibly, revealing his true cultivation level 9th stage of inner energy. Han Feng frowned at the sight, noting to himself that Ibai's strength had advanced yet another level since they last met. At this rate, he would soon qualify to apply as an instructor at the Martial Arts Academy. Han Feng couldn't help but feel worried for Lu Fan. Make your move, or you won't get another chance, Ibai said coldly. It wasn't arrogance, it was simply that attacking first against an opponent so far beneath him would diminish his image as a master. Lu Fan smiled faintly. Since Ibai had offered him the first strike, he saw no need to decline. Raising his heavy sword, he took a few firm steps forward and suddenly appeared in front of Ibai. Without hesitation, he unleashed a straightforward slash simple, precise, and devoid of any visible energy fluctuations. Seeing this, Ibai raised his sword to block, his disdain reaching its peak. A 3rd stage inner energy wielder using such basic moves? Were this year's freshmen really this unimpressive? Clang! A crisp metallic clash echoed through the air, and Ibai's expression instantly turned grave. The sheer force behind the strike drove him an inch into the ground, his feet sinking deep into the soil. His long sword nearly slipped from his grasp. Shocked, he struggled to comprehend how someone at the third stage of inner energy could surpass him in raw strength. Before he could recover, Lu Fan's second strike was already descending just as direct and unembellished as the first. This time, Ibai didn't dare take it heeding. Instead, he thrust his sword forward, channeling all his energy into the blade. But before his attack could fully form, Lu Fan's heavy sword swept it aside with a clean, decisive motion, dismantling his technique entirely. Unhurriedly, Lu Fan swung his sword for the third time, aimed precisely at Ibai's opening. The strike caught Ibai off guard, leaving him floundering as if his full-force thrust had struck nothing but air. The sensation of losing balance made him stumble, his face flushing red with embarrassment. Seeing Lu Fan swing his sword once again, Ibai chose to evade, his figure drifting away like a willow leaf in the wind. But in that instant, Lu Fan's heavy sword suddenly changed its trajectory, shifting from a downward slash to a sweeping strike. With a dull thud, the heavy sword, like a massive door panel, slammed hard into Ibai's body. A surge of solid and powerful energy flowed directly into Ibai, erupting instantly. Ibai's entire body shuddered violently as he was sent flying 3 zhang away. While in midair, he forcibly twisted his body and managed to stabilize himself by stabbing his long sword into the ground. Kneeling on one knee, blood was already trickling from the corner of his mouth. This scene left the surrounding crowd utterly stunned. Han Feng couldn't help but whisper, "Second senior brother, third senior brother, did I see that right? Junior brother Lu Fan is actually overpowering Ibai in combat. His moves seem simple, yet they carry an indescribable force." The second senior brother nodded in agreement. Indeed, although his strikes appear to be just basic slashes and sweeps, they create an overwhelming pressure that seems impossible to evade. Have you noticed? Every time Ibai makes a move, junior brother Lu Fan can instantly adjust his technique. His transitions are smooth and natural, as if they were meant to be that way. Han Feng suddenly chuckled. "Well, who cares? We can just ask junior brother Lu Fan about it later, right?" Then he shouted loudly, "Junior brother Lu Fan, stop aiming for the chest, go for the face." Lu Fan turned his head and smiled at Han Feng upon hearing this. The other students of Qianren Academy exchanged uncertain glances, some even wondering if senior brother Ibai was injured before the fight. How else could he be so easily overwhelmed? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ibai thought to himself, "I underestimated him. Though the boy's inner strength is weak, his raw power is astonishing, and his swordsmanship is bizarre. I can't afford to be careless anymore." In the blink of an eye, he had already drawn a second sword from his back, a fiery red blade, faintly glowing with a blood-like aura. Gripping both swords in his hands, Ibai assumed a strange stance and shouted, "Meteor Inferno Slash." A surge of formidable energy burst forth as he merged with his swords, transforming into 2 streaks of light that shot straight toward Lu Fan. Faced with the ferocious attack, Lu Fan remained calm and unhurried, methodically wielding his heavy sword. A horizontal block, a side slash, a spinning cut, a vertical guard, an upward thrust, and a rotating parry. Though his movements appeared slow, each one precisely neutralized Ibai's fierce strikes. Not only that, but he also managed to counterattack with terrifying precision, forcing Ibai to constantly alter his moves to evade. Chu Tian, Chu Xing, and Han Feng were dumbfounded as they watched. "Isn't this just the same set of moves junior brother Lu Fan practices while reading books?" Chu Tian exclaimed. "Who would have thought it could be this powerful?" Suddenly, Han Feng's expression shifted. "I remember junior brother Lu Fan's next move in this sequence is..." Chu Xing and Chu Tian clearly realized something as well. In unison, they said, "Could it be a killing move?" The 3 exchanged glances, their faces all showing signs of shock and disbelief. After a series of crisp clashes, Lu Fan stood unscathed in his original position. In contrast, Ibai's true form gradually became exposed as his internal energy was continuously depleted. This battle of attrition was entirely in Lu Fan's favor. His movements were calm and measured, his energy consumption minimal, and the surrounding forces of nature constantly replenished his reserves. With the aid of the Iceheart meteorite and his family's ring, combined with his exceptional absorption ability, his recovery speed surpassed that of most external energy practitioners. Seeing that Ibai could no longer hold on, Lu Fan was quietly anticipating the continuation of the battle when Ibai suddenly changed tactics. Ibai's hands flashed with sword light, and he swiftly drew a long sword from his back, hurling it fiercely toward Lu Fan. Facing the incoming blade, Lu Fan calmly raised his heavy, blunt-edged sword to block. The wide blade of his heavy sword served like a shield, rendering him unafraid of such direct attacks. The long sword collided with the heavy blade, producing sparks before falling to the ground. At that moment, Lu Fan sensed something unusual and frowned slightly. The fallen sword had infused its energy into the ground. With a rumbling sound, 3 sharp earthen spikes erupted from the ground, almost piercing his feet. Lu Fan quickly swung his sword, shattering the towering spikes, each nearly 10 feet high. Just then, Ibai suddenly appeared above him. A final long sword clenched between his teeth. This was his ultimate move, the lethal sword formation. All 4 swords radiated a brilliant light simultaneously, and the surrounding natural forces shifted dramatically, creating a scene reminiscent of Lu Fan's energy manifestation. It turned out these 4 swords were crafted by a chi refiner, capable of channeling the forces of nature to unleash a deadly strike. 3 enormous crescent-shaped beams of light descended from the sky, with the forces of nature attempting to bind Lu Fan completely. Yet, faced with this lethal strike, Lu Fan merely smiled. Did Ibai think such a meager force could restrain him? What a colossal joke. Lu Fan's heavy sword pointed sharply toward the heavens, his energy surging upward like a dragon. Han Feng's laughter rang out, haha, it's that move, just as I thought. Chu Xing and Chu Tian also chuckled. Lu Fan's energy precisely struck the intersecting point of the 3 crescent beams, the strongest point of the attack, and in Lu Fan's eyes, the very point where it could be dismantled. The heavy sword spun like a whirlwind, unleashing the most powerful offensive technique Lu Fan had ever derived from basic swordsmanship. With a thunderous roar, his energy erupted into a violent gale. Waves of force radiated outward from the clash between the 2 fighters, toppling nearby trees, while weaker students were blown off balance, struggling to keep their eyes open. After a long moment, the dust settled. 2 figures stood facing each other amidst the dissipating haze, their forms gradually revealed by the wind. Lu Fan calmly sheathed his sword, while Ibai, wide-eyed with shock, trembled visibly. What's the name of that move? Ibai asked. Lu Fan paused briefly before replying, heavy sword technique. Spinning Dragon Strike. Spinning Dragon Strike. A fitting name, a good name. They'll remember it, Ibai muttered. Before he could finish his sentence, blood seeped from his chest, and he collapsed forward onto the ground. The students of the Qianren Academy stood in stunned silence, frozen in place. Just as Lu Fan prepared to turn away, he suddenly felt the energy within him surge and flicker. It was a sign of a breakthrough. Without hesitation, he sat down cross-legged and began rapidly absorbing the surrounding forces of nature. Haha, well done, junior brother Lu Fan. Han Feng laughed heartily as he strode over to Lu Fan, his gaze sweeping over the stunned students of Qianren Academy. What are you idiots standing there for? Hurry up and carry your senior brother Ibai away. Or do you plan to let him die here? A bunch of fools. His words snapped the Qianren Academy students out of their daze. They quickly moved forward, cautiously lifting the severely injured Ibai. Though their eyes still brimmed with hostility towards Lu Fan, none of them dared to act out and silently carried Ibai away. Chu Xing and Chu Tian hurried to Lu Fan's side, carefully examining his condition. A look of delight spread across Chu Tian's face. Junior brother Lu Fan is on the verge of a breakthrough. It seems this battle was immensely beneficial to him. We really ought to thank Ibai for this. He turned to the others and instructed, step back, all of you. Don't interfere with junior brother Lu Fan's breakthrough. Han Feng and Chu Xing took 2 steps back, focusing intently on Lu Fan's transformation. Though they couldn't see the flow of the world's energy surging into Lu Fan's body, they could clearly sense his aura growing stronger by the second. Wisps of white steam even began to rise from his body. TSK, junior brother Lu Fan really is extraordinary, Han Feng marveled. When ordinary martial artists break through to the 4th level of internal force, there's barely a ripple like passing gas. But this is almost as dramatic as when I broke through to the 7th level. After observing for a moment, Chu Xing remarked, I think junior brother Lu Fan must have cultivated a high-level body refinement technique. Look at his skin, it's practically like iron or stone. It reminds me of those freaks from Hongshan Academy, who are impossible to injure. It seems our Yuan Academy is finally on the rise, Chu Tian said with satisfaction. Once junior brother Lu Fan progresses a bit more, he'll be able to hold his own against students from other academies, even without Earthgrade techniques. Next year, our Yuan Academy should no longer be at the bottom of the rankings. Exactly, Han Feng agreed. Being stuck in 9th place all the time is just embarrassing. It makes it seem like our academy is truly inferior. And I still don't understand why Master insists on forbidding us from using Earthgrade techniques after learning them. No other academy has such rules. Master must have his reasons, Chu Xing said with a frown. Chu Tian shook his head and explained, you still don't get it. For martial artists at the internal force stage, the most important thing is building a solid foundation, not chasing after flashy, powerful techniques. Earthgrade techniques are meant for life and death situations, not for sparring among fellow students. If you want to achieve good results, you should follow junior brother Lu Fan's example, relying on solid fundamentals to challenge opponents above your level. Second senior brother's teachings are wise. Han Feng and Chu Xing responded respectfully. Chu Tian sighed. Once senior brother returns, he'll also go into seclusion. Honestly, if senior brother were willing to participate in the academy ranking battles, our Yuan Academy would undoubtedly achieve a good standing. Maybe we couldn't surpass Qingjian Academy or Yin-yang Academy, but defeating Hengshan Academy should be within reach. Senior brother has never been one for competition, Han Feng said with a grin. He just loves cultivating, drinking, and feasting. He'd never bother with something like a ranking battle. Chu Tian and Chu Xing both chuckled and nodded in agreement. Clearly, everyone was reminded of the senior brother's hearty drinking and indulgent feasting. Indeed, it had been a long time since they last saw him. At this moment, Lu Fan's breakthrough was still ongoing. The energy between heaven and earth continuously flowed into him, transforming into qi and filling his entire body. This power surged through him, with his qi undergoing cycles of expansion and contraction. His body, like a sponge, greedily absorbed the energy of the heavens and earth. A breakthrough was essentially the process of breaking limits and rebuilding anew when the body reached its capacity meridians expanded further, and the physical body grew increasingly resilient. Legend had it that the body of a yin-yang martial sovereign was as unyielding as the sturdiest weapon in existence, but such a state could not be achieved overnight. Only through repeated breakthroughs and strengthening could one eventually reach the realm of fearing neither heaven nor earth. Lu Fan remained seated there for an entire day and night. Han Feng and the other two stayed by his side the whole time, never leaving. Although Lu Fan had already defeated Ibai, deterring the ordinary disciples of Qinren Academy from causing trouble, there was no guarantee that someone else wouldn't seize the opportunity to stir up conflict. At this critical moment of breakthrough, no interruptions could be allowed. As the first rays of sunlight bathed Lu Fan the next morning, he finally opened his eyes. The surging power within him made him feel an almost uncontrollable urge to let out a long roar. Junior brother Lu Fan, you're finally done cultivating, Chu Tian, who had been keeping watch nearby, said with a smile. Lu Fan turned his head and saw Han Feng and Chu Xing fast asleep back to back, drooling all over the place. Wake up! Someone's attacking! Chu Tian suddenly shouted. Han Feng jolted awake and immediately drew his sword, Bihai Changtian. Who's here? Junior brother, take it easy. You almost cut me, Chu Xing muttered, rubbing his eyes in exasperation. Seeing this, Chu Tian and Lu Fan both burst into laughter. Second brother, that joke wasn't funny at all, Han Feng grumbled. I thought it was pretty amusing, Chu Tian chuckled. All right, enough sleeping. It's time to head back. Han Feng, carry the ironwood. Han Feng obliged, hefting the ironwood onto his shoulder. On the way back, he sidled up to Lu Fan. Junior brother, how about we spar a bit when we get back? Your swordsmanship is quite impressive. Can you teach me? I think I can, but I might need to figure out the best way to teach it. It's a bit complicated, Lu Fan replied, scratching his head. Don't worry. There's no martial skill your senior brother can't learn, Han Feng said confidently. It's just swordsmanship, right? Teach me already. An hour or two later, the four of them returned to a Yuan Academy. As they approached the entrance, Lu Fan noticed three people standing in the courtyard. Master I Ching and two unfamiliar faces. One was a frail, elderly man with a long white beard that almost touched the ground, smiling warmly. The other was a tall, rotund bald man, even larger than Master I Ching, with a protruding belly that made him look like a giant ball. The two of them standing side by side resembled a mismatched pair of fat and thin pig demons, except the fatter one was bald, his shiny head completely devoid of hair. Senior brother, Master Daoguang, Han Feng and Chu Xing shouted almost simultaneously. Lu Fan suddenly understood these two before him were none other than the renowned Master Daoguang and the senior brother of the Yuan Academy. Before he could think further, Master I Ching strode over with an annoyed expression, glaring at the group. Where have you four been again? Han Feng, didn't I tell you not to wander off? But when Master I Ching noticed the iron tree they brought back, his eyes lit up instantly. 1,000-year-old iron tree? No wonder you asked me for an axe. Han Feng grinned and tossed the tree onto the ground. We're using the best wood to build a house for junior brother Lu Fan. Good material. Master I Ching nodded approvingly before suddenly changing his tone. By the way, bring me a few dozen iron tree flowers. They'll be perfect for tea. Chu Xing and Chu Tian's faces fell immediately. Before they could protest, Master Daoguang came over as well. Indeed, this is good stuff. It looks a bit familiar though. Whatever, bring me a few dozen too. I heard this thing even leaves a fragrance when used as toilet paper. Chu Xing and Chu Tian's faces turned as dark as a scorched pot. Using it as toilet paper? How could you even say that, Master? Lu Fan stared in shock at Master Daoguang, who exuded an otherworldly and dignified aura. He had never expected him to say something so absurd. Master Daoguang turned to Lu Fan, a hint of an unreadable expression flashing in his eyes. So, you're the new recruit, Lu Fan. I hear you're interested in learning the Yin and Yang technique? Heh, you'll have to show me what you're capable of first. I will do my utmost, Master, Lu Fan replied earnestly, though he couldn't shake the feeling that Master Daoguang's meaningful gaze made his back shiver. At that moment, a stout man with a chubby figure approached, his face creased into a simple and honest smile. Hello, fifth junior brother. I'm Wu Wei, but you can just call me senior brother. If you ever run into trouble, come to me. I am the designated meat shield around here. These words immediately made Lu Fan feel a sense of goodwill toward this seemingly straightforward senior brother, and he respectfully addressed him as senior brother. Senior brother's grin widened with delight as he pulled out a radish-shaped object from his pocket and handed it to Lu Fan. A little gift for our first meeting. Lu Fan took it and examined it closely, but he couldn't figure out what kind of medicinal herb it was. Master Daoguang explained from the side, that's a pinshin pill. It enhances the strength of your internal organs, meridians, and physique. A pill? Lu Fan stared in disbelief at the radish-like object in his hand. Senior brother scratched his head sheepishly. I can't stomach pills, so I ground them into powder and sprinkled it on a radish. You can eat it as it hasn't gone bad or anything. I just accidentally sat on it a few times. Lu Fan's eyelid twitched uncontrollably as he stared at the Satan radish in his hand, suddenly realizing he had absolutely no appetite. A few hours later, everyone stood admiring Lu Fan's new wooden cabin. The ironwood had been utilized perfectly, not only to construct a sturdy cabin but also to craft a practical set of furniture, including a bed, table, and chairs. The fresh scent of ironwood wafted from inside, making Lu Fan feel refreshed just standing at the doorway. Chu Tian, carrying an axe on his shoulder, grinned and said, Junior brother Lu Fan, this is your new home. A house built with ironwood is sturdier than stone. If one day our houses get blown away by strong winds or accidentally damaged by Han Feng, we'll come stay with you. You're welcome anytime, Lu Fan replied cheerfully. The senior brother chimed in from the side. Junior brother Chu Tian, tomorrow you should help fix up my place too. I've grown a bit bigger, and my house is feeling cramped. Chu Tian sized up the senior brother's figure and teased, to be honest, I can't really tell you've grown. Maybe you've reached the point where gaining weight doesn't show anymore? The senior brother patted his round belly. Don't underestimate this fat, it's a symbol of cultivation. Chu Tian and the others nodded in agreement, though Lu Fan secretly wondered, what does fat have to do with cultivation? As the sun set, the courtyard was bathed in golden twilight. Xiaohei brought out steaming dishes and set them on the table. Seeing a wild beast cooking for the first time, the senior brother and Daoguang, their master, widened their eyes in astonishment. After tasting the food, the senior brother was moved to tears. 5 years. It's been 5 years since I had food this delicious. He wiped his tears while devouring the dishes, finishing nearly half the table's offerings in no time. Senior brother, this is outrageous. You are using 1,000 shadow hands to grab food. Han Feng shouted. Everyone, hurry up and eat, or there'll be nothing left. The others had already started grabbing food, and even Dao Guang pushed his beard aside to focus on the feast. Xiaohei couldn't be bothered with the chaotic scene. He calmly pulled up a chair and sat down to enjoy a large bowl of meat he had set aside for himself. After the meal, the senior brother leaned back, satisfied, picking his teeth. I'm not leaving. Forget about secluding myself at Yuling Mountain. That place is full of ferocious wild beasts, and I have to cook for myself. Yuan Academy is the best. Xiaohei, from now on, stick with me. I promise to train you into the greatest spiritual beast in the world. Xiaohei rolled his eyes at him and walked away with his bowl. Dao Guang nodded in agreement. I'll stay too. I Ching, your disciple isn't bad, and this wild beast is truly rare. Lu Fan, why not let Xiaohei stay at Yuan Academy as a guardian beast? I promise to nurture it, someone exclaimed excitedly. Doesn't it have dragon blood in its lineage? I'll feed it things infused with dragon blood every day. In less than a few decades, it will surely become a true dragon. Lu Fan chuckled softly at this. It's not up to me. Let's let Xiaohei decide for itself. I think it's possible. It seems to like it here as well. Everyone turned to look at Xiaohei, who was stealthily carrying a bowl and crouching down in front of Lu Fan's wooden cabin. Master Daoguang, observing this scene, smiled warmly. If I had known such a spiritual beast chef had arrived at the Yuan courtyard, I would have returned much sooner. He paused for a moment and added, well, for Xiaohei's sake, Lu Fan, regarding your desire to cultivate the Yuan Dao art, I was originally planning to set up several tests for you. As soon as he said this, Lu Fan's expression shifted slightly, and Han Feng and the others stopped what they were doing. But now, Master Daoguang continued, I'll only assign you one test. Starting tonight, you will follow senior brother Wu Wei to cultivate the first level of the Yuan Dao art. If you can grasp the basics within a month, Qing and I will teach you the entirety of the Yuan Dao art. The same applies to you, Han Feng, Chu Xing, and Chu Tian. The trio's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. But what does it mean to grasp the basics? Lu Fan asked, puzzled. Master Daoguang gave an enigmatic smile. As long as you can use it, you've grasped the basics. Lu Fan frowned, clearly dissatisfied with such a vague answer. Chu Xing, Chu Tian, and Han Feng also fell into thought, while only senior brother Wu Wei chuckled knowingly, his expression calm and confident. As night fell, the courtyard was brightly illuminated. Master Qing and Master Daoguang had retired early to their rooms. It was then that Lu Fan realized the dusty, cobweb-filled wooden cabin next to Master Qing's room was actually Master Daoguang's residence. The senior disciples initially intended to gather in senior brother Wu Wei's cabin, but finding no space to sit, they ended up in Lu Fan's slightly larger wooden cabin. Once senior brother Wu Wei sat on the bed, his burly frame took up half the space. Senior brother, have you really mastered the Yin and Yang art? Han Feng eagerly asked. Once mastered, does master allow its use? It's not a ground-level martial technique, so it should be fine, right? While patting his round belly, senior brother Wu Wei replied, to be honest, I've only mastered the first 2 levels. Master Daoguang says my temperament is too indifferent, and I might never achieve the 3rd level in this lifetime. So, I wouldn't say I've fully mastered it, not even to the level of minor achievement. But the Yin and Yang art doesn't have a set grade. For those who are destined, it can surpass even heaven-level techniques. For those who aren't, forcing mastery is futile. The same technique yields vastly different results depending on the individual. That's truly incredible, Lu Fan exclaimed in amazement. Senior brother Wu Wei nodded in agreement. In that case, why don't you show us, senior brother? Han Feng suggested. What exactly can the Yin and Yang art do? I can't use it now, senior brother Wu Wei laughed. All the Yin and Yang art I've cultivated is stored in my body fat. Unless you attack my fat, it won't have any effect. Come on, senior brother, you must be joking, Han Feng said with a laugh. Really? The Yin and Yang art can be cultivated into body fat. Han Feng slapped the fat belly of senior brother with full force. In the next instant, a burst of golden light erupted, and he was sent flying backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the ground and leaving a deep pit. Miserable wails echoed from the crater. Senior brother shook his head helplessly and said, Junior brother Han Feng, I warned you not to touch my fat, but you just wouldn't listen. Curiosity will be the death of you someday. From the bottom of the pit, some movement emerged. A single middle finger slowly rose, the universal gesture of defiance among street hooligans. Senior brother pretended not to notice and continued. Anything else you want to ask? If not, I'll hand over the 1st level technique to you all. As he spoke, he pulled out a piece of paper from behind him. On it was a solitary character, the number 1, with nothing else written. Take a good look, study it carefully. If you can figure out its meaning, you've mastered it. Lu Fan took the paper and stared at the seemingly ordinary character, his brows furrowed. Chu Tian couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, Senior brother, what exactly does the One Essence technique train? How can we learn anything from just one word? What you can achieve depends entirely on your own comprehension, senior brother replied lazily, standing up. My job here is done. If you don't understand something, come ask me later. For now, I'm going back to sleep. Oh, by the way, Chu Tian, don't forget to help me expand my house tomorrow. As he left, senior brother reached out and patted Hey, the usually aggressive little black dog. To everyone's surprise, Hey uncharacteristically allowed himself to be petted without protest. At this moment, Han Feng finally climbed out of the pit and hurried over, asking, why did senior brother leave? Where's the technique? Lu Fan handed him the paper. This is the technique, senior brother Han Feng. Take a look. Han Feng flipped the paper back and forth, inspecting it for a long time before angrily tossing it aside. Damn it. Senior brother must be getting back at us for turning his pants into a fishing net last time. I'm going to talk to him. At most, they'll buy him a new set of clothes. Chu Tian quickly caught the paper and stopped Han Feng, saying, Senior brother wouldn't joke about something like this. There must be a hidden meaning in this one character. Look closely. The paper and the handwriting are anything but ordinary. Lu Fan leaned in for a closer look and found that Chu Tian was right. The paper appeared plain, but faintly shimmered with a flowing light. The one character was even more peculiar. Staring at it for a moment, his consciousness seemed to be drawn into it. Suddenly, a glimmering stream of energy appeared, carrying an overwhelming sense of danger. Startled, Lu Fan snapped back to reality, only to see that his fellow brothers were also intently focused on the paper. He thought to himself, what was that energy just now? It didn't feel like inner strength or elemental energy, but it was incredibly dangerous, as if touching it even slightly would lead to complete annihilation. Could this be the true power of the One Essence technique? With this question lingering in his mind, Lu Fan leaned in again for another look. At that moment, Han Feng, Chu Xing, and Chu Tian all shuddered simultaneously, clearly sensing the same mysterious force. All night long, Lu Fan and the other three tirelessly tried to comprehend that single, simple character. Lu Fan repeatedly immersed his consciousness into it, attempting over and over again more than dozens of times. However, every time he came into contact with that crystalline power, his awareness was shredded like fragile paper, jolting him awake, drenched in cold sweat. Han Feng, Chu Xing, and Chu Tian faced similar struggles. The first to succumb was Chu Xing, who was soaked through, as if had just been pulled out of water. Exhausted, he eventually collapsed into a deep sleep in Lu Fan's room. Surprisingly, it was the usually resilient Chu Tian who faltered next. After over 20 attempts, his bloodshot eyes betrayed his defeat, and he too was forced to give up. Only Lu Fan and Han Feng persisted until dawn. Lu Fan's condition was slightly better, but Han Feng had begun cursing incessantly, seemingly using his anger as a way to push forward. Yet after a few more hours, even Han Feng reached his limit. "I can't take it anymore," he groaned, clutching his head and staggering to his feet. "Junior brother Lu Fan, you keep at it. I need to get back to my room and rest. Damn it, my head feels like it's going to explode." With that, he stumbled out, leaving the door swinging open behind him. Lu Fan took a deep breath, his head pounding as though it might split apart, though still manageable for now. He knew, however, that continuing would yield no different results. That terrifying force was merciless. Any consciousness approaching it would be obliterated in an instant. Closing his eyes, he began channeling the power of heaven and earth to restore his body. Although his vital energy remained unscathed, his physical condition was alarmingly poor. He could only guide his vital energy through his body, working with the natural forces around him to gradually recover. As the morning sunlight poured into the room, Master Daoguang and Master I Ching emerged from their rooms almost simultaneously. With their extraordinary vision, they immediately noticed the scene in Lu Fan's room, as well as Han Feng lying collapsed on the bed. "Cultivating the Yi-Yuan Dao technique is no easy feat," Master I Ching remarked with a faint smile. "Even dealing with that trace of soul power left behind by the Yi-Yuan martial lord has stumped countless geniuses." Master Daoguang nodded. "Those who are stumped by it can hardly be called true geniuses. That trace of soul power is formidable and indestructible, but there's always a way to break through. Either one masters the method of controlling vital energy through the soul, as you and I have done, using finesse to overcome force, or one relies on sheer determination, as Wu Wei did, to make the soul power give way. Even so, it's still impossible to fully master the Yi-Yuan Dao technique." Master I Ching agreed, nodding. "I wonder when we'll see a prodigy capable of comprehending the transformation of vital energy into soul power, someone who can truly inherit the legacy of our Yi-Yuan Academy." "It's a rare feat," Master Daoguang said, shaking his head. "The power of the soul was an original creation of the Yi-Yuan martial lord, after he reached the pinnacle of strength. Even at his level, he could only barely devise such a heaven-defying technique. For anyone to grasp even a fraction of it is already remarkable. But if someone were to truly unravel the method of transforming vital energy into soul power through that trace of soul power, their talent would undoubtedly surpass that of Master Yi-Yuan. Such a person would be a peerless prodigy, unmatched throughout history, standing proudly above all on the continent. Among the young talents from all the nations under heaven, he would undoubtedly be considered a top-tier genius." Master I Ching smiled with satisfaction and said, "Indeed, indeed. Back in the day, Master Yuan Wu rose to fame in the Grand Tournament of Nations. If even one student from our Yuan Academy could participate in such a competition, it would truly be a blessing from above." "Stop dreaming about such unrealistic things," Master Daoguang said, shaking his head. "Even in the upcoming selection trials of Wuan Nation, our martial academy might not even have a single person who can make it through." Master I Ching chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Our Yuan Academy is still ranked dead last within the martial academy. Last place is last place. What does the ranking of the martial academy even matter? True, it doesn't matter much, but it's still unpleasant to hear about." Master I Ching sighed. "You don't interact much with the other academies, so you wouldn't know how much ridicule comes with being ranked ninth." Master Daoguang's expression turned resolute. "That has nothing to do with me. If you have the ability, let these kids earn a good ranking without relying on earth-tier techniques. Rules cannot be broken. Even though Master Yuan Wu has passed away for 1,000,000 years, we still need the martial academy to carry on the legacy. After all, our Yuan lineage has always been so sparsely populated." The two masters exchanged a smile. Outside the door, a little black beast stretched lazily. It turned its head to cast a scornful glance at Lu Fan and the others, who were still sound asleep, as if saying, "Even I, a wild beast, am awake, and you lazy humans are still sleeping." After letting out a couple of barks, it turned and headed up the mountain to forage for food and practice its sky roar beast technique. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Among those practicing the Yuan Dao technique, only Lu Fan remained. It wasn't that the others lacked determination, but one fateful day, Han Feng, who had been tormented to the point of collapse, sought advice from the senior disciple. The answer he received was utterly disheartening. One needed to perform the Yin and Yang technique 3,000 times consecutively to even begin mastering it. This number completely shattered the confidence of Han Feng and the others. Despite their best efforts, they could only manage a few dozen repetitions before suffering nosebleeds and other injuries. To reach 3,000 repetitions seemed utterly unattainable without at least 10 years of grueling effort. Han Feng immediately gave up and shifted his focus to a martial technique that Master I Ching had previously selected for him, one better suited to his abilities. Chu Xing and Chu Tian, unwilling to admit defeat, persevered for another 10 days before ultimately deciding to abandon the technique as well. Thus, the scroll containing the Yin and Yang technique became solely Lu Fan's possession. For Lu Fan, this was precisely the primary reason he had come to the martial academy. Although he couldn't manage 3,000 repetitions, or even 100, Lu Fan persevered tirelessly. Whether it took half a month, a full month, or even a year, he was willing to dedicate himself. Lu Fan firmly believed that with consistent effort, success was inevitable. However, I Ching, his master, and others had a different perspective. Dao Guang, another master, set a strict deadline: 1 month. This was the final opportunity to master the Yuan Dao technique. Faced with this stringent timeline, Lu Fan said nothing. He quietly gathered his papers and retreated to the mountain alone for secluded training. This time, even his constant companion, Xiao He, was left at the foot of the mountain. He had made up his mind must master the Yuan Dao technique within this month. Atop Yunshan Mountain, the summit was shrouded in mist. Lu Fan sat on a jagged rock, carefully pressing his papers down with stones, letting the mountain wind rustle his robes. I can barely manage 70 repetitions right now. 3,000 is still a distant goal, Lu Fan muttered to himself. Using conventional training methods, it's impossible to achieve this within a month. It seems it's time to employ alchemy. In the Yuan Academy, he had avoided revealing his identity as a qi refiner. But here on this remote mountain peak, he could unleash his full potential without restraint. Not only was he a gifted martial artist, but he was also a ranked qi refiner. He decided to combine both skills to tackle the challenge. Lu Fan retrieved the Wanhua cauldron from his storage ring, and the cauldron quickly expanded to its full size. Recalling the many pill recipes his mentor, Wu Chun, had taught him, he ultimately chose the Mingjing pill. This 4th-grade pill could calm the mind, clear vision, and detoxify, making it ideal for alleviating the headaches that came with intense training. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan began selecting the few remaining herbs he had. He always remembered Wu Chen's teachings. Pills are lifeless, but herbs are alive. Guided by this principle, he had a knack for refining high-quality pills from ordinary ingredients. With only enough herbs for a single attempt, there was no room for error. Despite moving slowly, Lu Fan worked with meticulous precision, striving for perfection in every step. Once the herbs were fully prepared, a mix of calm determination and fiery resolve shone in his eyes as he placed them into the Wanhua cauldron. As his cultivation advanced, Lu Fan's mastery over the forces of the 5 elements grew increasingly refined. Closing his eyes, he focused his energy, controlling the heat with precision and monitoring every subtle change in the herbs. At times, he infused water vapor. At others, he adjusted the flames. Gradually, a unique fragrance began to waft from the mountain peak, carried far by the wind. Meanwhile, on a nearby mountain, an elderly man stepped out of a wooden cabin. I smell the scent of alchemy. Who could be refining pills? Several young disciples standing by the door exchanged puzzled looks. One of them asked hesitantly, "Master, we're all here. Are there other qi refiners in the martial academy?" The old man smiled faintly. "There shouldn't be, but it's possible a new qi refiner has arrived." He turned to one of the disciples. "Zhao Su, come with me to take a look." Inside the gentle flame cauldron, the viscous medicinal liquid was gradually condensing into pills. The flames danced evenly, shaping the liquid into crystalline, translucent pills. The moment the pill's fragrance subsided, Lu Fan opened his eyes and lightly tapped the cauldron lid with his left hand. Out! Dozens of pills leaped out in response, and he swiftly caught them in one motion. He quickly retrieved a small porcelain bottle and carefully placed the pills inside one by one. The bottle emitted a faint, luminous glow. After putting away the gentle flame cauldron, Lu Fan held the last remaining pill, about the size of a water droplet, in his palm. Though it appeared small due to the ordinary quality of the ingredients, the quantity was sufficient to meet his current needs. Placing the pill into his mouth, the medicinal power immediately coursed through his body. The fatigue dissipated, his mind cleared, and all the pain in his body vanished. Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction. The effect of this Mingjing pill was indeed remarkable. With the aid of these dozens of pills, he felt confident in challenging the 3,000 cycle limit of the Yuan Dao technique. Just as he was about to resume studying the papers before him, the sound of rushing wind approached from afar. Looking up, he saw two figures traveling through the mountains, riding the wind. A green glow surrounded them, clearly marking them as chi refiners. Could they have been drawn here by the aura of alchemy? Lu Fan frowned slightly as he quickly stowed away the papers, donned a black robe and mask, and placed his heavy, bladeless sword into his storage ring. This was his standard attire when dealing with chi refiners. Leaping off the peak of the cloud-shrouded mountain, he used the power of wind to land steadily on the ground and then concealed himself within the forest. Employing his increasingly refined technique of blending with the natural world, he perched silently on the treetop, his presence seamlessly merging with the environment. Even a search using spiritual energy would struggle to locate him. Before long, an elderly man in white robes and a young man arrived at the scene. The elder's robe was embroidered with the yin-yang and five-element array. His goat-like beard swayed gently, and his eyes gleamed with restrained sharpness. The younger man was none other than Zhao Su, who had previously competed with Lu Fan in a pill refining duel. Master, it seems he has already left. Zhao Su's voice drifted with the wind.
The elder, addressed as master, spoke calmly. He left because he saw us.
Then, raising his voice, he said, I am Feng Ling. May I ask which fellow Taoist was refining pills here? Would you be willing to come out for a chat? I bear no ill will. Lu Fan remained motionless. Seeing Zhao Su alone was enough to dissuade him from revealing himself. Given Zhao Su's attitude toward his iron mask, any encounter would likely lead to an unpleasant confrontation. Moreover, this elder named Feng Ling was Zhao Su's master. Standing atop the summit of Yunshan, Feng Ling scanned the surroundings, yet no one answered his call. Frowning slightly, he raised his voice once more. Though the world is vast, there are only a handful of chi refiners. Since we share the same path, why not show yourself for a conversation? We could exchange techniques, refine our chi together, and trade alchemy recipes. Wouldn't that be beneficial? Lu Fan remained motionless, standing silently in place. While he could sense the sincerity in Feng Ling's tone, he kept his guard up. Master, Zhao Su said with a frown, either the person has already left, or they clearly don't want to reveal themselves. Why keep calling? Feng Ling turned to him, his tone stern. Foolish. Do you think it's easy to encounter another chi refiner in Ningzhou province? Meeting even one is a stroke of fortune. If he possesses alchemy recipes or cultivation techniques worth exchanging, it would be a rare opportunity. Zhao Su opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing about the past his encounter with a masked chi refiner in Jianglin City and the humiliation of losing the five elements pill. He silently vowed that if he ever met that person again, he would avenge his disgrace. Seeing no response, Feng Ling slightly bowed and said, since this fellow cultivator is unwilling to show themselves, don't blame this old man for investigating. Though the Qingtian Mountains are vast, they fall under the jurisdiction of the Martial Academy. Coming here uninvited breaks the rules, and I have no choice but to look into it. Forgive me. Before he finished speaking, Feng Ling formed a hand seal, causing the surrounding natural forces to ripple. Countless translucent wind blades, shaped like willow leaves, materialized in his palm and shot out in all directions. Though Lu Fan had never seen such a probing technique before, he remained unfazed. As the wind blades approached his location, they veered away, completely unable to detect his presence. However, this probing technique made Lu Fan cautious. His mastery of blending into the natural world was not yet perfected, and any movement could disturb the surrounding energy. Given the evident strength of his opponent, he had no intention of risking exposure. After a long moment, Feng Ling withdrew his chi and sighed. It seems they truly left. For someone to move so swiftly, their strength must rival mine. I wonder where this chi refiner comes from. Master, Zhao Su suddenly spoke. Could it be that this chi refiner came to the Martial Academy for that treasure? Feng Ling immediately glared at him. Silence. How dare you speak of such matters so carelessly in public? Zhao Su quickly lowered his head. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's heart stirred. That treasure? What could it be? Whatever their purpose, Feng Ling said gravely, since they refuse to engage with us, there's no chance to befriend them. Let the Martial Academy's warriors handle the search. Unless they leave the Academy's territory as quickly as possible, they won't escape. Zhao Su was about to respond when a figure descended from the sky like a shooting star. It was Dao Guang, a respected teacher from the Academy. I was wondering which chi refiner had arrived at Yunshan, Dao Guang said with a smile. Turns out it's Chi Master Feng Ling, long time no see. Feng Ling returned the smile. We followed the scent of alchemy here. A chi refiner was clearly crafting pills in this area just now. However, I couldn't find them despite my efforts. Dao Guang, Martial Master, I'll leave the rest to you. It was certainly an ominous sign for an alchemist to arrive at Yunshan without revealing their identity. In response to the situation, Master Dao Guang maintained a calm demeanor and assured, don't worry, I will find him. Feng Ling responded with a smile, then I'll leave it to you, Master Dao Guang. Disciple, let's head back. Before departing, he added, if you do find him, Master Daoguang, please first confirm his intentions. If he harbors ill will, he should naturally be dealt with by the Martial Academy. But if he's merely wandered into Yunshan by mistake, considering that he is an alchemist, I'd appreciate it if you could let him meet with me. Understood. We would never mistakenly harm an alchemist, Daoguang replied solemnly. Fengling nodded in satisfaction and left with Zhao Su. Master Daoguang glanced around, his brow slightly furrowed, before taking to the skies. Lu Fan held his breath and stood motionless where he was. Only after half an hour had passed, and he was certain that Master Daoguang and Fengling's group would not return, did he cautiously emerge from his hiding spot, withdrawing from his state of blending with the natural world. Returning to the summit of Yunshan, Lu Fan sat on a jagged boulder. Just as he was about to take out a Mingjing pill, a figure suddenly descended before him. Instinctively, Lu Fan clutched the paper in his hand and stepped back 2 paces. Looking up, he saw Master Daoguang hovering in midair, his gaze cold and piercing as it locked onto him. It was only then that Lu Fan realized his carelessness had forgotten to put away his black robe and iron mask. At this moment, Master Daoguang did not recognize him as Lu Fan. Just as he was about to channel his energy to alter his voice and explain, Master Daogang's eyes fell upon the paper in his hand. This is the One Origin Dao technique, Master Daoguang said, his voice suddenly filled with fury. What have you done to my academy's disciple, Lu Fan? Before his words had fully landed, his entire body radiated a blinding light, like a blazing sun in the sky. A powerful energy condensed into a green and red suit of armor, enveloping him completely. The heavens darkened, and the terrifying pressure swept across like a tidal wave. This overwhelming display of power was unmistakably that of a Tiangang-level expert. The oppressive force pinned Lu Fan down, leaving him almost completely immobile, with a metallic taste rising in his throat. Master Daoguang struck suddenly, releasing immense energy from his palm that forced Lu Fan into the ground. Speak, he commanded coldly, increasing the pressure. Clearly, he had already deemed this black-robed figure the culprit responsible for harming Lu Fan. Otherwise, how could the One Origin Dao technique have ended up in this person's hands? Cracks began to spread across Lu Fan's iron mask, and blood seeped through the fissures, dripping onto the One Origin Dao technique in his hand. A faint, subtle glow emerged from the paper, though neither of them noticed. Under the crushing force, Lu Fan's consciousness gradually began to fade. Master Daoguang stepped forward, reaching out to tear off his mask, eager to uncover the identity of the black-robed figure who dared harm his academy's disciple. The hand moved slowly closer, and Daoguang Shizuan's fingers were about to touch Lu Fan's iron mask. At this critical moment, a piercing howl erupted from behind. Turning his head, he saw Xiao He charging madly, its mouth wide open, spewing a jet of pitch-black flames. Daoguang Shizuan's expression changed. He quickly waved his hand, extinguishing most of the flames, but a portion still landed on Lu Fan. Xiao He, what are you doing? Daoguang Shizuan shouted sternly. Xiao He ignored him, advancing while continuously spewing black flames. Lying on the ground, Lu Fan suddenly felt a warm current surge into his body through his right hand. He looked closely and saw the black flames spreading along his arm, transforming into a warm energy that coursed through his entire body. It's Xiao He. Lu Fan was startled, instantly understanding Xiao He's intentions. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Lu Fan leaped up, jumping off the jagged rock and darting into the depths of the forest. Daoguang Shizuan hadn't expected the seemingly unconscious figure in the black robe to be feigning death. His fury ignited instantly. Raising his hand, he summoned a towering longsword, its radiant blade piercing the heavens like a celestial pillar. Just as Daoguang Shizuan prepared to strike the forest, Lu Fan's voice rang out suddenly. Daoguang Shizuan, stop. Hearing the familiar voice, Daoguang Shizuan was taken aback and hurriedly withdrew his power. Even so, the massive sword, now reduced to 1/10 of its original size, still measured dozens of feet in length. It crashed to the ground with an earth-shaking impact. In the Yuan courtyard below Yunshan, Han Feng and the others watched the swords glow in the sky, discussing animatedly. Wonder who the unlucky soul is to provoke Daoguang Shizuan, Han Feng muttered, shaking his head. That sword light is truly formidable. Stop wasting time, Chu Xing urged. Come help out. Senior brother's house still needs expanding. Nearby, Yiqing Shizuan frowned, gazing in the direction of the sword light, puzzled by its sudden weakening. At the mountaintop, the sword light had leveled a section of the forest. Although Lu Fan managed to stow away his black robe and iron mask in time and drew his heavy sword to block, he was still shaken to the core, his body covered in blood. Never before had he come so close to death. A sheet of the Yuan Dao technique fluttered down beside him, curiously untouched by the sword light. When Lu Fan's blood stained the paper, the character one on it grew increasingly profound in the crimson hue. Suddenly, The paper emitted a beam of white light that surged into Lu Fan's body. The text dimmed and was carried away by the wind. Lu Fan, Daoguang Shizuan hurried over. Seeing Lu Fan's bloodied state, his heart ached as if pierced by a knife. Overwhelmed with guilt for accidentally harming his disciple, he immediately channeled his robust qi into Lu Fan's body. At that moment, the dying Lu Fan began to absorb the immense energy frantically. Lu Fan coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing this, Master Daoguang let out a quiet sigh of relief. Though gravely injured, Lu Fan was still alive, and his injuries were treatable. Master Daoguang immediately channeled his inner strength, gently lifting Lu Fan's body and suspending him in midair before him. At that moment, Xiaohei came rushing over, barking and jumping frantically. It even bit down on Master Daoguang's sleeve. Let go. Master Daoguang's face turned red with anger, his beard trembling. If you hadn't recklessly unleashed your flames and let that black-robed man escape, I wouldn't have accidentally hurt Lu Fan. And now you're biting me? Let go. I need to save him. Only then did Xiaohei release its grip, though it continued to growl relentlessly. Master Daoguang shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself that a loyal spirit beast protecting its master was understandable. He scanned the surroundings for any trace of the black-robed man, but the figure had long vanished. Among cultivators, some possess strange and elusive escape techniques, making them exceedingly difficult to capture. Just as he was about to leave, Master Daoguang noticed a sheet of paper from the Enlightenment Dao manual fluttering on the ground. Picking it up, he noticed the text had dimmed, and the once potent spiritual energy infused in it was almost completely gone. Clearly, the black-robed cultivator had tampered with it. However, since this was only the first level of the manual, it wasn't of critical importance. With Lu Fan supported in his left hand, and the still growling Xiaohei in his right, Master Daoguang soared into the sky, rushing toward the Enlightenment Academy. As soon as he landed, Han Feng and the others saw the severely injured Lu Fan and hurriedly gathered around. What happened to junior brother Lu Fan? Who did this? They asked anxiously. Master Daoguang's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. It was a black-robed man. Quickly, take him to his room and lay him down. Give him this pill to take. He retrieved a bottle of the precious Ice-Fire Dual Harmony pill. Though rare and valuable, knowing that Lu Fan's injuries were partly his fault, he handed it over to Han Feng without hesitation. The group carefully settled Lu Fan and administered the pill. They watched as his body first emitted a freezing aura that sealed his wounds, followed by waves of heat that surged through, rapidly healing his injuries. His breathing gradually steadied. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, they became enraged and vowed to seek revenge. Master Daoguang cautioned, the opponent is a cultivator. I fear you may not be able to capture them. We'll deal with that when we find him. Han Feng retorted firmly. Standing nearby, Wu Wei rose to his feet, his usual gentle smile replaced by a cold, steely expression. I'll go with junior brother Han Feng and the others. Don't worry, they'll be fine. Anyone who dares harm my junior brother is courting death. Seeing that even Wu Wei, known for his calm temperament, had lost his temper, Master I Ching stopped trying to intervene. He immediately ordered all the disciples of the Yuan Academy to search the mountain for the mysterious figure in the black robe. A qi refiner? Master I Ching turned to Master Daoguang, frowning slightly. An outsider qi refiner has come to the Martial Academy? Indeed, Master Daoguang nodded in response. A black-robed individual wearing an iron mask. While their strength seems average, the fact that they survived my full-strength attack suggests they at least possess the cultivation level of a qi refiner. This is no trivial matter, Master I Ching said gravely. I will inform the elders of the other academies immediately. If they agree to assist, that black-robed individual will have no place to hide. With Master Daoguang's approval, Master I Ching leapt into the air and disappeared into the distance. Meanwhile, Master Daoguang remained in the room, stroking his beard as he gazed at Lu Fan, who lay unconscious on the bed. Lu Fan, he muttered, I truly didn't mean to harm you. When you wake up, don't hold it against me. Quietly, Xiaohei crept into the room and lay beside Lu Fan's bed, fixing its large, watery eyes on him with unwavering attention. Lu Fan's eyebrows twitched slightly. Although he had heard his master's words, he was unable to wake up and respond. At this moment, it felt as though he was trapped in an endless void of darkness, able to hear everything from the outside world, but unable to break free. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared before him, cutting through the darkness like a sharp blade. A deep, ancient voice echoed, as though traversing countless millennia. Finally, someone has made it here. The light coalesced into the figure of an elder. Who are you? Lu Fan asked in astonishment. The elder chuckled lightly. You don't know who I am? Think carefully who else could speak to you within the Yuan space? Didn't you come here after cultivating the Yuan technique? Lu Fan stood there, stunned, confused by the mention of the Yuan space. The elder continued to smile. You bear the mark of the Yuan sect, yet you don't recognize me. Let me tell you, I am Yuan, your sect's ancestor, the martial sovereign of Yuan. Ancestor? Lu Fan exclaimed in disbelief. Yuan nodded. Indeed. I don't know how much time has passed in the outside world, perhaps millions of years, but it's likely that my physical body has long since perished, leaving behind only this trace of divine consciousness. Seeing Lu Fan's confusion over terms like physical body and divine consciousness, Yuan explained, it wasn't I who brought you here. You came of your own accord. I left a trace of my divine consciousness in the Yuan technique. When you used your blood to unlock the Yuan space and awaken the power of your divine soul, it naturally drew you here. Now, I will teach you the first level of the Yuan technique. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. A look of realization crossed Lu Fan's face as he finally understood that this was the space for learning the Yuan technique. However, he still had a question. What is the power of the divine soul? I don't think I was aware that I possessed such a power. You're unaware? Yuan said. Then look at yourself now. Lu Fan looked down and was stunned. He had transformed into a tiny point of light. What is going on? Lu Fan exclaimed, staring at his semi-transparent body in shock. Yuan's face softened into a kind smile. This is what the most basic form of divine soul power looks like. If you can cultivate your divine soul power to the 5th level or higher, you will be able to condense it into a human form, just like me. But how did I become like this? I have no memory of it at all, Lu Fan asked, bewildered. No memory at all? Yuan murmured softly, then recited, transforming strength into a divine soul is incredibly difficult. One must cross the sea of blood, face life and death, refine strength into energy, and ascend to the heavens. Lu Fan frowned, trying to recall. Sea of blood? Life and death? Oh, right, I was nearly beaten to death. Exactly, Yuan explained with a nod. The brink of death is the most opportune moment to forge a divine soul. Back in my day, I hovered on the edge of life and death hundreds of times before I created the power of the divine soul. His tone turned regretful. But alas, no matter how strong divine soul power is, it can never break free from the shackles of the heavens and earth. Perhaps only by perfectly merging strength and spiritual energy can one achieve a power that transcends everything. Unfortunately, I fear I am incapable of doing so. Yuan turned to Lu Fan with a hopeful gaze. My successor, if one day you can reach the pinnacle of divine soul power, perhaps you could try integrating spiritual energy into it. This unfulfilled aspiration of mine, I hope you can see it through. Lu Fan froze. The complete fusion of strength and spiritual energy, was that precisely the essence of his Gang Chi? Could it be that his innate possession of Gang Chi was the reason he was able to condense divine soul power at the brink of death? Before he could figure it out, Yuan's voice rang out again. Accept my complete legacy. A beam of light shot toward him, and Lu Fan felt his soul tremble. Countless fragments of knowledge flooded his mind as the entire Yuan space began to collapse. Meanwhile, his divine soul power grew stronger and stronger. His consciousness gradually faded, and Lu Fan drifted into a deep sleep. In his dreams, he saw an elder clad in white, exuding an ethereal and otherworldly aura, locked in fierce battle against countless demons and beasts. With every strike, the elder unleashed earth-shattering power. Mountains crumbled, rivers reversed their flow, and the divine soul power enveloping his hands radiated an overwhelming and destructive majesty. Lu Fan silently observed the epic battle, absorbing the techniques of utilizing divine soul power. His Gang Chi within began to circulate on its own, and the newly condensed divine soul power slowly permeated his entire being. In an instant, his internal Gang Chi ignited like fuel set ablaze, surging wildly. The once transparent Gang Chi transformed first into 5 colors representing the 5 elements, and then into a pure white symbolizing strength. 6 colors intertwined and spun incessantly. At a certain critical point, a deep and profound black emerged, resembling the essence of a human soul. As the black hue appeared, the circulation of his Gang Chi gradually stabilized. The 5 elements representing spiritual energy formed a small array and settled into his dantian. Meanwhile, the interwoven black and white ascended toward his mind, where they finally coalesced into a radiant yin-yang formation, brimming with intense energy. The 5 elements formation within Lu Fan's dantian and the black and white yin-yang formation in his mind operated distinctly yet harmoniously. The two forces flowed together, transforming into transparent droplets that merged within his meridians. Each droplet shimmered with dazzling 7-colored light. If someone could open Lu Fan's meridians and peer inside, they would surely witness this extraordinary sight. Unaware in his deep slumber, Lu Fan remained motionless, while a powerful and commanding aura began to emanate from his body. The strong cultivators throughout the martial arts academy immediately sensed this phenomenon. They lifted their heads, scanning the distant skies in an attempt to locate the source of this awe-inspiring energy. Within the main hall of the Martial Arts Academy, the headmaster ascended slowly into the air, his brows furrowed. This aura doesn't resemble the emergence of a divine weapon, nor does it feel like that of a yin-yang realm expert. Who could it possibly be? Far across the horizon, Master I Ching abruptly halted mid-journey, his heart gripped by shock. How could such a terrifying power suddenly appear at the Martial Arts Academy? Could it be an enemy seeking to invade? Without hesitation, he quickened his pace, speeding toward the main hall. In the Yuan Hall, Master Daoguang stormed directly into Lu Fan's room. He scanned the surroundings before noticing that most of Lu Fan's injuries had already healed. A faint smile crossed his face. Such recovery is comparable to that of a wild beast. It seems my pill wasn't wasted after all. Approaching the bedside, he murmured, when you awaken, I will personally teach you some truly formidable martial techniques. Lu Fan's eyebrows twitched slightly, as if he sensed something. Seeing this, Master Daoguang raised his voice. Can you hear me? Then wake up quickly. After speaking, he infused a burst of energy to aid Lu Fan's recovery and then turned to leave. Only Xiao He knew the true origin of that astonishing aura. It bared its teeth at Master Daoguang, then transformed into a streak of light and entered Lu Fan's body, manifesting as a black dragon coiling on his right arm. The energy naturally surged toward his arm, nourishing the rapidly growing black dragon, which let out a low, satisfied hum. 3 days later, amidst the faint hum of voices, Lu Fan finally opened his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as a blade cutting through the air, carrying the weight of a millennia-long slumber. The world before him seemed to tremble, as though it were a fragile painting that could be pierced with the slightest touch. He inhaled deeply and slowly sat upright. Beside the bed, Xiao He lay curled up, while his massive woofing sword stood silently by the door. Lu Fan looked at Xiao He, frowning slightly. The black dog was not only noticeably bigger than before, but now had 2 small bumps on its head, leaving him momentarily puzzled. He reached out to pat Xiao He's large head, only to be met with an enthusiastic barrage of licking, leaving his face covered in slobber in no time. Pushing the overly affectionate Xiao He away, Lu Fan straightened his clothes and stepped out of the room. The glaring sunlight made him squint involuntarily. Haha, junior brother Lu Fan, you're finally awake. You slept like a dead pig for 3 whole days. Senior brother Han Feng's signature raspy voice rang out from the courtyard. Turning his head, Lu Fan saw a group of senior brothers standing in the courtyard, all neatly dressed with polished appearances. Master I Ching and Master Daoguang had also donned new robes and were seated on chairs nearby. Lu Fan, you've just recovered from your injuries. Come, sit down. Master I Ching beckoned with a smile. Master, how long have I been asleep? Lu Fan still felt a little disoriented. Only 3 days, Master I Ching replied with a chuckle. Considering your injuries that day, even 30 days wouldn't have been surprising. All thanks to Master Daoguang's life-saving elixirs. Hearing this, Lu Fan recalled the incident that had led to his injury and cast a peculiar glance at Master Daoguang. The latter looked somewhat embarrassed and quickly said, No need to thank me. Come sit. You've woken up just in time. Today is the day of our Academy's challenge battles. As he spoke, Master Daoguang secretly transmitted a message. Lu Fan, let's put the matter of your accidental injury behind us. I'll teach you a few Earth-grade martial techniques as compensation. The allure of several Earth-grade martial techniques was undeniable. Lu Fan gave a barely perceptible nod and took a seat beside Master Daoguang. Seeing Lu Fan's agreement, Master Daoguang quietly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing his dignity was intact. A challenge battle? Who are we up against? Lu Fan asked. Of course, it's those bastards from the other academies. Senior brother Han Feng exclaimed loudly. Every year around this time, they send a few groups over, claiming it's for practice, but it's really just to use us as punching bags. Junior brother Lu Fan, just watch this year. I'll make sure they regret it. Seeing Lu Fan's lingering confusion, senior brother Wu Wei pulled over a large chair, sat down, and began to explain. Since you're new this year, you might not know the rules of the academy ranking battles. While the official competition is still 2 months away, the participants like to come here early to practice. Because we're ranked last, it's no big deal if they win, and if they lose, it doesn't affect their ranking. So we're basically their training dummies? Lu Fan said with a laugh. Put bluntly, yes, Wu Wei nodded. Look, here they come. Several figures flew in from the horizon, and everyone in the Yuan Academy squinted their eyes to get a better look. Silhouettes descended with the wind, 6 figures landing one after another. 3 young women and 3 men. Leading the group was a man with delicate features, appearing to be in his 30s. He was tall and slender, with a long sword at his waist and a silver ring on his left hand glinting faintly in the sunlight. The men and women behind him were all dressed in luxurious attire, exuding an air of sophistication. Lu Fan's gaze suddenly froze on the last woman in the group. Wasn't that Zhang Yuehan? Someone he hadn't seen in ages? His brows furrowed instinctively. So, this is a Yuan academy? The woman standing beside Zhang Yuehan covered her nose and mouth, her tone dripping with disdain. It's no better than a pigsty. This insulting remark immediately provoked a strong reaction from Han Feng and his companions. Though Yuan Academy was indeed smaller in scale compared to other academies, such blatant contempt was unacceptable. Han Feng, Chu Xing, and Chu Tian's eyes flashed with cold fury, and even the ever-smiling senior brother's expression turned serious. The man in the lead Lang Jin quickly gestured for the woman to hold her tongue. He then clasped his hands in salute toward Master Yiqing and Master Daoguang. Yiqing, Daoguang, it's been a long time. The two masters, however, showed no warmth toward Lang Jin, not even bothering to rise in response. Master Yiqing spoke coldly. Lang Jin, spare us the pleasantries. Are these the disciples of your Piaomiao Academy? They look rather frail, not very impressive. This comment drew laughter from Han Feng and the others, particularly Han Feng, who laughed with exaggerated delight. The faces of Lang Jin's group immediately darkened. Lang Jin's brows knit together as he silently cursed these old fools from Yuan Academy. Despite his polite approach, they were so arrogant. He couldn't understand why the headmaster still allowed such people to establish a branch in the martial arts academy. I've long heard that the people of a Yuan Academy are uncouth. Seeing it today, the rumors are true, sneered a man with triangular eyes standing behind Lang Jin. Zhang Yuehan covered her mouth and chuckled lightly at this, her stunning beauty making the triangular-eyed man involuntarily swallow. Seeing this, Lu Fan's lips curled into a sneer of disdain. Another fool charmed by Zhang Yuehan's looks. So what if I'm uncouth? Han Feng snapped angrily. To hell with your ancestors. I'll show you just how rough I can be. With that, he hurled a pitch-black metal object. Bang! With a loud explosion, a thick, nauseating yellow smoke filled the air. Before anyone could react, the stench hit them like a tidal wave. Lu Fan quickly held his breath, while Han Feng and his companions, already prepared, took out herbal sachets to block their noses, causing the smoke to avoid them. Zhang Yuehan and the other woman were nearly overwhelmed by the stench, but Lang Jin acted swiftly, waving his sleeves to disperse the smoke. What is this stuff? Lang Jin demanded angrily. This is called welcome gift, specially prepared for you. Han Feng grinned, pulling out another handful of black spheres. How's the smell? I've got more if you'd like to try again. Lu Fan stared blankly at the spheres in Han Feng's hand. He had seen these objects in senior brother Han Feng's room before, and had assumed they were some kind of concealed weapon. He never imagined they'd be used for something like this. Master Yiqing's face was already darkened, a visible storm brewing in his expression. Han Feng heard the word vulgar, but instead of getting angry, he laughed. Suddenly, a few foul-smelling spherical objects appeared in his hand. The stench was indistinguishable from that of excrement, causing everyone present to instinctively cover their noses and mouths. Han Feng, stop playing with those things. Master Yiqing sternly reprimanded. Han Feng was just about to throw the objects in his hand when he heard the scolding. Reluctantly, he stopped. Lang Jin and his group recoiled as if avoiding a venomous snake, their faces filled with disgust. Master Daoguang shook his head helplessly, knowing that if today's events were spread by the disciples of Piaomiao Academy, Yuan Academy's reputation would suffer even more damage. Under Master Yiqing's sharp glare, Han Feng unwillingly put down the objects in his hand. But that wasn't enough. Yiqing continued to glare at him and demanded, "What else?" Han Feng rolled his eyes and shook his sleeves. A cascade of bizarre items clattered to the ground. Glimmering silver needles, a worn dagger stained with red liquid, and several bottles of foul-smelling unknown substances. These objects scattered at his feet, sending waves of unease through Lang Jin and his group. The disciples of Piaomiao Academy were now regretting following instructor Lang Jin to Yuan Academy. Such behavior was hard to reconcile with the image of an upright martial artist. Even Chu Xing and Chu Tian subtly stepped aside, pretending not to know Han Feng. Lang Jin, since you're here for a sparring match, let's get started, Master Daoguang said with a wave of his hand. Lang Jin gritted his teeth and replied, "That's exactly what I was thinking. Tao Xing, you're up first." The name Tao Xing flinched but quickly shouted after glancing at Han Feng, "I refuse to spar with someone like him. Let someone else go." "Not interested in sparring with you either," Han Feng sneered. Chu Xing and Chu Tian exchanged a glance, and then Chu Xing stepped forward. "I'll go. Please, let's begin," he said courteously. Tao Xing snorted coldly and drew a curved blade that emitted a faint, purple glow. Chu Xing unsheathed his long sword, and the two squared off, brimming with fighting spirit. The disciples of Piaomiao Academy wore smug expressions, as if victory was already assured. On the sidelines, Zhang Yuehan clung to a man's arm and said venomously, "Senior brother, you must help me settle this score today. Don't worry. Since we're here, I'll make sure that boy pays." The man replied with a sly smile. Lu Fan noticed people whispering and turned to meet Zhang Yuehan's malicious gaze. The senior brother beside him noticed and quietly asked, "Do you have a grudge against that woman? Do you need my help to deal with her?" "Thank you, senior brother, but I can handle it myself," Lu Fan replied politely. Taking the opportunity, he checked his internal state and was taken aback. His body was brimming with an overwhelming energy. A flowing, transparent force surged endlessly, so strong that he could even hear the sound of trickling water. As he attempted to circulate his true energy, he felt the surrounding forces of heaven and earth rushing toward him. His dantian and mind simultaneously lit up with the glow of the five elements formation and the yin-yang formation. This immense power, far beyond what he had ever felt before, left Lu Fan uncertain whether he had reached the fifth or sixth level of the inner strength realm. The air was charged with tension, as if a storm was brewing. The battle was about to erupt. Senior brother Chu Xing moved first, his long sword slicing through the air in countless intricate patterns, its light surging forward with overwhelming force. Facing this fierce onslaught, Tao Xing gripped his curved blade, which shimmered with a purple glow, his expression resolute. Purple radiance shield. With a low command, his blade emitted several ripples of light, which instantly merged with his protective energy. The aura surrounding Tao Xing turned into a striking blend of green and purple. When Chu Xing's longsword struck it, the clash produced a sharp, metallic resonance. Chu Xing's sword tip halted inches from Tao Xing's chest, the blade slightly bent. His brows furrowed as he realized his sword could penetrate no further after just an inch into his opponent's aura. Tricks of the trade. Tao Xing sneered coldly, swinging his curved blade with sudden ferocity. The blade's arc tore through the air, accompanied by a deafening roar akin to eagles screeching and beasts growling. The sound waves rippled outward, forcing Chu Xing to retreat several steps under their impact. Soundwave techniques. Senior brother exclaimed in astonishment. Nearby, Lu Fan frowned, understanding the rarity and complexity of such a martial art, which not only required intricate training but also consumed immense energy. Clearly, Tao Xing was leveraging the power of his curved blade to execute it. Seizing Chu Xing's brief hesitation, Tao Xing unleashed the signature movement technique of the ethereal school, 7-star steps. His figure became elusive, dreamlike, and as swift as lightning. His curved blade danced, trailing streaks of violet radiance that engulfed Chu Xing. Lang Jian watched this unfold with a smirk of satisfaction. To him, the lower-ranked academy's strength was clearly unremarkable, and Master Meng Yun's earlier warnings seemed unnecessary. Still, Tao Xing's abilities had undeniably advanced, and he appeared poised to shine in the upcoming academy ranking battles. Seeing Chu Xing surrounded by the violet glow, Han Feng asked anxiously, "Senior brother, is Chu Xing going to lose?" Senior brother chuckled lightly and shook his head. "Relax. Third junior brother has the situation under control. If this drags on, it'll be Tao Xing who finds himself at a disadvantage." Lu Fan chimed in from the side. "That's right. While Chu Xing seems to be on the defensive, his swordsmanship is flawless. Tao Xing may have launched hundreds of strikes, but not one has landed. On the other hand, Chu Xing has already landed 4 hits on him." Hearing this, senior brother, Han Feng, Chu Tian, and even Masters I Ching and Dao Guang turned to Lu Fan in astonishment. Lu Fan found himself surrounded by the intense gazes of everyone, and he couldn't help but jump in surprise. "What's wrong with you all?" he asked, puzzled. Senior brother Han Feng's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape with excitement. "Junior brother Lu Fan, you can actually see the trajectory of every sword strike. My goodness, how do your eyes work? Quick, let me take a closer look at them." Even Master I Ching couldn't hold back and asked, "Lu Fan, can you really see it clearly?" Lu Fan nodded stiffly, his voice barely above a whisper. "Can't you all see it too?" Master I Ching and Master Dao Guang exchanged a meaningful glance. As masters with cultivation levels far beyond Tao Xing and Chu Xing, they naturally could see every detail of the fight. But the fact that Lu Fan, whose cultivation was clearly much lower than the two, could discern every movement was baffling. If Tao Xing's 7-star footwork technique could be so easily seen through, wouldn't he be completely defenseless against Lu Fan? Senior brother scrutinized Lu Fan closely. "Junior brother Lu Fan, I can see it clearly because I've mastered the 2nd level of the One Origin Dao technique. Could it be that you've also mastered it?" At those words, all eyes instantly fixed on Lu Fan. He touched his nose, memories of the One Origin Dao technique and the One Origin Martial Sovereign flashing through his mind. Silently, he tried to gather his spiritual power. As transparent energy surged through his body and into his mind, it transformed into a crystalline spiritual force 10 times stronger after a simple rotation. This discovery left Lu Fan stunned. The yin-yang formation in his mind resembled a mystical alchemy cauldron, capable of upgrading and transforming any power. Whether it was internal energy or vital energy, it could amplify them 20-fold. This meant that, Despite only having the cultivation equivalent to the 5th or 6th level of internal energy, he could unleash power comparable to that of an external energy martial artist. Just as Lu Fan was lost in this astonishing realization, Han Feng's voice jolted him back to reality. Junior brother Lu Fan, did you master it or not? Lu Fan swallowed hard. You could say I did. The moment he said this, everyone's expressions shifted dramatically. Masters I Ching and Daoguang were especially thrilled. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lang Jian noticed the reactions of the One Origin Academy group and misunderstood the situation. He assumed it was because Chu Xing was about to lose, and a smug grin spread across his face. Zhang Yuehan and the woman beside her sneered, making disparaging remarks about the supposed weakness of the One Origin Academy. However, just then, the tide of the battle suddenly turned. A sharp flash of sword light tore through the purple barrier, and Chu Xing, who had been at a disadvantage, landed a precise strike on Tao Xing's right elbow. Got you! Chu Xing shouted softly as his longsword sliced through the air, piercing directly through Tao Xing's protective chi shield. Tao Xing's face darkened with shock, and he immediately employed his footwork to create 3 afterimages in an attempt to counterattack. However, Chu Xing's swordsmanship was swift and precise. His blade traced an elegant arc through the air and struck one of the afterimages with pinpoint accuracy. Got you again, Chu Xing said with a faint smile. His longsword moved like lightning, leaving a bloody gash on Tao Xing's wrist. Blood gushed out instantly. Standing nearby, Lu Fan observed the fight clearly and commented with a smile. It seems senior brother Chu Xing has already calculated Tao Xing's movement patterns and found the weak points in his chi shield. Hearing this, Han Feng and the others finally snapped out of their daze. They had been so shocked by the news of Lu Fan mastering the Yiyuan Dao technique that they almost forgot about the ongoing battle. The eldest senior brother quickly composed himself, nodding with satisfaction. Junior brother Chu Xing's ability to calculate has always been extraordinary. Repeatedly using the same moves against him is bound to reveal flaws. His strategy has always been to win steadily and decisively. The battle in the arena grew increasingly intense. Chu Xing had gained complete control of the fight, with each strike of his sword targeting the joints in Tao Xing's body precisely where his chi shield was weakest. Tao Xing, who had always relied on the enhanced protection of his violet light curved blade, believed his shield to be invincible below the outer chi realm. Yet Chu Xing's actions demonstrated otherwise. Every shield has its weaknesses, especially one bolstered by external forces. Without employing flashy techniques or explosive displays of power, Chu Xing relied solely on precise strikes to leave Tao Xing covered in wounds. Lu Fan watched the battle intently. To his eyes, the combatants' movements and techniques seemed to unfold in slow motion. He noticed that every attack had to cut through a dense layer of worldly energy, significantly hindering their speed. Without this resistance, their movements would have been at least 10 times faster. Unbeknownst to the others, Lu Fan's eyes had undergone a subtle transformation. His left pupil now shimmered faintly with black and white hues, while his right eye glowed softly with the colors of the 5 elements. Seeing that he could no longer hold out, Tao Xing gritted his teeth, raised his violet light curved blade, and shouted, "Violet energy rising." Just as the violet light was about to erupt, Chu Xing's sword struck, disarming him and leaving a deep wound on his palm. Tao Xing let out a cry of pain before being kicked to the ground by Chu Xing. Chu Xing picked up the violet light curved blade and casually tossed it back. Challenging the Yiyuan Academy? You're not qualified. Tao Xing coughed up blood in fury and fainted on the spot. The disciples of the Ethereal Academy stood frozen in shock, unable to utter a word. Lang Jian quickly administered a pill to Tao Xing before turning to a woman standing beside Zhang Yuehan. "Zhao Ling, you're up for the second round," he said. Zhao Ling stepped forward confidently and asked with a haughty tone, "Who's next?" Chu Tian, the eldest senior brother, Master I Ching, Lu Fan, Master Daoguang, and even Xiao He all simultaneously turned their gazes toward Han Feng. Han Feng pointed at himself, exasperated. "Me? Seriously? She's a woman." The eldest senior brother patted him on the shoulder. "Exactly. Because she's a woman, you're the one who has to go. A man can't back down." With that, he and Chu Tian together pushed Han Feng into the arena. Han Feng reluctantly pulled out the Bingshui Changtian sword. Across from him, Zhao Ling, upon realizing that he was her opponent, immediately clenched her teeth in anger, her face dark and brooding. Han Feng swaggered forward with a lazy gait and said nonchalantly, "Hey, what's your name again? Never mind. Just admit defeat quickly. I have principles, you know, I don't hit women." Before his words had fully landed, Zhao Ling flicked her wrist, and a long sword flashed out from her sleeve. Fixing her gaze on Han Feng, she snapped coldly, "You, a shameless, vulgar scoundrel who only knows how to sling mud, have principles? Who would believe that? Surrender to me right now, and I might just spare you." Han Feng casually dug at his ear and flicked away the earwax. "So, No room for negotiation, huh? You're really putting me in a tough spot here. I truly don't like hitting women, but what can I do? Zhao Ling's entire body surged with energy, the power of her internal qi at the 7th level radiating a commanding presence. The gusts of wind stirred her robes, and her long, slender legs caught Han Feng's attention. He had to admit, Zhao Ling was undeniably attractive with her delicate features, snow-white skin, and the curves accentuated by her pale yellow martial artist robe. It was just a shame that her sharp tongue was so venomous. You lowlife from Yuan Institute, fight me now. Zhao Ling shouted fiercely. I have no time to waste with you. Just breathing the air around you, Yuan losers, makes me feel like I'm suffocating. Han Feng's expression instantly darkened. You can insult me, but you will not insult the Yuan Institute. Fine. Looks like I'll have to break my rule today. Woman or not, you're getting no mercy. He stepped forward slowly, and the Bingshui Changtian sword began to shimmer with a flowing radiance. Nearby, Chu Tian chuckled. Haha, junior brother Han Feng is angry now. This should be interesting. The senior brother, patting his large belly and sending ripples through his fat, chimed in. Indeed, when junior brother Han Feng gets mad, it's terrifying. If he uses the heaven-seizing sword technique, even I would have to back off. Master I Ching cast a cold glance at the senior brother and remarked, if he dares to use the heaven-seizing sword technique in a Yuan Institute, he can graduate early and be kicked out of Martial Arts Academy. These words reached Han Feng's ears clearly, causing his face to twitch slightly. Still forbidden to use it after all the effort it took to master the technique. Not being allowed to unleash it was truly frustrating. Lang Jian and the others frowned upon hearing the words, heaven-seizing sword technique. They had never heard of such a martial skill before. Though the name sounded impressive, the fact that it was forbidden suggested it was an incomplete technique. After all, the Yuan Institute hadn't produced any high-powered techniques in years. In every academy ranking battle, they would usually just concede when their opponents unleashed their ultimate moves. Han Feng raised his sword, surging with energy. Zhao Ling let out a cold snort and charged straight at him. Her movement technique was elusive, leaving behind a trail of afterimages with a single sprint, demonstrating her exceptional speed. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes, carefully observing Zhao Ling's zigzagging footwork. Her lightning-fast steps were indeed intriguing. Han Feng, however, widened his eyes, momentarily losing sight of her. The next moment, Zhao Ling's sword, carrying a fierce burst of sword energy, was already hurtling toward him. The sword chi stopped 3 feet from Han Feng, yet it was enough to make his skin tingle with pain. He quickly swung his sword, Bisui Changtian, to block Zhao Ling's attack, forcefully deflecting her blade. Zhao Ling's sword slid to the side, and the sword chi tore through Han Feng's left sleeve, leaving a long gash. Damn it! Han Feng cursed angrily. This was my last formal outfit me favorite, one and you just had to ruin it. Zhao Ling ignored his complaints. With a light push off the ground, she leapt into the air, her sword scattering light like a shower of stars. Starfall slash, she exclaimed. Han Feng dodged repeatedly, his protective energy trembling with each movement, while the glow on his Bisui Changtian sword grew even brighter. Suddenly, Han Feng's hand, gripping the sword, gave an involuntary twitch, as if struck by Zhao Ling's sword light. Bisui Changtian nearly slipped from his grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Ling struck with the precision of a river of stars, sending Han Feng's sword flying from his hand. Impressive. Zhao Ling's swordsmanship is as dazzling as ever. Zhang Yuehan cheered first, while Lang Jian offered an approving smile. However, Lu Fan furrowed his brows and muttered under his breath, what is senior brother Han Feng doing? It was clear he let go of his sword on purpose. The eldest senior brother sighed. Here we go again, junior brother Han Feng is up to his usual tricks. The other disciples nodded knowingly, as though they had seen this play out many times before. Disarmed, Han Feng retreated step by step as Zhao Ling pressed her attack. Her movements were swift and fierce, her strikes elegant and radiant, yet none of them landed on Han Feng. Flashy but ineffective, the eldest senior brother remarked. Looks impressive but lacks substance, senior brother Chu Tian agreed. Junior brother Han Feng's sword technique is already in place. She's lost. Before their words had fully settled, Han Feng's left hand suddenly formed a sword seal, and a flash of light streaked through the air. Bisui Changtian flew back into his grasp, piercing the ground with a sharp thud. Zhao Ling's afterimages dissipated as she reached up to touch her neck. Her fingertips came away stained with a trace of blood, a shallow cut that barely broke the skin. The match is decided. You can leave now, Han Feng said coldly, standing before his sword. If I had shifted my blade an inch to the left, you'd already be dead. Consider this my mercy. The outcome left Lang Jian speechless. Zhao Ling had been one of the most promising students of the Piamiao Academy, and he had even planned to recommend her for the Academy's ranking competition. You despicable scoundrel! Zhao Ling screamed hysterically. I haven't lost. That was a sneak attack. There's no way a trash student from a Yuan Academy could defeat me. I'll kill you. Her outburst caused both Master I Ching and Master Daoguang to frown deeply. Zhao Ling, stop. Lang Jian's warning had barely left his lips when Zhao Ling, sword blazing, charged directly at Han Feng with a fierce and unrelenting attack. Han Feng was clearly caught off guard, not expecting Zhao Ling to risk everything in such a reckless move. Just as Lu Fan was about to rise to intervene, a towering figure suddenly appeared in front of Han Feng's massive, wall-like body covered in layers of fat. It was none other than senior brother Wu Wei. Zhao Ling, with her sword in hand, collided headfirst with Wu Wei's stomach and was immediately sent flying backward. She crashed heavily onto the ground and tumbled for dozens of feet like a rolling gourd. Lang Jian rushed to catch her, but the sheer force radiating from her body left him slightly injured as well. He had to firmly press her down to stop her momentum. When she finally came to a halt, Zhao Ling was unconscious, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, and her sword shattered into countless pieces scattered across the ground. Zhang Yuehan stood frozen, her eyes wide with disbelief as she watched the scene unfold. Was this really the 9th-ranked Yuan Institute? How could its students be so overwhelmingly powerful? Beside her, the senior brother's gaze toward Wu Wei was filled with deep apprehension. A sparring match is just a sparring match. No need to get so worked up. Senior brother Wu Wei chuckled as he patted his stomach. See? Losing your temper is never a good thing. She knocked herself out. Everyone saw iti, didn't even lift a finger. Good thing my belly is tough enough. If she had pierced through it, you'd all have a hard time carrying me away. From behind Wu Wei, Han Feng leaned out and teased, senior brother, your belly's just made of fat. Even if it got pierced, it'd only be the fat that gets hurt. Maybe I should start growing some fat myself. Wu Wei shot him a glare, then turned and walked back to his seat. Master I Ching's voice rang out, a win is a win, and a loss is a loss. Is this how the students of the Piaomiao Institute handle defeat? Seems like you'll need to have a proper chat with your master minion. Lang Jian's face darkened, his expression shifting with frustration. Losing 2 matches in a row, followed by this debacle, had completely tarnished the reputation of the Piaomiao Institute. Gritting his teeth, he turned to the senior brother standing next to Zhang Yuehan and said, Lin Qi, you'll take the 3rd match. This time, we cannot afford to lose. Lin Qi nodded and stepped forward into the arena. Chu Tian grinned and said, so he's here too. All right, I'll take this one. He had barely taken 2 steps when Lin Qi's voice rang out clearly. I don't want to fight anyone else. Chu Tian, we crossed swords a year ago, but today, I only want to challenge Lu Fan. Lu Fan, do you dare accept? Lu Fan's gaze swept between Lin Qi and Zhang Yuehan before he replied. Unfazed, Zhang Yuehan? Is this the new lover you found? Your taste is as bad as ever. Zhang Yuehan sneered, good or bad? Why don't you find out for yourself? Fair enough, Lu Fan said with a light chuckle as he stood up. Turning to Lin Qi, he added calmly, if it's a fight you want, a fight you'll get. Why wouldn't I dare? Lu Fan walked out slowly, heading straight toward his room. Lin Qi watched his sluggish movements and smirked sarcastically. Didn't you say you needed to go back and rest? Don't worry, I can wait for you. No need for that. Just grabbing a weapon, Lu Fan replied calmly. He reached out and took a heavy, unsharpened sword from beside the door. The moment the sword was in his hand, he noticed it felt significantly lighter, as if the suppression from the ceiling stone on the hilt had weakened. Returning to his original position, Lu Fan stated evenly, we can begin. Hearing this, Lin Qi's gaze turned cold. Thin, ribbon-like beams of light spiraled around him, creating a powerful aura that scattered the sand and stones on the ground, revealing the smooth surface beneath. With a wave of his right hand, a milky white long blade, formed purely from his internal energy, materialized in his grasp. The blade shimmered with a radiant glow, manifesting energy as a weapon. Is that the outer energy realm? Han Feng exclaimed in surprise. The senior disciple observed closely and remarked, the energy forms the blade itself, but there's no hilt or intricate patterns on it. It's just half a step into the outer energy realm. I knew it, Han Feng grinned. Lin Qi's talent is just average. If even senior brother Chu Tian hasn't made much progress, how could Lin Qi possibly break through to the outer energy realm so quickly? Chu Tian shot him a glare. Junior brother Han Feng, next time, compare others to yourself instead. Otherwise, I'll arrange for you to spar with martial artists from other halls who are in the outer energy realm. Han Feng chuckled awkwardly and looked up. Such nice weather today, isn't it? Lu Fan furrowed his brows slightly. Lin Qi's energy was indeed formidable, but this made him the perfect opponent for practice. Lu Fan released his own energy, which burned like flames and shimmered faintly with a barely perceptible rainbow-like glow under the sunlight. Even Master I Ching and Master Daoguang, who stood nearby, failed to notice this subtle transformation. Lin Qi, seeing that Lu Fan was only at the 4th level of inner energy, smirked disdainfully. Go ahead and strike first. I wouldn't want you to say I bullied you. He raised his head arrogantly, exuding a sense of superiority. Zhang Yuehan couldn't hide the excitement on her face. The day she had long awaited was finally here. She was eager to see Lu Fan defeated, injured, or even killed by Lin Qi to finally vent her anger. Hearing Lin Qi's words, Lu Fan smiled faintly. Since the other party insisted, he wouldn't hold back. He silently channeled his energy, converting part of it into spiritual force. Following the methods of the legendary Yuan martial sovereign, a crystalline layer of spiritual force emerged from his palm, coating the blade of his heavy sword. He stepped forward steadily, and when he was 10 paces away from Lin Qi, he swung his sword lightly. The seemingly effortless strike caused the air to ripple unnaturally, and the spiritual force on the blade instantly dissipated. Han Feng, Chu Xing, Zhang Yuehan, and the others felt a sudden jolt in their minds, as if a heavy blow had struck their brains. The next moment, Lin Qi's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. His body froze instantly, unable to move, leaving him no chance to dodge. The spiral energy surrounding him shattered with a resounding crash, and his upper garment tore apart in an explosion. A mouthful of blood sprayed out as he was violently slammed into the ground, carving a deep trench that nearly buried him in the dirt. This scene left Lu Fan stunned on the spot. He couldn't comprehend why his spiritual soul power was so terrifyingly potent, especially since his chi strength was nowhere near as powerful. Logically, 1 unit of his chi could transform into 10 units of spiritual soul power, meaning his chi should have been stronger. As Lu Fan frowned in thought, the chi in his body began to circulate, and the surrounding forces of nature surged into him, quickly replenishing the energy he had just expended. Not bad recovery speed, Lu Fan nodded to himself. I'll test the chi's effects again later. This astonishing turn of events left everyone present utterly shocked. Han Feng and the others were slack-jawed, their chins almost hitting the ground. With just one strike, Lin Qi, who was at the threshold of the outer chi realm, had been left in such a miserable state. Chu Xing, Chu Tian, and their senior brother stared wide-eyed, while Zhang Yuehan, Lang Jian, and the others opposite them looked as though they had seen a ghost. Zhang Yuehan, in particular, turned deathly pale, trembling uncontrollably. Although Masters I Ching and Dao Guang maintained relative composure, their eyelids twitched involuntarily. They clearly recognized that Lu Fan had used a complete form of spiritual soul power, and was even able to wield it like chi energy. Heaven has eyes. Master I Ching took a deep breath and uttered those 4 words. Master Dao Guang, on the other hand, was too overwhelmed to speak, silently berating himself. I almost killed the inheritor of the Yi Yuan lineage. If the Grandmaster finds out, he'll definitely beat me to death. The 2 masters now looked at Lu Fan as if he were prey, their eyes blazing with an almost predatory intensity. Han Feng finally snapped out of his daze and burst into laughter. Serves him right. Acting tough only leads to trouble. Couldn't even block 1 strike, and he dares to show off? Does he think he's me? Junior brother Lu Fan. Give him another strike. Chu Tian's expression twisted with frustration. He recalled how, a year ago, he had fought Lin Qi to a draw. Although he hadn't used his earth-level martial skill, the left heaven blade, Lin Qi hadn't gone all out either. Now, seeing Lin Qi reduced to this state by just one of Lu Fan's strikes, Chu Tian couldn't help but think, if I were in his place, wouldn't I also fail to withstand even a single move? The members of the Piaomiao Institute looked ashen, silently praying that Lin Qi would get back up. As if their prayers were answered, Lin Qi did indeed rise slowly. The sword wound on his chest was gruesome and horrifying, revealing the muscles beneath with stark clarity. Lin Qi wiped his hand across the wound, the sight of fresh blood making his hair stand on end. Lu Fan, he growled through gritted teeth, forcing the name out. In an instant, his internal energy erupted, and the blade in his right hand doubled in size. At that moment, Lin Qi became one with his blade, charging at Lu Fan with a murderous intent that was impossible to ignore. His eyes held no trace of restraint or camaraderie, only an overwhelming thirst for blood. Kill, 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 he bellowed like a wild beast, his aura now rivaling that of an external energy master. As his blade swung, energy burst forth, sharp and unrelenting. Yet Lu Fan remained calm, meeting the attack with his heavy sword. 1 strike, 5 strikes, 10 strikes within moments. Lin Qi had unleashed hundreds of blows, the sheer force causing the ground beneath Lu Fan's feet to sink. Still, Lu Fan remained unscathed. The heavy sword in his hand seemed almost alive, always managing to block Lin Qi's attacks a fraction of a second before they landed. To Lu Fan, Lin Qi's movements were as if slowed down, making them easy to anticipate and counter. Using only the most basic sword techniques, Lu Fan effortlessly held his ground, his composure infuriating Lin Qi to the point of despair. Lin Qi's blade, though dazzling with energy, failed to leave even a scratch on Lu Fan. He couldn't comprehend it was Lu Fan, with only a 4th level internal energy cultivation, so impervious to damage. How could someone whose movements seemed as slow as an old woman practicing martial arts completely neutralize his relentless onslaught? Lu Fan showed no urgency to counterattack, instead using the opportunity to test his energy. He noted that his defensive capabilities were extraordinary, allowing him to fend off the ferocious strikes of a near-external energy master with ease. His recovery was even more remarkable, as though he could fight for 3 days and nights without tiring. Each time he circulated his energy, he felt his physical strength growing, to the point where he began to believe he could battle Lin Qi without relying on energy at all. However, his offensive power seemed underwhelming. Was this a limitation of his energy, or had he yet to unlock its true potential? With this question in mind, Lu Fan began to probe with tentative counterattacks. To Lu Fan, Lin Qi's seemingly ferocious attacks were riddled with flaws. After deflecting 10 strikes with a turn of his heavy sword, Lu Fan closed his eyes and spun, focusing intently on the flow and shifts of his energy. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual fluctuation in the surrounding forces as he struck. The world itself seemed unopposed to his energy. This revelation hit Lu Fan like a bolt of clarity. His energy was a fusion of internal energy and elemental energy, the latter being a direct manifestation of the forces of nature. What would happen, he wondered, if he dispersed the surrounding natural forces as he struck? With this thought, Lu Fan discreetly manipulated the elemental forces around him using the techniques of an energy cultivator. As the resistance dissipated, his heavy sword transformed into a streak of light, its speed increasing tenfold as it crashed into Lin Qi with explosive force. Lin Qi had no chance to evade. Lu Fan's sword suddenly accelerated midway, its speed terrifyingly fast. Even though it was merely an experimental strike, its power was enough to easily penetrate Lin Qi's protective energy shield. The broadsword in Lu Fan's hand wasn't sharpened, and its tip wasn't particularly pointed. Yet at the moment it reached Lin Qi's abdomen, Lu Fan immediately withdrew his strength. He was well aware that if he didn't hold back, this strike would have pierced through Lin Qi on the spot. The impact of the strike sent Lin Qi flying backward. A sharp, excruciating pain erupted from his abdomen, and blood gushed from his mouth like a fountain. Lu Fan's energy invaded his body, continuously suppressing and damaging him until it erupted within. Lin Qi crashed heavily onto the ground, his entire body trembling violently. Lu Fan slowly withdrew his sword, his demeanor calm and composed. Throughout the match, he had only employed a few simple sword techniques, yet effortlessly brought Lin Qi, who was on the verge of reaching the outer energy realm, to his knees. A prodigy, a monstrous talent. The Yuan Academy has produced a monster, Lang Jian murmured to himself from the side, his eyes trembling. As an instructor, he understood clearly that even if he personally faced Lu Fan, he might not be able to defeat the unfathomable strength this young man possessed. Zhang Yuehan stood frozen in place, staring at the fallen Lin Qi in disbelief. Lin Qi, a senior renowned throughout the martial arts academy, had actually lost to Lu Fan, who had only been enrolled for half a year. Fear began to creep into her heart. This was not like Zhonglin City. If even senior Lin Qi couldn't protect her, then if Lu Fan decided to deal with her, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Yet Lu Fan didn't even spare Zhang Yuehan a glance. At this moment, his mind was solely focused on martial arts. The thought of exacting revenge on someone as insignificant as her didn't interest him in the slightest. Lin Qi, still sprawled on the ground, struggled to stand. Every movement elicited protest from his damaged meridians and fractured bones. Stubbornly, he forced himself up, glaring at Lu Fan with a venomous expression. Lu Fan, you fought me with your eyes closed. How dare you look down on me? Lu Fan looked at Lin Qi with a puzzled expression. Closing his eyes had simply been a way to better sense the flow of energy. It had nothing to do with disrespect. Unable to hold back, Han Feng shouted from the side. So what if he looks down on you? Lin Qi, you coward. You've lost so miserably that even the students from your own Misty Academy look down on you, let alone junior brother Lu Fan. A sore loser, huh? You're not even better than me, Han Feng said smugly, his eyes gleaming with disdain. The senior disciple glanced at Han Feng indifferently. It's not that you can handle losing, you're just shameless. This sharp remark earned nods of agreement from Chu Xing and Chu Tian. Thick skin is a necessity when your skills are lacking. Han Feng shrugged nonchalantly and turned to the two masters. Masters, isn't that what you've always said? Master I Ching and Master Dao Guang's expressions darkened instantly, and they glared at Han Feng. Instead of learning the good, you always pick up the bad, Master I Ching said coldly. Han Feng's mockery completely enraged Lin Qi. His eyes turned blood red, his disheveled hair fluttering despite the absence of wind. In his right hand, he conjured a blood-colored blade of energy, radiating an intimidating aura. Lin Qi, stop! Lang Jian shouted in alarm as he rushed forward to intervene. However, a sudden burst of energy struck him back several steps. Stay where you are, Master I Ching commanded coldly, fixing Lang Jian with a piercing gaze. Don't you know duels are not to be interrupted? Faced with the overwhelming authority of the master, Lang Jian could only grit his teeth and step back. Lin Qi's aura continued to climb, but Lu Fan made no move, seemingly waiting to see what kind of technique his opponent would unleash. Thunderstrike blade. Lin Qi roared, slashing out a blood-red arc of energy that descended like a bolt of lightning. The ground exploded wherever the blade's energy passed, and the wooden houses of Yiyuan courtyard trembled precariously. The sheer force of this technique rivaled that of senior brother Chu Tian's famed Zhua Tian blade. Realizing he could no longer afford to hold back, Lu Fan prepared to counter the overwhelming attack. Basic sword techniques would no longer suffice. Spinning dragon sword, he shouted, channeling all of his energy into his heavy sword to meet Lin Qi's blood-red blade Hedon. With a deafening explosion, shockwaves rippled outward. The surrounding wooden houses were stripped of their roofs, save for Lu Fan's own residence. The onlookers were pushed back several steps by the impact, and the less experienced Zhang Yuehan was knocked to the ground. When the dust settled, Lu Fan and Lin Qi stood on opposite ends of a massive crater. Lin Qi's blood blade had dissipated, while Lu Fan's clothes were charred and tattered. Yet, his energy defenses and robust physique left him unscathed. You win, Lin Qi gritted out before collapsing to the ground. Lang Jian quickly rushed forward, lifting the weakened Lin Qi in his arms. Gritting his teeth, he declared, this time, Yiyuan Courtyard takes the victory. With that, he turned and left without another word, unwilling to linger any longer. Zhang Yuehan stood frozen in place until her companion tugged at her sleeve, snapping her out of her trance. She turned and walked away as if awakening from a dream. The people from Piaomiao Academy fled as if being chased by something terrifying, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Lu Fan looked down at his damaged clothes, frowning slightly. His wardrobe was already running low. Han Feng, laughing excitedly, rushed over and slapped Lu Fan's shoulder hard. Junior brother Lu Fan, you're incredible. Piaomiao Academy suffered such a crushing defeat this time. Who would dare come to Yiyuan Academy to stir up trouble again? Lin Qi might regret missing out on the Academy ranking battle this time. Chu Tian analyzed. That final saber technique of his was powerful, but using it with depleted internal energy must have harmed him. He'll probably regret it deeply when he looks back. Let him deal with it. Han Feng waved dismissively, then threw an arm around Lu Fan's shoulders, lowering his voice to ask, Junior brother Lu Fan, you have to tell me, how did you master the Yiyuan Dao technique? Lu Fan gave a wry smile and shook his head. Senior brother Han Feng, it's strange. I just walked the line between life and death, and when I returned, I could do it. Seeing Han Feng's skeptical look, Lu Fan could only feign innocence and nod. He certainly couldn't reveal that he possessed the unique ability to merge internal energy and vital force into a unified power. Master I Ching's wrinkled face was alight with joy. Lu Fan, well done. This year, Yiyuan Academy will finally make a name for itself in the Academy ranking battle. Beside him, Master Daoguang rolled his eyes and remained silent. The senior brother, rubbing his round belly, grumbled, do we really have to participate? Fighting is so exhausting, and it makes you lose weight. With junior brother Lu Fan around, senior brother, you just need to show up for the head count, Han Feng said, glancing at Xiao He, Lu Fan's spiritual beast. Besides, Xiao He will be coming along with Lu Fan. Are you really planning to stay behind with Master Daoguang, munching on raw radishes? Master Daoguang and the senior brother exchanged looks. The former cleared his throat. The Academy ranking battle is a grand martial event. As your teacher, I must accompany you. The senior brother's face twisted in reluctance before he finally sighed. Fine, fine. I've gotten used to Xiao He's amazing food. I can't go back to eating raw radishes. I'll join you this time. It's about time Yiyuan Academy made an impression. Now that everyone's ready, Chu Xing said with a smile. Tomorrow we should head to Jinbao Mountain and pick up some quality weapons. Chu Tian nodded in agreement. Ordinary swords might suffice against average martial artists, but for the ranking battle, only the best weapons would do. Do as you please, there's no need to buy anything for me. My layers of fat are like divine armor. The eldest disciple patted his round belly leisurely, then turned slowly, preparing to head back to his room for rest. As someone who slept over 10 hours a day, the source of his unfathomable cultivation level had always been a mystery to Lu Fan. Han Feng and Chu Xing each went to their rooms to fetch money. As members of prominent families, they still had some untouched savings. Naturally, they intended to bring them along for the journey to Jinbao Mountain. At that moment, Master I Ching called out to Lu Fan, who was about to leave. Lu Fan, come with me. Lu Fan stepped forward, and Master Daoguang quickly followed. The three of them left the Yiyuan courtyard and ventured into the depths of the mountain forest. The mountain path meandered ahead, shadows of trees danced in the gentle breeze, and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns on Lu Fan's face. They walked until the Yiyuan courtyard was no longer visible. Master I Ching finally stopped. Before them stood a towering ancient tree, rising over 100 zhang tall. Its massive trunk would require dozens of people to encircle it. Its sprawling roots extended in all directions, while the dense canopy spread like a green cloud, blocking out the sky. Beneath the tree was a clothing mound, beside which stood two weathered and broken weapons, one a blade, the other a sword. Master I Ching stepped forward and bowed deeply to the clothing mound, then turned to Lu Fan. Lu Fan, take hold of these two weapons. Following the instruction, Lu Fan stepped forward and grasped the weapons. The moment his hands touched them, the qi within his body began to circulate uncontrollably. Release the power of your soul, Master I Ching instructed. Lu Fan converted his qi into soul energy, releasing it through his palms. As the soul energy made contact with the weapons, they emitted a faint, soul-piercing hum. Lu Fan felt momentarily dizzy, but the sound quickly dissipated, and the two weapons crumbled into dust. Master I Ching and Master Daoguang exchanged glances, their faces alight with excitement. It truly is a complete soul force. Master, if you can see this from the afterlife, you may now rest in peace, Master I Ching said, his voice choked with emotion. Seeing the confusion in Lu Fan's eyes, Master Daoguang explained, the one who rests within this clothing mound is our Master Martial Sovereign Songyang. Before his passing, he instructed us that if any disciple could cultivate a complete soul force, we should bring them here. These two weapons accompanied our master for millennia and contain the essence of his soul. Only a complete soul force could cause them to dissipate. Now, they can finally return to dust and earth. As Master I Ching finished speaking, the fragments on the ground suddenly transformed into streams of light, enveloping Lu Fan. A surge of pure, immense power flowed into his body. Lu Fan felt a surge of energy coursing through his entire body, as if his inner strength was boiling over. A powerful force erupted from within him. His skin began to emit a faint glow, and fine, shimmering scales formed and solidified over his body like flowing water. Staring at this sudden transformation, Lu Fan was utterly astonished. Yet, nearby, Master I Ching and Master Daoguang remained calm, as if they had anticipated this all along. Suddenly, the force within him exploded, crashing through his meridians and bones like a raging flood. An intense pain swept through his body, causing him to stagger and spit out a mouthful of black blood. However, almost immediately, the force began to repair him, reshaping his meridians to be smoother and more efficient, and covering his bones with a layer of gleaming white armor-like bone plating. His cultivation level skyrocketed like an arrow, leaping from the 5th tier of the inner qi realm directly to the 7th tier. Lu Fan immediately suppressed the surging power, fully aware that if left unchecked, it could propel him straight into the outer qi realm. However, the path of martial arts required a solid foundation. Even the strength of the 7th tier of inner qi was already difficult for him to fully control. Cautiously, he used his inner energy to envelop the remaining power, guiding it into the 5 elements array within his dantian. The moment the pure energy entered, the array expanded threefold, causing his dantian to tremble in response. He then directed the energy to the yin-yang array at the top of his head, which also expanded threefold. Through several cycles, the overwhelming energy was finally exhausted, leaving his two formations enlarged to more than 5 times their original size. As Lu Fan's aura gradually stabilized, the scales on his body slowly receded, leaving only a faintly visible one-shaped mark on his back. The power of inheritance is truly immense, Master I Ching remarked with a smile. It's impressive that you managed to stabilize your cultivation.
I thought you might directly break through to the outer qi realm.
What is going on? Those scales? Lu Fan asked, still puzzled. Master Daoguang explained, this is your destiny. My master, Sunyang Martial Sovereign, also known as the Scale Dragon Martial Sovereign, left the essence of his martial techniques in those scales. By receiving this inheritance, you can use the power of your spirit to activate the scales. When mastered to perfection, they can even withstand heavenly lightning. As for that force, it was merely a trace of inner energy left in a weapon when my master passed away. Why was I chosen? Lu Fan asked, still confused. First, it was my master's will. Second, you possess a complete spiritual essence, far superior to the fragmented spirits we acquired through sheer determination, Master I Ching explained. You should stay here and meditate.
My master likely left behind the method to control the transformation of the scales.
Lu Fan solemnly knelt before the memorial tomb of Sunyang Martial Sovereign and bowed deeply. A gentle breeze swept past, as if an invisible hand lightly patted his shoulder twice before vanishing. That night, Lu Fan stayed awake by the ceremonial tomb. The technique for transforming his scales, as taught by Master I Ching, had firmly imprinted itself in his mind. After a night of contemplation, he had fully grasped how to utilize it. As his spiritual energy flowed through him, The scales on his body flickered in and out of sight. The white scales, intricately patterned, appeared like armor embedded with countless formations, gleaming with a cold sheen in the morning light. Their toughness far surpassed that of ordinary armor. This full-body armor not only served as outerwear but could also retract into his body when not in use, transforming into bone armor to protect his internal organs. With just a slight activation, the scales could instantly cover his entire body, even forming a dragon-shaped helmet over his head for comprehensive protection. Lu Fan observed his reflection in a clear pool of water. At this moment, he resembled a legendary dragon slayer, especially with the massive sword on his back adding to his imposing presence. He struck his scaled body with a heavy blow, yet felt no sensation. The defensive power of the scales was even more formidable than the natural dragon hide he had inherited. According to the techniques left behind by martial master Songyang, if the scales were cultivated to their peak, they would become as invulnerable as those of ancient dragons, impervious to blades, spears, and even the forces of heaven and earth. After a night of training, Lu Fan had become adept at controlling the scales. Thanks to martial master Songyang's guidance, he had bypassed the most difficult stage of condensing the armor with his soul. All that remained was to nurture the scales with his internal energy. As his cultivation progressed, the power of the scales would naturally grow. Within him, the 5 elements formation and the yin-yang formation continued their ceaseless operation. The 5 elements formation absorbed the energy of heaven and earth, while the yin-yang formation refined it into the purest energy for him to absorb. These 2 formations greatly accelerated his cultivation speed, especially after he had expanded the formations 5-fold. Their efficiency in drawing power from the world had skyrocketed. It seemed that channeling that concentrated energy into the formations had been a wise decision. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, Lu Fan tidied up Martial Master Songyang's ceremonial tomb and set off back to the Yuan courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, he was greeted by a bewildering scene. Senior brother Han Feng was being beaten up by senior brother Chu Xing, senior brother Chu Tian, and even their usually gentle eldest senior brother. What was even stranger was that Han Feng was shouting harder, "Hit me harder!" Lu Fan hurried forward and pulled the bruised and swollen Han Feng out of the melee, asking in confusion, "What's going on? Why are the 3 of you beating senior brother Han Feng?" Han Feng struggled to speak. "Junior brother Lu Fan, let me go." Senior brother Chu Xing's eyelid twitched as he replied irritably, "Ask him yourself. This guy practically begged us to hit him." Senior brother Chu Tian and the eldest senior brother nodded in agreement. Lu Fan looked at senior brother Han Feng with a puzzled expression and asked, "Senior brother Han Feng, what's going on? Are you letting them beat you up?" Han Feng, his face swollen like a pig's head, managed to squeeze out a twisted smile. "Junior brother Lu Fan, didn't you say that one must experience the brink of life and death to master the One Yuan Dao technique? Well, I'm currently experiencing that life and death state." As he spoke, he even provoked the others, saying, "Come on, hit me again." Senior brother Chu Xing, remember when your pants got a hole and you had to run around the courtyard bare-bottomed? That was my doing. And senior brother, that meal that made you puke, yeah, I deliberately added some special seasoning to it. Ha ha ha. Lu Fan's eye twitched uncontrollably as he watched, thinking to himself, this guy is literally asking for it. Sure enough, senior brother Chu Xing and the eldest senior brother were instantly enraged and charged forward, raining punches down on Han Feng. Lu Fan wisely took a few steps back, not wanting to get caught in the chaos. "You little punk. So it was you all along." The 2 senior brothers shouted angrily as they beat him. Han Feng was pummeled until he was barely recognizable. Lu Fan stood to the side, debating whether to tell Han Feng the truth. But seeing his current state, he decided against it. Even after being beaten like this, if he finds out the truth, he'd probably still go berserk. Meanwhile, Master I Ching and Master Daoguang sat leisurely nearby, sipping tea and enjoying the spectacle. "What a beautiful day," Master I Ching remarked with a relaxed sigh. Even the little black dog lying by the door was stirred awake by the commotion. It glanced over disdainfully before lazily heading back to its room to sleep. Eventually, the senior brothers grew tired of hitting him and clapped their hands, signaling they were done. "I knew it was you all along. That was so satisfying. What a great workout," the eldest senior brother said, patting his shiny belly as he walked away with a smug grin. Chu Xing and Chu Tian also laughed and added, "Junior brother Han Feng, if you ever have such requests again, just let us know. It feels great to have someone to hit." Han Feng lay sprawled on the ground, barely alive. With great effort, he pulled out a piece of paper. It was the One Yuan Dao technique he had painstakingly obtained from Master Daoguang the previous night. Forcing his swollen eyes open, he stared intently at the paper. Suddenly, he let out a miserable scream, his body convulsing as he collapsed to the ground, the paper fluttering to the side. Master I Ching glanced at him and said coldly, "What an idiot. If mastering the One Yuan Dao technique were as simple as this,
Our lineage would be the laughingstock of the world.
Han Feng struggled to lift his head and asked weakly, Master I Ching, you knew this wouldn't work all along? Of course I knew, Master I Ching replied, elegantly taking another sip of tea. Lu Fan succeeded because of his unique opportunity, fortune, and comprehension. You lack all of those, how could you possibly succeed? I didn't tell you because I wanted to see you get beaten up. Master Daoguang chuckled in agreement. Indeed. Starting the day by watching someone get a good beatingit brings back memories of our own training days. Hearing this, Han Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood and passed out completely. Master I Ching chuckled softly as he stepped forward and infused a stream of energy into Han Feng. Though the injuries seemed severe, they hadn't actually harmed his bones or tendons after all. The senior brothers wouldn't truly strike to kill. Lu Fan quietly shook his head, turned around, and returned to his room. Half a day later, Lu Fan, along with Chu Xing, Chu Tian, and Han Feng, left the Yuan Institute, heading to the appraisal mountain of the Martial Arts Academy to purchase weapons. Along the way, Lu Fan learned that the Martial Arts Academy was far more expansive than just its 9 main divisions. It also boasted numerous facilities for students to socialize, shop, and take on tasks, with Appraisal Mountain being one of them. Although Han Feng had been unconscious earlier in the morning, he had now recovered about 70 to 80%, with only faint bruises left on his face. He grumbled along the way, Junior brother Lu Fan, this time I really got screwed over. Why didn't you warn me earlier that method wouldn't work? Chu Xing and Chu Tian laughed heartily on the side, while Lu Fan could only respond helplessly, I didn't know either. It seems the EU and Dao formula is not meant for me, Han Feng sighed. Such a powerful technique, and yet I can't master it. By the way, junior brother Lu Fan, has Master ever mentioned any restrictions on the EU and Dao formula? Lu Fan shook his head. No, the EU and Dao formula doesn't seem to have any restrictions. After all, it's not exactly a conventional offensive martial technique. Not an offensive technique? The three of them were astonished. You took down Lin Chi with just a few strikes, and you're saying it's not offensive? Lu Fan explained. The spiritual power condensed by the EU and Dao formula is simply a unique way of utilizing energy. While it's indeed powerful, it consumes quite a bit of energy. As for specific spiritual power techniques, I haven't learned them yet. Han Feng suddenly understood. Ah, that makes sense. No wonder it's so terrifying but drains so much energy. It seems junior brother Lu Fan will have to rely on quick battles in the future. This technique doesn't seem suitable for prolonged fights. Lu Fan smiled faintly but didn't reveal that his recovery ability was already sufficient to counteract the energy consumption. In truth, the energy circulation method of the EU and Dao formula was far inferior to the yin-yang formation and 5 elements formation within his body, so he hadn't bothered to rely on it. The four of them joked and chatted along the way, traveling for an entire day and night before they finally spotted a distinctive mountain peak in the distance. Han Feng pointed ahead and said, Junior brother Lu Fan, there it is, Appraisal Mountain. The clear breeze mingled with the rolling white clouds, casting a misty veil over the landscape. Amidst the mountain ranges stood Jianbao Mountain, towering majestically and standing out in its splendor. Rising to a height of 3,000 zhong, this mountain was less of a natural peak and more of an immense city suspended in the air. From the mountainside to the summit, layers upon layers of buildings crowded the slopes. Elegant pavilions and towers spiraled upward, while taverns and shops lined the paths in orderly rows. A central staircase of green stone, as grand as a cascading waterfall, stretched straight to the mountain's peak. The summit, unnaturally flat as if sliced cleanly by a blade, revealed an expansive plateau. From Lu Fan's experienced estimation, the mountain must have originally reached a height of 6,000 zhong. The flattened peak, now transformed into a vast open area spanning several hundred li in diameter, gave the impression of a giant cleaving the mountain in two, later reshaped by master artisans into this magnificent aerial city. Through the drifting clouds, the exquisite architecture appeared and disappeared, like a veiled beauty behind a screen, adding an air of mystery. The mountain buzzed with the sounds of human activity. Using his exceptional eyesight, Lu Fan peered through the mist to observe the breathtaking grandeur of this mighty city, growing more impressed by the moment. Haha, Lu Fan, are you stunned? Han Feng laughed, patting him on the shoulder. Everyone's like this the first time they see it. Come on, everything we need to buy is here. After crossing a small hill, they finally arrived at the base of Jianbao Mountain. Up close, the bustling scene was even more impressive. A massive mountain gate pierced the clouds, with the gilded characters Jianbao Mountain shining brilliantly even through the mist. The broad and smooth green stone staircase was flanked by lush trees and fragrant blossoms, their scent filling the air. On either side, tiered pavilions rose layer upon layer. The lower sections were constructed from colossal stones, while the upper levels were made of the finest timber, reaching dozens of stories high and stretching far into the distance. Each pavilion featured elegantly curved eaves and intricately carved beasts and birds, their splendor surpassing any building in Jianglin City. In the distance stood several towering pagodas, both circular and square, rising 100 zhang into the sky. The central white pagoda, in particular, was awe-inspiring, adorned with golden bells that chimed softly in the wind, emanating a mysterious white glow. The area was filled with a constant stream of people, most of whom seemed to be students from various academies. In just a few moments, hundreds of individuals hurried past. Chu Tian spoke up as a reminder. This is a designated zone of peace established by the many instructors and masters of the martial academies. No trouble is allowed here. Especially you, Han Feng, if you're itching for a fight, save it for the arena at the summit. Don't get caught by the patrolling instructors, or we won't be able to help you. Yeah, I get it, Han Feng replied impatiently. You say the same thing every time we come here. Aren't you tired of repeating it? I'm certainly tired of hearing it. Unfortunately, you've never actually listened, Chu Tian sighed in exasperation. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was still marveling at the bustling surroundings. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, why is this place so lively? How are there so many people here? Chu Tian paused for a moment, a peculiar expression appearing on his face. Junior brother Lu Fan, it seems you've also been influenced by the atmosphere of our Yuan Academy? What do you mean by that? Lu Fan asked, puzzled. Han Feng gave him a knowing look, patting Lu Fan on the shoulder as he explained. Junior brother Lu Fan, what second senior brother means is that you've been in a Yuan Academy for so long that you assume the other academies are just like ours. In reality, the difference is enormous. As he spoke, Han Feng tilted his head back and gazed at the sky with a look of melancholy. You can't even imagine how grand the other academies are. Over at Mingxin Academy, a single student's living quarters can span 100 acres, bigger than the city where I grew up. Not only is the scenery breathtaking, but the facilities are also top-notch. Those who advance quickly in their cultivation are even rewarded with servants and stewards by their mentors. Every student lives like a lord, free to focus solely on their training. Chu Tian sighed as well, and Chu Xing added, and Mingxin Academy is considered one of the less impressive ones. I've heard that over at Yin-yang Academy, they distribute thousands of gold coins or rare cultivation resources every month. If you contribute to the academy, you can even enter the central star shrouding tower to choose your own techniques or weapons. Not only can you use them, but you're also allowed to copy them and bring them back to your family. Outsiders are desperate to become their servants, and just selling servant positions can rake in hundreds of thousands of gold coins. The gap is just too wide, too wide. Han Feng nearly wailed in despair, drawing curious glances from passing students who looked at him as if he were a fool. Lu Fan swallowed hard, utterly shocked. The disparity between the academies was beyond comprehension. No wonder people from Piaomiao Academy referred to Yuan Academy as a pigsty. It wasn't an exaggeration. The four of them let out a collective sigh and continued walking forward. Before long, they reached the mountaintop, where the view suddenly opened up. The bustling sight of Jianbao Mountain unfolded before them, with rows upon rows of grand tea houses and taverns lining the streets. Han Feng, take junior brother Lu Fan around, Chu Tian said, coming to a stop. Chu Xing and I will go buy weapons first. We'll meet at the foot of the mountain tomorrow. Got it. Han Feng replied with a grin, then turned to Lu Fan and grabbed his arm. Come on, junior brother. I'll take you to a great spot. Do you like music? There's a place where beautiful ladies from Mingxin Academy often perform on stage. Lu Fan initially wanted to decline, as he was more interested in wandering around and taking in the splendor of Jianbao Mountain. However, before he could say anything, Han Feng had already dragged him off in long strides. Seeing the ravenous, wolf-like glint in senior brother Han Feng's eyes, Lu Fan wisely chose to remain silent. At this moment, even gods and demons might not be able to deter senior brother Han Feng from his determination to hear the music. The two turned onto a wide street and arrived in front of a grand pavilion. At the entrance stood a pair of jade-carved phoenixes, each as tall as a person, with every feather exquisitely lifelike. Above the pavilion hung a resplendent plaque bearing the gilded characters, Feng Qiu Huang, Phoenix seeks mate. Just as Han Feng grabbed Lu Fan and was about to barge in, a woman blocked their way. Entrance fee, 3 gold coins, she stated crisply. Han Feng immediately protested. What, the last time it was just 1 gold coin? How can you hike the price like this? Your Mingxin Academy can't just raise prices on a whim. The woman shot him a cold glare. This time, it's junior sister Ling Yao performing. 3 gold coins for her music is already a bargain. With that attitude of yours, I should just kick you out. Ling Yao? Lu Fan murmured, the name stirring a memory. Han Feng's eyes lit up. You know her? Oh, I remember now, Lu Fan said, suddenly recalling. She's the girl who made it into the top 10 of the new student competition with me and chose Mingxin Academy. The woman at the door gave Lu Fan a second look. So, you're one of the top 10 new students too? Fine, for your sake, 2 gold coins each. Is she pretty? Han Feng eagerly tugged at Lu Fan's sleeve. Quite pretty, Lu Fan nodded. Hearing this, Han Feng laughed heartily and pulled out 4 gold coins from his pocket. As long as she's pretty, that's all that matters. Noticing where Han Feng retrieved the coins from, the woman flushed with anger and was about to lash out. Sensing trouble, Lu Fan quickly grabbed Han Feng and dashed into the pavilion. Behind them, they heard the woman's furious stomping and the sound of the coins being slammed onto the ground. The two headed straight for the 3rd floor, where the ethereal sound of a guqin was already drifting through the air. The floor was elegantly arranged, with tea tables and chairs neatly laid out, and the walls adorned with graceful paintings of court ladies. The hall was packed, and at its center, a young woman was playing the guqin. Her fingers were as delicate as scallion stalks, her eyes as clear as autumn water, and every movement of hers seemed to stir the heartstrings. She was none other than Ling Yao of Mingxin Academy. The music she played was poignant and sorrowful, as though narrating a tragic tale. Last night, the east wind carried autumn rain. A lovesick soul stood alone in the storm, gazing longingly at the window of their beloved. The melody was gentle yet deeply moving, revealing the innermost thoughts of a young maiden, while evoking the gallantry of the martial world. Lu Fan listened, enraptured, while Han Feng was utterly spellbound, much like the rest of the audience. His eyes were glued to Ling Yao, and he seemed on the verge of drooling. At that moment, Lu Fan closed his eyes, fully immersed in the music. The surrounding forces of nature suddenly stilled, and his mind entered a peculiar and wondrous state. Lu Fan's mind was as calm as still water, with only the ethereal sound of music resonating in his head. He felt as though the clamor of the world was shielded by an invisible barrier, and the qi within his body began circulating on its own, flowing silently to every part of him. A faint, almost imperceptible glow flickered on the surface of his skin. If anyone nearby observed closely, they would be astonished to find that his presence seemed to have completely vanished. The forces of heaven and earth flowed through his body unobstructed, as if he had become one with nature. Suddenly, Lu Fan opened his eyes and immediately sensed the transformation within himself just by listening to a single melody. His mastery of the body merging with heaven and earth technique had reached the minor completion stage. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Accompanying senior brother Han Feng to listen to the performance had indeed been a wise decision. The music came to an abrupt halt, and the young talents in the 3rd floor private room snapped out of their reverie. After a brief moment of silence, waves of praise surged forth. Amazing! Ling Yao's mastery of the guqin is truly unparalleled. This is the sound of heaven itself. Lu Fan clapped gently, thinking to himself that such compliments were well-deserved. Beside him, Han Feng wiped the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with excitement. What a melody, what a woman, what beauty. Junior brother Lu Fan, how about we go and introduce ourselves to Miss Ling Yao? Look at Meso charming and dashing, it's about time I found a companion. Lu Fan cast him a sidelong glance. Senior brother Han Feng, you go ahead. I'll stay right here. Come on, brothers in arms, right? Han Feng protested, clearly dissatisfied. You're my junior brother. If you don't go with me, who else will? Suit yourself, but I won't embarrass myself like that, Lu Fan replied, turning his head away. Han Feng was about to step forward but hesitated and pulled back. Senior brother Han Feng, could it be that you're too afraid to approach her? Lu Fan teased with a chuckle. Even someone as thick-skinned as Han Feng blushed. What would you know, you greenhorn? This is called being cautious. Matters of the heart shouldn't be taken lightly. Let me carefully consider my words. Senior brother, I'm no greenhorn, Lu Fan said softly, but I suspect you might still be one. Han Feng stared at him in shock. You're retelling me you've already? His expression shifted multiple times, clearly taken aback by the revelation that the seemingly innocent Lu Fan had already moved past such inexperience. Lu Fan smiled faintly, and the image of Zhang Yuehan surfaced in his mind. He sighed inwardly. Zhang Yuehan had once been so wonderful, but people change, some grow more remarkable, while others lose their former selves entirely. At that moment, Ling Yao rose and gave a slight bow to the crowd before heading downstairs. A young woman immediately stepped forward to take her arm. Ling Yao, you're incredible, she exclaimed. Truly worthy of being the genius Master Mengyun spoke of. Dreams of 1,000 mountains from Mingxin Academy has been mastered by you. Yanran gazed at her junior sister before her, admiration sparkling in her eyes. Hearing such praise from her senior sister, Ling Yao's fair cheeks flushed slightly. Senior sister Yanran, you flatter me too much. Not at all, Yanran replied with a gentle smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Junior sister, you deserve the title of Mingxin Academy's top genius. I fear that in a matter of time, even I won't be your match. As she spoke, a fleeting glimmer of something unusual crossed her eyes, though the lowered gaze of Ling Yao prevented her from noticing. As the two settled into their seats, a group of young talents swarmed toward them. Feng Hua from Hengshan Academy was the first to speak. Miss Lingyao, Mfeng Kwa, may I invite you to dinner? You can choose the place. Not far behind. He Dong of Leitang Academy and Gu Ling of Kongtong Academy also stepped forward, each eager to win her favor. The crowd nearly encircled Lingyao, and Yinran completely. Yinran's brows furrowed sharply. Move aside. This is a place to enjoy music, not somewhere for you to act so shamelessly. If you dare to disturb my junior sister again, don't blame me for being rude. Her stern words instantly silenced the crowd. Wow, she's fierce. Han Feng muttered under his breath nearby. Loud voice. Bad temper, whoever marries her is doomed. Yinran took Ling Yao's hand gently and said softly, come, let's go eat. Ignore this bunch. Just then, a clear, calm voice called from the doorway, Miss Ling Yao, may I have the honor of inviting you to dinner? The crowd turned toward the voice, and Feng Kuo's previously arrogant expression shifted abruptly. His words faltered. Who do you think you are to? But before he could finish, he recognized the speaker and immediately lowered his tone. Oh, it's senior brother Long Han. Long Han rose slowly, his silver martial attire accentuating his refined and handsome features. At his waist hung an unsheathed silver sword, and his slightly disheveled black hair lent him an air of casual defiance. He approached Ling Yao with a smile as warm as spring sunshine. Miss Ling Yao, may I have this honor? As he spoke, he cast Yinran a meaningful glance, causing her to tremble slightly. Though the reaction was fleeting, it did not escape Lu Fan's keen observation. Yinran, a bit flustered, said, Junior sister Ling Yao, senior brother Long Han is one of the outstanding talents of Yin and Yang Academy. A genius just like you. Perhaps you should. Miss Ling Yao. Long Han interjected gently, it's just a meal. I happen to have some knowledge of music as well, and we could exchange ideas. Ling Yao glanced at Yinran, then at Long Han, nervously twisting the hem of her sleeve. All right. Long Han's smile grew even brighter as he gracefully gestured, after you. As Ling Yao rose to follow him, Han Feng, who had been standing beside Lu Fan, suddenly erupted. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Long Han, are you planning to ruin another good girl? At the sound of this outburst, Long Han froze momentarily before his expression turned icy. Han Feng raised his chin, his face full of righteous indignation. He took a few steps forward, his finger nearly poking Long Han's nose. His gaze was sharp, and his tone left no room for argument. Long Han, not long ago, you messed with a junior sister from the Piaomiao courtyard, and now you're here to trouble another junior sister from the Mingxin courtyard. Damn it, this martial arts academy doesn't belong to you. Hearing this, Ling Yao glanced at Long Han in surprise and instinctively stepped back to create some distance. Beside her, Yin Ran's face turned pale, her eyes flickering with unease, clearly harboring some thoughts. Although the surrounding students remained silent, their composed expressions made it clear this wasn't breaking news. Long Han's gaze was as sharp as a blade as it locked onto Han Feng. If he could channel his inner energy through his eyes, Han Feng would likely have been sliced into pieces by now. Long Han spoke slowly, enunciating each word. What do you mean by trouble? Explain yourself clearly. As he spoke, a faint aura of inner energy began to emanate from Long Han's body, and a solid glow flickered in his palm. This sight made Lu Fan frown slightly. This guy's energy was clearly stronger than Lin Chi's, marking him as a genuine external energy realm martial artist. Lu Fan quietly stepped forward, positioning himself behind Han Feng. Although he knew his senior brother was skilled, he decided to stay alert just in case. Abandoning someone after taking advantage of them, ruining their reputation, does that count as trouble? Han Feng sneered. Over the years, haven't you caused enough harm? Do you need me to remind you? In an instant, Long Han conjured a long sword made of inner energy in his hand. The blade was covered in intricate patterns, radiating an imposing aura like a dragon or tiger. The energy-forged sword not only seemed tangible, but also appeared more formidable than one crafted from the finest steel. Junior brother. Long Han's voice was icy. Spreading lies like this makes me very angry. Which academy are you from? Do you really think you can be this reckless without consequence? Aren't you afraid I'll beat you out of this martial arts academy? Han Feng remained unfazed, casually digging his ear as if Long Han's threats were nothing but noise. I'm Han Feng from Yuan Academy. If you've got the guts, go ahead and kick me out of the academy. If you can't, you're nothing but a cowardly weakling. His words caused the female students present to glare at him angrily, their faces darkening. Yet Han Feng continued to grin smugly, completely oblivious that he'd just ruined any chance of winning their favor that day. Upon hearing Yuan Academy, Long Han was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Haha, so you're from Yuan Academy, the trash heap. I was wondering who had the audacity to sling mud at me. Turns out it's someone from Yuan. Many of the surrounding students laughed along with him. Lu Fan's frown deepened. It seemed Yuan Academy's standing in the martial arts academy was even worse than he'd imagined. With a sneer on his lips, Long Han withdrew his energy and said, I won't stoop to the level of trash like you. That would only bring me down to your level. You and Academy scum. Get lost now before I change my mind. He then turned to Ling Yao, his tone suddenly softening. Miss Ling Yao, surely you don't believe the nonsense spouted by a fool from Yuan Academy, do you? Yin Ran quickly chimed in. That's right, junior sister Ling Yao. Yuan Academy is ranked 9th. Only people with something wrong in their heads would go there. Don't believe a word they say. Ling Yao frowned and replied, but senior sister, our Mingxin courtyard is only ranked 8th. We're not much better than a Yuan, are we? This left Yin Ran speechless. At this moment, Han Feng's gaze swept across the crowd, and he suddenly raised his voice. What's so funny? If you've got the guts, come over here and spar with me. The debate over the relationship between academy rankings and actual strength sparked a heated argument. Han Feng stood confidently in front of the Yin Yang Academy crowd and declared, You bunch of fools, I'll fight you with one hand tied behind my back, and you still wouldn't stand a chance. Lu Fan, standing nearby, sighed quietly to himself, thinking, Senior brother Han Feng is stirring up trouble again. All around them, the other students began to glare at Han Feng with hostility. You really are brainless, Long Han sneered coldly. He then pointed into the crowd at one particular student. Yu Hua, why don't you entertain this junior from the First Element Academy for a couple of moves? Show him why their academy ranks so low. The named student, Yu Hua, stepped forward immediately, clenching his fists. Don't worry, senior brother Long Han. I'll make sure he understands the power of Yin Yang Academy. Then, turning to Han Feng, he challenged, Hey, kid, dare to step outside and face me? There's no room to fight properly in here. You think you can last 2 moves against me? Han Feng snorted in disdain. He turned to Lu Fan and said, Junior brother Lu Fan, go play with him for a bit? Lu Fan froze, staring at Han Feng in disbelief. He asked quietly, Senior brother Han Feng, why aren't you going yourself? Han Feng grinned sheepishly. I'm injured, you know. Your skills are better anyway. Go teach them a lesson and show them that the First Element Academy isn't to be trifled with. Afterward, I promise I'll find you a beautiful lady as thanks. Lu Fan gave him a withering look, clearly unimpressed, and made no move to step forward. Han Feng then leaned closer and lowered his voice. Junior brother Lu Fan, you're the reason I got beaten up by the senior brothers last time. Almost lost my life. And now you won't even help me out? Fine, I'll do it myself. But if I get killed, make sure to collect my body. Seeing Han Feng putting on a dramatic, almost sacrificial act as he prepared to step forward, Lu Fan sighed deeply and stopped him. Fine, I'll do it. Lu Fan walked to the front and introduced himself briefly. Lu Fan, First Element Academy. Yu Hua sneered and leaped directly out the window. Lu Fan followed effortlessly, landing lightly in the backyard training grounds 3 stories below. The area was a spacious practice field, about 100 feet wide, with weapon racks lining both sides. The other students quickly jumped down as well, forming a crowd to watch the upcoming duel. Han Feng turned to Long Han with a smirk. Care to place a bet, senior brother Long Han of Yin Yang Academy? Long Han glanced at Lu Fan and sneered. What do you want to bet on? Trash from the First Element Academy? The insult made Han Feng's face darken. Gritting his teeth, he said, Let's bet on 1 kick. If you lose, I get to kick you in the face hard enough to make it look like a pig's backside. Fine, Long Han replied coolly. But if your junior loses, you have to shout, First Element Academy is trash, 10 times. Loud enough for everyone on Treasure Mountain to hear. The two shook hands to seal the bet. The surrounding students, excited by the wager, immediately began shouting and placing their own bets. Place your bets. First Element Academy wins. Payout is 10 to 1. Yin Yang Academy wins. 1 to 10. I'm betting on Yu Hua from Yin Yang Academy. Same here. Yin Yang Academy all the way. The 2 chubby boys immediately sprang into action. One collected the money, while the other pulled out a notebook to record the bets, their faces lighting up with joy. Watching them set up a betting pool on him, Lu Fan remained calm. After fumbling in his ring for a moment, he tossed out a cloth bag and said, I bet on myself to win. One of the chubby boys was about to open the bag when Yu Hua interjected. I'll bet on myself too, with the same amount as him. Are you sure you want to match my wager? Lu Fan asked with a half smile, his tone teasing. I'm afraid you won't be able to afford the loss. Yu Hua puffed out his chest and replied confidently, If you can put it up, I can too. The only question is whether you can actually beat me. Lu Fan turned to the chubby boy. Don't open the bag just yet. Let's wait until after the match. The chubby boy nodded and placed the bag in front of everyone. The crowd chuckled quietly, thinking it was just some gold coins, nothing worth the suspense. At that moment, Ling Yao suddenly stepped forward, pulling out a handful of gold coins from her pocket. Wait, I want to place a bet too. I'm betting on Lu Fan from Yuan Academy to win. Her words left everyone stunned. Even Yin Ran, who was standing beside her, stared in disbelief. Long Han's expression darkened ominously. Ling Yao, have you lost your mind? Yin Ran grabbed her hand. Why would you bet on that idiot from Iyuan Academy? Are you that rich? Ling Yao gently placed the gold coins down and said softly, I don't have much money, but I believe he'll win. She looked at Lu Fan with a determined gaze. Lu Fan responded with a smile, thinking to himself that this Ling Yao had quite the discerning eye. Lung Han shot Yu Hua a glance, and Yu Hua immediately understood it was a signal to go all out. Yu Hua drew a massive axe that gleamed with a chilling light. His broad, muscular frame emitted a powerful aura as he unleashed the energy of the 7th level of inner chi. Such a level of cultivation was considered top tier in other academies, but in Yin Yang Academy, it was merely average. When Lu Fan also released the energy of the 7th level of inner chi, the surrounding students erupted into chatter. Iyuan Academy has someone this skilled? How can a genius like this come from the lowest ranked academy? I heard Iyuan Academy only has 5 students in total. Lung Han's brows furrowed as he observed Lu Fan's strength. Meanwhile, Ling Yao smiled brightly, though Yin Ran still wore a look of disdain. His cultivation might be decent, but what kind of advanced combat techniques could he possibly know? Iyuan Academy doesn't have anything noteworthy. Against Yin Yang Academy? He's bound to lose. Ling Yao blinked and said, Senior sister, he's very capable. If I'm not mistaken, he's the top scorer of this year's entrance competition. You mean the fool who chose Iyuan Academy over Yin Yang Academy? Yin Ran froze for a moment. Ling Yao nodded, thinking to herself, he's not foolish at all. The force was like fire, the momentum like wind. The aura of Lu Fan and Yu Hua surged higher and higher, erupting into an overwhelming fighting spirit. Yu Hua struck first, channeling all his internal energy into the massive axe in his hands. The originally ordinary-sized axe instantly expanded 5-fold, transforming into a colossal weapon. He unleashed the Yin Yang Academy's ultimate technique, Giant Axe Slash. The enormous axe, carrying the force of a mountain, cleaved downward, sealing off all possible escape routes for Lu Fan. Facing such a domineering strike, Lu Fan remained calm, a faint smile playing on his lips. Instead of dodging, he opted to decide the outcome in one decisive move. With a sharp upward swing of his heavy sword, the energy in his body was amplified several times overthrough the yin-yang array, surpassing Yu Hua's power. Bang! The heavy sword collided with the giant axe, and Lu Fan's overwhelmingly powerful strike shattered the illusion of Yu Hua's axe. Yu Hua stared in disbelief, unable to react before the residual force of the sword hit him, sending him crashing heavily into the ground. Lu Fan followed up with another sword strike, but Yu Hua, at the last possible moment, flipped up like a carp and countered with a swing of his axe. However, Lu Fan was already prepared. With his left hand, he unleashed a devastating mountain-crushing fist, landing a direct blow to Yu Hua's abdomen. The punch was so forceful that Yu Hua was sent flying backward. Though he managed to readjust his posture midair and land on his feet, his legs sank deep into the ground. The intense exchange left the surrounding students cheering in excitement. However, Long Han and Yin Ran wore grim expressions. From the sidelines, voices of doubt arose. How is this possible? Yu Hua from the Yin Yang Academy is being overpowered by some kid from the Iyuan Academy. Yu Hua, did you skip breakfast today? Come on, use the powerful techniques of the Yin Yang Academy already. Yu Hua's eye twitched as he realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was well aware that he had barely used a fraction of his strength. His 20-fold energy amplification was no joke. With a taunting curl of his finger, Lu Fan provoked Yu Hua further. Enraged, Yu Hua raised his axe across his chest, his energy surging once again as he initiated the mountain-splitting ritual. He first unleashed a blade of energy from a distance, but Lu Fan blocked it effortlessly. Then, Yu Hua closed the gap, his arms turning into a blur as he delivered 18 consecutive axe strikes. Boom, 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 boom. The relentless explosions kicked up a cloud of dust, obscuring the battlefield. Taking the opportunity, Long Han sneered, Junior brother Yu Hua's cultivation may be average, but his axe technique is extraordinary. Your junior brother is finished. There's no contest. Han Feng, however, remained unusually calm, a stark contrast to his usual excitable demeanor. With a smirk, he retorted, with your level of perception, you think you can tell who's won? Laughable. His words made Long Han grit his teeth in anger, silently vowing to make Han Feng pay later. The surrounding students eagerly tried to clear the dust from the battlefield, their anticipation growing with every passing moment. In this place, at least 99 of the crowd hoped Lu Fan would lose the match. They had all placed their bets on Yu Hua. On the sidelines, Ling Yao nervously clenched the hem of her garment, not out of concern for Lu Fan's victory or defeat, but for the dozen gold coins she had wagered her entire year's living expenses. As the dust began to settle, the scene within the battle circle finally came into view. Yu Hua was panting heavily, his axe showing a faint crack along its surface. Opposite him, A heavy sword stood upright like a mountain, shielding Lu Fan. Did Yuhua win? Someone in the crowd impatiently asked. The next moment, the heavy sword slowly lifted, revealing Lu Fan's calm and confident smile. Such an attack couldn't even shake the solid foundation of his ever-improving sword defense. Yuhua roared in frustration, swinging his battle axe once more. Before the crescent-shaped arc of the axe could fully form, Lu Fan's heavy sword struck the weakest point on the axe handle with ghost-like precision. The strike was swift, accurate, and fierce, driven entirely by innate combat instincts rather than the meticulous calculations of someone like senior brother Chu Xing. By now, Yua's strategies had been completely unraveled by Lu Fan. This single strike shattered Yua's Qi defense. Lu Fan didn't even have to utilize 20-fold Qi reinforcement, let alone his soul power or advanced Qi techniques. With just basic strength, he sent Yuhua flying several meters, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of blood that stained the front of his clothes bright red. Lu Fan advanced gracefully, delivering a casual kick to Yua's face as if brushing aside an inconvenient stone on the road. Yua's entire body was sent airborne, soaring nearly 3 meters high before crashing heavily to the ground. His axe slipped from his grasp and rolled aside. Though not unconscious, he was completely unable to get back up. The scene was like a hammer striking the hearts of the other trainees. Lu Fan's effortless victory was so far beyond their expectations that they were left speechless, their faces twisted in disbelief. Well done, junior brother Lu Fan. Han Feng laughed loudly, turning to mock Long Han. I told you with your judgment, you couldn't see a damn thing. Long Han trembled with rage. Fight me if you dare. Oh no, I wouldn't dare, I really wouldn't. Han Feng replied with exaggerated humor, laughing even harder. Why would I fight you after winning? Taking the winnings and leaving, that's my style. Come on, you filthy worm. Bring your face over here so I can give it a good kick. Don't worry, I'll hold back. At most, you'll end up with facial paralysis. I promise I won't kill you. Long Han wanted nothing more than to draw his sword and cut down this infuriating man on the spot. But he knew that resorting to violence after losing would get him expelled from the Yin-Yang Academy. Han Feng, grinning triumphantly, crooked a finger at him in a taunting gesture, his face radiating the smug satisfaction of a victor. Long Han trembled with anger, his face dark with fury. A few students from the Yin-Yang Academy stepped forward, glaring at Han Feng. You from the Yi-Yuan Academy, you're going too far. How dare you kick senior brother Long Han in the face? Be careful, the Yin-Yang Academy might just take your life for this. Standing to the side, Yinran softly interjected, young hero from the Yi-Yuan Academy, this wager was meant as a joke. Why take it so seriously? For my sake, why not let it go? She smiled faintly, and that smile instantly captivated the surrounding male students, leaving them wide-eyed and swallowing nervously. Han Feng's gaze lingered on Yinran's stunning face for a moment before he grinned. You almost convinced me to drop the wager. Almost. But unfortunately, I just can't stand these pretty boys from the Yin-Yang Academy. He turned to Long Han. Right now, this instant, bring your face over here. Doesn't the Yin-Yang Academy teach its students to honor their bets? If you admit you're nothing but shameless cowards, I'll leave right now and even spread the word, let everyone know the Yin-Yang Academy is full of sore losers. With that, Han Feng spat on the ground. The spit landed squarely on Long Han's shoe, quick and precise. Perhaps from following Master I Ching for so long, his spit seemed unusually abundant. Long Han's face turned from pale to green, his inner energy on the brink of eruption. Fine, Long Han growled, stepping forward with clenched teeth. I'll stand here and let you kick me. Let's see if you even have the strength to move me. Before he finished speaking, a layer of white energy enveloped his body, glowing with intricate patterns that showcased his mastery of the external Qi realm. Han Feng's grin widened. Just stay still. With that, he lashed out with a swift kick. The move was clean and sharp, like a blade slicing effortlessly through Long Han's protective energy, landing squarely on his face. There was no sound of energy clashing. Long Han's prize defense was as good as non-existent. His eyes widened in disbelief, and before he could react, his entire body was sent flying 10 zhang away, crashing heavily to the ground. The crowd turned in shock to see Long Han's once handsome face now imprinted with a clear footprint, his features twisted to one side, swollen like a bloated pig's head. That felt great. Han Feng retracted his leg, beaming with satisfaction. The onlookers' gazes shifted, a replacing disdain. Being able to send a martial artist of the external Qi realm flying with a single kick was no small feat. The students of the Yin-Yang Academy dared not act rashly. Rushing to Long Han's side, they called out, Senior brother, are you alright? Long Han shoved his fellow students aside and locked his murderous glare on Han Feng. Wiping the footprint from his face, he gritted his teeth and spat out, let's go. With that, he stormed off with his junior brothers in tow, their academy's reputation thoroughly tarnished for the day. Ling Yao approached Han Feng with a playful smile. I didn't expect you to be so impressive. Of course. Han Feng replied smugly. Han Feng the Great fears nothing and no one. Miss Ling Yao, how about joining me for a meal? And how do I know you're not harboring any ill intentions? Ling Yao teased with a laugh. Han Feng shook his head vigorously. Someone as pure as me? Harbor ill intentions? Impossible. Ask junior brother Lu Fan. If you don't believe me, I am the purest person in the entire academy. Lu Fan walked back with a smile, his gaze carrying a hint of teasing as he looked at Han Feng. Senior brother Han Feng, there are only 5 of us in the Yuan Academy, and you are undoubtedly the least innocent among us. When he turned to Ling Yao, his tone softened a bit. Miss Ling Yao, we meet again. Ling Yao smiled radiantly, her stunning expression seemingly capable of mesmerizing anyone. Greetings, young Master Lu Fan. As their eyes met, Ling Yao's cheeks suddenly flushed, and she quickly lowered her head. Han Feng, quick to notice the subtle atmosphere between the two, let out a dramatic sigh. Ah, so you two are the old flames here. Lu Fan was momentarily startled and shot Han Feng a glare. Senior brother Han Feng, no one would think you're mute if you kept quiet. With that, he walked straight toward the large man nearby. Please open my bag. It's time to settle the wager. Haha, no problem. The large man laughed heartily. Junior brother Lu Fan, impressive skills indeed. My name is Peng Hai, a disciple under Master Shan Tu of the Hongshan Academy. This is my younger brother, Peng Tao. Let's be friends. The two brothers cupped their fists and saluted Lu Fan. Lu Fan returned the gesture with a smile. Peng Hai carefully opened Lu Fan's bag in front of everyone, emphasizing, this bag has been with me the whole time. No one has touched it, and everyone can see for themselves. He took out a small bottle from the bag, opened it, and sniffed it. It's a pill. That's right, Lu Fan said with a light chuckle. 10 bottles of 4th grade Mingjing pills. As soon as he spoke, the expressions of everyone present changed dramatically. Who would have thought someone would wager such valuable pills? Even Yu Hua, who had just barely managed to prop himself up, spat out another mouthful of blood and collapsed heavily upon hearing the astonishing stakes. 4th grade pills were worth a fortune, with even a single one costing 1,000 gold coins. 10 bottles? Even selling oneself wouldn't cover the debt. Peng Hai took out 1 pill for everyone to inspect. As elite disciples of the Martial Academy, the crowd carefully examined the pill's markings and sent before nodding in agreement. It truly is a 4th grade pill. Their gazes toward Yu Hua were now a mix of pity, schadenfreude, and sympathy. Han Feng burst into laughter. Junior brother Lu Fan, you're truly ruthless. 10 bottles of pills? Damn it, this guy won't be leaving without surrendering his underwear. He strode over to Yu Hua, towering over him as he warned, playing dead won't work. If you can't pay up, we'll strip you down and toss you onto the street. A gambler must honor their bets, and streaking is nothing unusual. I'm sure your Yin and Yang Academy instructors won't mind. Yu Hua spat out another mouthful of blood, hurriedly glancing around in search of help from his senior brother Long Han, only to find that the latter had already left. His lips trembled, but he couldn't muster a word. Looks like you can't pay up, huh? Han Feng raised an eyebrow. Well, that's too bad. Junior brother Lu Fan, come help me strip him. His clothes look like they're worth something. With that, he reached out to tug at Yu Hua's pants. Seeing that he was about to be humiliated in front of everyone, Yu Hua finally broke down and screamed, wait, I can pay, I can pay. He hastily unfastened his belt and handed it to Han Feng. This is my void belt. It contains a storage space spanning 100 square feet. Han Feng's eyes lit up the moment he heard the words void belt. He quickly snatched the belt and infused it with his energy to examine it carefully. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Not bad, not bad. Although it's still lacking a bit, the herbs and gold coins inside make up for it. Yu Hua nearly spat out blood upon hearing this, seething with frustration. A void belt wasn't worth more than 10 vials of elixirs, and it still needed herbs and gold coins to make up the difference? He rolled his eyes and, with his body going limp, fainted completely. Han Feng handed the belt to Lu Fan with a grin. A void belt, this is good stuff. Take it. Then he leaned closer to Lu Fan and whispered, split the gold coins inside with me. Damn, this guy's loaded. Lu Fan accepted the belt without a word and immediately replaced his old one. With the void belt, he could transfer items from his 9 Heavens ring into it. Though the 9 Heavens ring had a larger storage space, it was a treasure given to him by his master, Wu Qian, and was not something he wanted to reveal casually. He planned to use the ring only for storing important items and keep the rest of his belongings in the belt. At that moment, Ling Yao walked up to Peng Hai and said, I also bet on young Master Lu Fan to win. Peng Hai chuckled. I know. 10 to 1 odds, this is all yours, Miss Ling Yao. He handed over a small pile of gold coins, making Ling Yao beam with delight. Peng Hai and Peng Tao then took out half of the gold coins and handed them to Lu Fan. Young Master Lu Fan, this is your share. After thanking them, Lu Fan heard Peng Hai say meaningfully, no need to thank yous, it's your winnings. Junior brother Lu Fan, though this is our first meeting, our master often speaks of you. When you chose the One Origin Academy, Master Shin Tu was upset for days. Let me say this on behalf of our master. If you ever wish to train at Hongshan Academy, you're always welcome. Lu Fan nodded in understanding. The Peng brothers bid their farewells and left, having made a handsome profit this time. The other students gradually dispersed as well, and it was only a matter of time before news of Yu Hua from the Yin Yang Academy, losing to Lu Fan from the One Origin Academy, spread throughout the Martial Arts Academy. Two kind students stayed behind to carry the unconscious Yu Hua away, sighing at his pitiful state. Ling Yao, after counting her gold coins and putting them into her pouch, suddenly noticed that senior sister Yinran was nowhere to be seen. Seriously, where did senior sister Yinran go off to by herself? Han Feng, eyeing the gold coins in Lu Fan's hand, cleared his throat and said, Junior brother Lu Fan, don't you think a portion of those coins is owed to your senior brother here? Without hesitation, Lu Fan handed all the gold coins to Han Feng. Han Feng froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Haha, junior brother Lu Fan, you're too generous. Although I did contribute quite a bit, this is well fine. Since you're so wealthy, they'll reluctantly accept them. Remember, I'm doing this reluctantly. Ling Yao leaned over at that moment and said to Lu Fan, you've won so much money. How about treating me to a meal? Lu Fan chuckled lightly. No problem. At Jianbao Mountain, inside the Baolong restaurant, a place renowned as the Cavern of Gold, opulence reigns supreme. As you push open the grand doors, a dazzling golden plaque immediately catches your eye. Stepping into the main hall, the walls inlaid with luminous pearls and gem-encrusted screens create a scene reminiscent of a dragon's palace. The first floor is adorned with dozens of 8 immortal tables crafted from rare yun wood, each piece worth a fortune. It is said that sitting on chairs made from such precious material not only refreshes the mind but also nourishes the body. On the tables lie pure gold utensils engraved with intricate dragon and phoenix designs, so exquisitely crafted that they resemble works of art. A single set of these utensils is worth more than a lifetime's savings for an ordinary family. On the walls hangs an awe-inspiring mural, the 10,000 dragons soaring through clouds. Each dragon's eyes are embedded with luminous pearls, which, when night falls, emit a radiant glow bright enough to illuminate the entire restaurant without the need for additional lighting. The menu here is equally extraordinary. Tiny fish, no larger than a fingernail, sourced from the icy Ling Tan of the Qingtian Mountains, fetch 100 gold coins each. There's also the phoenix chicken, raised on rare medicinal herbs, exuding a rich herbal aroma. Consuming just an ounce of its meat is said to strengthen the body, with each ounce priced at 100 gold coins. For those with deeper pockets, the private rooms on the second floor are the ideal choice. Unlike the grandeur of the first floor, these rooms feature an elegant, antique charm, with tables and chairs crafted from thousand-year-old peachwood and jade tableware that exudes sophistication. At this moment, Long Han was seated in one such private room on the second floor, seething with rage. Suddenly, he stood up and slammed his fist into the priceless table before him, shattering it into pieces. That cursed Yuan Academy, that damned Han Fengil, make sure he never leaves Jianbao Mountain alive. Opposite him sat Ling Yao's senior sister, Yinran, who cautiously spoke, Senior brother Long Han, with your strength, eliminating him shouldn't be too difficult. Long Han's eyes flashed coldly at her words. He lunged forward, gripping Yinran by the throat. Are you mocking me? No, I wouldn't dare. Yinran quickly denied. Long Han sneered. You're clearly mocking me. I'm a master of the Outer Gang realm, yet Han Feng kicked me 10 zhang away. His strength is no joke, not to mention his unfathomable junior brother. Even after witnessing his fight with Yu Hua, I can't gauge his true power. How am I supposed to take on the two of them alone? Yanran's eyes darted as she suggested, Senior brother, why not seek help from our fellow disciples? Surely there are those in the Yin Yang Academy willing to assist. Long Han released her neck and gently stroked her face. You're right. I've just thought of summoning a madman who could help. All I need to do is tell him that the Yuan Academy has produced 2 formidable figures. He'll surely take the initiative to confront them, and I can sit back and reap the benefits. Are you referring to senior brother Yinju? Yinran asked with a sly smile. Exactly. You're clever, Long Han replied with a grin. I heard he also came to Jianboshan, Long Han said as he began removing his clothes, his eyes burning with passion. Yinran, you're so beautiful. You make me lose control again. Yinran's expression shifted slightly, but she obediently removed her garments. Soon, their bodies entwined. Amidst the heavy breathing and moans, Long Han's voice carried a hint of urgency. Yinran, you'll help me get that Ling Yao, won't you? Of course, senior brother Long Han, Yinran replied between gasps. I'll do whatever you say. Meanwhile, in the elegant bamboo room, a gentle breeze drifted through. Han Feng was feasting heartily. Picking up a piece of fish and placing it in his mouth, he exclaimed in satisfaction, "Oh, this is amazing. It's such a loss that senior brother didn't come. He's missing out on this incredible food. Haha, and I'm definitely not packing any for him." His ravenous eating habits made Ling Yao, sitting across from him, frown slightly. Lu Fan gave a light cough to remind him, "Senior brother Han Feng, it's one thing to eat like this in the courtyard, but shouldn't you be a bit more refined now?" Only then did Han Feng pause, casually wiping the rice grains from the corner of his mouth. "What's the big deal? Junior sister Ling Yao, you might not know this, but in our Yuan courtyard, if you eat too slowly, you'll go hungry. Don't be fooled by how polite junior brother Lu Fan is now. Back in the courtyard, he eats faster than anyone. I can't even beat him." Lu Fan looked embarrassed, but Ling Yao was amused. "Really? Your courtyard sounds so fun. Ours at Mingxin courtyard is so boring. We stay in the big compound all day, and meals are delivered to us. We rarely go out. Do you all cook your own meals?" "We used to," Han Feng said with a grin, showing teeth with bits of green still stuck on them. "But now, it's all done by Lu Fan's spirit beast, Xiao He." "A spirit beast that can cook?" Ling Yao widened her eyes in surprise. Han Feng picked up the paper, his eyes quickly scanning the densely packed list of names. 50 names were neatly arranged, each accompanied by a brief assessment. "This information cost me a whole gold coin," Ling Yao said with a smug smile, as if this intelligence was a deal too good to pass up. "Why is the martial ranking out so early this year?" Han Feng frowned. "Isn't it usually announced just a few days before the academy competition? Who could possibly have the ability to evaluate the strength of all the fighters from the 9 academies this far in advance?" As he spoke, he eagerly started searching from the top of the list, but by the time he reached the last name, he had not found a single person from the Yuan Academy. "Damn it!" Han Feng slammed the paper onto the table. "Not a single one of us from Yuan Academy made it into the top 50 again. What's the martial ranking?" Lu Fan asked curiously from the side. Han Feng waved his hand dismissively and explained, "It's a list of the top 50 students in the martial academies, made by gamblers. It's not very reliable. I mean, even someone as skilled as me didn't make the list. That just shows how much of a joke it is. How can you say it's useless?" Ling Yao immediately retorted, "If you make the list and hold your spot for 3 months, the academy gives you generous rewards." Han Feng scoffed, "That's only for your Ming Xian Academy. At a Yuan Academy, we don't even get those benefits. Instead, we have to constantly worry about people challenging us for our rankings. It's just not worth it." Lu Fan picked up the paper and glanced at it. Most of the names were unfamiliar to him, but he recognized 2. Lung Han from Yin Yang Academy, ranked 42nd with the comment, "Swordsmanship like the wind," and Lin Qi from Piao Miao Academy, ranked 50th with the comment, "Half-step external force." Long Han's skills are only good enough for 42nd? Han Feng laughed. "If I went all out, I'd easily make the top 30. And junior brother Lu Fan here would definitely secure a spot in the top 20. "Really?" Ling Yao's eyes lit up. "Then you both have to give it a try. This year, anyone who makes the list gets a chance to enter the cultivation tower." "What?" Han Feng shot to his feet, nearly knocking over the table. "Senior brother Han Feng," Lu Fan frowned. "When are you going to stop overreacting to everything? No wonder you can't find a girlfriend." Even with his thick skin, Han Feng's face turned slightly red with embarrassment, but he quickly recovered and rubbed his hands together. "Junior sister Ling Yao, are you serious? The top 50 can really enter the cultivation tower?" After Ling Yao confirmed it, Han Feng immediately turned to Lu Fan. "Let's go, junior brother Lu Fan. We're heading there right now. The cultivation tower is an amazing place. But we're not even on the list. What's the point of going?" Lu Fan said. "You already defeated Lin Qi, didn't you? Why wouldn't that count towards the rankings?" Han Feng countered. "Lu Fan, you've actually fought someone on the martial ranking?" Ling Yao blinked in surprise. "Lin Qi is ranked 50th. Did you really beat him?" Lu Fan nodded calmly. "Yes, I did beat him once." Han Feng shouted. "Those cowards from the Piaomiao Institute wouldn't dare to tell anyone they got beaten up, otherwise junior brother Lu Fan would already be on the rankings." He waved his fist indignantly. "Let's go. Junior brother Lu Fan, do you know what the cultivation tower is? That's the real vault of martial techniques. As long as you pass the trials, you can obtain martial skills and cultivation methods and you can use them right away." As he spoke, Han Feng's eyes lit up, and his words tumbled out faster and faster. "Once you master them, you can go out and teach others a lesson. After that, you can charm some pretty junior sisters, and once you've charmed them, you can—" "And then what happens after you charm the junior sisters?" Ling Yao asked innocently. Sensing trouble, Lu Fan quickly interrupted. "Let's go, senior brother Han Feng. Ling Yao, do you want to come with us?" "Of course I'm coming," Ling Yao replied with a bright smile. "If you guys manage to get in, don't forget to bring me back a martial technique." Han Feng laughed heartily. "No problem. Leave it to junior brother Lu Fan. Lu Fan glanced helplessly at the smug Han Feng, and the three of them left the bamboo house, heading swiftly down the wide street toward the southwestern corner of Jianbao Mountain. From afar, they could see the towering white cultivation tower that Lu Fan had noticed on his first day on the mountain. To Lu Fan's surprise, Ling Yao not only kept up with their pace but seemed completely at ease. Noticing this, Lu Fan and Han Feng silently quickened their steps. Half an hour later, the three finally arrived at the base of the tower. Up close, the white tower appeared even more extraordinary. A faint, ethereal light shimmered between heaven and earth, accompanied by the gentle chime of golden bells that calmed the mind. The plaza in front of the tower was bustling with people, their chatter filling the air. Why are only those on the martial rankings allowed in? I heard the tower has been stocked with powerful new techniques, placed there by the headmaster to boost everyone's strength. People on the rankings have special privileges, they get first access. Well, if you've got what it takes, get yourself on the rankings too. Han Feng grabbed Lu Fan and pushed his way through the crowd, shouting loudly, "Make way! Make way!" Martial rankings experts coming through. His booming voice and flying spittle caused the bystanders to step aside immediately. Ling Yao wisely stayed behind, pretending she didn't know them. Though Lu Fan disliked such a flashy entrance, he had no choice but to go along, feigning interest in the scenery as Han Feng dragged him forward. Around them, people murmured, "Who are they? Are they really on the rankings?" Before long, Han Feng had pulled Lu Fan all the way to the tower's entrance. Standing guard were two towering bronze golems, each 3 zhang tall, with ferocious faces, sharp fangs, and rusted iron spears in hand. They exuded an imposing aura. Han Feng had just stepped toward the door when 2 bronze automatons immediately crossed their spears, blocking the entrance. Their mechanical voices rang out in unison. "Those not on the martial rankings are forbidden to enter. State your name." Yuan Academy, Han Feng, Lu Fan. Han Feng responded loudly. The eyes of the 2 bronze automatons glowed red as they scanned for a moment, then replied in unison, "No such names found on the martial rankings. Entry denied. Curse your ancestors." Han Feng fumed. "My junior brother already defeated a martial rankings expert. Why are we not allowed in? Your names are not on the martial rankings. Without special permission, you are not qualified to enter," the bronze automatons replied coldly. "You may choose to undergo the trial to gain entry." The surrounding students erupted in laughter. "So they're just a couple of idiots. I thought some martial rankings experts had arrived. Yuan Academy students? That's hilarious. When has anyone from Yuan Academy ever made it onto the martial rankings? Get out of here. Don't block the way. Don't you know the trial is fighting these 2 bronze guards? Beat them, and you can enter." Huh. Mocking voices filled the air, but Lu Fan remained unfazed. He had endured humiliations like this for over a decade, hearing insults far worse than these. Han Feng, still cursing, rolled up his sleeves. "Junior brother Lu Fan, how about we take these 2 on? Last year I couldn't beat them, but with you here this year, we might have a shot." "Senior brother Han, how strong are these 2 automatons?" Lu Fan asked cautiously. "One is about at the 6th or 7th level of the outer force realm. Together, they're equivalent to the 8th or 9th level," Han Feng estimated. Lu Fan's heart sank, relieved he hadn't acted impulsively. Even if he went all out, defeating opponents at the 8th or 9th level of the outer force realm was nearly impossible. Escaping might be feasible, but winning, even with Han Feng's help, was a pipe dream. As Lu Fan hesitated, the laughter in the crowd abruptly stopped, replaced by gasps of astonishment. "Zhao Kuo from Hongshan Academy is here. It's really senior Zhao Kuo. He's ranked 35th on the martial rankings." Lu Fan and Han Feng turned to look. Striding toward them was a giant of a man, standing 9 feet tall with a broad, muscular frame like a bear. His body was covered in muscles as solid as granite, and his black martial robes hung open at the chest. Each step he took reverberated with a heavy thud, exuding explosive power. Beside Zhao Kuo walked a woman. Lu Fan took a closer look and recognized here it was Zhao Ling from Piamiao Academy. A sense of foreboding washed over him, just as Han Feng turned to glance back as well. Zhao Ling froze when she spotted Han Feng. Pointing at him, she shouted, "You're here too." Zhao Kuo stopped in his tracks and turned to Zhao Ling. "What's going on?" "Brother, it's him. He's the bastard who bullied me." Zhao Ling cried out angrily. The crowd erupted in shock and disbelief. The surrounding trainees all gaped, their eyes filled with astonishment. Zhao Ling's mention of the word bully carried too much weight, instantly igniting everyone's imagination. Zhao Kuo's expression darkened in an instant. Following the direction of his sister's pointing finger, his sharp gaze locked onto Han Feng like a blade. "You dare bully my sister?" he growled, striding forward step by step, each footfall causing the ground to tremble slightly. His knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. Han Feng was initially stunned but quickly straightened his back and retorted loudly, "What nonsense! A fair match with a winner and a loser, how is that bullying? I'm a man of integrity. He even tossed his hair with a flourish as he spoke. But to Zhao Kuo, this display was utterly insignificant. I hate arguing with people. Zhao Kuo's voice boomed like thunder. If you bully my sister, you're asking for death. Before his words had fully settled, he threw a heavy punch. Han Feng reacted swiftly, drawing his sword, the azure skyblade, to block the attack. The crisp clash of metal reverberated as the sword bent into an exaggerated arc. Han Feng staggered back several steps, his face flushed as his internal energy churned. You oversized brute. You think you can just do whatever you want? Fine, I'll stop playing nice. Han Feng roared, charging forward with his sword glowing faintly as his energy surged through it. Zhao Kuo sneered coldly. A kid who hasn't even reached the outer chi realm dares act arrogant in front of me? He launched another punch, his energy erupting as his entire arm turned jet black, accompanied by the roar of a tiger echoing through the air. Sensing the danger, Lu Fan was about to intervene when two bronze puppets blocked his path with their long spears. No outside interference in a martial duel, the puppets' icy voices declared. Fist and sword collided, sparks flying. Han Feng's feet sank into the ground as his robes billowed wildly in the shockwave. His face contorted under the immense pressure. Suddenly, Zhao Kuo let out a sharp shout. Explosive fist. A burst of energy erupted, sending Han Feng flying through the air and crashing heavily to the ground. Zhao Kuo strode forward confidently, snorting disdainfully. With such pitiful strength, you dare bully my sister? Laughable. He raised his fist again, aiming directly at the fallen Han Feng. The spectators couldn't bear to watch any longer. A difference of 4 levels in cultivation inner chi, level 7 against outer chi level 3 meant the outcome was bound to be tragic. After all, who at Hongshan Academy hadn't heard of the infamous Black Tiger Zhao Kuo? As the lethal punch descended, the sheer force of the energy caused Han Feng's face to sting. Yet, at the last possible moment, Han Feng sprang up with a nimble flip, narrowly evading the strike. At the same time, he delivered a strange kick. The move was silent and seemingly ordinary, but it carried an inexplicable sense of danger. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed. He recognized this as the footwork technique Han Feng had adapted from his master's teachings, its power rivaling that of an earth-tier martial art. Zhao Kuo, however, appeared entirely unfazed, standing still with a look of utter contempt. Hongshan Academy was renowned for its body-strengthening techniques, and every student was as tough as a wild beast. A mere kick like this was hardly worth his attention. With a sharp swish, Zhao Kuo's expression suddenly changed drastically. A wound resembling a sword slash appeared across his chest, with blood splattering everywhere. Despite his pride in his formidable body-hardening martial arts, he was injured by a single kick. Staggering back several steps, he looked down in disbelief to examine his injury. Opposite him, Han Feng stood panting heavily, secretly alarmed. Even after using my full strength, I only managed to inflict a minor injury. These warriors from Hongshan Academy really are tough as steel. You managed to hurt Malukes like I underestimated you. State your name. I don't fight nameless people, Zhao Kuo said in a deep voice.
Cut the act.
Han Feng cursed. After all this fighting, you only now ask for my name? Stop pretending. I'm Han Feng from Yin Academy. The surrounding students exchanged glances in shock. For someone at the inner chi realm to injure Zhao Kuo, who was at the outer chi realm, was no small feat. Han Feng, huh? Zhao Kuo's expression twisted with rage. I'll rip your tongue out. Before his words had fully landed, a surge of white chi erupted from his body, enveloping him like a solid suit of armor. Zhao Kuo threw a punch into the air. Tiger Vanguard Strike. Even from 30 feet away, the force of the chi struck Han Feng heavily. Han Feng let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying backward, tumbling 6 feet. Zhao Kuo immediately followed up, stomping the ground with such force that it shattered beneath him. Tiger commanding the forest. The white chi transformed into a roaring white tiger that charged at Han Feng. Han Feng braced himself desperately, his palms splitting open, his clothes in tatters. The conformed white tiger exploded with a deafening blast, and Han Feng collapsed to the ground. Lu Fan rushed forward in an instant, helping Han Feng up and quickly feeding him a Mingjing pill. However, everyone's attention was fixed on Zhao Kuo. Blood was dripping from his forehead, and behind him, the Bishu Changtian sword was vibrating, embedded in the stone slab mere inches from piercing his skull. It turned out that in the moment the white tiger had exploded, Han Feng seized the opportunity to hurl his longsword. The sword's speed was like lightning, so fast that no one could see its trajectory. It left only a bloody mark on Zhao Kuo's forehead. Clearly, Han Feng had held back. If this had been a life-or-death battle, Zhao Kuo would already be dead. Zhao Kuo's expression flickered between anger and unease. Just as he was about to leave with Zhao Ling, an icy voice rang out from behind him. You think you can just leave after attacking someone? Turning around, he saw Lu Fan glaring at him, an aura of sharp, overwhelming intensity emanating from him. And what do you plan to do about it? Zhao Kuo asked coldly. Lu Fan drew his heavy sword, enunciating each word clearly. You dared to attack my senior brother, that's a death wish. His voice was like solid iron, resonating powerfully. The moment Lu Fan unleashed his qi, the surrounding forces of nature twisted violently, and the surging energy transformed into flames that flickered wildly. Despite only possessing an inner qi cultivation at the 7th level, he forcefully erupted with an aura comparable to the terrifying might of the external qi realm. The two bronze puppets in front of the White Tower seemed to sense the disturbance. Their mechanical heads slowly turned as they scanned the area in confusion. Zhao Kuo's face subtly shifted in response to the overwhelming pressure emanating from Lu Fan. Come and fight. Lu Fan growled, thrusting his heavy sword into the ground with immense force. With a deafening boom, the ground around the sword's blade shattered instantly, forming a jagged crater. Before Zhao Kuo could respond, Zhao Ling shouted loudly, brother, teach him a lesson. The people from Yin Academy are trash. He's no match for you, crush him. Her words made Zhao Kuo frown deeply. Trash? Just moments ago, Han Feng from that same academy had nearly ended his life. Though he felt helpless, his pride compelled him to step forward. As the two clashed in aura, Zhao Kuo's white qi armor surged around him. To his shock, his body trembled slightly, unbelievable. His opponent had actually suppressed him in terms of sheer presence. In the next moment, his aura completely collapsed, and Lu Fan's oppressive force swept over him like a fierce storm. Enraged, Lu Fan held nothing back, amplifying his qi to 20 times its normal strength. While there was no visible sign of change, he had already drawn in all the surrounding natural energy to consolidate his dominance. Even as an external qi practitioner, Zhao Kuo found himself unable to gain any advantage in this clash of auras. Under this overwhelming pressure, Zhao Kuo had no choice but to retaliate. With a roar, his eyes bloodshot, he threw a punch imbued with rippling qi. The force radiated outward like waves, striking Lu Fan even before the fist fully connected. Without hesitation, Lu Fan unleashed his most powerful sword technique, the spinning dragon slash. The 20-fold qi spiraled around the blade, descending with a frightful momentum. Against such a purely strength-oriented opponent, any fancy techniques would be futile. Only overwhelming power could prevail. The moment fist met sword, Lu Fan's feet sank into the ground, forming deep craters. Zhao Kuo watched in horror as his qi was torn apart inch by inch. The skin on his fist split open, and pain surged through him. In a desperate attempt, Zhao Kuo let out a tiger-like roar, his muscles swelling as he activated the divine tiger strength. At the same time, Lu Fan summoned the blazing golden body, causing real flames to rise from his skin. With a thunderous explosion, the ground beneath them was reduced to fine dust. A fleeting glimmer of scales appeared on Lu Fan's body before vanishing. Ultimately, Zhao Kuo was struck by the unstoppable sword, his arm instantly dislocated. Staggering back several steps, his face was etched with disbelief and shock. What terrifying power! Zhao Kuo was shocked, his eyes fixed on the flames burning around Lu Fan. He couldn't help but question Lu Fan's true identity. Could someone with such strength really just be an inner strength realm martial artist? With those blazing flames, could he actually be from the Hongshan Academy? There was no time to think further. Zhao Kuo quickly twisted his arm, and with a sharp crack, his dislocated joint snapped back into place. However, the scorched, blackened skin on his fist, burned by the flames, continued to throb with pain, making recovery impossible in the short term. Lu Fan wasted no time, striding forward with forceful steps. Flames soared, he roared, and as his heavy sword swung, flames roared out like a raging dragon. Zhao Kuo's figure flickered as he executed a short-range movement technique to evade the deadly strike. At the same time, his right arm suddenly turned black as he gathered all his strength and launched a powerful punch. To his surprise, Lu Fan neither dodged nor flinched, taking the punch heeding. His body swayed slightly, but then his steel-like fingers clamped down on Zhao Kuo's arm with an unyielding grip. The cold, piercing light in Lu Fan's eyes sent a chill through Zhao Kuo's heart. The next moment, a strange force surged through Zhao Kuo's arm and straight into his mindit with soul power. Lu Fan had unleashed a spiritual attack using the Unity Path technique. Caught completely off guard, Zhao Kuo fell victim instantly. His inner strength was powerless to resist the force, leaving him frozen in place. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fan grabbed Zhao Kuo's massive body and unleashed a relentless storm of attacks. Bang, bang, bang. 10 consecutive heavy strikes landed, each blow smashing Zhao Kuo into the ground, scattering debris everywhere. With the final strike, Lu Fan hurled the severely injured Zhao Kuo into the air. The forces of heaven and earth converged, surging into Lu Fan's body and transforming into inner strength. At that moment, A vivid memory flashed in his mind, the scene of comprehending the unyielding heavy sword, the image of a domineering and unrelenting slash, as if it were happening right in front of him. Lu Fan leapt high into the air, his heavy sword descending like a massive door panel. The terrifying power erupted, shattering the surrounding energy of heaven and earth in an instant. The strike was so powerful that even Lu Fan was pushed back by the recoil, while Zhao Kuo plummeted to the ground like a meteor. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions followed, sending rocks flying into the air, reaching a height of over 10 meters. The onlookers around the battlefield retreated in fear, worried about being caught in the devastating force. When the dust settled, Zhao Kuo's bloodied and battered figure appeared in the deep crater. His face was nearly flattened, and he coughed up blood continuously. Although Lu Fan had struck with overwhelming force, he had shown restraint, sparing Zhao Kuo's life. If Lu Fan had intended to kill, he would have used the blade of his heavy sword earlier. Zhao Kuo spat out another mouthful of blood before finally succumbing to unconsciousness. If not for the extraordinary resilience of a Hongshan Academy student, such a brutal beating would have already claimed his life. Nearby, Zhao Ling collapsed to the ground, her lower garments soaked in blood. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and she suddenly broke into heart-wrenching sobs. The commotion caused quite a stir. A few students from Piaomiao Academy and Hongshan Academy quickly helped the disheveled Zhao Ling and Zhao Kuo siblings out of the scene. All eyes were fixed on Lu Fan, their expressions filled with shock. A student from the Yuan Academy had just completely overpowered Zhao Kuo, ranked 32nd on the martial rankings, leaving everyone stunned. This was nothing short of a paradigm shift. Write this down. Lu Fan from the Yuan Academy, his strength might already threaten the top 20 experts. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. One student hurried off to report the update for the martial rankings, while another, holding a folding fan, chuckled and remarked, "Looks like Yuan Academy is about to produce a top-tier fighter." This year's Academy rankings battle just got interesting. The surrounding students observed Lu Fan with various complex expressions. Among them, several female students had an unusual gleam in their eyes. "Oh, my poor back." Han Feng exaggeratedly rolled on the ground, clutching his waist. "What am I going to do about my slender waist?" Excitedly tugging at Lu Fan's sleeve, Ling Yao whispered, "Lu Fan, you're amazing. You've only been here a short time, and you've already reached the 7th level of inner force. Even senior brothers in the external force stage can't match you." Lu Fan smiled faintly and walked over to Han Feng, asking, "Senior brother Han Feng, can you still get up?" "Don't underestimate your senior brother." Han Feng waved his fists but immediately winced in pain. "But that pill earlier was really something. How about giving me another one?" Lu Fan tossed him another pill. However, Han Feng didn't consume it immediately. Instead, he cheekily pocketed it and muttered under his breath, "With this pill, they'll have more chances to impress the junior sisters." Hearing this, both Lu Fan and Ling Yao gave him disdainful looks. Suddenly, the two Bronze Gate Guardians spoke. "Lu Fan of Yuan Academy, having defeated Zhao Kuo, ranked 32nd on the martial rankings, you are now permitted to enter the cultivation tower." "What about me?" Han Feng asked anxiously. "You have not defeated any ranked individual on the martial rankings and are not permitted entry," the Guardians replied coldly. "Curse your ancestors." Han Feng burst out. "You brainless fools can't see I have martial rankings level strength? Do I have to defeat someone to qualify? Are your heads made of stone?" Mid-rant, he froze in realization the Guardians' heads were, in fact, made of stone. The surrounding students no longer dared to mock Han Feng. His strength did indeed meet the standards for the martial rankings. He had simply been unlucky to face someone as strong as Zhao Kuo. Suddenly, Han Feng's eyes lit up. Turning to Lu Fan, he said, "Junior brother Lu Fan, let's have a match. You can lose to me on purpose." Lu Fan chuckled at his suggestion. "Senior brother Han Feng, that's a clever idea." Han Feng rubbed his hands together, chuckling slyly. Hurry up, hurry up. Didn't he ask me to defeat someone on the martial rankings? If you beat Zhao Kuo and take his spot, then I beat you. It all works out." As he finished speaking, he lowered his voice and added with a mischievous tone, "Of course, maybe hold back a little." Lu Fan glanced at the two stiff-looking bronze puppets nearby, contemplating the feasibility of this plan. Ling Yao, standing to the side, couldn't help but cover her mouth as she giggled at their scheming. Suddenly, Han Feng straightened his back, putting on a serious expression. "Junior brother Lu Fan, you did well earlier, but there are still some flaws. Let your senior brother give you some pointers, so you don't get too full of yourself." Lu Fan suppressed a laugh, raising his heavy sword as he retorted, "Oh really? Then why did senior brother Han Feng get beaten so badly just now?" Unfazed, Han Feng replied, "I was letting them win on purpose," while casually gesturing with his hand. The Bai Shui Chang Tian sword lying on the ground flew back into his grasp, an impressive display that caught the attention of several onlookers. Without missing a beat, Han Feng lunged toward Lu Fan, thrusting his sword in what appeared to be a casual, effortless motion. Though there was no visible force behind the strike, Lu Fan played along, trembling dramatically as though he'd been hit by dozens of blows, then falling back theatrically to the ground. Senior brother Han Feng, you're amazing. I concede. Lu Fan called out from the ground, his voice deliberately weak. Han Feng laughed triumphantly, turning to the two bronze guards. Did you see that? Even Lu Fan, who just defeated a top-ranking martial artist, is no match for me. The two bronze puppets exchanged a mechanical glance. Though their artificial minds couldn't comprehend the absurdity of the scene, rules were rules. Defeating a martial rankings fighter granted entry. After a brief pause, they spoke in unison. You may enter. Han Feng winked at Lu Fan before striding into the cultivation tower, his grin wide with satisfaction. The surrounding students erupted into murmurs, some rushing off to alert other senior disciples, while others protested angrily at the blatant theatrics. Lu Fan stood up and dusted off his clothes. Ling Yao, smiling brightly, teased, "Are all the students in your Yuan Academy this cunning?" "This isn't cunning. It's just a bit of cleverness," Lu Fan replied with a grin. Ling Yao's pure and warm smile made him feel at ease. "Go on in," Ling Yao said, patting Lu Fan on the shoulder. "If you can, pick a martial technique for me too. Why don't you come with me?" Lu Fan suggested. "We could put on another performance." Ling Yao shook her head. "No need. The mentor said that obtaining martial techniques inside the cultivation tower depends on one's strength. With my current level, I wouldn't be able to get much. I'll leave it to you. I'll wait outside." Seeing the sincerity in Ling Yao's clear eyes, Lu Fan nodded in agreement. "All right. When I come out, I'll treat you to a meal." "Then you have to take me to Yuan Academy," Ling Yao said with a playful smile. "I want to see your spirit beast, Xiao He." "No problem," Lu Fan agreed readily. He walked straight ahead, but two bronze puppets moved to block his way. "Although I lost, I only dropped one rank from 32nd to 33rd on the martial ranking. Does that mean I'm not even qualified to enter?" Lu Fan raised his voice. The two bronze puppets exchanged glances. Their simple, mechanical minds clearly couldn't process such a complex argument. After a brief moment of hesitation, they decided to let him pass, pushing the heavy door open just enough for him to enter. Lu Fan stepped inside, and the massive door slammed shut behind him, cutting off all the noise from the outside world. Before him was a vast space, with countless golden flames floating overhead, flickering like ghostly will-o'-the-wisps. Upon closer inspection, Lu Fan was startled to discover that each flame seemed to contain an object resembling a book. As he moved forward, a stone staircase leading to the second floor came into view. The surface of the steps was engraved with intricate patterns, radiating powerful energy waves. "Junior brother Lu Fan, come take a look at this." Han Feng's voice called out from near the staircase. He was bent over, examining something. Lu Fan approached and saw a stone tablet. On it, the words, "First floor, golden flame fire," were clearly etched. "What does this mean?" Lu Fan asked. "Not sure. Maybe it refers to these floating flames," Han Feng replied, shaking his head. Before they could discuss further, heavy footsteps echoed from both sides. A stone golem, over 10 feet tall, emerged, wielding a long blade and with glowing red eyes. "Practitioners, select a martial technique. Each may acquire one from this floor," the golem said mechanically. After some questioning, they learned that the golden flames indeed contained martial techniques. However, they only had 1 hour to make their selection, and the techniques on this floor were limited to mid-tier human level. "Only mid-tier human level? That's too low," Han Feng said with a frown. "Junior brother Lu Fan, let's head to the second floor. We should at least aim for a peak-tier spiritual level technique." The two began ascending the stone staircase, but each step seemed to exert a downward force, severely slowing their progress. "Damn it, even climbing stairs is this troublesome. If only we could fly," Han Feng grumbled as he struggled upward. Just as Ling Yao had mentioned, even within the cultivation tower, obtaining martial techniques required one's own strength. Lu Fan had a strong feeling that every step ahead would be a test of their abilities. Ling Yao stepped out of the white tower, a faint smile gracing her lips. She felt cheerful today, and even her steps seemed lighter than usual. She was well aware of the rules of the cultivation tower and knew that Lu Fan and the others would have to stay inside for a full hour. These rules were all too familiar to her, as she had once entered the tower under her master's guidance to select martial skills, a fact she had never shared with anyone else. Patting the bulging pouch at her waist, Ling Yao felt a sense of joy. The gold coins she earned today filled her with satisfaction, and she was already planning to buy some shiny little trinkets. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared ahead, walking toward her. Ling Yao's eyes lit up as she recognized 2 of them. "Senior sister Yanran," Ling Yao called out. The 3 stopped in front of her, and Yanran, who was on the left, smiled and asked, "Junior sister Ling Yao, are you here to see the cultivation tower too?" Ling Yao nodded in response, her gaze shifting to the other 2. The one in the middle was someone she knew, Long Han. The other was a gaunt man in a gray robe with sunken eyes. Yinran introduced him, junior sister Lingyao, you know senior brother Lung Han. This is senior brother Yu Xian from the Yin-yang Academy. Senior brother Yu Xian. Ranked 21st on the martial board? Lingyao asked in surprise. Lung Han chimed in with a smile. That's right. But the news might be a bit outdated, senior brother. You recently defeated senior brother Huang Relin from the Azure Sword Academy, who was ranked 19th. He's now in the top 20. Yu Xian, his face expressionless, interrupted coldly. Long Han, stop wasting time. Where's that kid who embarrassed our Yin-yang Academy? Upon learning the person was inside the cultivation tower, Yu Xian said in a low voice. Fighting isn't allowed inside the tower, so we'll wait for him outside. Had better have some skill, or I'll take on all of you together. Lung Han's smile immediately turned awkward. Ling Yao frowned deeply. You're not talking about Lu Fan, are you? Lung Han, why are you getting someone to go after him? Yanran tried to reason with her. Junior sister Ling Yao, isn't it normal to settle scores with Lu Fan and Han Feng from the Unity Academy after they humiliated the Yin Yang Academy? That was a fair competition, a fair wager. Ling Yao's face flushed. Besides, they're my friends. Lung Han caught the unusual tone in her final words, and his expression changed. Yanran smiled meaningfully. Friends? Junior sister Ling Yao, you've already become friends with them so quickly? Ling Yao's cheeks flushed with an unusual redness, as if they might start bleeding. Lung Han, however, grew more displeased the longer he looked, as Ling Yao's reaction seemed to confirm Yanran's words. Having long considered Ling Yao as his own, Lung Han naturally couldn't tolerate anyone else interfering. Ling Yao, this matter concerns only the Yin Yang Academy and the Yuan Academy. It has nothing to do with you, Lung Han said coldly. However, considering your friendship with them, I might show some mercy. Of course, in return, I hope you'll do me the honor of joining me for lunch. Han Feng's assessment of you was spot on. Ling Yao replied through gritted teeth. Suddenly, Long Han reached out to grab Linjiao's hand, but she swiftly slapped it away. A fiery young woman, Yu Xian remarked with a chuckle. Lung Han, when we from the Yin Yang Academy want to claim someone, what do we do? I understand, senior brother Yu Xian, Lung Han replied. Before the words fully left his mouth, Long Han moved like lightning, pressing a finger on Linjiao's shoulder. A surge of overwhelming energy instantly flowed into her body, leaving her frozen in place. My apologies, Miss Ling Yao. You'll have to sit this one out, Long Han said with a smirk. Yinran, help your junior sister. Let's head to the White Tower entrance and wait for those two. Yinran stepped forward to support Ling Yao. Though her body was immobilized, Ling Yao could still speak. She lowered her voice and asked, Senior sister Yinran, are you really in league with them? Junior sister Ling Yao, I didn't want this either, Yinran whispered. But when you arrived, you stole all the attention, getting so close to Master Wuchou as if you were her only disciple. This is all your fault. But once senior brother Long Han deals with your two friends and takes care of you, you'll no longer be a threat to me. You'll still be the third senior sister of the Mingxin Academy, and you'll obediently remain my junior sister. Ling Yao stayed silent. With a faint smile, Yinran helped her follow Long Han and Yu Xian. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor of the cultivation tower, Lu Fan and Han Feng, oblivious to what was happening outside, were struggling to climb higher. Every step of the stone staircase was covered in runes, making each movement feel as though their feet were glued in place. In addition, a towering light barrier loomed ahead, dozens of feet tall. Even if they shattered it with their energy, it would send out a violent ripple of force in retaliation. Lu Fan's fists moved like a whirlwind, as he knew they had to act quickly. If the barrier reformed, they would be pushed back down. Junior brother Lu Fan, if we can just reach the 5th floor, we'll have a chance to obtain high-level spiritual techniques. Keep going, Han Feng shouted, pushing himself to climb faster. Mountain-crushing fist. Lu Fan stored away his heavy sword into his ring, knowing that carrying it would only be a burden while climbing. Activating his fiery golden body, each strike of his mountain-crushing fist unleashed immense explosive power. The force generated by his energy surged 20-fold, propelling him upward like a spear piercing through obstacles. Han Feng followed closely behind, wielding his azure sky sword with lightning precision. Here, he could finally unleash his heaven-seizing sword technique without restraint. The sword light shattered every energy barrier in its path. Clenching his teeth, he endured the rippling waves of power, staying right on Lu Fan's heels. Deliberately slowing his pace, Lu Fan cleared the way for Han Feng. Each time he shattered a barrier ahead, the pressure on Han Feng lessened significantly. Taking advantage of the brief moments before the barriers were formed, Han Feng could leap up several steps in one go. The two had climbed hundreds of stone steps, but had yet to reach the 5th level. The violet flames above were now within reach, but neither of them had the luxury to spare a thought for them. After another rapid ascent of 100 steps, a doorway suddenly appeared before them. Stepping through the entrance, the view opened up. Han Feng slumped down at the threshold, calculating the time. About half an hour, I'd say. I'm exhausted. Junior brother Lu Fan. Let's hurry and find some martial techniques. The layout of the 5th level was similar to the ones below, with a towering silver puppet standing at its center. Above its head floated an ominous black flame. Han Feng approached a stone tablet and read aloud, 5th level netherworld flame. Lu Fan surveyed the surroundings and noticed 2 other students, a man and a woman beneath the puppet. They were attempting to grasp the drifting flame. Each time they touched the netherworld flame, they trembled from the scorching pain and had to let go. The 2 glanced briefly at Lu Fan and Han Feng before resuming their task. Let's get started, junior brother Lu Fan. Pick wisely, nothing below height-tier spirit level techniques. Han Feng urged. Techniques of this caliber were indeed rare, far surpassing the low-tier spirit techniques passed down by the Lu family. The netherworld flame orbs floating in midair were larger and faster than those on the 1st level, making them even harder to catch. Impatient, Han Feng made his move, grabbing a black flame orb with his hand. Haha, got the technique? He exclaimed, beaming as he reached into the orb to retrieve the technique within. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through his hand, and the overwhelming power of the flame blasted him backward. Han Feng let out a pained cry as he crashed to the ground. The man and woman nearby sneered, and the man mocked, "Idiot. Did you think the techniques guarded by the netherworld flame would be that easy to get? You alright?" Lu Fan quickly stepped forward to check on him. Despite his protective energy, Han Feng's hand was red and blistered from the burn. I'm fine. Damn it. This flame, how is anyone supposed to get the techniques? Han Feng grumbled through gritted teeth. Maybe your method was wrong, Lu Fan said with a smile. Let me give it a try. With that, he leaped into the air, grabbing a flickering black flame orb with precision. Landing steadily, he remained completely unfazed. The pair nearby widened their eyes in disbelief. Lu Fan tightened his grip, slowly pulling the martial technique out of the netherworld flame bit by bit. Though the flame was terrifying, it caused him minimal harm. With his chi, surpassing the level of Gang Chi, combined with the dual protection of his dragon bloodline and the fiery golden body, the flame merely felt like a slight heat to him. Han Feng scrambled to his feet, watching intently as Lu Fan fully extracted the martial technique. The moment it was removed, the netherworld flame vanished like an illusion. Flowing light movement technique, Lu Fan read aloud, glancing at the cover of the martial technique. Han Feng stepped closer, flipping directly to the last page. Pointing at 2 green markings on the page, he explained, the Martial Academy classifies martial techniques by these markings. Yellow, green, red, and gold. Green with 1 mark indicates low-tier spirit level, 2 marks indicate mid-tier spirit level, and 3 marks high-tier spirit level. As for earth-tier techniques, they use red markings. Lu Fan nodded in understanding and was about to search for the next martial technique when the silver puppet suddenly spoke. Its buzzing voice echoed from its gleaming silver head. Each person is limited to 1 martial technique per floor. To exchange, you must first return the one in your possession. Acknowledging with a nod, Lu Fan was about to toss the martial technique aside when a man and a woman simultaneously called out, "Wait, what is it?" Lu Fan turned to face the 2. "I am Jin Feiyu from the Thunder Academy, and this is Feng Hua from the Kongtong Academy," the man introduced. "Surely, you've heard of our names." Lu Fan of the Yuan Academy. "This is my senior brother, Han Feng." "Apologies, I've never heard of either of you," Lu Fan replied flatly. Hearing that they were from Yuan Academy, both Jin Feiyu and Feng Hua froze momentarily. Yuan Academy students can also enter the cultivation tower? Jin Feiyu frowned, his words immediately souring the expressions of Lu Fan and Han Feng. Exchanging glances, Jin Feiyu and Feng Hua's demeanor grew more arrogant. Jin Feiyu said, "Never mind which branch you're from. Making it to the 5th floor means you must have some skills. Seeing how you can resist the netherworld flame, would like to ask for your help in retrieving 2 high-tier spirit-level martial techniques. I can offer herbs or money as compensation. We're both ranked within the top 30 on the martial ranking, so we have some influence," Feng Hua added. "In the future, if you encounter any difficulties at the Martial Academy, feel free to seek my help." "That's my promise." "That won't be necessary," Lu Fan replied indifferently. "You're so annoying," Han Feng said lazily, picking at his nose. "If you're done talking, get lost. Junior brother, toss that martial technique already and let's find a height-tier spirit level 1. Feng Hua and Jin Feiyu's faces darkened. Just as Lu Fan was about to throw away the martial technique in his hand, Jin Feiyu suddenly grabbed his arm. Lu Fan's eyes were sharp as he stared straight at Jin Feiyu and said, "First, you're not as strong as you think. Second, if you're asking for help, this is not the tone you should use. Just like my senior brother said, get lost. If you want martial techniques, go get them yourself." As he spoke, Lu Fan flicked his wrist and tossed the mid-ear spiritual martial technique book aside. Feng Hua, who was about to ask Lu Fan to hand over the technique, froze as she saw him act swiftly. He had already summoned the netherworld flame to envelop the book, transforming it into a new fireball that floated away in an instant. Jin Feiyu's face darkened as he coldly threatened, "You'll regret this." Feng Hua, unfazed, swept her sleeve and walked directly toward the 4th floor. Time was running out since there was no chance of obtaining any techniques on the 5th floor. She had to hurry back to the 4th to search. Jin Feiyu, however, remained rooted in place, unwilling to give up, scheming in silence. Lu Fan and Han Feng ignored the quarrelsome siblings and focused on capturing fireballs. Lu Fan moved with agility, leaping gracefully as both hands reached out simultaneously, firmly catching 2 fireballs. Extracting the martial techniques from within, he glanced at them. Both were mid-tier spiritual techniques. Where are all the high-tier spiritual techniques hiding? Han Feng asked, visibly disappointed. Lu Fan shook his head and continued his search. After a short while, Lu Fan suddenly spotted a fireball moving significantly faster than the others. Without hesitation, he activated his chi refinement technique, lightly tapping his foot midair to harness the wind and envelop the fireball. With precision, he caught it securely in his hands. Eagerly, he retrieved the technique from within and flipped to the last page. 3 distinct markings stood out. Finally, a high-tier spiritual technique. Han Feng's eyes lit up as he eagerly leaned closer. Lu Fan glanced at the cover, Dragon Yang Body Refinement Technique. He frowned slightly. It was a body refinement technique, not particularly useful to him at the moment. With the blazing fire golden body, dragon clan bloodhide, and scales already in his possession, his defense was more than sufficient. What he needed now was a powerful fist technique to enhance his offensive capabilities. Han Feng quickly skimmed through the technique. When he read the line, "Practicing the Dragon Yang Body Refinement Technique invigorates vitality, strengthens masculinity, and grants unmatched endurance," he exclaimed excitedly, "Junior brother Lu Fan, I'm taking this one. This is perfect for me." Without hesitation, he stuffed the book into his waistband, grinning ear to ear. Lu Fan noticed that Han Feng's waistband appeared completely normal, making him wonder if his senior brother had some sort of spatial storage there. Shaking off the thought, Lu Fan turned and headed toward the higher stone steps. "Junior brother Lu Fan, you're not seriously thinking about challenging the 6th floor, are you?" Han Feng called out in surprise. "Since there's still time, why not give it a try?" "Senior brother, wait for me here," Lu Fan replied calmly as he began ascending the staircase. A fierce gust of wind roared down, whipping his clothes and threatening to knock him off balance. "The 6th floor isn't for someone like you, Lu Fan of the Yuan Institute," Jin Feiyu sneered, emphasizing Yuan Institute with disdain. Lu Fan merely chuckled softly, his steps growing even more resolute as he climbed higher. The raging gale was no obstacle to Lu Fan's progress. Compared to the 5th floor, the array on the 6th floor was far more cunning. The light screens no longer appeared in advance, but instead shot up suddenly just as Lu Fan's foot was about to touch the ground, like sharp blades aiming straight for his soles. Lu Fan, enveloped in a shield of energy, stomped down with each step, shattering the sudden light screens completely. The shattered screens transformed into multicolored gusts of wind, growing fiercer with each step he ascended. Confronted by these winds, even more dangerous than the array itself, Lu Fan finally unsheathed the heavy sword on his back to stabilize himself, pressing forward steadily, step by step. Below, Han Feng watched Lu Fan's figure with a smile. Jin Feiyu, noticing this, hurried to the base of the staircase to try his own luck. However, the moment he took his first step, the gale knocked him off his feet, sending him stumbling backward in a flurry of embarrassment. "Ha ha ha." Han Feng laughed openly, making no effort to conceal his amusement. "You think you can climb up there like my junior brother? Don't make me laugh to death." Jin Feiyu, both humiliated and furious, drew his sword. But before he could act, the silver golem turned its head to issue a warning. "No fighting is allowed within the cultivation tower. Violators will be expelled and handed over to the instructors for punishment." Reluctantly, Jin Feiyu sheathed his sword. Han Feng, however, only became more smug, raising both middle fingers in provocation. "Come on, kid. Make a move if you dare." Suddenly, Jin Feiyu seemed to have an idea and sneered. "Did you just call him your junior brother? Ha! It seems like your position as senior brother is about to be taken from you." Han Feng froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Oh, you idiot. The Yuan Academy only has 5 students. It's not like the other branches where they fight over resources and status. You're as dumb as you look, really." Clearly, Jin Feiyu was unfamiliar with the dynamics of the Yuan Academy. In the other branches he knew, disciples indeed had to compete for status and resources, strictly adhering to the law of the jungle. In the cultivation world, an elder senior brother who lacks strength is often looked down upon, no matter how kind or well-connected he may be. This holds true in institutions like the Thunder Academy, the Azure Sword Academy, and the Yin-Yang Academy. Jin Feiyu originally thought the same would apply to the Yuan Academy, but he soon realized it was completely different there. The 5 students of the One Yuan Academy were as close as family, their bond so strong it was as if they shared the same pair of pants. This was no exaggeration. Han Feng vividly remembered a time when he and his senior brothers, Chu Tian and Chu Xing, had literally shared a pair of pants modified by their eldest senior brother. Although Lu Fan had yet to experience this privilege, given the Academy's habit of frequently destroying their clothes, it was only a matter of time. Watching Han Feng laughing uncontrollably on the ground, Jin Feiyu silently cursed him, wishing he would laugh himself to death. Gritting his teeth, he threatened, "You little brat, don't let me catch you outside. I'll beat you so badly you'll be laughing every day like an idiot." Han Feng stood up, clutching his stomach, and provocatively replied, "Sure, go ahead. But if you fail to beat me into an idiot, you'll be my grandson. Come on, grandson. Give your grandpa a smile." This remark completely enraged Jin Feiyu. Without even drawing his sword, he unleashed the power of his outer energy realm and charged at Han Feng. A surge of energy shot forward like a rainbow, but before it could reach Han Feng, the latter shouted, "Murder! Hey, big guy, aren't you going to do something?" Even as he yelled, Han Feng had already unsheathed his Bihui Changtian sword. The silver puppet, as if swatting a fly, effortlessly blocked Jin Feiyu's attack. Its massive hand, glowing with white light, struck Jin Feiyu heavily. He spat out a mouthful of blood before vanishing into the light without a trace. The silver puppet calmly announced, "Anyone who violates the rules of the cultivation tower will be banned from entering for 3 years. It then turned to Han Feng, saying, "Put your sword away." Han Feng quickly sheathed his sword, shaking his head smugly. "I'm a rule-abiding person. Don't hit me, really can't handle being flattened." As he walked away, he muttered to himself, "Those idiots from the Thunder Academy. If they're going to mess with us, they can forget about getting good martial techniques. Haha, what fools. I only used 30% of my annoying skills, and he already took the bait. 3 years without access to the tower, that's a huge loss. Every floor has a martial technique reward. I should check out the 4th floor and see if I can find a technique for escaping. Offending so many people, I'd better figure out how to stay alive." Humming a cheerful tune, Han Feng descended the stairs without any obstacles, a stark contrast to the struggles he faced on his way up. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was still focused on climbing higher. Even unleashing 20 times his usual energy wasn't enough to make progress. He could only keep swinging his heavy sword, shouting break, 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 with every strike. The power of Lu Fan's soul enveloped his sword, and with every swing, the crystalline glow unleashed a force that shook the spirit. He advanced with unstoppable momentum, quickly reaching the final 3 stone steps. By now, the surrounding gale had turned into a raging hurricane, almost forcing Lu Fan's eyes shut. As he lifted his foot, 3 beams of light suddenly illuminated the air, white, silver, and red, merging into an eerie unity. Together, they formed a massive Tinjiang sword radiating a tricolored brilliance, descending straight toward Lu Fan's head. Facing this lethal strike, Lu Fan raised his heavy sword, releasing every ounce of his energy. At this moment, even the power of his soul seemed insufficient to withstand such a terrifying assault. His only option was to channel all his strength into the heavy sword, simultaneously repelling the forces of nature within a Tinjiang radius. For a fleeting instant, the raging winds paused, and the enormous sword was upon him. The overwhelming force made Lu Fan's entire body tremble. He let out a powerful roar, spinning dragon slash. His heavy sword streaked forward like a flash of light, moving 10 times faster than an ordinary Outer Chi realm warrior. The 2 swords clashed, and waves of terrifying energy rippled outward. Gritting his teeth, Lu Fan endured the impact as the scales on his body unfolded in an instant, forming an impenetrable suit of armor that shielded him completely. With a swift motion, he twisted his wrist and cleaved the massive sword in 2, though half of it still crashed heavily onto him. Clang! A deafening sound echoed as Lu Fan staggered half a step back, a striking white mark left on his armor. Without hesitation, he swung his sword once more. Heavy sword art. Explosion. The remaining fragment of the light sword shattered instantly, scattering into countless specks of light. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Lu Fan leapt forward in a few swift strides, ascending to the 6th level. He exhaled deeply. This challenge had been anything but easy. Looking around, the 6th level was entirely different from the ones below. Above his head, there were no longer drifting flames. Instead, a vast galaxy of stars seemed close enough to touch. As Lu Fan retracted his armor and stood in awe, a familiar voice broke the silence. "Lu Fan, is that you?" Turning towards the sound, he spotted a golden throne at the center of the 6th level. Seated upon it was a golden puppet, and standing atop its head was a woman he recognized. "Huan Yu." Lu Fan chuckled lightly, surprised to encounter her here. Huan Yu gracefully leapt from the puppet's head, landing lightly in front of Lu Fan like a falling maple leaf. She patted his shoulder with a smile. Not bad. You actually made it to the 6th level. What was that armor you had earlier? It looked so cool. Just a special technique, Lu Fan replied with a faint smile. Can you teach me? Huan Yu asked eagerly. Lu Fan shook his head. I'm afraid not. Stingy. Huan Yu pouted, her small tiger-like teeth showing. Never mind. Since you're here, help your big sister out. This cursed martial arts star River I haven't been able to snag a single technique from it. It's driving me crazy. Martial arts star River? Lu Fan frowned. Huan Yu pointed to the galaxy above and explained that every star is a martial technique. We'll pick the biggest ones. You help me out. How do I help? Lu Fan asked. With a sudden wave of her hand, Huan Yu sent a beam of white light shooting into the starry river. Instantly, a glowing sword descended. Lu Fan quickly raised his sword to block it. Just like that, Huan Yu said with a smile. Lu Fan's eyelid twitched. This woman was truly dangerous. However, Huan Yu seemed completely unbothered. She grabbed Lu Fan's hand and charged straight toward the golden puppet's head. Just as the puppet was about to speak, Huan Yu raised her voice threateningly. Big guy, if you dare say another word, I'll have the dean dismantle you. The golden puppet had no choice but to close its eyes, remaining still and allowing them to do as they pleased. The two of them climbed onto the puppet's head. Huan Yu stomped on it a few times in frustration, complaining, who designed this golden lump of a head? It's so round and slippery, and there's even an array on it. You can't stand steadily at all. Wouldn't it have been better to make it square? The puppet opened its eyes, feeling utterly aggrieved. As the guardian of the 6th level of the cultivation tower, it was usually treated with the utmost respect by every student who came its way. Yet, this woman, relying on the backing of her faction, not only trampled on its head, but also criticized its appearance. The puppet grumbled internally. It had dignity too. Ultimately, it shut its eyes again, muttering to itself, out of sight, out of mind. Lu Fan asked, for the martial skill in the starry sea, do we just pluck it off with our hands like the ones below? It's not that easy, Huan Yu explained. The ones below don't fight back, but the starry sea has strong defenses. I almost succeeded a few times, but those light swords kept pushing me back. I've been stuck here for nearly half a day. How about we team up? You block the light swords, they'll grab the martial skill, and we each get one. Deal? Half a day, Lu Fan exclaimed. Isn't the cultivation tower limited to just 1 hour? Huan Yu smugly flicked her ponytail. That's for you guys. I can stay as long as I want, until I find a martial skill that satisfies me. Who dares to kick me out? As she spoke, she kicked the puppet a few more times. Isn't that right, big guy? The golden puppet remained silent, eyes closed, feigning deafness. Fine, you're impressive, Lu Fan said helplessly. Let's start quickly then. I only have 1 hour. Huan Yu rolled up her sleeves, revealing arms as smooth as lotus roots. Her entire body glowed red as she unleashed a long whip of energy, striking directly into the starry sea. The moment the whip coiled around a star, a vortex erupted in the sea of martial skills, and countless light swords shot through the air toward them. Lu Fan raised his heavy sword, its massive blade serving as a shield to protect them both. The light swords rained down like a storm, each strike carrying the force of a full-power attack from an early-stage outer energy practitioner. Dozens of light swords struck simultaneously, and Lu Fan gritted his teeth to hold his ground. Almost there. I've almost got it, Huan Yu shouted as she pulled with all her might. Finally, she managed to extract an ancient, worn book from the star. At that moment, the density of the light swords suddenly increased, with some even circling around to attack them from behind. Lu Fan noticed the lightsabers circling around and instantly activated his scaled armor while channeling the blazing golden body technique. He swiftly dodged to stand behind Huan Yu, and the sound of clashing metal echoed sharply. When Huan Yu sensed the commotion behind her and turned around, she saw Lu Fan shielding her from the barrage of lightsabers with his back. Without a moment's hesitation, she froze in place, stunned. Huan Yu, what are you doing? Move. Lu Fan's loud shout snapped her out of it. Clenching her teeth, Huan Yu growled softly, yin-yang qi, rise. A surge of black and white light emanated from beneath her feet, causing the energy around her to intensify dramatically. With a flick of her wrist, her long whip coiled around the ancient book and drew it into her grasp. The lightsabers halted instantly, giving Lu Fan a chance to catch his breath. He plopped down onto the golden golem's head. Did you get it? What is it? Lu Fan asked, panting heavily. Are you okay? Huan Yu asked, looking at him with concern. I'm fine, just a bit tired, Lu Fan replied, glancing down at his scaled armor. The silver-white armor was riddled with dents from the concentrated lightsaber attacks. If not for his exceptional regenerative ability and his talent for absorbing the energy of the world, an ordinary martial artist at the level of external astral realm wouldn't have survived such an onslaught. Injecting his energy into the armor, the dents gradually smoothed out and returned to their original state. Huan Yu smiled and patted him on the back. I didn't expect you to be this impressive. Looks like I owe you one this time. Really? Then just promise not to cause trouble for me again over treasure hunting, Lu Fan replied with a grin. Huan Yu froze for a moment before slapping her forehead. I almost forgot about that. Alright, we're even now. Lu Fan opened his mouth, regretting that he had brought up the topic unnecessarily. Huan Yu handed the ancient book to him. It was thin, and at the bottom of the last page, a red mark was revealed, an indicator of a genuine Earth-grade martial technique. The cover bore 3 bold characters, Wu Xiang Quan Formless Fist. A fist technique? Huan Yu muttered with a frown. I don't like fist techniques. I prefer movement techniques or body-refining methods. If you want it, it's yours. Without hesitation, Lu Fan accepted the book. Just as he was about to open it, a beam of light suddenly erupted from the book and entered his forehead. The book dissolved into light and merged back into the starry sea. Lu Fan's body trembled as a deep, resonant voice echoed in his mind. Wu Xiang Quan, the essence of my lifetime's martial mastery, emphasizes intent over form and encompasses all fist techniques. Formless and heartless, shadowless and shapeless. A flood of information about Wu Xiang Quan surged into Lu Fan's mind. After a while, he opened his eyes, which gleamed with a radiant light. What an incredible fist technique! Huan Yu slapped Lu Fan on the back excitedly and said, You little rascal! Go back and study it properly yourself. You got a martial art technique, and I've got nothing yet. Are you rested? Hurry up and get me a martial skill too. Lu Fan took a moment to sense the state of his body. His vital energy was recovering rapidly and had already returned to half in just a short time. He nodded and said, All right, but this time, you'll have to be quicker. No problem. Huan Yu replied enthusiastically. I just used yin-yang energy, and my power is at its peak for now. Let's get to it. As she spoke, she transformed her vital energy into a long whip again and threw it into the martial skill Star C. This time, Huan Yu chose a star even larger than the one before. Black and white light radiated beneath her feet, and her vital energy surged to its peak in an instant. A fiery red lotus battle robe manifested, enveloping her entire body, making her look like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Only then did Lu Fan notice that Huan Yu's strength had already surpassed the first and second levels of outer vital energy. Just the vivid and lifelike lotus battle robe alone, with its glowing petals resembling real flames, indicated at least the third level of outer vital energy. To reach such a level in just over half a year, her cultivation speed was simply astonishing. Lu Fan, what are you standing there for? The light swords are coming. Hearing Huan Yu's reminder, Lu Fan immediately raised his heavy sword. Having experienced this once before, he was much more composed this time. The light sword still followed the same pattern, attacking densely at first before sneaking around to ambush from behind. After some effort, Huan Yu finally managed to pull out the martial skill. Seeing the title on the cover, Huan Yu's face lit up with joy. Phantom Splitting Art? This is a great find. I'm keeping this one. This cultivation tower really has treasures. The old guy wasn't lying. She promptly took out a pure white jade pendant engraved with intricate formation patterns. Injecting her vital energy into it, she called out to the pendant, Old man, I've got the martial skill, this one right here. I'm taking it with me. The image of the academy headmaster appeared from the jade pendant. With a helpless expression, the old headmaster said, If you want to learn it, just learn it. Why do you need to take it away? I hate it when others use the same techniques as I do, Huan Yu said bluntly. I'll take the martial skill with me, and I'll return it after I've mastered it. The headmaster sighed and shook his head. A beam of light shot out from the jade pendant and into the book. The red marking at the bottom of the book dissipated into thin air, making this earth-level martial skill Huan Yu's personal possession. She swiftly stored the book into the red string on her left hand, which was clearly some kind of spatial artifact. After finishing everything, Huan Yu smugly said to Lu Fan, Haha, an earth-level martial skill in the bag. Those old geezers at the Martial Academy treat these skills like treasures and never let students take them out of the tower. But as long as the headmaster lifts the restriction himself, it's fine. Spirit-level skills can be taken out, but earth-level ones can't. What kind of ridiculous rule is that? Haha, there's no way I'm giving it back to him, Huan Yu said smugly. Anything that ends up in my hands is mine. I'll take this martial skill book home. Not only can my sister practice with it, but maybe even the pig I'm raising can give it a try. Lu Fan was speechless, unable to believe her audacious reasoning. He stomped a few times on the golden puppet's head, prompting Huan Yu to speak up. All right, big guy, we're done here. Take us out. Wait a second, Lu Fan quickly interrupted. While we still have time, I want to head down to the lower levels and grab some more martial skills. The lower levels? Huan Yu looked at him doubtfully. You mean those spirit-level skills? What's the point of taking those useless things? Lu Fan simply chuckled without explaining. For someone like Huan Yu, with the yin-yang realm martial master as her teacher, spirit-level skills were indeed insignificant. But for Lu Fan, these skills were incredibly valuable. After all, even the Lu family's treasured heirloom was just a low-tier spirit-level martial skill. Bringing back a few more would not only benefit his family but also fulfill his promise to bring martial skills for Ling Yao. Fine, Huan Yu said with a wave of her hand. This young lady will accompany you. With me here, you can pick whatever you want. And if you really don't know what to choose, let this big guy make some recommendations. The golden puppet let out a long sig. It wasn't easy being a puppet. The two jumped off the puppet's head, and Huan Yu suddenly remembered something. She turned back and tossed a sparkling gem to the puppet. Hey, big guy, you're pretty cute. Take this. Hope that the next time I see you, you'll have leveled up, maybe even make your head a little less round. The golden puppet caught the gem, its eyes glowing. An array stone. Good eye, Huan Yu said, grinning. Go ahead and absorb it. It's perfect for puppets like you. See you next time, big guy. The puppet excitedly swallowed the gem and stood up, bowing deeply to Huan Yu with a booming voice. You are always welcome to return. Huan Yu burst into laughter, while Lu Fan shivered slightly and quickly headed toward the lower levels. Compared to their earlier struggles, descending this time was surprisingly smooth. With Huan Yu's help, Lu Fan soon found a technique suitable for Ling Yao on the 5th floor, called the Xianyin art. He also picked up one book each from the 3rd and 4th floors. Passing through the 4th floor, he noticed Feng Hua training hard but didn't stop to talk. Instead, he grabbed a martial skill and left, leaving Feng Hua grinding her teeth in frustration. After securing the martial skills, the two left the cultivation tower, satisfied. A flash of white light transported them back outside. Just as Lu Fan was steadying himself, he heard someone call out to him. Turning to look, he saw Ling Yao, still under Yin Ran's control, calling his name. Beside her stood the smiling Long Han and an unfamiliar man, while Han Feng lay unconscious on the ground. Ling Yao, senior brother Han Feng. Lu Fan's anger flared as he strode quickly to Han Feng's side. Although Han Feng had not passed out, his face was pale, and his energy was drained. Trembling, he pointed a finger at the man standing beside Long Han. My Bishu Changtian's sword. Lu Fan turned to look and saw the familiar sword now held in the hands of a stranger. He handed Han Feng a bottle of pills and fixed his sharp, blade-like gaze on the man holding the sword. Who are you? Return the sword. The man gently ran his hand along the sword's blade, a sneer in his voice. My name is Yu Xian. This sword is quite nice. It's mine now. Hearing the name, Huan Yu's eyebrows arched slightly, clearly recognizing the man. Long Han's lips curled into a mocking smile. Lu Fan, we've been waiting for you here for quite some time. Now, you have two choices. Either hand over everything valuable and kneel to admit your mistake, or we'll cripple you right here. Lu Fan unsheathed his heavy sword, his tone icy. I recall there are instructors patrolling Treasure Mountain. Do you dare act so recklessly? Long Han burst out laughing. If we were surrounded by other students, I wouldn't dare, true. But take a look around. Do you see anyone else here? Lu Fan glanced around. Aside from Long Han's group, the area was indeed deserted. This was the back entrance of the cultivation tower, a place ordinary students couldn't access. Long Han explained smugly. This is the exit of the cultivation tower. Most people can't even enter the tower, let alone know where the exit is. Lucky for me, I visited it a few days ago. Honestly, I was surprised you managed to get into the tower. I even heard you defeated a top-ranked fighter on the martial leaderboard. But he gestured to Yu Xian beside him. This is senior brother Yu Xian from the Yin Yang Academy, ranked in the top 20 of the martial leaderboard. You stand no chance. He then turned to Huan Yu with a leering grin. And you, young lady, should step aside. Things might get messy soon, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. How about coming to my side? I'll make sure you're protected. Huan Yu chuckled lightly and asked Lu Fan, should I step in? This guy is truly revolting. Do as you please, but let me go first, Lu Fan replied, his energy surging around him, eyes brimming with killing intent. Long Han sneered at the sight. Impressive. Let's see how tough you are after I break your bones. Senior brother Yu Xian, keep an eye on him for me. As Yu Xian prepared to act, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. Yu Xian, is it? A word of advice: don't move. Unless you want to end up like Feng Tian, beaten beyond recognition. The words struck like a clap of thunder. Yu Xin's face instantly turned pale as he looked at Huan Yu with a mixture of fear and disbelief, as though he had just seen a ghost. The name Feng Tian was all too familiar to Yu Xin, was one of the top fighters in the Yin Yang Academy, qualified to participate in the prestigious academy ranking battles. Feng Tian's strength was unquestionable. However, not long ago, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the academy. Feng Tian had been defeated by a female student with a ponytail, leaving him bedridden for over a month. This incident left Feng Tian humiliated, and he refused to disclose the identity of the woman who had defeated him. At this moment, Yusin's gaze was fixed on the ponytail of Huan Yue, his face instantly turning pale. If the person before him was indeed the one who had beaten Feng Tian, then he was in serious trouble today. With his skills being inferior to Feng Tian's, even surviving this encounter seemed uncertain. Seeing the faint smile on Huan Yue's lips, Yusin felt like a lamb thrown into the jaws of a wolf. He cursed Cold Han inwardly, blaming the fool for dragging him into this mess. Meanwhile, Cold Han remained oblivious to the danger, striding forward confidently and unleashing his inner energy. I'm not like that weakling Yuhua. When faced with absolute power, technique is meaningless. An inner chi expert can never defeat an outer chi master. Dressed in a plain white combat robe, its quality was even inferior to the one worn by Zhao Kuo, who had been defeated earlier by Lu Fan. Even Han Feng, who was sitting nearby taking medicinal pills to recover from his injuries, could see that Cold Han was doomed to fail. While massaging his bruises, Han Feng muttered to himself in frustration, if I weren't already injured, these two clowns wouldn't stand a chance to act smug. Yusin has some skill, but Cold Han is just an arrogant fool. How dare he show off in front of junior brother Lu Fan? Cold Han, paying no attention to Han Feng's words, prepared to unleash his signature move, the Wind Forest Slaying Sword. In an instant, fierce winds arose, and his figure merged with the gale, leaving only a streak of white light as he charged toward Lu Fan. Sword energy, like a tempest, surged from all directions. Yet Lu Fan remained completely still. With a simple turn of his hand, his heavy sword swept out, imbued with the force of chi 20 times stronger than his opponent's. With a deafening boom, Cold Han was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily onto the plaza behind the cultivation tower, creating a human-shaped crater in the blue stone tiles. Struggling to his feet, Cold Han's eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't comprehend how an inner chi fighter could unleash such overwhelming energy. It shattered everything he thought he knew. Undeterred, Long Han charged once more, his sword gleaming with a blinding light as he unleashed the one-strike killing sword. The howling wind roared behind him, amplifying the sharpness of his attack. Faced with the ferocious assault, Lu Fan stood motionless. Flames erupted around him in an instant, blazing fire golden body. With a sharp clang, Long Han's sword tip aimed directly at Lu Fan's heart. This strike was executed without reservation, intended to be fatal. However, Long Han's internal energy was no match for Lu Fan's defense. Protected by the dual forces of his dragon bloodline and his chi, the sword managed only to tear through his garment, stopping an inch short of his skin. Lu Fan grasped the blade firmly with his left hand, undeterred by Long Han's desperate attempts to channel more energy into his strike. Simultaneously, Long Han launched an onslaught of punches and kicks, but Lu Fan needed only to raise his heavy sword to deflect most of the attacks. In this moment, the energy of an external chi practitioner seemed utterly feeble before Lu Fan's impenetrable and resilient chi, showcasing its extraordinary defensive capabilities. This realization deepened Lu Fan's understanding of his own formidable chi. It was no wonder that countless people over millennia had yearned to fuse internal energy with elemental energy. He became acutely aware that there were still many latent potentials within his chi waiting to be unlocked. A cold glint flashed in Lu Fan's eyes as his chi instantly transformed into spiritual force. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying sound wave exploded outward. The sheer power of it caused Yu Xian's vision to darken momentarily. Even Han Feng, accustomed to such pain from cultivating the one-element Dao technique, couldn't help but exclaim, not again. Huan Yu staggered back several steps before steadying herself, her eyes flickering with astonishment. Clearly, she hadn't expected Lu Fan to possess such a hidden technique. Yanran, shaken by the sound wave, lost her control, while Ling Yao effortlessly countered its effects. A flash of white light appeared in her eyes as she seized Yanran's wrist, channeling a warm energy to subdue her. Apologies, senior sister Yanran, Ling Yao said softly. In that moment, Yanran realized that her usually reserved junior sister possessed strength far beyond her own. In the midst of the battlefield, Long Han, struck by Lu Fan's spiritual force, bled profusely from his 7 orifices, his energy dissipating. Lu Fan, now truly enraged, unleashed his ruthless side. Planting his heavy sword into the ground, he raised his fist and executed the destruction mountain-crushing fist. The punch landed squarely on Long Han's abdomen, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones shattering. Long Han's body caved in and was sent flying dozens of meters like a broken kite. He crashed heavily to the ground, coughing up blood, utterly unable to rise. That single punch would confine him to bed for months. Pathetic, Lu Fan declared coldly, turning his icy gaze toward Yu Xian. The chilling stare made Yu Xian's heart pound in fear, leaving him momentarily at a loss for what to do. Long Han collapsed onto the ground riddled with pits and rubble, while Huan Yu stood nearby, watching intently like a predator. As Lu Fan approached step by step, Yu Exine swallowed hard and suddenly barked out, "Stop!" He abruptly hurled the Bu Changtian sword forward, its gleaming blade embedding itself right in front of Lu Fan's feet, forcing him to halt. Lu Fan glanced at the sword before him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This martial arts expert had finally yielded. Turning to Ling Yao, he asked with concern, "Ling Yao, are you all right?" Ling Yao nodded in reassurance, then released Yanran and quickly moved to Lu Fan's side. Yu Exine turned to the pale-faced Yanran, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "What's going on? Why can she move?" "Clearly, we underestimated them," Yanran replied through clenched teeth. Yu Exine tightened his fists, his gaze moving from Huan Yu's playful face to Lu Fan. Finally, he said, "Let's end this here. Long Han, that fool, offended you, and he's already paid the price." Lu Fan picked up the Bu Changtian sword, pointing it toward Han Feng behind him. "And what about my senior brother being attacked? How do we settle that?" Before Yu Exine could respond, the supposedly gravely injured Han Feng suddenly leapt to his feet, shouting with full vigor, "End it, my foot. Junior brother Lu Fan. It was this guy who hit me, stole my sword, and slapped my face, and now he wants to just walk away? Junior brother. Give me the sword, I'll go chop him to pieces." Yu Exine's voice turned icy. "Then what do you want?" "Nothing much. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth," Lu Fan replied calmly. Yu Exine immediately unleashed his internal energy, and a set of traditional martial artist robes materialized on his body, the character Wu on his chest radiating an imposing aura. His eyes burned with fury as he growled, "Kid, just because you beat Long Han, don't think you can act so arrogantly. In front of me, you're still not worth mentioning." Before he could finish, a fiery red dagger silently pierced Yu Exine's shoulder, his vaunted protective energy offering no defense. Everyone turned to look, only to see Huan Yu standing there with a smile. "Go ahead, say one more word," she said coldly. Yu Exine stared in shock at the red dagger in his shoulder. This seemingly ordinary weapon was clearly formed purely from internal energy, a testament to the opponent's overwhelming power. His eyes reddened, but he dared not act recklessly. Han Feng, dumbfounded by the scene, took a deep breath and whispered to Lu Fan, "What a stunning woman. I feel like an arrow has struck my Hirtan arrow called love. Junior brother Lu Fan, is she your friend?" Lu Fan gave a simple nod in response. At that moment, two more fiery red daggers materialized in Huan Yu's hands. "Go on, keep talking. Weren't you being so tough just now?" she taunted. "Honestly, I've been in the Yin Yang Institute for quite some time and have met plenty of so-called big shots. None of them would dare act so brazenly in front of me. You've got guts, Yu Exine, ranked in the top 20 of the martial rankings." She deliberately emphasized martial rankings, her mocking tone infuriating Yu Exine, though he dared not make a move. In the instant Huan Yu conjured her daggers, a fleeting black and white glow had appeared, an unmistakable sign of the Yin Yang Institute's signature martial technique, the Yin-Yang Taiji technique. As a senior at the Institute, Yu Exine knew all too well what that meant. Yu Exine felt his heart pounding violently. The woman before him had actually mastered the Yin-Yang Taiji technique, a feat that, within the entire Yin-Yang Academy, only Master Xing Yuan and the reclusive senior brother had ever achieved. Huan Yu strode forward impatiently, her voice cold as ice. "According to the rules of the Yin-Yang Academy, the loser leaves their belongings behind and gets lost." Yu Exine gritted his teeth, anger burning within him. When he remained motionless, Huan Yu acted decisively. A dagger, gleaming with a chilling light, shot straight toward him. Yu Exine gathered all his inner strength to counter, but before his attack could even reach Huan Yu, it mysteriously dissipated into thin air. Lu Fan observed silently from the side, a flicker of emotion crossing his face. Huan Yu's fiery red dagger pierced Yu Exine's arm with unerring precision. Without hesitation, she followed up with a fierce kick aimed directly at his vital area. The blow landed squarely, forcing the mighty outer force realm expert to clamp his legs together in agony, his strength dissipating as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Lu Fan and Han Feng both drew in sharp breaths, instinctively shielding their own vulnerable areas. Han Feng, visibly shaken, quickly hid behind Lu Fan, no longer daring to utter anything about love or romance. Nearby, Ling Yao turned her head away, unable to watch any longer. Flicking her ponytail, Huan Yu looked down at Yu Exine and asked condescendingly, "Do you yield?" Without waiting for a response, she delivered another brutal kick to his abdomen. The once dominant figure of the Yin-Yang Academy could now only clutch his injuries and groan in pain. Seeing her foot poised to strike his vital area again, he hastily shouted, "I yield. I yield." Only then did Huan Yu withdraw her attack, clapping her hands lightly with a smirk. "That's more like it. Now hand over your belongings." Trembling, Yu Exine pulled out a void pouch inscribed with force field formation patterns from his sleeve. Huan Yu carefully inspected the contents, selecting the best martial techniques, herbs, and coins, which she stored in the crimson thread on her wrist. She then tossed the pouch to Lu Fan. "These are yours now," Huan Yu said with a smile. "Not a bad haul. A few more idiots like this, and I'll reach the next level. Oh, by the way, Lung Han probably has some good stuff too. Go help yourselves." Hearing this, Han Feng immediately ran toward the fallen Long Han, towering over him menacingly. "Cut the nonsense and tell me where your stuff is if you don't want to be beaten to death," he threatened. Before Long Han could respond, Han Feng added with a sinister grin, "Killing you might be against the rules, but leaving you crippled is definitely doable. Too bad you chose such a deserted spot. Long Han, you don't have any descendants yet, right? How tragic, it looks like your bloodline ends here." Long Han spat out another mouthful of blood, his expression changing drastically. He hurriedly removed the ring from his finger. Take it, take it." Han Feng snatched the ring with a triumphant laugh. "Another void treasure, you're quite wealthy. Thanks a lot." Long Han trembled all over, speechless. At that moment, Han Feng suddenly began searching him with his hands. "What are you doing?" Long Han exclaimed in panic. Ignoring him, Han Feng pulled a small jade pendant from his chest. "What is this?" he asked, examining the pendant. "That's mine. Give it back." Long Han screamed hysterically, as if he had just lost the most important thing in the world. Han Feng sneered and kicked Long Han in the head, knocking him unconscious. He then thoroughly searched Long Han's body again to ensure there was nothing else before returning with the jade pendant. "Junior brother Lu Fan, take a look at this," Han Feng said, handing the pendant to Lu Fan. Lu Fan studied it carefully. The translucent jade pendant was carved in the shape of a dragon, but he couldn't discern anything particularly special about it. "A martial intent pendant," Huan Yu suddenly exclaimed. "What is a martial intent pendant? What's it for?" Lu Fan asked, frowning. Huan Yu quickly explained. A martial intent pendant is an essential item for martial arts masters, as important as their weapons. It can store a master's lifetime of martial knowledge and internal energy. Normally, one can infuse martial intent and energy into it, and during battles, it can be drawn upon. Most crucially, it can save your life if you're captured or run out of energy. She injected a bit of energy into the pendant, but shook her head. Unfortunately, its quality is average, with limited storage capacity. It seems to have been crafted specifically by a strong member of their family. The material is decent, though. If nurtured for a decade or so, its quality could improve. Lu Fan, you should keep it. Once you develop your own martial path, you can infuse your intent into it. It will be a valuable companion. Lu Fan examined the pendant closely, marveling at how such a small object could hold so much importance. No wonder martial artists would dedicate their lives to nurturing it. "My old man has one of these," Han Feng said with a grin. "They're definitely useful, but the materials are hard to come by, and they're difficult to make. Lu Fan, you're in luck, this one's yours. As for the other items, I'll reluctantly take care of them for you." Lu Fan chuckled softly and tied the pendant to his belt. Xian watched all of this silently, thinking to himself that when Long Han woke up, he would undoubtedly be devastated. This pendant was practically half his life. Huan Yu strolled over to Yin Ran and beckoned with a meaningful gesture. "I don't need to spell it out, do I? Hand over everything you have." Yin Ran glanced around, seeing that even powerful individuals like Long Han and Xian were powerless to resist. She, of all people, had no chance. Trembling, she began taking out her belongings. Huan Yu inspected them one by one, asking, "Is that everything? Don't make me call that guy over to search you." She pointed at Han Feng, and the threat clearly worked. Yin Ran immediately surrendered the rest of her possessions. Only then did Huan Yu smile in satisfaction. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.